Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
There were two ways to reach the Zongtu Divine Continent without all the fuss. The first way was to use the teleportation array of the Guanxian Academy. Of course, Ye Guan couldn't take that path up to the Zongtu Divine Continent. In other words, Ye Guan could only choose the second way, which was through the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays in many different words. As long as one had enough money, one could go virtually anywhere. Ye Guan headed to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and he saw a familiar figure outside the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The figure was Luo Zhaokai. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at her. Luo Zhaokai smiled and said, "I knew you would be here." Ye Guan calmly asked, "Do you have any business with me?" Luo Zhaokai nodded and said, "Yes, I've been waiting for you. First of all, the Academy Chief wants you to join the Guanxian Academy. It doesn't matter even if you join the Upper Realm or the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy." Ye Guan was silent. Luo Zhaokai added, "The True Dragon Clan is the leader of the Demon Realm. They won't target the Ye Clan on the lower realms Nan Zone or the Guanxian Academy, but it's a different story when it comes to you. The True Dragon Clan wouldn't lower themselves to go for the Ye Clan on the lower realms Nanzo. If they were to do something as despicable as that, their reputation would plummet beyond recovery." Things had blown up, so there were many eyes watching the True Dragon Clan's each and every movement. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be strange if they went after Ye Guan because the latter had killed two true dragons. Ye Guan stared at Luo Zhaokai and asked, "Are you done?" Luo Zhaokai muttered, "My teacher wants to apologize to you. As the Academy Chief, she didn't stand up for you at a crucial moment, so I don't need it." Ye Guan interrupted and shook his head. He then turned around and headed for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, leaving a silent Luo Zhaokai in his wake. Zhao Su appeared next to Luo Zhaokai. "Teacher," muttered Luo Zhaokai while staring at Zhao Su. "I would be angry as well if I were in his shoes," Zhao Su said. Luo Zhaokai shook her head. "He's going to Zongtu Divine Continent. The True Dragon Clan will definitely go after him. There's no way they're going to let him off scot-free, and they're going to chase him until he dies." Zhao Su was silent. She remained silent for quite a while before muttering, "What happened in this decade's martial contest has severely affected the Academy. The reputation that we have painstakingly established for so many years collapsed after just one mistake." Luo Zhaokai didn't know what to say. It was a horrible plight. Zhao Su chuckled hollowly and said, "The complaint I sent to the main Guanxian Academy bounced back." Luo Zhaokai frowned slightly. "Did the True Dragon Clan interfere?" she asked. Zhao Su nodded. Luo Zhaokai's expression turned grim. "How about an appeal?" she asked. Zhao Su shook her head and said, "We'll vanish without a trace if we were to do that and leave the upper realm." Luo Zhaokai's face turned ugly. She was aware that they were in danger because a mere academy chief from the upper realm would never attract the attention of the main Guanxian Academy. An appeal? How naive of them to think that they could do that? Zhao Su looked in the direction of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and muttered, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it." With that, Zhao Su turned around and left. It seemed that not every injustice in this world could be rectified. Luo Zhaokai turned to look at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and shook her head. She might not see that young man again. After handing over 1,000 gold spiritual crystals, Ye Guan walked into the teleportation array that would bring him to the Zongtu Divine Continent. The teleportation array activated, and Ye Guan vanished. While waiting for his arrival, Ye Guan sat cross-legged and retrieved a few scrolls from his storage ring. He had just bought these scrolls from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The scrolls contained information about the Zongtu Divine Continent. He had to know more about the Zongtu Divine Continent because it seemed that he would have to stay there for a long time. The Zongtu Divine Continent was unimaginably huge. It consisted of 3,000 worlds, and the entire upper realm was just one of those worlds. The most powerful organization even throughout such a massive world was still the Guanxian Academy. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was second only to the Guanxian Academy because of its ubiquity. Afterward, it would be the 6 grand clans. The strongest of the 6 was the Undying clan, followed by the Shenge clan, the Shen clan, the An clan, the Li clan 1 and the Nanling clan. The two superpowers of the demon realm couldn't be underestimated as well, and they were the True Dragon clan and the Ancient Monkey clan. The Zongtu Divine Continent's history was deep, and Ye Guan also ended up reading about the Daoist sect. The Daoist sect was an ancient power that had completely fallen long ago. It was rumored that they were once as powerful and as influential as the Guanxian Academy, but for some reason, they collapsed and were replaced by the Guanxian Academy. Until now, no one had any idea just how the Daoist sect collapsed. The Zongtu Divine Continent also had a multitude of clans and sects aside from the 6 grand clans, the Guanxian Academy, and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. A special organization existed on the Zongtu Divine Continent, and it was the Mercenary Union. The top mercenary group of the Mercenary Union was the Guanxian Mercenary, and the leader of the Guanxian Mercenary was the president of the Mercenary Union himself. They were incredibly powerful, and it was even rumored that the leader of the Guanxian mercenary was an acquaintance of the Sword Master. Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself before picking up another scroll. The scroll had information about the Undying clan. It was said that the entire Undying clan was once the Sword Master's followers. They were almost annihilated fighting for the Sword Master's cause, so the Sword Master helped them, and they became extremely powerful. They decided to move to the Zonto Divine Continent, and they instantly became the #1 clan upon arriving. It was worth mentioning that the Sword Master's mother had come from the Undying clan. The Undying clan didn't become a part of the Guanxian universe's main Guanxian. They couldn't enjoy the great Dao Destiny aura of the main Guanxian Academy, but the powerful clans of the Guanxian universe still respected them because of the Sword Master's connection with them. All these years, the Undying clan had never done anything impactful other than fighting the top talents of the many different clans for a spot in the Guanxian universe's main Guanxian Academy. They were the biggest competitor in the Destiny contest. The Destiny contest was held once every century, and it was 10,000 times more cruel than the Upper Realm's decennial martial contest. Talents from 3,000 worlds would participate to try and enroll in the main Guanxian Academy. To make matters worse, they would all be fighting for just one spot. The champion would become a student of the main Guanxian Academy and enjoy the rumored Great Dao Destiny aura. The Undying clan had been competing in the Destiny contest for many years now, which resulted in the failure of many clans throughout the 3,000 worlds of the Zonto Divine Continent. The Undying clan's invincibility prompted the superpowers from many different worlds to frantically look for incredible talents. It was all for the sake of the Great Dao Destiny aura. Master Pagoda, I don't think the Undying clan will just go ahead and hand over the Sword Master's sword to me, said Ye Guan. Little Pagoda responded, what are your plans? Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before asking, can you steal it for me? I'll return once we're done with it. It was Little Pagoda's turn to go silent. I'm afraid I can't do that. I won't be able to do anything for a while, it said. Ye Guan sighed. Borrow it? Why would they lend it to him? Steal it? It would be impossible without Master Pagoda's help. Snatch it openly and make a break for it? What was he? Crazy? Even the True Dragon clan wouldn't dare to offend the Undying clan, and the Undying clan also had no reason to help someone with a bounty on his head from the True Dragon clan. Ye Guan was sure that the True Dragon clan would frantically chase after him upon his arrival at the Zonto Divine Continent. In other words, he was in a dire situation. Little Pagoda asked, what are you going to do upon arriving at the Zonto Divine Continent? It took Ye Guan quite a while to respond, I'll look for a backer. I can't fight the True Dragon clan by myself, so I need a backer. Let the old fight the old, let the young fight the young. The pressure will be too enormous for me to bear if I have to fight even the True Dragon clan's ancestors. Ye Guan closed his eyes and added, it is impossible for me to move around without a powerful backer, so I have to work even harder. If I can't become a powerful young master, I have no choice but to become a powerful ancestor. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. One might be Li clan followed by the Yin clan. Author, screwed up with typos, and I can't tell who is stronger as of now. Ye Guan stopped talking to Little Pagoda. He retrieved a Muse storage ring and saw 200,000 gold spiritual crystals. As for the remaining items, such as his internal pills, Ye Guan had already sold them to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He had a total of 570,000 gold spiritual crystals. It was his entire fortune, and it should be enough for him for the time being. He decided not to sell the 2 dragon corpses that he had stored in his storage ring because Little Pagoda had advised him to eat them to strengthen his physique. Ye Guan also thought that it made sense, so he decided not to sell them. Ye Guan closed his eyes. He took out some gold spiritual crystals and started absorbing their spiritual energy. It was time for him to cultivate. From now on, he would spend all his free time cultivating. He wouldn't take it easy, even for a moment. This time, his goal was the space-shattering realm. The space-shattering realm wasn't as simple as the space-time realm. A space-shattering realm cultivator could tear space apart and teleport long distances. A thought was enough for them to travel thousands of kilometers. In other words, a powerful space-shattering realm cultivator could chop off someone's head from thousands of kilometers away. The realm above the space-shattering realm was the space annihilation realm. A space annihilation realm could detonate space, and a space annihilation realm cultivator could destroy a massive city with a population of millions with just a wave of his hand, especially if he had a powerful spiritual artifact or divine way. A space annihilation realm cultivator was disgustingly powerful. Time passed, and Ye Guan finally absorbed the spiritual energy from 1,000 gold spiritual crystals. He was about to continue cultivating, but a white light appeared in front of him. Ye Guan stood up. He would soon be at his destination. He hurriedly walked into that white light, and the scenery in front of him peeled away. Soon, the movement ceased, and Ye Guan opened his eyes once more. He found himself standing in a teleportation array. An old hunchback was standing in front of Ye Guan, and he was staring at the latter without saying anything. Ye Guan walked out of the teleportation array and asked, Senior, how do I go to the Undying clan? Ye Guan was aware that the Undying clan would most likely reject him, but he still wanted to give it a try. The old hunchback pointed at a teleportation array on the right and said, 2,000 gold spiritual crystals. 2,000? Ye Guan's heart was bleeding at the thought of parting with so many gold spiritual crystals. However, he had already made a decision, so he wordlessly passed 2,000 gold spiritual crystals to the old hunchback. The old hunchback accepted Ye Guan's storage ring and put it away. Ye Guan walked toward the teleportation array on the right and disappeared into it. Ye Guan soon found himself standing in a sea of clouds. He looked around and saw a stone stele. The stone stele was emblazoned with two words, Undying World. Ye Guan walked toward the stone stele. Swoosh! An old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Ye Guan cupped his hands and bowed slightly. My name is Ye Guan, and I am here to request an audience with the clan leader of the Undying clan. Could you please? The old man interrupted. You're Ye Guan. Ye Guan froze, but he quickly composed himself and asked, Do you know me, senior? The old man stared at Ye Guan and asked, What are you doing here at my Undying clan? Ye Guan replied, I'm here to help the Undying clan with the Destiny contest. The old man chuckled and retorted, Are you sure you're here to help us with the Destiny contest rather than to seek our protection? Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. The old man shook his head and said, So what if you're the champion of the Upper Realms martial contest? You're on the Zongtu Divine Continent? Do you have any idea just what kind of heaven-defying talents are participating in the Destiny contest? Our relationship with the True Dragon clan has always been neutral, and there's no way we're going to offend them for your sake. We also have our own share of heaven-defying talents, so we don't need someone like you, do you understand? Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before he nodded and said, I understand. With that, he turned around to leave. The old man watched as Ye Guan left. He chuckled and jeered, How dare you get all cocky after becoming the champion of a martial contest on the upper realm? You're overestimating yourself. With that, the old man turned around and left as well. Ye Guan went back to where the old hunchback was located, and the old hunchback was stunned to see Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked up to him and asked, Senior, how do I get to the Li clan? Li clan? They were one of the 6 great clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent. Their ancestor Li Banzi was particularly powerful, and she was an elder of the main Guanxian Academy's committee. The committee was a group of people that made up the core of decision-making at the main Guanxian Academy, which meant that they were tremendously powerful. It was a pity that she also had to abide by the Guanxian law, so she couldn't directly bring the Li clan under the main Guanxian Academy's protection and influence. However, the fact that she was an elder of the committee was enough to bring endless profits to the Li clan. If it hadn't been for the fact that the Sword Master was related to the Undying clan, the Li clan would have become the #1 clan of the Zongtu Divine Continent. In fact, the reason Ye Guan chose to go to the Li clan next was that the Li clan would not be afraid of the True Dragon clan. The old hunchback replied, The Li clan is in the half-realm. You need to pay 1,200 gold spiritual crystals. 1,200 gold spiritual crystals? Prices here are indeed different from the prices outside. Everything is too costly here. However, Ye Guan still obediently handed 1,200 gold spiritual crystals to the old hunchback. The old hunchback examined the gold spiritual crystals. Follow me, come here, he said and brought Ye Guan over to another teleportation area. He pointed at one of the teleportation arrays and said, Use that one. Ye Guan nodded and stepped into the teleportation array that the old hunchback had pointed out for him. Rumble? The teleportation array was activated, and Ye Guan disappeared. He soon found himself standing in a sea of clouds. A massive stone stele that was at least a kilometer tall was standing about 30 meters in front of him. The words emblazoned on the stone stele made Ye Guan realize that he had arrived at the half-realm. Ye Guan walked toward the stone stele, but before he could get any closer to it, a powerful divine sense engulfed him. The divine sense was powerful. Ye Guan reckoned that it came from a cultivator whose cultivation base was above the space annihilation realm. An old man suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He glared at Ye Guan and asked fiercely, Who are you? Ye Guan cupped his hands and greeted the old man. My name is Ye Guan. Ye Guan. The old man interrupted him with narrowed eyes. You're that Ye Guan. Ye Guan was taken aback as he asked, Do you know me, senior? The old man glared at Ye Guan. I've heard that in addition to killing a dragon from the True Dragon clan, you also killed an Mu from King's Huzan clan. Ye Guan nodded. The old man examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and asked, Did you come here to join my Li clan? Ye Guan nodded slightly. Yes. The old man laughed. What can you offer us? Ye Guan replied, I will help your family in the Destiny contest. The old man froze. However, Ye Guan's gaze was unwavering as he stared at the old man. A deafening silence blanketed the sea of clouds. The old man eventually said, Wait here. With that, he turned around to leave. Ye Guan watched him leave, and he eventually closed his eyes upon seeing the old man disappear. The old man left Ye Guan and went over to the administrative hall of the Li clan. A middle-aged man was in front of the old man. The middle-aged man was none other than the clan leader of the Li clan, Li Yunggong. Li Yunggong shattered the ice and asked, How strong is he? The old man replied, He's a swordsman capable of killing a young true dragon, so he's an extraordinary talent. Li Yunggong was silent for quite a while before he shook his head and said, No. The old man looked at Li Yunggong and asked, Clan leader, are you worried about the True Dragon clan? As long as that young man is talented enough, our Li clan is capable of going against the True Dragon clan for him. We have Ancestor Bunzi with us, so we don't have to be afraid of the True Dragon clan at all. Li Yunggong shook his head and explained, It is not just the True Dragon clan. The Yin clan is also involved. He killed an Mu, so the Yin clan will definitely pursue him. The Yin clan also has those two martial goddesses. A glint of worry flashed in Li Yunggong's eyes as he added, if we take him in and the Yin clan visits us to avenge Mu, how do you think we should handle that? If we abandon him after taking him in, we'll become a laughingstock, but if we don't abandon him, we'll become the enemies of those two martial goddesses. Do you really think that we can afford that? The old man was speechless. Indeed, they couldn't afford to offend the Yin clan's two martial goddesses. The Li clan had Li Banzi, but there was a limit to what she could do for the Li clan. Li Yunggong sighed. Ask him to leave. The old man hesitated and said, there's something unique about that young man. In the future, I think he will. Li Yunggong shook his head and said firmly, our Li clan cannot handle the risk. With that, the old man could only sigh and leave. The old man appeared in front of Ye Guan once more. His expression was complicated as he said, I'm sorry, young lord Ye. I understand. Ye Guan shook his head and cupped his fists before turning around to leave. The old man watched as Ye Guan left. He shook his head and muttered, perhaps I should tell Ancestor Banzi about this. However, he suddenly laughed at himself and muttered, Ancestor Banzi's position is high in the committee, so she must be busy with many different matters every day. In addition, why would she pay attention to something as trivial as this? With that, the old man turned around and left as well. Ye Guan opened his hand, revealing a jade pendant. The jade pendant was from that mysterious woman he met in the starry sky of the lower realm. The mysterious woman said that he should go to the Shen clan to find her once he was at the Zongtu Divine Continent. To be honest, he didn't quite like the idea of disturbing them. The Shen clan had never really fought for the Great Dao Destiny Aura, and it seemed like they still had no intentions of fighting for it for this century's destiny contest. There was a high chance that he would end up being a burden to them. The mysterious woman had also gifted him the jade pendant out of courtesy. If he went there to ask for their help against the True Dragon clan and the clan, even Ye Guan wasn't shameless enough to ask for such a tremendous favor. Little Pagoda suddenly spoke, try your luck at the Shen clan before going to the Shen clan. If it doesn't work out, then go ahead and visit the Shen clan. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. The Shen clan. Little Pagoda replied, yes. I know one of their ancestors. She's extremely smart, so I'm sure her descendants are as smart as her. Ye Guan got even more curious. You know one of their ancestors, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda avoided the question and said, you should go. Ye Guan nodded. He entered the teleportation array, and he soon found himself in the teleportation area. The old hunchback wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded and exclaimed, to the Shen clan. The old hunchback stretched his right hand toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan took out a storage ring and placed it on the old hunchback's hand. The old hunchback pointed at a nearby teleportation array and said, use that one. Ye Guan obliged, and he was whisked away by the teleportation array's dazzling light. There was a travel time between vast distances, even if one was using a teleportation array as their means of travel. While Ye Guan was waiting in the teleportation array, he decided to pass the time by talking to Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, did the Immortal Treasures Pavilion build every single teleportation array in this world? He asked. Little Pagoda answered, yes. Ye Guan sighed in awe. It's such a profitable business. I wonder how much they earn every day from the teleportation arrays alone. It's you who Little Pagoda barely stopped himself in time. Ye Guan was confused, so he asked, it's me who did what? Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before he said, what you're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. They have businesses all over the world in many different industries, so the money they're earning from operating these teleportation arrays isn't that much compared to their overall profit from all of their businesses. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, what you said really makes me feel like robbing them. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Soon, Ye Guan arrived in the sea of clouds once again. He looked around and saw another towering stone stele, and it was emblazoned with the words Li World. Ye Guan walked up to the stone stele, and he was soon enveloped by a powerful divine sense. Ye Guan's heart turned cold. The divine sense was too strong. A black-robed old man appeared in front of Ye Guan. What do you want? He asked. Ye Guan cupped his fists and introduced himself for the third time. My name is Ye Guan, and I came here to. Ye Guan. The black-robed old man interrupted with narrowed eyes and exclaimed, you're that Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The black-robed old man stared deeply at Ye Guan before asking, are you here to join my Shen clan? Ye Guan nodded slightly. The black-robed old man responded, wait here. With that, he turned around to leave. Ye Guan obliged and stayed put. Don't worry, Little Pagoda said, I'll show myself if they refuse, and their ancestor will definitely give me some face. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I trust you, Master Pagoda. Crackle. The space in the horizon distorted, and a rift in space appeared afterward. A destructive power descended upon the sea of clouds. Rumble. Space-time distorted as a massive rift in space opened up in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan froze, and his eyes narrowed upon seeing a true dragon. The True Dragon clan. However, the surprise wasn't over just yet as 10 powerful cultivators from the Shen clan appeared to surround him. Ye Guan had nowhere to run. Ye Guan's expression turned ugly. The Shen clan had informed the True Dragon clan of his arrival. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Ye Guan. He was none other than the clan leader of the Shen clan, Li Yun. Li Yun sneered at Ye Guan and jeered, what were you thinking? Did you really want to join my Shen clan? Do you really think that my clan will offend the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan for you? Hilarious. However, it's great that you've come here. We'll use you to obtain the right to ask the True Dragon Clan and the Yin Clan for a favor in the future. Swoosh! Little Pagoda abruptly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He glared at Li Yun and shouted arrogantly, "Tell your ancestor, Li Ji, to come out and meet me." Li Yun frowned at Little Pagoda and mocked the latter. "Why is a trash can one talking like it's qualified to meet one of our family's ancestors?" Little Pagoda and Ye Guan were rendered speechless. "I guess our Little Pagoda is in his tiny pagoda form and that's why he looks like a trash can. I think. Fuck." Little Pagoda was enraged. "Your ancestor would have to address me as Master Pagoda, but a little ant like you actually dares to look down on me? Trust me, I can sever the Shenj clan's destiny right here, right now." Li Yun stared at Master Pagoda and jeered, "Sever my Shenj clan's destiny? You are really speaking out of your ass right now, threatening us like that." Rumble? The space-time above them trembled violently. A true dragon had arrived. Little Pagoda abruptly appeared next to Ye Guan, and their figures blurred. Li Yun's face instantly changed. Trying to escape. He reached out with his right hand. Boom! A rift in space opened thousands of kilometers away, and his giant hand emerged from the rift. Rumble? The space around Ye Guan and Master Pagoda's illusory figure collapsed, but the distorted space couldn't stop them at all. Li Yun's face darkened. They actually managed to escape. The true dragon transformed into a middle-aged man. "Ao Meng!" Li Yun exclaimed, slightly flustered. Ao Meng once represented the True Dragon clan in the Destiny contest. In other words, Ao Meng was one of the strongest true dragons among the True Dragon clan's young generation. Ao Meng stared at the horizon and muttered, "Clan leader Li Yun, there's more to Ye Guan than meets the eye." Li Yun was silent. Indeed, Ye Guan wasn't a simple individual. Li Yun also had to admit that the trash can that had arrogantly referred to itself one as Master Pagoda was inscrutable, and it definitely had a few tricks up its sleeve. Ao Meng said, "Clan leader Li Yun, he's a swordsman, so he definitely has a powerful swordsman as a backer." Li Yun thought about it for quite a while before saying, "I sent someone to investigate him, and we concluded that his backer is a great Sword Immortal at most." Ao Meng was slightly confused. "How did you get to that conclusion?" Li Yun replied, "Guesswork." Ao Meng frowned. Li Yun chuckled and explained, "This world only has a few sword sovereigns, and those sword sovereigns are in the depths of Guanxian universe. Sword sovereign Ting Yun often appears among us, but there's no way that sword sovereign Ting Yun is Ye Guan's master. In other words, Ye Guan's master would only be a great sword immortal at most." Ao Meng thought about it for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense." Li Yun continued. "He's a talented swordsman. However, we have already decided to make an enemy out of him, so we have to kill him to prevent issues down the road." Ao Meng nodded in agreement. "Our clan will cooperate. Clan leader Li Yun, a group of talented true dragons has just awakened in our clan. If you're willing, you can send 2 people over to our clan and let them pick their partners." Jackpot? Li Yun beamed. "Of course I'm willing. If Shenj clan's younger generation got together with true dragons, they would become tremendously powerful. Furthermore, the Shenj clan and the True Dragon clan's relationship had always been stable and amicable. What Li Yun had done today was a worthy investment." Ao Meng stared at the horizon. He chuckled derisively and said, "I'm looking forward to seeing who would dare to protect him here on Zongtu Divine Continent." Little Pagoda came to a halt in a sea of clouds. He immediately became a streak of light that pierced Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Master Pagoda, are you okay?" Ye Guan saw that Master Pagoda had sustained a heavy injury. Little Pagoda replied, "I can't manifest any more until I've recovered to a certain extent." Ye Guan nodded slightly and felt a little guilty. "Master Pagoda, I'm sorry for getting you involved in all this," he said. Little Pagoda sighed and asked, "Why are you saying that?" Ye Guan momentarily hesitated before saying, "Master Pagoda, they're after me. How about you leave me? I mean it." Little Pagoda's reply came a bit late as he said, "I've taken so much of your profound energy, so I'll feel guilty if I just outright abandon you just because you're in trouble. In other words, let me accompany you for a bit longer. I'll leave once you've become a great sword immortal." Ye Guan wanted to say something. However, Little Pagoda interrupted him by continuing, "Go to the Shen clan. The woman who gave you that jade pendant is a good person. This time, I'm confident that there won't be any more surprises." Ye Guan nodded. He had nowhere else to go but the Shen clan. He returned to the teleportation area. The old hunchback stared at Ye Guan with raised eyebrows. Ye Guan said, "I want to go to the Shen clan." He hurriedly passed a storage ring over to the old hunchback. The old hunchback accepted the storage ring and pointed at one of the teleportation arrays on the right. Ye Guan nodded and started walking toward it. However, the old hunchback suddenly said, "Are you going to come back?" Ye Guan came to a halt. He turned around to look at the old hunchback and said, "If there are no more surprises, I won't be coming back for a while." The old hunchback replied, "Surprises are called surprises because they come when you least expect them." Ye Guan's expression froze. Meanwhile, the teleportation array activated and whisked him away. Moments later, Ao Meng appeared in the same teleportation area as Ye Guan. The old hunchback wordlessly stared at Ao Meng. Ao Meng calmly asked, "Where did that young man go?" The old hunchback replied, "The Chamber of Commerce stipulates that the whereabouts of our customers must not be disclosed. I am a professional with a strong work ethic." Ao Meng opened his palm, and a storage ring floated over to the old hunchback. The storage ring contained thousands of gold spiritual crystals. The old hunchback pointed at the teleportation array that led to the Shen clan. Ao Meng sounded sarcastic as he remarked, strong work ethic. He then walked toward the teleportation array. A gloomy light flashed in the old hunchback's eyes at Ao Meng's remark. Ao Meng walked into the teleportation array, but nothing happened. He frowned and stared at the old hunchback. The old hunchback man exclaimed, yeah? It's broken? It's currently out of order, so you're out of luck. Ao Meng glared at the old hunchback and asked, are you pulling tricks on me? What are you going to do about it? Hit me, taunted the old hunchback. The old hunchback was not afraid of the true dragon clan at all. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was not afraid of anyone. They could easily make the true dragon clan pay a painful price for their actions. In fact, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion wasn't afraid of the Guanxian Academy as well. Ao Meng glared coldly at the old hunchback, but he didn't dare to do anything. He was aware that the true dragon clan wouldn't be able to deal with the repercussions if the Immortal Treasures Pavilion decided to attack them. Ao Meng weighed the pros and cons moments later. He decided to retrieve another storage ring and handed it over to the old hunchback. The storage ring contained 20,000 gold spiritual crystals, but the old hunchback man hurled the storage ring to the floor and jeered, money? Do you really think that I don't have any money? With that, the old hunchback turned around to leave, leaving an ugly-looking, fuming Ao Meng. Ye Guan sat cross-legged while waiting to arrive at his destination. Within the tiny pagoda, the mysterious voice asked, how about we take him directly to the Guanxian universe? Little Pagoda sighed and said, what's the point of going there? Do you really think that he's already strong enough to inherit his family's business? Take a look at him. If he goes there right now, do you really think that the people there will obey him? The mysterious voice chuckled coldly. So what if they don't want to obey him? Are they going to kill him? Who would dare to do that? Princess Xian? Emperor Moon? The Great Desolate Clan? The Primordial Clan? Little Pagoda muttered, they wouldn't dare to kill him, but they could easily turn him into a figurehead. With his current prowess, do you really think that he's strong enough to manage this vast universe? Is there any meaning in becoming a puppet academy master of the Guanxian Academy? Have you already forgotten how they treated our young master? The mysterious voice went silent. Little Pagoda continued. Young master does not want this little bastard to go through the same thing as he did, which was why he sent him far away to Nanzhou. Have you still not realized that cracks have started to appear within the Guanxian Academy since young master's disappearance many years ago? If this little bastard does not slowly climb up the ranks by himself, how would he resolve all those issues by himself? The mysterious voice sighed. Little Pagoda added, Sister Destiny has also mentioned that one must hone one's resolve. If we drag him to the Guanxian universe right now, he will reach the summit in one fell swoop without being able to hone his resolve by experiencing the difficulties of life. If we do that, how is he going to become the strongest swordsman? The mysterious voice sucked in a breath of cold air. The strongest swordsman. Little Pagoda sighed. There was a moment of silence before he added, there's one more thing that you have to understand. We're no longer who we used to be back then. You're half dead, and my soul is heavily injured. We can't afford to be as arrogant as we were back then. If we die at the hands of someone unworthy, we will surely become the laughingstock of the world. The mysterious voice sighed once again, and it sounded sad as it exclaimed, I had never imagined that I would end up in such a tragic state. Damn it all. If the denizens of the Void World discover his existence, they'll definitely go crazy and destroy the barrier that young master had left behind. They'll come down here just to get rid of him, said Little Pagoda. The mysterious voice finally relented and said, then, we should let him go through more hardships. We'll save the talk about him inheriting his family's business in the future. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was staring at the storage ring in front of him. He only had 470,000 gold spiritual crystals remaining. Cultivation was indeed costly. Ye Guan gripped his storage ring tightly and sighed. He would have to live a frugal life from now on, and it was all because he was too poor. Ye Guan told himself that he had to find a job sooner or later. Otherwise, it would be too hard to get by. One because Master Pagoda is in his pagoda form, I guess, and Li Yun doesn't know that. Ye Guan soon appeared in the sea of clouds, and he saw another towering stone stele. The Shen clan? He walked toward the stone stele, and an old man appeared in front of him. Who are you? Asked the old man while examining Ye Guan. Ye Guan took out the jade pendant that he had received from the mysterious woman in the starry sky of the lower realm. The old man's face abruptly changed. Why you? He stuttered. Ye Guan explained, a senior gave this to me, and she told me to come to the Shen clan to find her the moment I arrived here. The old man bowed respectfully and said, young lord, please follow me. The old man turned around and waved his sleeve. A shining door appeared, and Ye Guan sighed in relief. Fortunately, the jade pendant ended up being useful. Otherwise, he would have no idea where to go if the Shen clan had outright refused him. Ye Guan followed the old man to a great hall. The great hall was 3,000 meters tall, and it gave off a magnificent and imposing aura. Its vastness made Ye Guan feel small and insignificant. So this is what a great clan looks like. Ye Guan sighed in awe. A guard clad in gold armor was standing in front of the great hall. Ye Guan was stupefied to find that the guard's aura was deep and inscrutable. He reckoned that the guard was at least a space annihilation realm powerhouse. Ye Guan had to admit that he didn't expect to see a space annihilation realm powerhouse working as a mere guard. Soon, the old man brought Ye Guan into the great hall. Ye Guan discovered that the great hall was more spacious inside. The interior was luxurious and resplendent, and it looked like it was a great hall of immortals. Ye Guan also discovered that the spiritual energy in the air within the great hall was extremely thick and dense. It was at least thicker than the spiritual energy that could be found within the confines of the upper realms Guanxian Academy. The spiritual energy here was purer as well. Needless to say, Ye Guan would profit greatly if he received permission to cultivate here. The old man bowed slightly toward Ye Guan. "Young lord, please wait here," said the old man before turning around to leave. Ye Guan looked around and muttered, "Master Pagoda, just how much money did they spend to build this great hall? If I had as much money as them, I would save it in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion to earn interest from it every year. I would definitely live a comfortable life for a long time with the interest alone." Little Pagoda didn't even bother to reply. Soon, a young man and a young woman walked into the great hall. The young man was handsome, and he was wearing a brocade robe. However, he was exuding frigid air. Meanwhile, the young woman was wearing a white dress. Her hands were behind her back, and they were holding an ancient scroll. She was extremely beautiful, and she was smiling warmly as she walked into the great hall. The two of them approached Ye Guan. "How do we address you?" asked the young man. "My name is Ye Guan, and you may address me as you like," replied Ye Guan. The young man frowned. "Ye Guan? The champion of the Upper Realms martial contest." Ye Guan nodded. The young man asked, "You killed 2 true dragons, right?" Ye Guan nodded once again. The young man stared at him and asked, "Did you come here to join our Shen clan?" Ye Guan nodded for the 3rd time. The young man said, "Ancestor is currently in the Guanxian universe. You can wait here until she returns. Your admission to the Shen clan depends on Ancestor." Roar? A terrifying dragon roar echoed somewhere far away. Ye Guan's face darkened. The roar definitely belonged to a dragon of the true dragon clan. The young man frowned. He turned around, and an old man appeared in front of him. The old man bowed slightly and said, "Young clan leader, Ao Meng from the True Dragon clan has arrived, and he wants to meet you." "Ao Meng?" The young man stared deeply at Ye Guan for quite a while before walking out of the great hall. The young woman smiled at Ye Guan and said, "I heard that you killed An Mu." Ye Guan nodded. The young woman continued, "That's amazing. The young clan leader of the True Dragon clan recruited An Mu, so a true dragon had to have been protecting him, but you still managed to kill him. Your sword must be really strong." Ye Guan remained calm as he replied, "It was a fluke." The young woman chuckled and said, "My name is Jian An Young Lord Ye. The jade pendant you brought with you is from Ancestor, so you're an extremely important person to her. Unfortunately, you have to leave right now." Ye Guan frowned and pointed out, "Is it because that young man earlier will hand me over to the True Dragon clan?" Jianan nodded and explained, "He's my brother, his name is Jian Ao. He's currently in charge of the Shen clan. I know him very well. He doesn't really care about the jade pendant, and I think he won't offend the True Dragon clan for the sake of Ancestor's jade pendant. I think he's going to hand you over to the True Dragon clan in an effort to maintain an amicable relationship with them." Ye Guan was silent. Rumble, 10 powerful auras abruptly descended upon the great hall. Ye Guan's face turned ugly. It seemed that he had severely underestimated the True Dragon clan's influence on the Zonta Divine continent. "Come with me." Jianan cried out to him, but she didn't bother to wait for Ye Guan's reply. She dragged him by the hem of his clothes and waved her sleeve. A teleportation array came to life and flickered beneath their feet. Just as they were about to disappear, Ye Guan saw Ao Meng and Jian Ao rushing into the great hall. However, it was already too late for Jian Ao to intervene. Ye Guan and Jianan vanished right in front of his eyes. Jian Ao's expression turned ugly. Ao Meng's expression was gloomy, and he directed a questioning look at Jian Ao. Jian Ao hurriedly said, "I have no idea why she did that." There was a moment of silence between them before Ao Meng said, "Young clan leader, our True Dragon clan must kill Ye Guan by any means necessary. I'm sure you're aware of the reason why we have to kill him. We have always respected the Shen clan, and we have always valued our relationship. I don't want to ruin the relationship between our clans. I will give you an explanation as soon as I can," said Jian Ao. "Please do not hurt my sister while you're chasing after Ye Guan. Our ancestor values her a lot, so if even a strand of her hair goes missing, there will never be peace between our clans." Ao Meng stared contemptuously at Jian Ao before turning around to leave. Moments after Ao Meng's departure, Jian Ao shouted, "Someone come here." An old man appeared behind Jian Ao. Jian Ao turned around and said, "Gather 10 guards. I want them to find Jianan and protect her at all costs." "Understood," the old man replied with a slight nod. Then, he turned around to leave and carry out Jian Ao's orders. A rift in space opened in the sea of clouds, and Ye Guan and Jianan walked out of the rift. Jianan smiled and said, "We're safe for now." Ye Guan stared warily at Jianan and asked her, "Why did you do that?" Jianan repeatedly blinked before replying, "I did it for my brother and for my Shen clan." Ye Guan frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked. Jianan chuckled and explained, "I'm sure Ancestor gave you her jade pendant because you're extraordinary, and I think you've already proven yourself by staying alive for so long after killing An Mu and that true dragon. If my Shen clan decided to hand you over to the True Dragon clan, we would be painting Ancestor in a bad light. The Shen clan would suffer greatly from such a decision, and my brother would probably die." "I think you're overthinking this," muttered Ye Guan. Jianan chortled and said, "Perhaps. However, it is undeniable that you're still alive after killing an Mew and a true dragon. It is pretty impressive. Anyway, I understand Ancestor's personality, and she won't give away her jade pendant so easily. The reason doesn't matter anymore. You helped me, so I would like to thank you, Lady Jianan. I hope we'll see each other again, said Ye Guan. He then turned around to leave. Wait. Jianan called out. Ye Guan turned around to face her. Jianan smiled and said, Ancestor is in the faraway Guanxian universe, and she won't be coming back for a while. The two of us will be in danger if I return right now because the True Dragon clan will definitely try to get an answer out of me about your whereabouts. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at her. Let's go to the Daoist sect, Jianan suggested. Ye Guan lifted an eyebrow and asked, Daoist sect? Jianan nodded and said, you are an extraordinary talent, but I can confidently tell you that the 6 great clans will not accept you. However, it's not because they're afraid of the True Dragon clan. Anyway, I'm sure you know what I'm trying to say here, right? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. I'm not worthy of such a sacrifice. Jianan said, indeed. The 6 great clans think that it's not worth offending the True Dragon clan for your sake. Ye Guan stared deeply at Jianan. There's another reason you rescued me, and you still haven't told me about it, said Ye Guan. Jianan blinked innocently and asked, what is it? Ye Guan was calm as he said, you're afraid of accepting me into your clan because it would mean fighting the True Dragon clan for my sake. You also don't think that I'm worth offending the True Dragon clan. A bewildered light flashed in Jianan's eyes. It seems that you're quite smart as well, young lord Ye. I have truly underestimated you, she said. I understand why you did what you did, and I'm grateful for your help. Rest assured, I will not visit the Shen clan anymore and become a burden to your clan, said Ye Guan before turning around to leave. Young lord Ye, wait. Jianan exclaimed. Ye Guan turned around to look at her once more. Jianan chuckled and said, young lord Ye, I was sincere when I told you about how we should go to the Daoist sect. Let me explain, and you'll understand. The Daoist sect used to be extremely powerful, and there's a blood feud between them and the True Dragon clan. You know the saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? I understand, said Ye Guan. He nodded at Jianan before turning around and finally leaving the sea of clouds. Jianan stared calmly at the empty space where Ye Guan once stood. Moments later, Jian Ao appeared with a bunch of powerful guards behind him. He immediately sighed in relief upon seeing that Jianan was safe and without any injuries. Jian Ao approached her and said, you shouldn't have let him go. Jianan merely chuckled at him. Young lord Ye is indeed an extraordinary talent. It's a pity, Jianan muttered while shaking her head. Rumble? The space in front of them was abruptly torn open, and the illusory figure of a woman walked out of the rift. The illusory figure belonged to Jian Zizai, the Shen clan's ancestor. The two siblings hurriedly bowed and greeted her. Ancestor. Jian Zizai swept her gaze across the two of them, and her gaze eventually landed on Jian Ao. From now on, you are no longer the young clan leader of my Shen clan. You will be imprisoned for 100 years, and you are not allowed to take even a single step outside the Shen clan until you've served your time. Jian Ao's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, Ancestor. Jian Zizai indifferently said, take him away. The guards behind Jian Ao took him away, leaving Jian Zizai and Jianan alone in the sea of clouds. Jian Zizai's expression was complicated as she stared at Jianan. I have had high expectations of you. Jian Zizai shook her head and said, I order you to 100 years of closed-door cultivation, and you are not allowed to leave the Shen clan until you've served your time. I'll soon look for the next young clan leader within the Shen clan. Jianan was beyond pallid, and her voice was trembling as she cried out, why, ancestor, why? Everything I've done was for the sake of the Shen clan. Jian Zizai's expression remained unchanging as she spat indifferently, leave. Jianan clenched her fists. I can't accept this is unfair. Jian Zizai stared deeply at Jianan and said sternly, I'm his aunt. Jianan froze, and she stood rooted in place for quite a while before she retorted, does that really matter? He's still not a member of our Shen clan, he's not one of us. He's not worth offending the True Dragon clan at all. Jian Zizai glared at Jianan and asked, do you know who my younger brother is? Jianan was puzzled. Who? She asked. Jian Zizai calmly replied, my younger brother is the sword master. Jianan's mind went blank, and she looked like a lightning bolt had just struck her as she stood there staring blankly into space. Aunt. Guanxian Academy. Young leader. Jian Zizai shook her head slightly as she stared at Jianan's pale face. Even if he's not the young leader of the Guanxian Academy, I will still protect him because his father thinks of me as his sister. With that, Jian Zizai walked away, leaving a frozen Jianan. Jianan scoffed meekly at herself after realizing her mistake. I underestimated the value of that jade pendant. Life was like a game of chess, one wrong move could determine the game. Ye Guan escaped as fast as he could, but a silhouette still managed to catch up to him. The silhouette belonged to none other than Jian Zizai. Startled, Ye Guan asked, Senior. Jian Zizai smiled and said, my body is in Guanxian universe. This is just my avatar. Anyway, come with me. We're going to the Shen clan. Ye Guan shook his head and said, there's no need for that, Senior. Jian Zizai asked, are you angry? Ye Guan shook his head again and replied, I'm not angry. I already punished them, said Jian Zizai. Ye Guan was startled. Senior, you didn't have to punish Miss Jianan. What she had done was for the sake of the Shen clan. She did not do anything wrong. In addition, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Shen clan's hall if it hadn't been for her. Jian Zizai was silent for quite a while before she said, how about you come with me, then? Ye Guan smiled and replied, Senior, there's really no need for that, and I have already decided where to go. He was truly not angry at the Shen clan. He simply didn't want the Shen clan to become enemies with the True Dragon clan for his sake. Jian Zizai's voice deepened as she asked, are you going by yourself? Ye Guan's answer came a bit late. I have Master Pagoda with me, he said. He didn't bother hiding Master Pagoda's existence because Ye Guan reckoned that Jian Zizai was already aware of Master Pagoda's existence. Jian Zizai was slightly surprised by Ye Guan's honesty. She hesitated for a while before she nodded and said, all right, if that is your wish, then so be it. Master Pagoda was with Ye Guan, so Jian Zizai's worries were assuaged. Her body was currently in Guanshan universe, and her avatar couldn't really stop the True Dragon clan from doing what they wanted to do. Jian Zizai decided to respect Ye Guan's wish and left. Ye Guan bowed slightly in the direction where she disappeared. Farewell, Senior, he muttered. Moments later, Jian Zizai turned around and stared longingly at Ye Guan's departing back. She looked up and muttered, brother, what happened to you in that world? Ye Guan soon arrived at the teleportation area. The old hunchback squinted at Ye Guan and asked, what are you trying to do here? Ye Guan smiled and said, Senior, I want to go to the Daoist sect. The old hunchback couldn't help but ask, are you trying to visit every power that exists here? Ye Guan chuckled, but he didn't reply. He simply handed over another storage ring to the old hunchback. The old hunchback accepted the storage ring and pointed at a teleportation array. Take that one, he said. Ye Guan walked toward the teleportation array. The old hunchback suddenly muttered, the True Dragon clan is chasing you. Ye Guan was surprised to hear that, but he simply nodded and muttered, yes. The old hunchback stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, give me 1 gold spiritual crystal, and I'll tell them that you went to the Undying clan. Ye Guan blinked in surprise. 1 gold spiritual crystal? Is that enough? He asked. The old hunchback calmly replied, it's enough. Ye Guan hurriedly handed over a gold spiritual crystal and bowed. Thank you, Senior. The old hunchback nodded and said, take care. Ye Guan nodded, and the teleportation array activated, whisking him away. Moments later, Ao Meng arrived at the teleportation area. It wasn't strange that he was here because the teleportation area was a teleportation hub that one could use to teleport to the teleportation arrays of the many different great clans and powers. Ao Meng flipped his palm over, and a storage ring flew toward the old hunchback. The storage ring contained 20,000 gold spiritual crystals. However, the old hunchback demanded 100,000. Ao Meng's eyes narrowed, and he asked coldly, why don't you just rob me? The old hunchback casually asked, are you going to give it to me or not? A cold light flashed in Ao Meng's eyes, but the old hunchback ignored him. I'm from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so this is how things should be. Ao Meng flipped his palm over once more and sent another storage ring to the old hunchback. The storage ring contained 100,000 gold spiritual crystals. He went to the Undying clan, said the old hunchback. Ao Meng walked toward the teleportation array connected to the Undying clan. He made a sidelong glance at the old hunchback. He went to the Undying clan again. He asked with a frown. The old hunchback nodded. Yes. Ao Meng was silent for quite a while before he spat coldly. Accidents are inevitable, so you better be careful. With that, Ao Meng was whisked away by the teleportation array. What an annoying man, the old hunchback scoffed before turning around to leave as well. Ye Guan found himself on the foot of a mountain. A long staircase made out of limestone was in front of him. Ye Guan craned his neck to look at the summit, and he saw the silhouette of a wooden door. Ye Guan walked up the staircase, and he decided to talk to Little Pagoda on his way to the summit. Master Pagoda, do you know anything about the Daoist sect? He asked. Little Pagoda replied, I know just a bit. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. I heard that the Daoist sect's history is deep, and it was apparently founded even before the Guanshan Academy was founded. Little Pagoda replied, that's true, the Daoist sect was the protector of this universe before the Guanshan Academy took over. Ye Guan blinked in surprise. The Guanshan Academy took over. Little Pagoda said, yes. Ye Guan was still puzzled, so he asked, isn't it normal to annihilate the roots of an organization before taking over them? Why is the Daoist sect still standing? Little Pagoda answered, the Sword Master was once a member of the Daoist sect, so he decided not to annihilate the Daoist sect after establishing order once more. Ye Guan nodded. It seems that the Sword Master is quite open-minded. Little Pagoda said, the Daoist sect has fallen from grace, but they still have a few powerhouses. It would be great if you become a member of the Daoist sect. Ye Guan nodded and picked up his pace. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice inside the pagoda asked, are you sure you're okay with him joining the Daoist sect? Is there a problem? Asked Little Pagoda. The mysterious voice said, no, I was just wondering. Aren't you worried? The Daoist sect had done many great things for this universe back then. Young Master has acknowledged them as well, and it was because of him that the Daoist sect is still alive. If Ye Guan manages to revive the Daoist sect, Little Pagoda trailed off before continuing. It'll be his destiny. Meanwhile, Ye Guan finally arrived at the wooden door on the summit. He was speechless at the wooden door's state. The wooden door was weathered and dilapidated. The words Daoist sect emblazoned on the door had faded away to the extent of illegibility. The wooden door was definitely being neglected, and it was proven by the spider webs on its hinges. The Daoist sect hadn't lost just its power, but it was also in a pitiful state. Ye Guan was taken aback, and he started thinking about walking away. They're so pitiful. I don't think it's a good idea to bring them trouble. Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation, and he belatedly noticed the approach of a girl in a long green skirt. The girl's black hair was so lengthy that it seemed like a lustrous veil that fell to her waist. The soft chime of the bell she was wearing on her bracelet echoed with her every step, and she was carrying a bamboo basket filled with vegetables and fruits. Ye Guan finally noticed her, and the two of them stared at each other. Ye Guan was drawn in by her pure eyes and smile. The girl walked toward Ye Guan and blinked. "Who are you?" she asked without avoiding Ye Guan's gaze. Ye Guan stammered, My name is Ye Guan, and I'm here to..." The girl interrupted. "Are you here to join the Daoist sect?" Ye Guan nodded. The girl's eyes lit up. She grabbed Ye Guan's hand and led him inside. It looked like there was a spring in her steps as she excitedly shouted, "Master, someone wants to join our sect? Hurry up and come here. We can't let him escape." Ye Guan froze in disbelief. Just like that, Ye Guan was dragged into a dilapidated hall not too far away from the wooden door. He was thinking about running away because the Daoist sect's straits were dire, and he didn't want to bring them trouble. A monk walked out from the dilapidated hall. The monk's long beard was like a curtain, and his big belly was exposed. He looked stern, but he was enthusiastically sinking his teeth into a succulent-looking chicken leg, sending the juices of the chicken flying everywhere. Ye Guan's heart fell slightly at the sight. "I'm in a Daoist sect, right? Why is there a Buddhist monk here? This is weird." The girl dragged Ye Guan in front of the monk and exclaimed, "Master, he wants to join our sect." Ye Guan remained silent. The monk examined him and asked, "Are you a swordsman?" Ye Guan's heart jumped, and he asked, "How did you know?" The monk calmly answered, "Unfortunately, you have a karmic hindrance, so we cannot accept you." The monk turned around and left. "Master!" The girl cried out and grabbed the monk. She sounded desperate as she asked, "We hardly get visitors here, why don't you just let him in?" The monk sighed helplessly. "He has a ton of karmic hindrance. If I accept him, it will be difficult for the two of us to accumulate good karma." The girl turned to look at Ye Guan and remarked, "I think he's handsome." Her frankness rendered both Ye Guan and the monk speechless. Rumble! The sky above the Daoist sect was suddenly torn open, and a terrifying aura descended. The monk's eyes narrowed. A true dragon. Ye Guan frowned while staring at the middle-aged man who stepped out from the rift in space. The middle-aged man was Ao Meng, and his expression was dark. His arrival was delayed because of the old hunchback's misdirection. Damn it! If that old man weren't from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, I would have already beheaded him? Ye Guan glared at Ao Meng. He's fast. Ao Meng glared at Ye Guan as well. However, someone snorted and interrupted the standoff. The monk said, "A true Dragon Clan member. Did your leader fail to tell you that members of the true Dragon Clan are banned from entering the Daoist realm?" Ao Meng turned to look at the monk, and he cried out, "Monk Dao!" Monk Dao was one of the 12 strongest elites of the Zongtu Divine Continent. The 12 strongest elites were celebrated figures in the continent. Ao Meng couldn't afford to offend any of them, so he hurriedly explained, "Monk Dao, my clan must obtain the head of this man, so I get lost." Monk Dao bellowed. A powerful energy flew toward Ao Meng, and it folded space into multiple layers, imprisoning Ao Meng in an intricate layer of space reminiscent of spider webs. Ao Meng couldn't escape the spider web of space. His flesh was lacerated as he flew a few hundred meters away. Blood relentlessly poured out of his gaping wounds. Ye Guan was stupefied. Holy shit! How is he so strong? Ao Meng's heart jumped. He composed himself and immediately ran away afterward. Monk Dao stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "There's a conflict between you and the true Dragon Clan?" Ye Guan nodded and confessed, "We're sworn enemies." Monk Dao's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Sworn enemies?" Ye Guan explained, "I killed a true dragon." "You killed a true dragon?" Monk Dao frowned, but his eyes shot wide open upon realizing something. "You're Ye Guan from the lower realm? You're the champion of the upper realm's martial contest." Ye Guan was surprised. "Am I that famous?" Monk Dao chuckled and said, "Aside from killing the young clan leader of the true Dragon Clan, you also killed his contractor Enmu. You know Enmu belongs to the En clan, right?" Ye Guan nodded. Monk Dao shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of the true Dragon Clan, but I can't take on the En clan. They have 2 martial goddesses, and I cannot defeat either of them, so why don't you try going somewhere else?" "I'm good at fighting," said Ye Guan. Monk Dao returned to munching on his chicken leg and scoffed, "Good at fighting? Is that useful? In this era, you need a great backer, young man." Ye Guan was silent. Eventually, he shattered the ice and said, "Senior, you're only an individual, but you're strong enough to look down on the true Dragon Clan. Some people need to borrow the power of their backgrounds to look down on others, while some are strong enough to look down on just about anyone without borrowing anyone else's power. I believe that you're the latter, and I want to become like you. I want power that belongs to me alone. A power that belongs to him alone." Monk Dao smirked and said, "You have a glib tongue, but the reality is cruel and cold." Ye Guan said in a deep voice, "I heard that the Destiny contest is about to begin. I want to become the champion of the Destiny contest to revive the Daoist sect." Monk Dao's eyes narrowed. "Revive the Daoist sect? Young man, it seems that you have no idea about the Destiny contest's terrors. An exceptional talent from the Undying clan has just awakened the Undying bloodline, and they have also awakened the Mad Demon bloodline that the Sword Master had left behind. I've also heard about someone with a physique. Ye Guan interrupted. I want to be the champion, and I will be the champion. Monk Dao stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I heard that the Chosen One has appeared in the Milky Way. Do you understand what the Chosen One means? The Sword Master was the chosen one of his generation, and the chosen one of every generation so far became unrivaled cultivators of their generation? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Ye Guan clenched his fists and said, nothing is predetermined in this universe. I believe that I'm a dark horse, and I don't believe in destiny. I believe in nothing else but myself. The girl stared at Ye Guan and blinked. Ye Guan's words had left her speechless. Monk Dao gnawed at his chicken leg for quite a while before saying, wait here. Monk Dao glanced at the girl and said, you, come with me. The two disappeared into the hall, leaving Ye Guan standing outside by himself in silence. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, are you truly confident about becoming the champion? Of course not, said Ye Guan. He could feel Little Pagoda's confusion, so he explained, I was just bragging. Do you really think that he'll accept me here if I didn't brag? Meanwhile, the girl turned to look at Monk Dao and asked, Master, do you like him? Monk Dao nodded and said, to be honest, I like him. His personality is great, and he's talented as well. He's definitely a talent worthy of nurturing. He's so talented that I think our ancestors sent him here to bless us. The girl nodded and asked, Master, are you worried about the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan? Monk Dao nodded. The girl fell into deep contemplation. She soon emerged from her thoughts and asked, Master, if he weren't wanted by the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan, would he have come here and expressed his desire to join our sect? Monk Dao shook his head and said, no, the Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy would have already opened its doors to him if he weren't wanted by the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan. The Academy is worried about the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan, and I think that is why they still haven't invited him. However, it's not just the Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy, the 6 great clans also refuse to accommodate him. Monk Dao suddenly cried out, Ye Guan was an extraordinary talent, so would he really choose to go to a decrepit sect if he had somewhere else to go? Monk Dao went silent and fell into deep contemplation. Soon, he made a sidelong glance at the girl and asked, what do you think of him? The girl answered frankly, I think he's handsome. Monk Dao scoffed, I asked you about what you think of him as a person. The girl blinked and replied, well, he's handsome, so I think he's a good person. Monk Dao didn't know what to say. The girl chuckled and said, Master, I think you can take him in. Monk Dao asked, what do you mean? The girl sounded serious as she said, what if he becomes the champion of the Destiny contest? Monk Dao contemplated it silently. Well, does it really matter? So what if he doesn't end up becoming the champion? Will that make him less of a talent? Added the girl. Monk Dao replied, I'm not afraid of the True Dragon clan, but the Yin clan. I can't handle them. That bastard has accumulated a lot of karmic hindrance as well, and I'm worried about it. The girl smiled and said, I think he's our best shot at reviving our Daoist sect, Master. However, if you want to live your final years in peace, we can just make him leave. Monk Dao thought about it for quite a while before he turned around and glanced at the spirit tablet on the incense table. Afterward, he walked out of the hall. Monk Dao stared deeply at Ye Guan. From now on, you're one of our Daoist sect members, he said. Ye Guan bowed deeply and said, greetings, Master. Monk Dao chuckled and said, there's still a year before the Destiny contest begins. In other words, you only have a year remaining. Ye Guan nodded and responded, I don't need anything else but spiritual crystals. Monk Dao shook his head and replied, we don't have spiritual crystals. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, just give me some, please. Monk Dao shook his head again and said, we really don't have any spiritual crystals. Ye Guan was speechless. Monk Dao explained, I can guide you in your cultivation, but I have nothing else to offer. It's not that I'm being petty, but the Daoist sect did not have even a single grain of rice when I took over it, not to mention spiritual crystals. There's no residence available for you to take, so you have to build your own residence, said Monk Dao. He waved his hand dismissively and added, this hall is my residence, so visit me if you need anything. Monk Dao turned around and left, leaving a speechless Ye Guan in his wake. The girl who had dragged Ye Guan earlier walked over to him and smiled. It's nice to meet you, junior disciple Ye. My name is Nanling Yi, she said. Ye Guan hesitated, but he eventually greeted her. It's nice to meet you, senior disciple Yi. Nanling Yi nodded and said, you have to build your own residence, but night will fall upon us soon, so you should do it tomorrow. Ye Guan nodded. Okay, all right, I'm going to make dinner, Nanling Yi said before leaving with her bamboo basket. Left alone, Ye Guan looked around. The Daoist sect's state was worse than he thought. Master Pagoda, were they really powerful and prosperous in the past? Little Pagoda replied, yes. Ye Guan shook his head and said, then, how did they fall to such a state? I think even a thief would feel bad about stealing from them. Little Pagoda didn't reply. Ye Guan could only sigh. He wasn't complaining about the environment, but he felt like doing something about it. After all, he had already become a sect member of the Daoist sect. In the end, Ye Guan could only sit cross-legged and cultivate. Ye Guan winced in pain at the number of gold spiritual crystals he had to burn to cultivate. He only had 470,000 gold spiritual crystals remaining. It seemed like a lot, but it wasn't the case for Ye Guan because his gold spiritual crystal expenditure would always be 5 digits in every cultivation session. The length of his cultivation session also influenced the number of gold spiritual crystals he had to burn. To make matters worse, he was only spending gold spiritual crystals, so it was only a matter of time before he ran out of resources. He estimated that he would run out of gold spiritual crystals in half a month if he were to cultivate every day. In other words, Ye Guan had to think of ways to earn gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan emptied his mind and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy within the gold spiritual crystals. An unknown amount of time passed. Ye Guan opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps, and he saw Nanling Yi walking toward him. Nanling Yi smiled at him and said, "Junior disciple yet, it's dinner time." "All right." Ye Guan nodded. He stood up, and the two of them started walking toward the Great Hall. The Great Hall looked dilapidated outside, but it turned out that the interior was dilapidated as well. Their dinner table was just an ordinary wooden table with a missing leg. However, the dinner was sumptuous. There were 5 dishes and a pot of soup. "Don't stand on occasion, dig in," said Monk Dao before digging in himself. Ye Guan followed suit. After a while, Monk Dao broke the silence and asked, "Little Guan, you're a swordsman, so you must have a sword Dao master. Who is your master?" "I don't know her name, but she likes to wear a plain skirt, so I call her plain skirt sister," replied Ye Guan. "A plain skirt?" Monk Dao frowned slightly. He couldn't think of an expert with a habit of wearing a plain dress. "How strong is she?" asked Monk Dao. Ye Guan shook her head and replied, "She's a great sword immortal." "A great sword immortal." Monk Dao stared deeply at Ye Guan. He then nodded without asking any more questions. A great sword immortal would be one of Zongtu Divine Continent's top figures. Monk Dao didn't ask any more questions because he knew that everyone had their own secrets to keep. Nanling Yi asked, "Junior disciple Ye, can you control your sword with your mind?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, but I can't do it for a long time. I lack the profound energy to sustain it." Nanling Yi smiled and said, "Nice. We can visit Yang City together using sword travel." "Yang City?" asked Ye Guan. Nanling Yi nodded and explained, "Our Daoist realm is very remote, and the closest city to us is Yang City, but it's still tens of thousands of kilometers away. We don't have our own teleportation array, so I have to fly there by myself every time I want to visit the city. It's really exhausting." Ye Guan nodded. "I can bring you there the next time you want to visit the city." Nanling Yi grinned and said, "All right." After dinner, Ye Guan walked out of the Great Hall and sat on the stone steps. He took out his path sword and swept his fingers across it. He could feel Little Jia's soul in the sword. Little Jia? Undying clan? Ye Guan closed his eyes. It would be a foolish endeavor for him to go there and ask for the sword master's sword. He had to find an opportunity to take the sword away. Ye Guan's heart started to ache as he stared at the path sword in his hand. He should have died back then rather than Little Jia. He gripped the sword tightly and vowed, "Master Pagoda, I'm going to massacre the True Dragon clan." Little Pagoda didn't say anything. A cold glint flashed in Ye Guan's eyes as he looked at the sky and muttered, "I know I shouldn't put the cart before the horse, but..." Nanling Yi suddenly appeared next to Ye Guan. "Am I disturbing you?" she asked with a smile. Ye Guan put his path sword away and shook his head. Nanling Yi sat next to him and said, "It feels great to have someone else here." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Has it only been you and Master here over the years?" Nanling Yi nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at her and asked, "What about your family?" Nanling Yi was silent. Ye Guan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry for asking." Nanling Yi smiled and replied, "It's not what you think, they're still alive. Actually, I'm from the Nanling clan." Nanling clan? Ye Guan was stupefied. The Nanling clan was one of the 6 grand clans of Zongtu Divine Continent. Nanling Yi's smile turned sheepish. Surprised. Ye Guan nodded. Little Pagoda in the tiny pagoda muttered to himself, "The Nanling clan, she's the descendant of that person." Meanwhile, Nanling Yi added, "No, actually I'm just an illegitimate daughter of the Nanling clan." Ye Guan froze. Nanling Yi stopped her hair from fluttering in the wind. "My mother was just a commoner, but she got acquainted with the Nanling clan's young clan leader, and she eventually gave birth to me. However, the grand clans are very particular when it comes to their descendants' partners. There was no way they would have accepted their marriage, so..." Nanling Yi trailed off. She shook her head and chuckled before continuing. "My mother and I were never acknowledged by the Nanling clan. I thought my biological father would acknowledge my mother once he became the clan leader of the Nanling clan, but he never visited us until mother passed away. And that was when I realized that he had already forgotten us." Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Nanling Yi turned to look at him. She smiled and asked, "You won't look down on me because of my background, right?" Ye Guan immediately shook his head and muttered, "I'm an illegitimate child, too." Nanling Yi was taken aback. "Really?" Ye Guan nodded. "Master Pagoda told me that I'm an illegitimate child of the Ye clan. The Ye clan is a great clan in the Guanshan universe, and my dad is just a son, in law, so..." Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. "I'm sure they'll accept you into the clan once they learn about your talent," said Nanling Yi. Ye Guan shook his head and sighed. "No, they won't accept me. Master Pagoda told me that the Ye clan would do their best to kill me once they discovered my existence. After all, an illegitimate child really isn't something to be proud of." Nanling Yi didn't know what to say. She was aware that large clans were particularly mindful of their reputations. Ye Guan lay on the stone steps and put both of his hands behind his head. I'll work hard. I can't change my tragic background, but I can change my destiny. Nanling Yi's gaze turned strange as she stared at Ye Guan. She couldn't help but admit that confident men exuded a special kind of charm. Silence blanketed the area before Nanling Yi shattered it by asking, "Junior disciple yet, do you hate your father?" Ye Guan thought about it for a while. He soon shook his head and said, "No, I think he's rather pitiful. He chose to live off a woman, even though he was still young and strong. I really can't understand what he was thinking when he made that decision." Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. A certain person didn't know what to say. The mysterious voice also spoke, "Little Pagoda, have you already thought about how you want to die?" Little Pagoda didn't respond. Nanling Yi sighed while staring at Ye Guan. "I used to think that I was pitiful, but it seems that you're more pitiful than me." Ye Guan sat outside the Great Hall for the whole night. On the morning of the second day, Ye Guan finally entered the Great Hall. No one knew what conversation he held with Monk Dao, but their conversation didn't last that long. Nanling Yi came to find him. She was wearing a long, light blue dress, which perfectly suited her graceful demeanor and bright eyes. Overall, she looked beautiful. Nanling Yi smiled at Ye Guan and said, "Junior disciple yet, let's go." They had agreed to head to Yang City to get some shopping done. The Daoist sect's buildings were so dilapidated that Ye Guan had to do something about it. In the end, he decided to renovate the sect. Everything else could wait aside from the gate and the Great Hall. Ye Guan nodded in response to Nanling Yi's words. He opened his palm and created a huge sword out of sword energy. The sword made out of sword energy descended in front of Nanling Yi. Nanling Yi excitedly stood on the sword. Ye Guan followed suit, and he made sure to keep a certain distance between them. However, he could still smell Nanling Yi's fragrance, which reminded him of refreshing, fresh herbs. Ye Guan emptied his mind. With a thought, the sword made out of sword energy turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves above the clouds, and they were speeding into the horizon. Nanling Yi looked down and saw how the mountains beneath them got smaller and smaller as their altitude got higher. "You're so fast, junior disciple yet," she exclaimed. Ye Guan smiled, but he didn't say anything in response. The two quietly soared through the clouds. Yang City was far, but sword travel was faster than any means of travel, so they soon arrived at Yang City. They descended outside the city and walked their way toward the city gates. Nanling Yi's face was flushed out of excitement. "That was so fast and comfortable, junior disciple yet," she exclaimed. Ye Guan smiled, but he didn't say anything. Nanling Yi sighed in awe and muttered, "It's a shame that my physique isn't that good. I can't really do anything else aside from casting a few divine spells as a divine mage." Ye Guan was slightly puzzled. "Divine mage?" Nanling Yi nodded and explained, "Yup. I know quite a few spells, and I even know a few forbidden spells. However, I avoid fighting if I can afford to do so." Ye Guan wanted to know more, but a cacophony of noises interrupted them. The two turned and saw that many people had surrounded one person. No, they had surrounded an individual who looked like a half-human, half-beast. The individual was a woman, and she was covered in blood-red scales. Her limbs, her face, and the upper half of her body were covered in blood-red scales. She looked rather terrifying at first impression. Everyone seemed to be shouting while pointing at her. Nanling Yi muttered, "She's a half-demon." Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at her and asked, "A half-demon?" Nanling Yi nodded and explained, "A half-demon is an offspring of a human and a demonic beast. The union of a powerful demonic beast and a human powerhouse would result in a powerful offspring with demonic and human beast forms. But if only one of them is strong, their offspring would be a half-demon. Their offspring would be neither human nor demonic beast." Ye Guan turned to look at the half-demon once again. She seemed to be about 17 or 18 years of age. Her demeanor was still quite immature, but her eyes were extremely cold. Nanling Yi said in a soft voice, "The demon race does not acknowledge the existence of half-demons, and the same goes for mankind. The only outcome waiting for her is becoming a slave." Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he wordlessly walked toward the half-demon. Nanling Yi chased after him. The crowd jeered and laughed at the caged half-demon. Ye Guan examined her before turning to look at the fat man next to the cage. "How much for her?" he asked. The crowd's eyes landed on Ye Guan. The fat man examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. He chuckled and asked, "Young lord, are you interested in buying her?" Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. The fat man exclaimed, 10,000 gold spiritual crystals. 10,000 gold spiritual crystals? The crowd was stupefied at the exorbitant price. However, Ye Guan didn't waste his breath bargaining. He took out a storage ring and passed it to the fat man. The fat man examined the storage ring and said, "She's yours." With that, the fat man around turned to leave. The half-demon's gaze was fixed on the fat man's departing figure. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted, "Leave. There's nothing left to see here." The crowd obliged and dispersed. However, some of them cursed at the half-demon before finally leaving. Ye Guan turned to look at the half-demon, and he saw her staring at him as well. "You're free to go," said Ye Guan. The half-demon scoffed and asked, "What games are you playing here, human?" Ye Guan replied, "It's useless to be indignant, angry, and hateful. If you want to change your destiny, you have to fight for it. There are two reasons why I saved you. Firstly, I'm kind, and secondly, I can afford it." The half-demon stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I'm just an ordinary half-demon. Your kind actions today will not be repaid. If you think that I'm going to save you one day, I'm sorry, but that only happens in cliché novels. Pfft. Nanling Yi failed to suppress a chuckle. Ye Guan was speechless as well. However, he soon recovered and retorted, I have a hobby of reading novels as well, but I don't read the cliché novels that you read. I advise you to read them less often, but if you insist on reading them, you should not take them seriously. Ye Guan turned around and walked into the city with Nanling Yi. The half-demon stared at Ye Guan's departing figure. She stood in silence for quite a while before she turned around and ran toward a huge mountain. Soon, she disappeared into the dense forest leading up to the huge mountain. Master, are you sure that bastard still has any destiny aura? She muttered into the air while running. Yes, replied a voice. It's well hidden, but who do you think I am? Do you really think that I would be mistaken about something like that? In addition to destiny aura, he also has some other special kind of destiny. Ha, you should have attacked him earlier, you could have killed him and devoured his destiny aura. He did not seem like a bad person, muttered the half-demon. The voice hurriedly said, there's no good or bad. In the destiny contest, there are only winners and losers. How are you going to compete with those heaven-defying talents in the upcoming destiny contest without devouring his destiny aura? The half-demon shook her head and said, he spent money to save me. It's a bit too much for me to repay his kindness with malice. The voice was silent for quite a while before it said, I have experienced the vicissitudes of life, and I can assure you that your benevolence is ruthlessness to yourself. Your kindness will lead to your defeat. The half-demon replied, but killing him goes against my conscience and morals. The voice finally relented. All right, fine. Indeed, we shouldn't do something so immoral. The half-demon boisterously laughed and said, Master, is it true that you once fought the Sword Master? The voice replied, of course. What, did you think I was just bragging when I told you about it? I was once extremely strong. You know the Boundless Master, right? He's like the Sword Master's sidekick, but that little bastard ran away upon seeing me. The half-demon shook her head. She wasn't familiar with the so-called Boundless Master whom the voice was talking about, so she changed the topic by asking, the Sword Master, is he really that strong? The voice replied, he's very strong, but if you're going to ask me if he's invincible, then I would say no. His little sister is invincible rather than him? I'm getting scared just thinking about her. The half-demon was confused. His little sister, she asked. Yes. His wife also kept on bringing that destructive little fellow with her everywhere. Damn it, it was outrageous, I tell you. The half-demon wanted to say something else, but the voice added, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Hurry up, let's look for any remnant destiny aura and use the entrapment technique on it. Master, who taught you the entrapment technique? It's a really devious technique, asked the half-demon. The voice exclaimed, I learned it from the Sword Master. He used that technique to cheat me. He's shameless? I'm telling you, he really is shameless. I've never met someone as shameless as him. Fuck. I can't even begin to describe just how shameless he is. The half-demon was rendered speechless. After entering the city, Ye Guan and Nanling Yi walked down the streets. They bought many things, and Ye Guan paid for all of them because Nanling Yi was poor. She couldn't really be blamed because anyone with such a master would be poor as well. The two soon found themselves in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion sold so many things that one could buy almost anything here. They walked around the store once, and Ye Guan had already spent a total of 50,000 gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan had to admit that his heart ached upon spending so much money. The two soon got ready to leave after purchasing the items that caught their eyes. They left the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Nanling Yi, shouted someone from somewhere. Ye Guan turned around and saw a group looking at them. The group was composed of 3 men and a woman. The white-robed man at the helm of the group walked to Ye Guan and Nanling Yi. The white-robed man smiled and said, it really is you. Nanling Yi wordlessly stared at the white-robed man. Ye Guan frowned. Are they here to cause trouble? The white-robed man said, Yi, I really didn't expect to see you here. Nanling Yi nodded slightly and glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan understood that she didn't want to talk to them, so he turned around and was about to leave with her. However, the white-robed man interrupted. Brother Ye Guan, please wait. Ye Guan turned and cast a bewildered gaze at the white-robed man. Do you know me? He asked. The white-robed man nodded and said, I'm not sure if you know this, Brother Ye Guan, but the True Dragon Clan has put a bounty on your head. You've become a wanted man throughout the Zongtu Divine Continent. A wanted man? Ye Guan frowned, but he didn't say anything. He knew that the True Dragon Clan would do something like that. The white-robed man fell into contemplation before saying, Brother Ye Guan, I would like to speak to my younger sister for a while if you don't mind. Younger sister? Ye Guan was astonished. It turned out that the white-robed man was from the Nanling clan. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Nanling Yi. Sensing Ye Guan's gaze, Nanling Yi calmly asked, What do you want from me, Nanling Ren? Nanling Ren said, Yi, you should come home with me. Nanling Yi shook her head. Nanling Ren glanced at Ye Guan before looking back at Nanling Yi and saying, Yi, I've heard that the True Dragon Clan is going to do something big. You'll be in grave danger at the Daoist sect. It doesn't matter even if you don't want to return to the Nanling clan, just stay clear of the Daoist sect. Nanling Yi shook her head resolutely. She turned to Ye Guan and said, Let's go. Ye Guan nodded and left with her. Yi, wait, shouted Nanling Ren. He walked over to Nanling Yi and extended a storage ring over to her. I know that the Daoist sect is struggling financially, so please accept this storage ring, Yi. The storage ring contains 3 million gold spiritual crystals. Please accept it. Nanling Yi was silent. Eventually, she shook her head once more before pulling Ye Guan's arm and walking away with him. Nanling Ren sighed and said, Brother Ye Guan, the True Dragon clan is about to do something big. Be careful. Ye Guan glanced at Nanling Ren before saying, thank you. With that, Ye Guan and Nanling Yi soon disappeared at the end of the street. Nanling Ren looked down at the storage ring in his hand and sighed while shaking his head. The man next to him said, she's just an illegitimate child, big brother. If she doesn't want to return to the clan, so be it. Nanling Ren shook his head and said, don't say that. Father hasn't acknowledged her, but the blood of the Nanling clan is still running through her veins. She's still a blood relative. Nanling Ren turned to the corner where Ye Guan and Nanling Yi had disappeared before saying, the younger generation shouldn't have to suffer or take the blame for the older generation's mistake. Father had done something wrong as well. No one dared to say anything in response. Nanling Ren was the only one who would dare to criticize the clan leader of the Nanling clan. It wasn't like he had the guts, it was all because ancestor Nanling Han had declared him the young clan leader. His position as the next clan leader was extremely stable because of ancestor Nanling Han's backing. Nanling Ren sighed in awe and remarked, Brother Ye indeed has an extraordinary aura about him. He's truly a rare talent. If I were the clan leader of the Shen clan or the Li clan, I would have accepted him. Big brother, he offended the True Dragon clan, and he even killed someone from the Yin clan, said one of the men. Accepting him means offending the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan. He's indeed talented, but I don't think it's worth it to offend the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan for him. Nanling Ren shook his head and said, I had that thought in mind, but I'm starting to think otherwise now that I've met him. The same man frowned in confusion and asked, why? Nanling Ren smiled and replied, we're too focused on the Yin clan and the True Dragon clan that we ended up ignoring an important fact. It's the fact that he killed an Mu and a True Dragon. An Mu was a cream of the crop talent that the committee of the Guanxian Academy had selected to recruit for the Destiny contest. He's one of the strongest talents not just on the upper realm but on the Zongtu Divine continent as well. He was also a True Dragon's contractor, and his True Dragon was the talented young clan leader of the True Dragon clan. However, they still died at young Lord Ye's hands. Of course, young Lord Ye's achievements aren't the only reason I think that he's worthy of being protected. I think the fact that Senior Dao had accepted him as a disciple is an important fact to consider as well. After all, Senior Dao is one of Zongtu Divine Continent's 12 supreme cultivators. Monk Dao? The man went silent. Monk Dao was indeed a remarkable figure worthy of respect. Monk Dao was the only remaining powerhouse of the Daoist sect, but no one dared to underestimate the Daoist sect because of his existence. Nanling Ren continued. There's no way Senior Dao is unaware of what Ye Guan had done, but he still decided to accept him as a disciple. I thought about it, and I came up with only 2 reasons why he accepted Ye Guan. 1. He decided to accept Ye Guan as his disciple while he was drunk. The other man shook his head and muttered, that's absurd. Nanling Ren chuckled and said, indeed. In other words, the other possibility I had come up with should be the correct answer. Ye Guan is even stronger than we think. He's strong enough to move even Senior Dao's heart. Senior Dao must have been unable to resist the temptation and accepted Ye Guan as his disciple. If my assumption is right, Ye Guan will be the Daoist sect's representative in the upcoming Destiny contest. Destiny contest? The same man muttered, the Destiny contest? It's going to be difficult for him to make waves there. Nanling Ren nodded and said, I reckon that the Destiny contest this time around will be the most difficult Destiny contest so far. Big brother, are you going to join the Destiny contest? Asked the same man. Nanling Ren shook his head and said, I'm not strong enough to take part in the Destiny contest, and no one in the Nanling clan is strong enough, so we can only try to make smart decisions according to the situation, form more friendly relations with others and do less evil. I've read from the history books that clans were annihilated mostly because the clan had done many immoral and wicked deeds, which resulted in retribution. Nanling Ren swept his gaze across the people behind him and added, our Nanling clan is one of the 6 great clans, but we're insignificant in the grand scale of the universe. We must be careful in what we say, and we must avoid doing evil deeds. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nanling Ren turned and looked at the end of the street. I hope they get past their upcoming trial, he muttered. Ye Guan and Nanling Yi hopped onto a sword and left Yong City. Nanling Yi was silent as they flew above the clouds. Ye Guan smiled and said, don't overthink it. If you don't want to return to the Nanling clan, then don't do it. Nanling Yi nodded and said, the Daoist sect is pretty good. I want to stay there. Ye Guan chuckled, but he abruptly stopped laughing. Nanling Yi glanced at him in confusion and asked, what's wrong? Ye Guan turned to look behind him and smiled. Are you not going to come out? Rumble? The clouds parted, revealing a middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man was none other than Ao Meng. Nanling Yi's expression changed. Ye Guan remained calm, seemingly aware that this would happen. Ao Meng frowned upon seeing Ye Guan's placid look. His heart was soon gripped with unease. He was about to say something, but a terrifying aura suddenly locked in on him. Moments later, a 100-meter-long saber light soared into the sky and flew toward him. Ao Meng's face turned ugly as he roared, "You cunning bastard." Ao Meng didn't hesitate to transform into his true form upon sensing the saber light's terrifying power. A 300-meter-long true dragon manifested in the clouds. The true dragon was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to stop the saber light. Slice? Awoo! Ao Meng wailed miserably. The saber light sliced through him, causing an immense amount of dragon blood to fall to the ground. Ye Guan hurriedly flipped his palm over to take Ao Meng's storage ring, and he used another storage ring to store Ao Meng's corpse. Nanling Yi stared agape. How powerful? Monk Dao finally appeared in front of them, and he was holding a large steel saber. A monk wielding a saber? Ye Guan immediately showered Monk Dao with praise. Master is powerful and invincible, he exclaimed. Monk Dao stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "Give me half of the dragon meat." However, Monk Dao realized that something was off and frowned. "Wait, I killed the dragon, so why should I split half of the dragon meat with this little bastard?" "Master," Ye Guan said, "the members of the True Dragon clan will soon come here, so I think we should hurry up and leave before anything else." Monk Dao replied, "I didn't kill him the last time he came here because I didn't want to completely ruin my relationship with the True Dragon clan, but I just killed a high-ranking member of their clan." "Do you know what that means?" Ye Guan's answer came a bit late. "They'll hunt you down to avenge their clan member," he exclaimed. Monk Dao's face darkened. Meanwhile, Nanling Yi stared alternatingly between Ye Guan and Monk Dao. She finally understood what was going on. This was a ploy that her junior disciple Ye and Master had created against Ao Meng. Master is too devious. Nanling Yi shook her head while staring at Monk Dao. She then turned to look at Ye Guan and sighed in awe. Junior disciple Ye is truly intelligent and wise. Monk Dao, Ye Guan, and Nanling Yi left and returned to the Daoist sect. Shortly after they left, a space-time rift opened. A golden-robed middle-aged man and an old man walked out of the rift. The middle-aged man was the clan leader of the True Dragon clan Ao Tian. Ao Tian's eyes narrowed as he growled. "We're too late." The old man's face darkened. It must have been Monk Dao. Yes, it must have been him. Ao Tian nodded and said, "Ye Guan is not strong enough to kill Ao Meng by himself." Ao Tian then turned to look in the direction of the Daoist realm and muttered, "Since you don't want to live your remaining days in peace, my True Dragon clan will personally send you on your way." The three walked into the Great Hall of the Daoist sect. Ye Guan took out Ao Meng's storage ring, and Nanling Yi's eyes were glued to it. She wanted to know what was inside Ao Meng's storage ring. Even Monk Dao was filled with anticipation, and it was all because the True Dragon clan was filthy rich. Ye Guan opened the storage ring, revealing 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. There were also 12 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills. There weren't any imperial-grade demonic beast internal pills, but they still struck it rich. The three glanced at each other and laughed. It was a pretty big haul in their eyes. "Master, the True Dragon clan will definitely avenge their clan member," said Ye Guan. Monk Dao looked at him and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Ye Guan thought about it and responded, "I'm still very weak, and I think I can only stand my ground against one of them, so I'll let you handle the rest, Master." Nanling Yi couldn't help but smile. Her junior disciple was too clever. Monk Dao wordlessly stared at Ye Guan for a while before saying, "Young man, you look honest and upright, but you're actually a cunning brat. You're not a good person at all." He turned to look at Nanling Yi and said, "Little brat, you should be wary of him." Nanling Yi directed a contemptuous glare at Monk Dao, seemingly telling the latter to mind his own business. Ye Guan chuckled hollowly and said, "I wasn't lying when I said I can only stand my ground against one of them." Monk Dao turned to him and asked indifferently, "So why did you even dare to kill a true dragon?" Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before replying, "It's not like I'm not allowed to try just because there's a low chance of success." Monk Dao froze. He laughed heartily upon recovering and said, "You're gutsy." He divided the contents of the storage ring into two and split them between Ye Guan and Nanling Yi. Ye Guan was slightly puzzled. "Master, do you not want anything?" he asked. Monk Dao shook his head and explained, "You two need those more than me." With that, he turned around and walked away. Ye Guan examined the storage ring in front of him and saw 150,000 gold spiritual crystals, which meant he now had a total of 580,000 gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan reckoned that the gold spiritual crystals in the storage ring would be enough for his cultivation for the time being. Cultivation? He sighed inwardly. The Daoist sect didn't really have a cultivation ground. "Junior disciple Ye, are you thinking of cultivating?" asked Nanling Yi. "Yes." Ye Guan nodded. Nanling Yi chuckled and said, "You should go to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion." Ye Guan frowned slightly and asked, "The Immortal Treasures Pavilion?" "Yes. They own cultivation rooms that are as good as the cultivation grounds of the Guanxian Academy. The disciples of the 6 great clans often go there to cultivate. Of course, their cultivation rooms are expensive to rent. I heard that their most expensive cultivation rooms will cost you tens of thousands of gold spiritual crystals a day. Tens of thousands of gold spiritual crystals per day." Ye Guan shook his head in exasperation. "That's too ridiculous. It feels like poor people should not walk down the path of cultivation. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion is pretty amazing. You can buy anything as long as you have enough money. It's a pity that I'm poor. Otherwise, I would have already bought forbidden spell books from the Qinkaiu era to study." Nanling Yi explained. Ye Guan seemed confused as he asked, "Qinkaiu era? You don't know the Qinkaiu era?" Nanling Yi questioned. Ye Guan wordlessly shook his head. The Zongtu Divine Continent is under the governance of the Guanxian Divine Continent, and the Guanxian universe has had 2 eras so far. The first era was the Sword Master era, while the second era, the current era, is the Qingqiu era. The Qingqiu era is named after Academy Chief Qingqiu, and she's currently the strongest figure throughout the Guanxian universe. Unfortunately, it had already been 1,000 years since we heard any news about her. Some say that she had decided to look for the Sword Master, while some say that she had decided to hibernate, said Nanling Yi. She shook her head before continuing. I'm not sure about the details, and I think the members of the main Guanxian Academy's committee are the only ones who know why she disappeared. Academy Chief Qingqiu? Ye Guan asked Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, do you know Academy Chief Qingqiu? I do. Little Pagoda answered. Ye Guan sounded amazed as he said, Master Pagoda, you're really amazing. To think that you're acquainted with so many powerhouses. I'm sorry to say this, but I had been thinking that you were just lying to me. Little Pagoda? Meanwhile, Nanling Yi said, if you want to cultivate properly, you should head to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Their cultivation grounds are great places to cultivate in peace because fights are forbidden in their buildings. In other words, the members of the True Dragon clan cannot lay their hands on you while you're cultivating in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. I understand. Thank you, said Ye Guan with a nod. Nanling Yi grinned and extended her storage ring that contained 100,000 gold spiritual crystals over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared at the storage ring in a daze. Just think of it as taking out a loan from me, Nanling Yi said. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, I still have enough gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan was well aware that Nanling Yi was barely getting by, and he wasn't shameless enough to accept her gold spiritual crystals knowing that fact. Nanling Yi started. However, Ye Guan interrupted her with a smile. I'm seriously fine. Just keep it for yourself. Nanling Yi hesitated for quite a little, but she eventually nodded and said, all right then, if you need gold spiritual crystals, just let me know. I don't really have anything to use these gold spiritual crystals for the time being. Sure, don't mind me if I do by then, said Ye Guan. Nanling Yi got up and said, I think we should start building your residence. Yep, let's do it. Ye Guan nodded. The two of them left the Great Hall. After roughly 3 hours of hard work, Ye Guan's simple residence was finally completed. It was neither too big nor too small, it was just the right size for one person. The two also decided to renovate the Daoist temple, which looked dilapidated and abandoned. The two worked hard to renovate both the interior and exterior of the temple, so they managed to complete the necessary renovations on the same night. The two were sitting on the stone steps of the Great Hall to rest. Ye Guan's curiosity was suddenly piqued, and he asked, Senior Disciple Yi, who's the founder of our Daoist sect? I don't know, Nanling Yi shrugged. She chuckled bitterly and added, I asked Master about it, but even he has no idea who founded the Daoist sect. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. However, Ye Guan came up with an idea and asked Little Pagoda, Master Pagoda, do you happen to know who founded the Daoist sect? Yes, replied Little Pagoda. Who is it? Ye Guan asked once again. Little Pagoda answered, the founder of the Daoist sect is Great Daoist Brushmaster. Ye Guan frowned and asked, Great Daoist Brushmaster? Is he stronger than the Sword Master? Little Pagoda was silent for a few moments before saying, well, if the Sword Master is not considered human, the Daoist Master is stronger. If the Sword Master is considered human, the Sword Master is stronger. Considered human? Ye Guan looked bewildered as he asked, does the Sword Master's humanity even matter? We're talking about his prowess here. It matters. Little Pagoda exclaimed. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. After a while, Ye Guan parted ways with Nanling Yi and headed straight to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He wasn't planning on wasting his time standing idly by. His plan was to cultivate whenever he had time. He had to be strong enough for the upcoming Destiny contest, and he also had to be strong enough to massacre the members of the True Dragon clan. Of course, he also had to be strong enough before visiting the Undying clan to borrow a sword. Otherwise, the Undying clan would definitely not honor his request. Ye Guan was well aware that he had no time to waste. Right now, the only thing that mattered to him was becoming stronger, and he would do his best to become even stronger before and after the Destiny contest. It didn't take Ye Guan a long time to reach the Immortal Treasures Pavilion using sword travel. Ye Guan soon entered the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, a man had been keeping tabs on him from when he departed the Daoist sect until he arrived at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The man saw that Ye Guan had safely entered the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's premises, so he looked away and drank wine from the gourd hanging from his waist. The man was none other than Monk Dao. Manager Mo Ye of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion Yong City branch was attending to Ye Guan. Manager Mo Ye was an attractive and intelligent woman. She smiled at Ye Guan and said, Young Lord, our cultivation rooms are divided into 6 ranks: human, earth, profound, sky, imperial, and god. May I know which rank you're interested in renting? How much does it cost to rent a sky rank cultivation room? Ye Guan asked. Mo Ye's smile deepened as she answered, 10,000 gold spiritual crystals a day. 10,000 gold spiritual crystals? Ye Guan was flabbergasted. It's truly expensive? Ye Guan hesitated before asking, what about imperial rank cultivation rooms? Mo Ye's eyes brightened, and she replied excitedly, Young Lord, imperial rank cultivation rooms will cost you 20,000 gold spiritual crystals a day. Alright, I'll rent a human rank cultivation room, then. Ye Guan said. Moya's smile instantly vanished. Are you playing around with me? You asked so many questions, but you're actually choosing the cheapest one? A human rank cultivation room isn't that expensive, is it? Ye Guan asked. Moya composed herself and replied, no, it's only 1,000 gold spiritual crystals a day. Are there any cheaper options? Asked Ye Guan. Moya didn't say anything in response. If Ye Guan weren't handsome, she would have already chased him away. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and muttered, my apologies, I'm a bit poor. It's fine, I understand, Moya responded politely. Ye Guan extended a storage ring over to her and said, 10 days in a human rank cultivation room, please. Moya nodded slightly and accepted the storage ring. She examined it and confirmed the amount before saying, this way, please. Moya brought Ye Guan to a great hall with almost 100 teleportation arrays. What aspect of cultivation would you like to focus on? We have many different rooms for you to choose from, said Moya. Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before saying, space-time gravity. Moya nodded and pointed at a nearby teleportation. That array will bring you to a cultivation room with an additional layer of gravity. Go ahead, and good luck, she said. Ye Guan hesitated, but his hesitation didn't last that long as he said, I'd like a room with 10 additional layers of gravity. 10 additional layers? Moya froze. She sounded doubtful as she asked, 10. Ye Guan nodded. You're only a space-time realm cultivator. Are you sure about cultivating in a room with 10 additional layers of gravity? Moya asked in a low voice. Ye Guan nodded once more. Moya stared deeply at him before pointing at a teleportation array that was a bit distant from them. That teleportation array will bring you to the room you desire, she said. Ye Guan walked over to that teleportation array, but he paused upon recalling something. He turned around and asked Moya, excuse me, may I know the maximum layers of additional gravity available here? 16. Moya replied. Are there any prizes upon clearing that room? Asked Ye Guan. Moya answered, yes. Those under the age of 20 will be awarded 300,000 gold spiritual crystals upon clearing the room with 16 additional layers of gravity, but no one has succeeded so far. Really? Ye Guan exclaimed in excitement. I didn't expect that I could earn money just by cultivating. Moya wordlessly blinked in confusion. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and asked again, are there any clear conditions? Yes. Aside from the age limit, one can only attempt it thrice a year, Moya said. Thank you for the clarification, Ye Guan said before turning around to enter the teleportation array. The teleportation array soon whisked him away. Meanwhile, Moya remained silent and stood unmoving for quite a while. Eventually, she shook her head and muttered, he's pretty handsome, but he's dirt poor. I wonder what clan he belongs to. He seemed rather pitiful and miserable. Moya sighed once more before turning around to leave. Ye Guan felt like there was a huge mountain boring down on his shoulders upon entering the cultivation room. The air was so heavy that he found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, he smiled upon sensing the terrifying pressure. Ye Guan wasn't exactly a knowledgeable swordsman, but there was one thing he wanted to specialize in as a swordsman: speed. Ye Guan believed that he could break through anything with enough speed, and that was why he had a need for speed. He reached that conclusion after killing many powerhouses in Nanzhou by taking advantage of his speed. He won because he was faster, so Ye Guan decided to focus on speed. Of course, there was another reason why Ye Guan had made the decision to focus on only one thing, and it was all because he was poor. Cultivation was expensive, after all. He could only focus on one thing for the time being. Ye Guan emptied his mind and looked around. He was slightly surprised by the thickness and purity of the spiritual energy in the room. He reckoned that there was an earth-grade spiritual vein here. Ye Guan's expression changed. He didn't expect that an earth-grade spiritual vein would be powering up a single cultivation room. He finally understood why it was so expensive to rent. Soon, Ye Guan emptied his mind once more and started cultivating. This cultivation room costs 1,000 gold spiritual crystals a day. I don't have time to waste. Aotian was sitting in front of a beautiful woman in the Great Hall of the True Dragon Clan. Aotian couldn't afford to be arrogant in front of the beautiful woman because she was Grand Elder and Fae of King's Huzan clan. The Yin clan's roots weren't in Zongtu Divine Continent but in Qingzhou, but even the Undying clan had to tread lightly around them. The Yin clan was special throughout the Guanshan universe, and every clan had to give the Yin clan preferential treatment. The Yin clan had produced 2 martial goddesses. The second martial goddess of the Yin clan ended up becoming one of the Sword Master's wives. Back then, the Sword Master brought 1,000,000 cultivators to ask for martial goddess Anne's hands in Qingzhou. He even made those cultivators kneel on one knee. Their wedding was unprecedentedly grand. It had already been 1,000,000 years since then. Martial goddess Anne had already become a part of the Yin clan, but no one was still daring enough to look down on the Yin clan. It was a fact that only a few were privy to, but the Yin clan had 5 enrollment slots for the main Guanshan Academy. On the contrary, the Undying clan only had 1 enrollment slot. The Yin clan was so special that even the powerhouses of the main Guanshan Academy had to respect them, and they were strong and influential enough to be arrogant. Anfei calmly said, I heard that Ye Guan joined the Daoist sect. Aotian nodded. That's right. Anfei stared deeply at Aotian and asked, Clan leader Aotian, what are you going to do? Aotian thought about it for a moment before saying, Monk Dao is difficult to handle. Anfei was surprised. Indeed, but he's just one person, said Anfei. Aotian nodded and said, Ye Guan is a swordsman, and his sword is special. I reckon that his backer is a great Sword Immortal. Anfei smirked and asked, Clan leader Aotian, are you trying to sound me out? Aotian didn't say anything in response. He still hadn't taken any action because he wanted to know the clan's opinion. More specifically, he wanted their support. Anmu was a rare talent, but Ye Guan still killed him. Our clan will naturally avenge him, but, Anfei trailed off. She gazed deeply at Aotian before continuing. It's not convenient for us to take action. Do you understand what I'm saying, clan leader? Aotian nodded. I understand. Anmu had fought Ye Guan in a fair battle, so the clan's reputation would definitely plummet if they were to openly avenge Anmu. Our clan has received 5 enrollment slots for the main Guanxian Academy, but we don't have that many qualified members of the younger generation this year, so I'm thinking about giving the True Dragon clan an enrollment slot, said Anfei. Aotian's eyes sparkled in glee. An enrollment slot had been his goal all this while. The True Dragon clan had no issues acting as the bad guy as long as the clan was willing to pay them. Aotian could barely suppress his excitement. He chuckled and said, Don't worry, Elder Fei. His days are numbered. Anfei nodded and stood up before saying, Clan leader Aotian, I want you to remember that it is necessary to nip extraordinary talents like Ye Guan in the bud. A lengthy night is bound to be full of dreams, she added. Aotian nodded. Indeed. Anfei nodded slightly before turning around and walking away. Aotian broke out into a grin upon Anfei's departure. An enrollment spot? The True Dragon clan seemed impressive and powerful on the Zongtu Divine Continent, but the entire clan was nothing compared to the main Guanxian Academy. In fact, the most talented member of the True Dragon clan would struggle to become a student of the main Guanxian Academy. The main Guanxian Academy was a gathering of monsters. It was a scary place that devoured the weak. The Zongtu Divine Continent had over 3,000 worlds, but the Zongtu Divine Continent wasn't the only continent in existence. There were 8 other continents, and they were collectively known as the 9 continents. The 9 continents were under the governance of the Guanxian universe, but there were also other universes with a similar number of worlds as the 9 continents. It was unknown just how many universes were out there, but there were currently at least 10,000 known universes. The main Guanxian Academy was the goal of every talent from so many universes and worlds. Therefore, it wasn't really strange that the competition was terrifying. Even the cream of the crop talents of the Zongtu Divine Continent would find it difficult to enter the main Guanxian Academy, not to mention the cream of the crop talents from the 6 grand clans. There were 2 ways to become a student of the main Guanxian Academy. The first way was through one's background. There was a higher chance of becoming a student of the main Guanxian Academy if one were a member of a clan similar to the Yin clan or the Undying clan. The second way was to possess a terrifying and unparalleled talent. One had to become so impressive that the main Guanxian Academy would find it difficult to refuse one's admission. There had only been one individual who had become a student of the main Guanxian Academy using the second way, and it was Ye Yu from the Ye clan of Qingzhou. She was currently known as the first Sword Immortal of the main Guanxian Academy. In other words, an enrollment slot was an offer that the True Dragon clan couldn't resist. Aotian suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted, Come here. An old man abruptly appeared in front of him. Aotian spoke calmly, Gather our matured dragons. We're heading to the Daoist sect. He wanted this lengthy night to end soon rather than later. Aotian had already accepted the Yin clan's offer, so he would do his best to kill Ye Guan. He was going to nip him in the bud. The old man hesitated before saying, Clan leader, we've received reports that Ye Guan is currently not at the Daoist sect. Aotian frowned and asked, He's not there. The old man nodded and replied, He's cultivating at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He's cultivating? Aotian thought about it for a moment before saying, Tell our matured dragons to head to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The old man was startled, and he hurriedly said, We can't afford to do that, clan leader. Please reconsider. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was the only superpower that could match up to the Guanxian Academy's influence. In other words, the True Dragon clan couldn't afford to offend them. Aotian calmly said, Don't worry, I'm not dumb enough to cause a commotion in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. I'm just going to wait for him to come out. We're going to kill him the moment he comes out. The old man was relieved to hear that. He reckoned that there would be a mutiny if Aotian ordered them to attack the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Get rich together? Sure. Die together? No, thank you. The old man was sure that the members of the True Dragon clan shared the same sentiment as him. The old man delivered Aotian's orders, and the skies above the Immortal Treasures Pavilion were soon filled with the powerful cultivators of the True Dragon clan. They eventually soared through the clouds and headed to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stepped into the cultivation room with 11 additional layers of gravity acting on it. It took him less than 6 hours to acclimatize to the previous cultivation room with 10 layers of additional gravity. Ye Guan frowned upon entering the cultivation room with 11 additional layers of gravity. It's too weak? Ye Guan made a decision and walked into the cultivation room with 12 additional layers of gravity acting on it. Ye Guan smiled upon sensing the enormous pressure. This is it. This is the feeling that I have been missing. I want to push myself to the limit. Why are you working so hard? Asked Little Pagoda. Ye Guan thought about it before responding. I was just a young master of the obscure Ye clan in Nanzhou, but I was fortunate enough to know you and learn a sword Dao inheritance. The opportunity to change my destiny is already in my hands, and I'm not going to let go of it. Ye Guan considered hard work important, but opportunity was more important than hard work. If he hadn't met Master Pagoda, he would have already hit a wall in his progress despite his hard work. Hard work was a fundamental part of success, and one had to work even harder with an opportunity in hand. Little Pagoda's voice echoed in the tiny pagoda. I'm seeing signs of Old Master in this brat. I even think he's slightly better than Old Master, said Little Pagoda. The mysterious voice didn't say anything, but the mysterious voice knew that Little Pagoda was referring to the unrivaled sword master Qing Shan in the distant past. If young master and his mother could see him, they would definitely be pleased with him, said Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda was met with silence, and he went silent as well. 2 days later, Ye Guan had completely gotten used to the space-time gravity of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's cultivation rooms, but he still had no plans of leaving anytime soon. He sat cross-legged and frantically absorbed the thick and pure spiritual energy in the air. I can't afford to waste the spiritual energy here. I paid for this, so I'm going to absorb them all before I leave. Meanwhile, Manager Mo Ya was standing in front of another woman. The woman looked slightly annoyed. Sister Mo Ya, that man has already gotten used to 13 additional layers of gravity, but he still hasn't come out. What if he absorbs all the spiritual energy we have in there? He's too much. It was like going to a hotel restaurant to order a plate of vegetables while asking for an entire bucket of rice. In other words, Ye Guan was basically taking advantage of them. Mo Ya remained calm as she replied, there are no rules against absorbing as much spiritual energy in our cultivation rooms. The woman protested, but he's clearly taking advantage of us. Mo Ya smiled and said, can't you see that he's strong? He's only a space-time realm cultivator, but he's capable of staying in a cultivation room with 13 layers of additional gravity for an extended period of time. The woman thought about it before nodding. Indeed, he's impressive. He's the champion of the Upper Realms martial contest, added Mo Ya. The woman was astonished. He's Ye Guan? Didn't he kill a true dragon? Mo Ya wordlessly nodded with a solemn look. The woman lowered her voice and asked, I heard that he also killed an Mu from the Yin clan. He's indeed powerful, but why is he so poor? Mo Ya chuckled and replied, it's definitely because he refused to accept his rewards as the champion, and he also rejected the offer of the Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. The woman shook her head and lamented. That doesn't make sense at all. Mo Ya smiled and remarked, I think he's just a man of integrity and loyalty. The woman sounded solemn as she said, I heard that he had visited the Li clan, the Shenj clan, and the Shen clan, but they all rejected him. In the end, he had no choice but to join the Daoist sect. I'm sure you already know, but the Daoist sect is, the woman trailed off and shook her head. Everyone knew the Daoist sect's circumstances, and they were well aware that the Daoist sect's disbandment was nigh. Mo Ya was still all smiles as she said, I think the Daoist sect had made a very bold decision by accepting Ye Guan. Senior Dao had basically decided to gamble. If his gamble pays off, the Daoist sect will rise from the ashes. If his gamble fails, well, the Daoist sect is already at the bottom, how can things still get worse for them? That's true, said the woman with a nod. Oh, it looks like he's already in the room with 14 layers of additional gravity, said Mo Ya. 14 layers of additional gravity? The two women's faces turned solemn. Even a space annihilation realm cultivator would hesitate to step into a room with 14 additional layers of gravity, but Ye Guan was only a space-time realm cultivator. This is crazy. Ye Guan seemed unperturbed as he cultivated and practiced his sword techniques in a cultivation room with 14 layers of additional gravity. Just like in the previous cultivation rooms, Ye Guan struggled at the beginning, but he quickly got used to the pressure. Ye Guan wasn't just acclimatizing to the heavier gravity of the cultivation rooms, but he was also trying to comprehend the intricacies of space-time. Ye Guan discovered that space-time had unchanging rules, and he also discovered that he could accomplish anything with half the effort as long as he obeyed those rules. It was similar to swimming. One could swim faster if one went along the current, but going against the current meant that one would have to exert more effort to achieve the same result. Ye Guan was doing 3 things at once: cultivating and practicing his sword techniques, acclimatizing to the pressure, and comprehending the intricacies of space-time. His rate of progress was impressive. It took him less than a day to acclimatize to 14 additional layers of gravity, while absorbing the spiritual energy in the cultivation room took him 2 more days for a total of 3 days. Ye Guan soon found himself in front of the room with 16 additional layers of gravity. The room with 15 additional layers of gravity didn't pose a significant challenge to him, so he decided to go straight to the room with 16 additional layers of gravity. Ye Guan was struck by a horrifying space-time pressure the moment he walked into the room. He took a deep breath before unsheathing his sword. Swing! Ye Guan assumed a stance and started practicing his sword techniques. A kaleidoscope of sword lights manifested in the room, and one could see tiny cracks in the space where Ye Guan's sword lights ended up dissipating. Mo Ya wordlessly stared at the middle-aged man in front of her. The two of them were in the grand hall of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The middle-aged man was the clan leader of the True Dragon clan. Aotian couldn't wait outside any longer, so he decided to visit Mo Ya. He initially thought that Ye Guan would leave the Immortal Treasures Pavilion after a few days of cultivation, but the bastard exceeded his expectations. It had already been almost 10 days since they arrived here and started waiting for Ye Guan. He couldn't wait anymore. However, Aotian didn't dare to just barge into the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The True Dragon Clan's foundation seemed solid on the Zonto Divine Continent, but they would never dare to lay siege to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Aotian decided to walk inside and talk with Mo Ya. Aotian smiled and said, "Manager Mo, is Ye Guan cultivating here?" Mo Ya nodded slightly. "Yes." Aotian stared deeply at her. "Manager Mo, are you willing to hand him over to us?" he asked. Mo Ya shook her head and said, "Clan leader Aotian, what you're asking is against our rules." Aotian remained calm. He opened his palm, revealing a storage ring that floated over to Mo Ya. The storage ring contained 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. Aotian smiled and explained, "I won't make things difficult for you. I heard that the cultivation rooms here have to be periodically closed for maintenance. How about you conduct the periodic maintenance today? Ye Guan will have to leave the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and we will deal with him by ourselves by then. The storage ring is just a gesture of our sincerity, Manager Mo. We just want your support." Mo Ya silently stared at the floating storage ring. She was well aware that Aotian was only being polite to her because she was affiliated with the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Of course, she could reject his offer. Unfortunately, rejection meant going against the True Dragon Clan. The True Dragon Clan wouldn't dare to offend the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, but it wouldn't be difficult for them to pull some strings so that she would lose her job. By then, the True Dragon Clan could target her with virtually no repercussions. In other words, Aotian wasn't someone Mo Ya could afford to offend with her status. Mo Ya accepted the storage ring and smiled. "You're too kind, Clan leader Aotian," she said. Aotian smiled as well and said, "Thank you." Mo Ya's expression turned solemn as she said, "Clan leader Aotian, please remember that taking action in our pavilion is against the rules." "I understand." Aotian nodded before turning around to leave. Mo Ya sighed softly before heading to the cultivation rooms. Ye Guan was still cultivating in one of the cultivation rooms. "Should I call him out?" asked the woman behind Mo Ya. Mo Ya said calmly, "Wait." The woman was confused. "Sister Mo Ya," she muttered. Mo Ya shook her head and explained, "We don't have any grudge against him, so we shouldn't be so cruel to him." The woman nodded slightly. She stood aside and went silent. 4 hours later, Ye Guan grinned as he lay on the ground of the cultivation room with 16 additional layers of gravity. The space in front of him had shattered. Space-shattering realm? It was a pleasant surprise. Aside from his breakthrough, his overall strength also improved by over 5 times. Ye Guan's smile deepened. He truly loved the feeling of exhaustion, and he could only find one word to describe it: amazing. Ye Guan flicked his sleeve, and the path sword appeared in front of him. Ye Guan stared at the path sword and asked softly, "Master Pagoda, can I alter Plainskirt Sister's decisive strike?" Little Pagoda asked, "Why would you do that?" Ye Guan responded, "She's a great Sword Immortal, so she definitely has the prerequisites to deliver a decisive strike. Unfortunately, I'm just a greenhorn. I don't have her many years of experience, and I have never been unrivaled as well. In other words, there is no way I can take advantage of decisive strike's full potential. I can still perform it, but it won't have the essence of the sword technique." Little Pagoda thought about it before asking, "How are you going to alter it?" Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation before saying, "I'm not invincible, but I believe that my determination is invincible. I want to alter decisive strike in a way that if I were to use it, either my opponent or I would die." "What?" Little Pagoda was stupefied. Little Pagoda could still remember someone creating a similar sword technique in the past. Was history repeating itself? Ye Guan asked, "What do you think, Master Pagoda?" Little Pagoda responded, "Do as you wish." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." Ye Guan stared intently at the path sword. Ye Guan felt like he didn't have to follow in the footsteps of other cultivators. The sword techniques of other cultivators were powerful, but they weren't suitable for him. He had to forge his own path and create a sword technique that suited him. Of course, he could use the sword techniques of other cultivators as reference materials. Ye Guan pondered the intricacies of his sword techniques. He soon decided to change his mindset from aiming for invincibility to aiming for his limits. Ye Guan had also discovered long ago that both prowess and mental state were important while fighting other cultivators. Unfortunately, both variables would be exhausted during the course of a battle. Ye Guan wanted to create a sword technique that would nullify that drawback. It wasn't a complicated sword technique. The essence was simple. Nothing would happen as long as Ye Guan hadn't made a move just yet, but the moment he made a move, he would either kill his opponent or his opponent would kill him. It was that simple. Instant death strike was the dark, while decisive strike was the light. Ye Guan decided to use the two sword techniques as the foundation. They were good enough, and he would only become even more masterful at performing them as time went on. Ye Guan ended his pondering and sat cross-legged to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As soon as he was done, he stood up and left the cultivation room. Ye Guan was surprised to see Mo Ya upon opening the door. "What is it, miss?" he asked. Mo Ya's expression was solemn as she said, "Clan leader Aotian from the True Dragon Clan is waiting for you outside with the members of the True Dragon Clan." Ye Guan's expression abruptly changed. Mo Ya stared intently at Ye Guan and muttered, "I apologize, young master Ye, but I'm under immense pressure from the True Dragon Clan. I cannot let you stay in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion any longer. I hope you'll understand my side." "I understand." Ye Guan nodded. With that, he started walking away. "Wait." Mo Ya exclaimed. Ye Guan came to a halt and turned to look at Moya. The experts of the True Dragon clan are waiting for you outside, so you're definitely going to die out there, said Moya. She flicked her sleeve, and a black scroll floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was confused. What is this? Moya directed a solemn gaze at Ye Guan and explained, it's an instant teleportation scroll. It'll teleport you anywhere you want as long as it's within 100,000 kilometers. This will help you escape. Ye Guan was astonished. Lady Moya, he muttered hesitantly. Moya smiled and added, I can't offend them, so this is the most I can do for you. Ye Guan bowed slightly. If I survive this ordeal, I will repay this favor someday, he vowed. He accepted the scroll and was about to leave, but Moya stopped him once more. Moya extended a storage ring over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked up and stared at her in confusion. Moya explained, have you already forgotten about the reward in the cultivation room with 16 additional layers of gravity? This storage ring contains your reward of 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan shook his head and said, it's fine, you can have it. However, Moya forced it into Ye Guan's hands. Ye Guan hesitated. He wanted to return it to her, but he eventually decided to accept it. He bowed once more and said, farewell. Ye Guan finally walked away. Meanwhile, the woman next to Moya asked, Sister Moya, why did you not accept the storage ring when he offered that you take it? It contained 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. Moya smiled and explained, there are times when establishing a relationship is more important than money, and what happened just now is one of those times. Moya didn't give Ye Guan the scroll for money. She wanted him to owe her a favor. Hard work wasn't enough for people like them. If they wanted to change their lives, they needed an opportunity to do so. There were two kinds of opportunities in the world. The first one was an opportunity born from good luck. Unfortunately, it was exceedingly rare to encounter such an opportunity, so people would usually go for the second one, which was to create an opportunity for themselves. If Ye Guan did not die today, he would grow extremely powerful in the future. This favor cannot be measured with 300,000 gold crystals. Moya did not have any backing or support, so she could only count on herself to create the opportunity. Moya reckoned that Ye Guan would become extremely powerful in the future if he managed to survive his current ordeal. In other words, Moya's actions couldn't really be quantified with 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. Moya had neither backing nor support, so she could only count on herself to create an opportunity that she could seize to change her life. If her actions paid off, she would obtain a backer. In addition, she wouldn't lose that much if her actions failed to bear any fruits. 100 horrifying auras locked in on Ye Guan the moment he stepped out of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan immediately activated the instant teleportation scroll in his hand. Boom! A rift in space engulfed Ye Guan, whisking him away. You're not getting away. A giant hand gripped the space where Ye Guan was standing earlier. Unfortunately, Ye Guan had already disappeared. Aotian appeared, looking extremely annoyed. He looked around and said, he used an instant teleportation scroll, split up and searched for him. With that, he vanished. The cultivators of the True Dragon clan also disappeared to look for Ye Guan. The hunt was on. Ye Guan was running in the dense forest of a mountain. He didn't use his sword to take flight because they could easily find him if he were to do that. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he ran. Master Pagoda, how many of them were there? Little Pagoda responded, about 100. 100? Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Damn it. Has the True Dragon clan gone crazy? They came on so strongly. Little Pagoda asked, are you heading back to the Daoist sect? Ye Guan shook his head. No, I'll implicate them if I were to go back there. Little Pagoda unknowingly blurted out, ask for help. Little Pagoda immediately went silent after saying that. No, this isn't the right way. It shouldn't be like that. Ye Guan frowned. Ask for help? Who am I going to ask? I mean, what are you going to do if you don't ask your master for help? Ye Guan picked up the pace rather than answering. Little Pagoda was confused. What do you think he'll do? Asked the mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda. Little Pagoda sounded solemn as he said, I think he's going to ask for help like what a certain someone did back then. The mysterious voice responded, that's an outdated method. Little Pagoda said, we'll see. Ye Guan was still running in the dense forest. Ye Guan was extremely fast, and he covered 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, he made a U-turn and headed to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Moya froze upon seeing Ye Guan. Lady Moyan, lend me the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's teleportation array, said Ye Guan. Moya looked at him and asked, where do you want to go? Ye Guan leaned over and whispered into her ear. Moya's pupils shrunk. You, hurry. Ye Guan urged. Follow me, said Moya after a moment of silence. She brought Ye Guan in front of a teleportation array. Are you sure? She asked. Ye Guan nodded and entered the teleportation array. He rapped his fist with his palm and said, thank you so much, Lady Moya. The teleportation array finally activated and whisked Ye Guan away. That lunatic, Moya muttered. Ye Guan's destination was none other than the True Dragon world. The strong cultivators of the True Dragon clan were chasing after him, but rather than hiding, he decided to come to his enemy's doorstep. What was he if not a lunatic? Ye Guan soon arrived in the True Dragon world and saw less than 100 dragons. Dragons were famous for their low fertility rate. They only had about 300 dragons even during their glory days, and they currently had only about 200 dragons. They had sent about 100 dragons to hunt Ye Guan, and those 100 dragons were all mature dragons. The true dragon clan didn't really consider Ye Guan strong. Monk Dao was the main reason they had decided to send so many dragons out. Their goals were to kill Ye Guan and destroy the Daoist sect. The true dragon clan was also planning on dealing with the Ye clan in Nanzhou once Ye Guan was dead. Ye Guan gripped the path sword and stealthily made his way into the depths of the true dragon world. Master Pagoda was hiding his aura as well, so Ye Guan easily made it to his destination. The true dragon clan didn't build a city for themselves in their world. They lived in tall mountains in the wild. Ye Guan looked around and decided to go toward the highest mountain peak. Little Pagoda sounded serious as he muttered, "This brat really is gutsy." The mysterious voice boisterously laughed, "I truly didn't expect him to head for his enemy's doorstep. He really has guts." "Ha ha ha," Little Pagoda said softly, "let's see what he's trying to do here." Ye Guan saw a giant cave at the summit of the highest mountain peak. "It's a dragon cave." Ye Guan entered the cave and reached its deepest recess. His pupils upon seeing over 60 dragon eggs. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he looked around warily. He didn't sense the presence of anyone else, so he flicked his sleeve and collected the dragon eggs. "Roar!" A furious roar immediately echoed from outside the cave. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. They already knew that he was here, so he decided to stop hiding. Ye Guan hopped onto his sword and soared into the sky. Boom! Ye Guan didn't head for the cave entrance. He pierced the ceiling of the cave and burst out into the open. A dragon was flying toward him, and the incredible power it carried shattered spacetime itself. Ye Guan gripped his path sword and abruptly vanished. Swish! A beam of sword flight flew toward the dragon. Instant death strike. Slash! The dragon was decapitated by the sword light, but the sword light seemed like it wasn't done just yet as it turned and tore the dragon's enormous body apart. Ye Guan finally appeared behind the dragon. He flipped his palm open, and the path sword returned to his hand. Ye Guan was delighted to see a dragon plummet in front of him. "This is such a powerful sword, Master Pagoda," he shouted. Ye Guan was sure that he wouldn't have been able to shatter a dragon's defenses without the path sword. Swoosh! Another dragon flew toward Ye Guan, but the dragon wasn't alone. There were dozens of dragons behind it. Ye Guan's expression turned cold. He abruptly vanished, seemingly becoming a streak of light as he flew toward the dragons. Instant death strike. Slice. A dazzling sword light danced in the middle of the dragons, and the dragons fell one by one. After killing one, Ye Guan would dash toward another dragon and cut its head off. He didn't run away. He chose to believe in his prowess and speed. Ye Guan had just killed a dragon, but he was already flying toward another one. The path sword returned to his hand, and he thrust the path sword into a dragon. The path sword buried itself in the neck of a dragon, and a sharp sword light manifested as Ye Guan slashed and chopped off the dragon's head. Blood spurted like a fountain from the dragon's headless stump, but Ye Guan didn't get drenched in its blood because he was already flying toward another dragon. The miserable cries of dragons pervaded the air as they plummeted one by one. A massacre. It was a complete massacre. These dragons had always been proud of their defenses, but Ye Guan's extreme speed and the path sword he was wielding rendered their defenses useless. Of course, one of the reasons for their defeat was that the remaining dragons weren't really that strong. It didn't take Ye Guan that long to kill over 30 dragons. The remaining dragons were terrified. They stopped rushing to their deaths and turned around to flee. Ye Guan remained calm. He didn't chase them. Instead, he collected the dragon carcasses into his storage ring before disappearing into the horizon on his path sword. The remaining dragons couldn't do anything but stare at each other in dismay. Meanwhile, Aotian abruptly came to a halt. The space in front of him trembled slightly. Aotian's eyes soon widened, and he bellowed, "Ye Guan." Boom! Aotian's terrifying dragon aura pervaded the skies and distorted even space itself. It was a horrifying sight, but the other dragons were confused. "We're going back home," Aotian shouted before turning into a beam of golden light that shot toward the horizon. The dragons were appalled upon returning to the true dragon world. The entire true dragon clan bubbled in fury. Ye Guan had killed over 30 dragons, and he also stole the dragon eggs of their clan. There couldn't be anything more humiliating than this. Aotian's eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura about him was palpable. The dragons were enraged. They had not only suffered a lot of damage, but their reputation would also plummet once the word got out. Aotian's expression was indifferent as he said, "Look for him. Get the Immortal Treasure's pavilion's help. No, I will go there myself." He then abruptly disappeared, leaving the enraged dragons behind. It didn't take long for what Ye Guan had done to the true dragon clan to spread like wildfire throughout the Zonto Divine continent. Everyone practically knew his name at this point. It wasn't strange because he had conducted a massacre in the true dragon world, even though he was just a space-shattering realm cultivator. There wasn't a shortage of skeptics. Are true dragons really that easy to kill, or were those dragons fake? An old man with a head full of white hair was lying on a chair in the Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. He was the Academy Chief of the Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy, Lu Cheoan. Lu Cheoan was also one of the 12 supreme cultivators of the Zonto Divine Continent. An old man in black appeared next to Lu Cheoan. The old man in black made Lu Cheoan stop reading the floating scroll in front of him. Lu Cheoan put away the floating scroll. He was silent for quite a while before he muttered, "A space-shattering realm cultivator." The old man in black nodded. "That's right." Lu Cheoan asked, "Did anyone help him? Did Monk Dao help him?" The old man in black shook his head. Lu Chaoan went silent. It seems our academy failed to secure an incredible talent, he muttered. The old man in black didn't dare to speak upon sensing the fluctuations in Lu Chaoan's emotions. Lu Chaoan closed his eyes and asked, "Did Yuan Gu not try to pull him into our academy?" The old man in black hurriedly responded, "He must have been worried about the true dragon clan." What a fool. Lu Chaoan was expressionless as he said blandly, "So what if he killed 2 dragons? His talent makes him worthy of safekeeping." The old man in black hesitated before saying, "He has also offended the Yin clan." The Yin clan. Lu Chaoan went quiet. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed. The Yin clan was involved, so it couldn't be helped. He thought of personally asking Ye Guan to join them, but he could only let Ye Guan go upon hearing of the Yin clan's involvement. It would be a dumb move to offend the Yin clan for a talent. It was tantamount to trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice to lure it away. Lu Chaoan had the duty of securing talents for the Guanxian Academy, but even he fell into a conundrum at the thought of protecting Ye Guan at the expense of offending the Yin clan. Clan leader Li Yun's face turned ugly upon hearing the news about how Ye Guan had conducted a massacre in the True Dragon world. How bold of him! Li Yun gathered the Shenge clan's strongest cultivators. He found the matter of utmost importance, and it would affect the future of the Shenge clan. The cultivators of the Shenge clan were stupefied upon learning of what Ye Guan had done. How can a space-shattering realm cultivator massacre over 30 true dragons? Li Yun swept his gaze across the cultivators and said, "Our clan rejected him, and we even worked together with the True Dragon clan to try and kill him. He will definitely never forget what we have done, and he will definitely take his revenge on our clan in the future once he has grown enough." Everyone's expression turned solemn. "I don't think it's wise for us to go up there and fight him. We're still not in a life-or-death crisis, and such a heaven-defying talent definitely has a powerful backer. I suggest we observe for the time being. If he ends up surviving this ordeal, we can just show him our goodwill and compromise to resolve the grievances between us," said Grand Elder Li Ku. A few people nodded to agree with him. However, Li Yun shook his head and said, "What will the True Dragon clan think if we just stand idly by and observe from the sidelines? Everyone, I hope you haven't forgotten that the True Dragon clan is our ally. In addition, Ye Guan clearly remembers his grudges. What will happen to our Shenge clan once he becomes strong enough to settle the score with us?" Everyone frowned at Li Yun's words, and there was worry in their eyes. "I suggest we organize a group made out of our elites and hunt him down together with the True Dragon clan," Li Yun added. Grand Elder Li Ku hesitated before saying, "How about we consult Ancestor before doing anything? Ancestor's knowledge is extensive, perhaps she knows Ye Guan's backer." The so-called Ancestor was none other than the most outstanding clan leader throughout the Shenge clan's history, Li Ji. Li Ji's intelligence and foresight allowed the Shenge clan to rise in power. He was an ally of the Sword Master, and it was a relationship born from the former's intelligence and foresight. Those with the greatest contribution to the clan would be at the summit of the family register, and Li Ji was currently at the summit. Meanwhile, Li Yun shook his head at Li Ku's words and said, "Why do we have to trouble Ancestor over such a small matter? I'm sure Ye Guan's backer is a great Sword Immortal at most. Our clan is perfectly capable of killing a great Sword Immortal without Ancestor." Li Ku went silent upon hearing that. It didn't take long for the Shenge clan to make a decision, and they soon mobilized their elites to find Ye Guan. Li Yunggong let out a long sigh upon hearing about Ye Guan's massacre. It was a pity, indeed. If they had only accepted Ye Guan upon his visit to the Li clan. Li Yunggong shook his head once more. The True Dragon clan wasn't that scary in his eyes, but the Yin clan was a different story. They couldn't afford to offend the Yin clan over anyone. It was a pity, but Li Yunggong had no regrets. Li Banzi had just told them that the chosen one of the new generation was about to appear, and Li Yunggong had decided to rope the chosen one into his clan once the chosen one's identity was revealed. The Li clan had already exhausted its potential. If they wanted to become even more powerful, they could only try and rope in the chosen one of the new generation. They would surely become a part of the main Guanxian Academy with the chosen one on their side. By then, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that they would flourish. It was clear that Ye Guan wasn't the chosen one. The chosen one wouldn't have allowed themselves to be in such an ordeal. Monk Dao stopped eating and drinking his wine upon hearing of what Ye Guan had done in the True Dragon world. Nanling Yi was obviously worried. "Master, will junior disciple be fine?" Monk Dao looked at her and said, "I don't know, but now, I'm definitely in trouble." "He didn't do anything wrong." Nanling Yi sounded serious as she said, "You've already killed one of them, so why not kill more?" Monk Dao sighed and chuckled bitterly. Ye Guan had killed so many dragons, so there was no way the True Dragon clan would let them go. In other words, the conflict between Ye Guan and the True Dragon clan had become a bona fide blood feud. Even worse, Ye Guan had stolen their dragon eggs. He had crossed the line. The True Dragon clan's fertility rate was extremely low, so Ye Guan's action of stealing their eggs was truly beyond their bottom line. Monk Dao sighed once more. Soon, he stood up and said, "Brat, you should go down the mountain and find a place to hide." Nanling Yi blinked a few times before saying, "All right." With that, she turned around and left. She very much wanted to help, but she knew that she was too weak to fight the True Dragon clan. She would only become a burden to her junior disciple and her master if she were to fight here. She was still weak, so she could only step aside. It was much better than bringing everyone down with her. Within the Great Hall, Monk Dao turned and looked at the incense table in front of him. Over there was a painting of a mutilated body. Only the upper half of the body could be seen, and the lower half of the body was absent. In the figure's right hand, it was holding a brush. Left all alone, Monk Dao looked down at the incense table in front of him and stared at a grotesque painting depicting a figure. The figure was missing its lower half, and it was holding a brush. It was rumored that the figure in the painting was the founder of the Daoist sect. Monk Dao was silent for a few moments before he finally said, "Ancestor, please protect our Daoist sect. We're already miserable. If you don't do anything, our sect will be wiped off the face of the earth." With that, Monk Dao turned around to leave. Ye Guan was his disciple, so he decided to take care of the former until the bitter end. Screw it. Ye Guan was right. It doesn't matter if our chances of winning are low, we should just fight first and cross the bridge once we get there. Alright, let's do this. Ye Guan was currently hiding in a dense forest. He sat cross-legged as he absorbed the spiritual energy from his gold spiritual crystals at an astonishing rate. He currently had 800,000 gold spiritual crystals. Aside from the gold spiritual crystals, he had 14 true dragon carcasses. Ye Guan reckoned that he would make a fortune upon selling them. The carcasses' internal pills were still intact as well. He decided not to dig them out because the carcasses were more valuable with their internal pills intact. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He took out an iron pot and started cooking a few slabs of dragon meat. He had been eating dragon meat and drinking dragon blood every day to strengthen his physique since he started hiding from the true dragon clan. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, "What are your plans?" "Plans?" Ye Guan's eyes narrowed as he responded, "I'm sure the true dragon clan is doing its best to look for me at the moment." "You're too weak to fight them," Little Pagoda said. "Yes, and that is why I won't fight them head on. I'll play dirty," said Ye Guan. "What are you going to do?" asked Little Pagoda. Ye Guan sounded calm as he replied, "I'll ambush and assassinate them." Little Pagoda went silent. A cold light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes as he said, "It's a great plan because not only will I be able to avenge Little Jia, but I will also become even stronger in the process." Life or death battles were indeed the fastest way to become even stronger. "Do you have any concrete plans?" Little Pagoda asked. Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Master Pagoda, what do you think? Is the true dragon clan hoping for my return?" Little Pagoda went silent. Eventually, he praised Ye Guan. "How fierce." Ye Guan smiled at the compliment and got up. Moments later, he vanished into the distance, leaving only his afterimage behind. Aotian soon arrived at Yu City. Yu City was one of the Zongtu Divine Continent's 10 large cities. It was a vast and thriving city with a population of more than 100 million people. Aotian visited the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was also known for its intelligence network that rivaled even the Guanxian Academy's vast intelligence network. Manager Chen Diao walked up to Aotian and asked politely, "Clan leader Aotian, are you here because of Ye Guan?" Aotian nodded without saying anything. Chen Diao shook his head and said, "Clan leader Aotian, our Immortal Treasures Pavilion does not get involved in trivial matters." Aotian stared deeply at Chen Diao before taking out a storage ring and handing it over to the latter. Chen Diao promptly examined the storage ring and discovered 500,000 gold spiritual crystals in it. Chen Diao chuckled and said, "Clan leader Aotian, what is the meaning of this?" Aotian remained calm as he responded, "I just want to be your friend, Manager Chen." Chen Diao chuckled once more and said, "Young Lord, yes, origins are complicated." Aotian frowned and asked, "Complicated?" Chen Diao nodded and explained, "A great Sword Immortal is his backer." The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had attempted to investigate his backer's background, but we could not find any traces of them. In other words, they must be quite extraordinary for a great Sword Immortal. Aotian scoffed and said, "So what? They're just great Sword Immortal. It doesn't matter even if they appear to intervene, our true dragon clan can kill a great Sword Immortal with a snap of our fingers." Aotian wasn't lying. The true dragon clan was truly not afraid of a great Sword Immortal. A great Sword Immortal would be a bit tricky to handle, but they were not invincible. The true dragon clan was perfectly capable of fighting a great Sword Immortal. After all, the true dragon clan was a branch of the main Guanxian Academy's ancient heavenly dragon clan, so they had a rather powerful background. Chen Diao went silent, seemingly in deep contemplation. According to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's investigation, there was a high chance that Ye Guan's backer wasn't an ordinary great Sword Immortal. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's intelligence network was comparable to that of the Guanxian Academy's intelligence network. The fact that they had no clue about Ye Guan's backer meant that things were more complicated than they seemed. Aotian suddenly said, "Manager Chen, I've heard you've reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. Perhaps you will find it useful." Aotian flipped his palm open, revealing a gold internal pill the size of a thumb. Chen Diao's pupils constricted at the sight. "A dragon pill?" Chen Diao went silent. He remained silent for a long time before he decided to accept the pill. "Clan leader Aotian, please give me a few moments," he said before leaving. Aotian closed his eyes and waited for Chen Diao's return. Meanwhile, Chen Diao soon found himself in a secret chamber. He took out a scroll and wrote 2 characters Ye Guan. An individual clad in black appeared in front of Chen Diao. Chen Diao passed the scroll over to them. The individual clad in black asked, "Why do you want to investigate him?" "It's confidential," Chen Diao replied calmly. After a few moments of silence, the individual clad in black said, "Show me your manager seal." Chen Diao frowned and asked, "Is that necessary?" The individual clad in black didn't reply. Moments later, Chen Diao took out his seal and stamped it on the scroll. The individual clad in black finally turned around and left. Chen Diao stood in silence for quite a while. Soon, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I'll take this gamble." To be honest, he wasn't willing to get involved in the matter between Ye Guan and the True Dragon clan. After all, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion prohibited their employees from participating in any worldly disputes. However, the True Dragon clan offered him a lot in exchange for his participation. He couldn't resist the temptation of a dragon pill and 100,000 gold spiritual crystals. There was also a saying about how one had to take risks if one wanted to become rich. In other words, the timid would remain poor their entire life. I, Chen Diao, can bear the karma of hunting down a great Sword Immortal? Aotian waited for about 15 minutes before Chen Diao returned and said urgently, "Clan leader Aotian, please hurry up and return to your clan." Aotian frowned and asked, "Why? He's in the True Dragon world again." Chen Diao exclaimed. Aotian's eyes narrowed. The strongest members of the True Dragon clan were out hunting for Ye Guan, which meant that they were pretty much defenseless at the moment. Aotian's face turned ugly, but he soon sneered, "Is he looking down on my True Dragon clan?" He turned around to leave, but Chen Diao stopped him. "Use our teleportation array," shouted Chen Diao. Aotian obliged and flew to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's teleportation arrays. Left all alone, Chen Diao stared blankly in the distance for quite a while. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Ye Guan returned to the True Dragon world and found that there weren't any cultivators strong enough to stop him. Little Pagoda suddenly exclaimed, "Turn right." Ye Guan was slightly stunned, but he obliged and soon arrived at a desolate land after climbing a tall mountain. The desolate land looked boundless at a glance, and Ye Guan saw a few enormous true dragons roaming the desolate land. However, the true dragons in front of Ye Guan seemed lifeless. He frowned slightly and asked, "Are we in the True Dragon clan's dragon tomb?" "Move 3,000 meters ahead." "Hurry up." Little Pagoda cried out. Ye Guan obliged and disappeared before reappearing 3,000 meters away. An extremely massive true dragon was in front of him. At first glance, it seemed like it spanned 3,000 meters. In addition, the true dragon had 2 heads. Ye Guan felt as small and insignificant as an ant in front of the massive true dragon. "Master Pagoda, this dragon is huge. It even has 2 heads," he exclaimed in awe. This dragon should be an ancestor of the True Dragon clan. It's an imperial rank dragon, but it perished long ago. Anyway, its carcass is extremely precious, and it will definitely be useful to you, Little Pagoda explained. "Master Pagoda, this bastard won't fit in my storage ring," exclaimed Ye Guan. "I'll store him for you," Little Pagoda said. Ye Guan was delighted. "You can finally open your world." "Yes, but I can't do it for long," Little Pagoda replied. Ye Guan was dismayed at the replay. He reckoned that the world in the tiny pagoda was a sacred cultivation ground. It was a shame that he couldn't take advantage of it at the moment. A golden light emerged and enveloped the extremely massive true dragon. A few seconds later, the true dragon was whisked away by Little Pagoda into his tiny pagoda. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Little Pagoda beat him to the chase. "Hurry up, let's go," said Little Pagoda. Ye Guan turned around. His figure trembled ever so slightly as he soared into the skies with sword travel. "Where do you think you're going?" An enraged voice echoed from the horizon. Ye Guan turned and saw an enormous dragon charging at him. The enormous dragon was none other than Aotian. Ye Guan was puzzled. He couldn't help but ponder how Aotian got here so quickly. However, Ye Guan soon dismissed the thought. He flicked his sleeve and traveled through space, disappearing into the horizon. Aotian roared and spat a beam of golden light toward Ye Guan. Boom! The distortion in space proved too much for space-time travel to bear. Ye Guan had no choice but to emerge from a rift in space with his path sword. Slice! Ye Guan decisively sent his path sword toward the beam of golden light. Boom! Ye Guan's path sword and Aotian's beam of golden light collided. Moments later, the path sword carved a beautiful arc in the air and returned to Ye Guan's hand. Afterward, Ye Guan unhesitantly hopped onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Aotian froze. Did Ye Guan just break my dragon flame with a slash of his sword? It had to be known that Aotian was 3 cultivation realms above Ye Guan. Aotian was also from a dragon clan, which meant that humans could only hope to match his fighting prowess. His sword? Aotian frowned. His dragon flame was capable of scorching just about anything into ashes. However, Ye Guan's sword managed to slice his dragon flame into 2 as if his dragon flame were air. In addition, the examination of the dragon carcasses had told them that Ye Guan had sliced through the dragon's defenses as if they were pieces of paper. Aotian couldn't find any other explanation for this other than the presumption that Ye Guan's weapon had to be an extraordinary weapon. There's something strange here. Aotian calmed down and realized that the matter was more complicated than he thought. Ye Guan's backer was definitely not just a great sword immortal. Aotian couldn't allow Ye Guan to lead him by the nose anymore, so he decided not to chase the latter. A cultivator of the True Dragon clan appeared in front of Aotian. The cultivator's face was dark as he reported, "Ye Guan has stolen ancestor Ao Hu's carcass." Aotian didn't explode in fury upon hearing the report. He didn't look even slightly angry. He knew that he had to approach this matter with a clear mind. Aotian finally said, "Invite clan leader Li Yun here." Understood, said the cultivator with a nod before leaving. Aotian looked up and muttered, your backer doesn't matter. I'll make sure to wipe you and your backer off the face of the earth. Ye Guan was sitting cross-legged on the ground in an unknown mountain forest. A huge pot of dragon meat was being stewed in front of him. The meat belonged to an imperial rank dragon, no less. Dragon meat was rather tasty, and he had also discovered that consuming something related to dragons would strengthen his physique. Ye Guan had already noticed the changes in his physique after consuming a ton of dragon meat every day. You should bathe in dragon blood later. It'll strengthen your bones and muscles, said Little Pagoda. All right, Ye Guan replied with a nod. He finished his meal of dragon meat and took out a bathtub from his storage ring. He poured the imperial rank dragon's blood inside the bathtub before jumping right into it stark naked. Ye Guan felt as if he had been set on fire the moment he was in the bathtub, but the pain was still bearable. He closed his eyes and submerged himself. At the moment, dragon blood and dragon meat were the best supplements he had to strengthen his physique. They were even better than pills at enhancing one's physique. Ye Guan was a swordsman who specialized in speed, but even he couldn't ignore the benefits of a strong physique. He was well aware that speed required a strong physique, so Ye Guan decided to endure the pain. Ye Guan's expression turned heavy upon recalling Aotian's attack. He managed to cut down Aotian's dragon flame, but Ye Guan didn't think that he was already strong enough to fight Aotian. He managed to stop Aotian's dragon flame because of his path sword. If it hadn't been for the path sword, Ye Guan would have had to take the brunt of such a powerful attack. The path sword emerged and levitated in front of him. He stared sullenly at the floating sword, seemingly thinking of something. What is it? Little Pagoda asked. Ye Guan answered, this sword is too strong, Master Pagoda. Isn't that a good thing? Asked Little Pagoda. It's great, but I'm afraid of developing a dependence on it, said Ye Guan. Little Pagoda went silent. This sword has bolstered my strength beyond my current level. If I use it too frequently, I'll inevitably rely on it. I'll never improve if I rely on this sword in the long run, and if I ever lose it one day, I'll become powerless, Ye Guan said. After a few moments of silence, Little Pagoda sighed softly and said, I'm glad that you think that way. There used to be an outstanding talent like him. His talent was comparable to Ye Guan's, but it was a pity that he eventually ended up walking on the wrong path. Ye Guan's words were right. There were many people who appeared strong, but their strength was mostly because of their tools. Take their tools away, and they would become powerless. The path sword was the reason why the true dragon's defenses were like pieces of paper in front of Ye Guan. However, I don't have any choice but to wield this sword right now. Otherwise, there is no way I can go head-to-head against the true dragon clan. I want to make sure that I won't end up relying on it too much, so I'm only going to use it during a life-or-death crisis. I won't use it if it's not necessary, Ye Guan added. That works, Little Pagoda said. Ye Guan took a deep breath and put the path sword away. The true dragon clan will never let me go. The true dragon clan had already suffered twice at Ye Guan's hands, so they would definitely learn from their mistakes. In other words, Ye Guan would find it extremely difficult to repeat his actions so far. In addition, his situation would only become more dangerous as time went on. If I were Aotian, what would I do? Ye Guan thought about it hard and long before finally opening his eyes. If he were Aotian, he wouldn't play around anymore. He would force Ye Guan to come out of hiding. The Ye clan? The Daoist sect? Ye Guan's expression turned grim. He reckoned that the true dragon clan would target the Ye clan. He had come to this conclusion because the Ye clan in Nanzhou wasn't as strong as Monk Dao. The situation had changed as well. The true dragon clan once cared a lot about their reputation, which was why they had never attacked the Ye clan, but now, it was a different story. Their reputation was already rock bottom, so why not throw caution to the wind? Ye Guan got up and rushed to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. If he wanted to return to the lower realm, he had to use the teleportation arrays of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. There was a vast and desolate mountain range somewhere. It was a quiet mountain range, and it had been that way for many years. However, the silence was suddenly replaced by the loud rumble of the earth. There was a deluge of great earth force, and it headed toward a man sitting cross-legged with his hands on his knees. Boom! The man was struck, but he remained unperturbed. Moments later, the powerful great earth force rushed into him and was absorbed. Not even a drop of great earth force was left behind. A tiny gold character appeared on his forehead. If a third party who knew what the imprint meant were here, they would be stupefied at the sight. It was all because the imprint was the Great Earth Law imprint. There were 9 laws in the universe, and they were aptly referred to as the 9 laws. They had been keeping the power of heaven and earth in check. Each of the 9 laws contained terrifying power, and there were rumors that one would be able to unleash a cataclysmic power upon gathering the 9 laws. The man with a tiny gold character emblazoned on his forehead was Ye Qing, and he was from the lower realm. After a while, Ye Qing finally opened his eyes. 2 rays of terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes, and there was a loud explosion as the ground in front of him was shattered. The dust eventually settled, and a wide and deep ravine spanning at least 100 meters appeared. Ye Qing took a deep breath and said excitedly, Master, I've mastered the Great Earth Law. An old voice echoed in his head. Great. Now, let us go to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. We need help in finding the next law. Okay, Ye Qing said with a nod. He stood up and lightly tapped his heel on the ground. He abruptly transformed into a ball of golden light that soon disappeared into the distance. It didn't take Ye Qing that long to arrive at the nearby Yuan city. Ye Qing was walking down the streets, but he suddenly turned his head upon hearing someone's name from a stranger's mouth. Ye Guan, what an amazing guy. Not only did he kill over 30 true dragons, but he also stole the True Dragon clan's dragon eggs. He's apparently only a space-shattering realm cultivator. I can't believe it. I don't think that's the most impressive part. This is the most impressive part? I heard that he went to the True Dragon clan a second time and stole the carcass of one of their ancestors. Tisk, the True Dragon clan has truly declined over the years. Yeah, what he did is impressive and all, but he's in imminent danger. I heard that the cultivators of the True Dragon clan are rushing toward the lower realm right now. I'm sure they're going to use the Ye clan to bait him out. Ye Qing's eyes constricted. The Ye clan? Ye Qing decisively rushed to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The old voice asked him, are you going to the lower realm? Ye Qing replied, yes. After a few moments of silence, the old voice continued. You have a long road ahead of you, considering your talent. It is unwise to go against the True Dragon clan for the sake of the Ye clan in Nanzhou. Ye Qing closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Master, I'm a member of the Ye clan. How can I stand idly by and just watch while the Ye clan is in danger? Everyone has their own reasons for walking down the path of cultivation, and the reason I became a cultivator was to lead the Ye clan to glory. You're not the Ye clan's heir. The rightful heir is Ye Guan, said the old voice. Ye Qing didn't get agitated at the reminder. He remained calm as he said, he's stronger than me, so I have no issues with him being the rightful heir. I'm glad to help him, but I will naturally become the rightful heir if I become even stronger than him in the future. By then, I believe that brother Ye Guan will return the gesture in kind by helping me as well. Ye Qing went silent for a few moments before continuing. We're brothers as well, so I don't think being the rightful heir matters between us. More than 10 dragons appeared in the sky above Nanzhou. Each dragon was over 1,000 meters long, and they blotted out the sun. The powerful cultivators of Nanzhou were petrified at the sight. Dragons? They were supposed to be mythical creatures, but they were here in Nanzhou. The demonic beasts in the mountain ranges of Nanzhou quivered in fear under the combined bloodline suppression that the dragons were emitting as they flew past the mountain ranges of Nanzhou to arrive at the ancient desolate city. Everyone was paralyzed with fear at the terrifying sight. A dragon bellowed, where is the Ye clan? The ground's voice was like thunder, eliciting an earthquake throughout the city. Ye Xiao walked out into the garden and looked up at the dragons in the sky. He was thoroughly shocked. The dragon at the helm looked at Ye Xiao and asked, are you Ye Xiao? Ye Xiao nodded. Yes. Roar! Boom! The walls of ancient desolate city collapsed at the terrifying roar. The denizens of ancient desolate city ran out of their houses in terror. Ye Xiao swept his gaze at the elders and disciples of the Ye clan standing behind him. The dragon at the helm was infuriated. If the Guanxian Academy weren't protecting ancient desolate city, he would have long conducted a massacre and killed everyone in the city. However, he didn't dare to annihilate the denizens of the city for fear of angering the Guanxian guards. The True Dragon clan would be in huge trouble if the Guanxian guards decided to get involved. Therefore, the dragon at the helm suppressed his killing intent. He transformed into a middle-aged man and waved his sleeve. A powerful force enveloped Ye Xiao and the entire Ye clan before pulling them up into the sky. The members of the Ye clan despaired as they helplessly flew into the sky. Swish! A whistling sound echoed, eliciting a change in the middle-aged man's expression. That's Ye Guan? Hurry up and retreat, he shouted before turning around to leave with the entire Ye clan in tow. Aotian wasn't here. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock if the clan leader of the True Dragon clan were to come here and take the entire Ye clan hostage? After all, the Ye clan wasn't even a powerful organization in Nanzhou, and they were only ants on the Zongtu Divine continent. The middle-aged man at the helm was horrified. He didn't expect that Ye Guan would personally come here to save the Ye clan. He was afraid of Ye Guan because the latter could easily shatter the powerful defenses of the True Dragon clan's true dragons. The true dragons of the True Dragon clan were famous for their defenses, but their defenses were like pieces of paper against Ye Guan. Therefore, the middle-aged man at the helm decided to retreat immediately. Ye Guan had killed a few dragons in just one sword move, and the middle-aged man at the helm wasn't confident that his defenses could withstand Ye Guan's attacks. However, Ye Guan was too fast, and he was already behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister look and shouted, block him. 2 dragons turned into a golden beam of light that shot toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he lashed out with his leg in response. Boom! A rift in space opened, and a ray of sword light slashed through one of the dragons. AHH. The dragon cried miserably as it was split in half before falling to the ground. Ye Guan flipped his palm open, and the path sword returned to his hands. He was about to make a move, but a golden beam of light suddenly struck the other dragon. Bam! The other dragon trembled violently before it exploded into a bloody mist. Ye Guan turned to his right and froze. Ye Qing? Ye Qing wordlessly looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared up ahead and saw that the other dragons had already disappeared. Ye Guan's expression turned ugly, and his eyes were dyed with killing intent. Ye Qing's face was distorted in fury as well. Brother Ye Qing, wait for me at home, said Ye Guan before hopping onto his sword and disappearing into the horizon. Moments later, he had to stop flying because Ye Qing was already next to him. Their gazes met in midair, and Ye Qing shattered the ice by asking, are you going to the True Dragon clan? Ye Guan nodded and growled, our clan members were taken away because of me. Ye Qing sounded solemn as he said, I will go with you. Ye Guan had to do a double take at Yaqing. They're the true dragon clan. So what? Ye Guan went silent at that. After a while, he said, the Ye clan and I may never come back home. You should stay here. In the future, you can. Yaqing interrupted by shaking his head. So what if I become strong enough to annihilate the true dragon clan in the future if you're already dead, he said. Ye Guan stared deeply at Yaqing before nodding. You have a point. All right, let's go. Ye Guan hopped onto his sword once more and disappeared into the horizon. A golden light enveloped Yaqing's feet. He jumped into the air and disappeared into the horizon as well. Ye Guan and Yaqing soon arrived at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and asked to use the teleportation array of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion to enter the True Dragon world. Ye Guan stopped just outside the teleportation array and opened his palm, revealing a tiny pagoda. Ye Guan stared at the tiny pagoda in his hand and said, I think you should leave, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda asked, what do you mean? Ye Guan glanced at the teleportation array before saying, I don't think I'll make it out this time. I don't want you to die with me. Little Pagoda said, cultivate diligently for a year and visit the True Dragon clan afterward. None of them will be your match by then. You'll die fighting them with your current cultivation base. Ye Guan shook his head lightly and said, I have a conscience, Master Pagoda. I will never be at peace if I were to abandon the Ye clan and let them die. So what if I become invincible? It'll be meaningless without peace of mind. Ye Guan bowed toward the tiny pagoda and said, Master Pagoda, I am extremely grateful for what you have done for me so far. I'm sorry that I cannot repay you in this lifetime. I will strive to make it up to you in my next life. With that, Ye Guan placed the tiny pagoda on the ground before walking into the teleportation array. Yaqing made a sidelong glance at the tiny pagoda before chasing after Ye Guan. Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before he muttered, that lad. Ye Guan and Yaqing entered the True Dragon world and went to look for Aotian. Aotian swept his gaze across Ye Guan and Yaqing. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to come here. You two have guts. However, Ye Guan was staring at something behind Aotian in disbelief. Master Pagoda, he muttered. Aotian frowned and turned around. His pupils immediately constricted, and a golden light sprung up to protect him. Crack! The other dragons were astonished to see Aotian's barrier shatter almost immediately upon colliding with a sword. The sword seemed like it hadn't lost any strength as it flew toward Aotian's heart. However, Aotian transformed into his true body before the sword pierced his heart. Bam! A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, sending Ye Guan and Yaqing flying at least 100 meters away. Swish! A sword landed in Ye Guan's palm. A long gash was on Aotian's belly as he hovered in the sky. The faces of the other dragons turned ugly, and they stared at Ye Guan as if they were looking at a monster. He shattered Aotian's defenses. Aotian wasn't an imperial rank dragon, but he was still within the top 3 in the defenses department throughout the Zongtu Divine continent. In other words, he was a terrifying existence to fight. Aotian's defenses were sturdier than most cultivators, but a space-shattering realm young man broke through Aotian's defenses as if he were taking candy from a baby. It was an absurd sight to behold. Meanwhile, Ye Guan could only sigh. He wanted to kill Aotian in one blow. He didn't expect Aotian to transform at the crucial moment and take the blow with his belly rather than his heart. Aotian was injured, but he wasn't severely injured. What a pity! Ye Guan sighed once more. Aotian glared at Ye Guan while reeling in shock at the close shave just now. Aside from shock, his heart was also gripped with fear. Ye Guan had almost killed him earlier, and he was just a space-shattering realm cultivator. He'll definitely become invincible if he's allowed to grow. Aotian's eyes flashed with killing intent. I can't let Ye Guan live to see another day. The True Dragon clan would be in huge trouble if Ye Guan survived this ordeal. Aotian glared murderously at Ye Guan before turning to look at the other dragons and shouting, close the world. The other dragons immediately closed the True Dragon world. They obviously didn't want to let Ye Guan and Yaqing escape. The powerful cultivators of the True Dragon clan surrounded Ye Guan and Yaqing. Ye Guan remained calm as he gripped his path sword tightly. He could only fight for his life here. Yaqing glared at clan leader Aotian with his hands clenched tightly. Aotian roared, kill them. The dragons immediately rushed toward Ye Guan and Yaqing. Ye Guan called out, Brother Yaqing, I want you to choose between Aotian and the group of dragons. I honestly don't want to choose either of them, said Yaqing. Then, I'll choose for you, said Ye Guan. You fight the bigger group, I'll fight Aotian. With that, Ye Guan turned into a ray of light that shot toward Aotian. Yaqing directed his murderous gaze at the other dragons. He stumped with his right foot. Boom! The ground was torn apart as Yaqing's great earth force forced the dragons to back off. The dragons were stunned at the sight. The Great Earth Law imprint appeared on Yaqing's glabella, and a terrifying amount of Great Earth force gathered beneath him. Yaqing glared coldly at the dragons. Want to kill my Ye clan? Over my dead body. He stumped with his right foot once again. Boom! The ground collapsed as Yaqing's Great Earth force emerged from the ground and shot toward the sky to part the clouds. They were outnumbered but unafraid. It was just death, nothing serious. A malicious glint flashed in Aotian's eyes as Ye Guan rushed toward him. A mere space-shattering realm cultivator actually dares to charge at me? A fire burned in Aotian's heart, and he swiped at Ye Guan with his claw. Whoosh! His claw forced the surrounding space into collapse. Ye Guan rapidly dodged, and he dodged the terrifying claw strike by a hair's breadth. He immediately counterattacked, sending a sword light flying toward Aotian's belly. Slash! Aotian's belly was torn open, and there was a downpour of blood. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He flicked his sleeve, and a few sword lights flickered around Aotian. Slice! Slice! Slash! Aotian's massive body was soon riddled with wounds. Aotian roared furiously, and a terrifying golden wave shot out of him. The space that the golden wave had pervaded became filled with so much heat that it felt like the air itself was boiling. Boom! Ye Guan flew a few hundred meters away upon being struck by the golden wave, and blood trickled out of his mouth as he stopped and took a moment to compose himself. The air was trembling under the heat, creating a terrifying sight. Aotian stared at Ye Guan in shock. Ye Guan managed to hurt him once again. Most cultivators in the same realm as Aotian would find it hard to injure him, so how come a space-shattering realm ant could do it? Aotian shifted his gaze to the sword in Ye Guan's hand. It's his sword? Aotian's gaze unwittingly fixed on the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan was powerful, but it didn't make sense for him to be capable of breaking Aotian's defenses, considering his current cultivation base. Aotian deduced that Ye Guan's sword was the reason he could easily slice through his defenses. Aotian took a deep breath. He glared at Ye Guan before roaring. Buzz! Aotian mustered the full extent of his bloodline to suppress Ye Guan. A dragon usually wouldn't need to fight humans because they could just use bloodline suppression to immobilize the latter, which would effectively end the fight. However, Aotian reeled in shock upon seeing that Ye Guan was unaffected by the bloodline suppression. Aotian's huge dragon eyes became filled with disbelief. How can this be? He shouted in shock. Ye Guan wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. The path sword in his hands trembled, and his mind was filled with nothing but his path sword. Ye Guan's eyes shot open, and he abruptly disappeared. Decisive strike? Ye Guan's sword intent enveloped his path sword as he flew toward Aotian at breakneck speeds. Ye Guan was well aware that he couldn't afford to make any mistakes, unlike his opponent. Therefore, he had to end Aotian's life in a single move. Aotian's pupils constricted at the sword intent that enveloped Ye Guan's sword. He didn't dare to be careless as he flapped his wings and soared. He opened his mouth and spat a beam of golden dragon flame toward Ye Guan. The golden dragon flame carried with it a terrifying heat that seemed capable of melting even air itself. Slice! Aotian abruptly froze. Ye Guan had just sliced his golden dragon flame into two with his sword, and before Aotian could even react, Ye Guan was already right under his nose. Aotian's heart jolted in fear. He hurriedly tucked his wings, and a golden light burst from him. Boom! Ye Guan's eyes narrowed at the incoming golden wave. He let go of his path sword and maneuvered it with his profound energy. Boom! Ye Guan was sent flying by the golden wave, but the path sword was undeterred as it continued on its initial trajectory. Moments later, the path sword shattered Aotian's defenses and pierced his colossal body. A woo! Aotian's miserable howl echoed throughout the true dragon world. Ye Guan flew about 100 meters away. As soon as he stopped, blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. His clothes were stained crimson, and his skin had spiderweb-like cracks. He had suffered a severe injury. Ye Guan hurriedly retrieved a sky-grade medicinal pill and swallowed it. He extended his hand, and the path sword returned to him. He stood up and stared at Aotian in the distance. Aotian was retreating, but he was leaving a trail of blood. Ye Guan chased after him. Damn it! I'll take your life while you still haven't recovered. Ye Guan knew that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to end Aotian's life. Aotian froze upon seeing Ye Guan rushing toward him. Moments later, he looked up and howled in fury. Roar! A golden light emerged from the depths of the true dragon world's dragon tomb, and it flew toward Aotian. Afterward, an earth-shaking roar echoed throughout the true dragon world, and it seemed to have gone beyond the bounds of the world. Ye Guan's expression changed upon hearing the roar. He immediately retreated, but it was already too late. Blood flowed out of his orifices, and he felt dizzy. His limbs also felt as heavy as lead. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as a dazzling golden light enveloped Aotian. The golden light turned into golden dragon scales that formed a dazzling golden armor over Aotian. Gift of the dragon god? The idle dragons stared blankly at the sight. The gift of the dragon god was a gift from their ancestors? The dragon tomb of the true dragon clan wasn't on Zongtu Divine Continent but within the confines of the main Guanxian Academy. A powerful dragon clan resided in the main Guanxian Academy, the ancient heavenly dragon clan. The true dragon clan was considered a tiny portion of the ancient heavenly dragon clan. Their bloodline wasn't pure, so they were kicked out of the clan. The true dragon clan had been relying on Anmu to return to the land of their ancestors. They could only improve their bloodline in the land of their ancestors. The dragon god in the gift of the dragon god wasn't a dragon of the true dragon clan but the heavenly dragon god of the ancient heavenly dragon clan residing in the main Guanxian Academy. A member of the true dragon clan managed to enter the main Guanxian Academy, and they even helped the ancient heavenly dragon clan. As a result, the ancient heavenly dragon clan gave the true dragon clan a present, which was the gift of the dragon god. However, they could only receive the gift of the dragon clan once every 100 years. A true dragon accepting the gift of the dragon god would not only receive an improvement in their cultivation base by a realm, but they would also be able to wield the heavenly dragon armor. It wouldn't be an understatement to say that the gift of the dragon god was the reason the true dragon clan became a highly esteemed clan on the Zongtu Divine Continent. Aotian had decided to accept the gift of the dragon god. The indescribable aura of the heavenly dragon god appeared on Zongtu Divine Continent, and those who were strong enough noticed the aura. They all turned to the true dragon world in disbelief. Did the true dragon clan come across a terrifying opponent? They were curious. The gift of the dragon god raised Aotian's cultivation base as a dragon to imperial rank, and he was basically invincible against demonic beasts of the same rank because of his heavenly dragon armor. Aotian's aura made the air itself quiver, but rather than being happy at the gift of a breakthrough, Aotian was furious. Gift of the dragon god. It's a trump card of our true dragon clan, but I was actually forced to use it against a space-shattering realm ant? This is unacceptable. Aotian roared. Loud booms echoed like firecrackers as the air itself shattered upon being subjected to the terrifying power behind Aotian's roar. Ye Guan grew solemn at the sight. The pressure of facing an imperial rank dragon was immense. Ye Guan closed his eyes and gripped his path sword tightly. Can my path sword break through Aotian's defenses? Ye Guan chuckled hollowly. So what if it can't? I am in a life or death situation, so do I really have another choice? Of course not. I have no other choice, so I can only put my life on the line. Ye Guan took a deep breath and bellowed, die. Boom! Ye Guan abruptly vanished, leaving only a trail of sword light and a shockwave as he flew toward Aotian. The power behind his sword move was a lot stronger than all the attacks he had done in the past. How come? It was all because Ye Guan had thrown all caution to the wind. This was his final chance to take his enemy down. Shriek! The air shrieked as Ye Guan's path sword sliced through it. Ye Guan displayed the full extent of his cultivation base, and the sword intent wrapped around the path sword intensified, further enhancing his next attack. Aotian jeered at Ye Guan. The dragon god is protecting me. Let's see how you're going to shatter my defenses this time. Aotian didn't even try to avoid Ye Guan's attack. The sudden boost in power made Aotian feel as if he were invincible, but Aotian couldn't really be blamed for his arrogance. The gift of the dragon god raised his cultivation base to imperial rank, and he was also wearing the heavenly dragon armor. In other words, he was practically invincible against cultivators and demonic beasts in the same cultivation realm. He was like a pure-grade spiritual vein that ended up being a sky-grade spiritual vein after being excavated. The unexpected boon made him feel as if he were the richest man in the world. Meanwhile, Ye Guan finally arrived in front of Aotian. Ye Guan wordlessly swung his sword at Aotian's glabella. Aotian stood confident as Ye Guan's sword drew a beautiful arc toward his glabella, but he was horrified to see his golden scales being torn apart like tofu upon making contact with Ye Guan's sword. No. Aotian's eyes shot wide open. Slice? However, it was already too late. Ye Guan's sword carved a bloody path to Aotian's glabella. Boom! A resplendent kaleidoscope of sword lights filled Aotian's skull and tore it apart. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He took advantage of gravity to carve a path toward Aotian's stomach. Aotian groaned in pain before plummeting to the ground. The dragons despaired at the sight. Clan leader, he's dead. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. Boom! A dull noise filled the air as Aotian struck the ground. A huge crater appeared, and Aotian was in the middle of it. Slash! A blinding sword light flashed, and a man walked out from a hole in Aotian's stomach. The man was none other than Ye Guan. He was drenched in dragon blood, which was a terrifying sight to behold. Ye Guan gripped his path sword and walked toward Aotian. Aotian seemed to have lost his mind as he stared at the path sword. What is that sword? How did it shatter the defenses that the dragon god has bestowed upon me? How can this be? This is impossible. It's the path sword, Ye Guan responded. The path sword. Aotian's eyes were staring blankly at Ye Guan as he said, I have never heard of the path sword. Who is your teacher? Who taught you the sword? Aotian even shouted at the end of his sentence. Ye Guan stared at Aotian and said blandly, she wears a plain skirt. It seemed that he also wanted to know if Aotian knew his plain skirt sister. A plain skirt? Aotian's eyes glazed over. A plain skirt? I've never heard of her. Is she a great sword immortal? Ye Guan nodded. Yes, she's a great sword immortal. Aotian was about to say something. However, Ye Guan swung his sword and chopped off Aotian's dragon head. Blood spurted out like a deluge from the stump, flooding the crater. Ye Guan looked down at the path sword in his hands and whispered, I should hide my connection to Plainskirt's sister. I don't want to implicate her. If something happens, I should deal with it rather than trouble her. Rumble? A loud rumbling echoed throughout the battlefield as several rifts in space opened in midair. Ye Guan looked up, and his expression turned grim. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan were here. Clan leader Li Yun was at the helm, and they were clearly here to help the True Dragon clan. Li Yun was stunned at the sight that greeted him upon arriving at the True Dragon world with the powerhouses of the Shenge clan. Aotian is dead. What was this? A joke? His attention soon landed on Ye Guan. Did Ye Guan kill Aotian? Li Yun stared at Ye Guan, fear rising in his heart. Ye Guan ignored Li Yun and looked at Ye Qing. Ye Qing was in the sky with a blurry figure over his head. Ye Guan was stunned to see the blurry figure holding off 2 dragons. The 2 were also surrounded by more than 30 dragon carcasses. This is absurd. The dragons stared at Ye Guan and Ye Qing in horror. The 2 were complete monsters. One of them fought 200 dragons by himself while the other killed their clan leader by himself, even though their clan leader had accepted the gift of the dragon god. Aotian had become an imperial rank dragon, but Ye Guan still managed to kill him. The cultivators from the Shenge clan were stupefied. A dragon gnashed their teeth and spoke, "Clan leader Li Yun, these two bastards are monsters. Can your Shenge clan resist them in the future if we let them go?" Li Yun was brought back to reality by the dragon's sinister words. The dragon was right. The Shenge clan and Ye Guan were already enemies. Ye Guan would definitely visit their clan in the future to take revenge, so they had to get rid of Ye Guan before he became strong enough to annihilate them. Otherwise, how would the Shenge clan survive? And Ye Guan wasn't alone. Li Yun's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Kill them." They had to get rid of the roots to kill the weeds. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan sprung into action and charged at Ye Guan and Ye Qing. The remaining dragons of the True Dragon clan took advantage of the opportunity as well and rushed at Ye Guan and Ye Qing. Ye Guan and Ye Qing's faces grew stoic. They looked at each other, and Ye Guan asked softly, "Are you scared?" Ye Qing chuckled and said, "It's just death." Ye Guan smiled and replied, "Yeah, it's just death." The two then shot out to meet their enemies. Ye Qing exuded a terrifying aura. Rumble? The entire True Dragon world rumbled as Ye Qing's aura swept across the True Dragon clan. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan and the True Dragons retreated in horror. A blurry figure appeared above Ye Qing. It turned out that the terrifying aura was coming from the blurry figure. The blurry figure sneered at the cultivators and said, "Are you all trying to bully these young lads because they have no backing?" Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued as he stared at the blurry figure. Ye Qing grinned and shouted, "Teacher." His teacher? Ye Guan thought without saying anything. He suddenly recalled his plain-skirt sister and pondered over calling out for her. However, Ye Guan instantly abandoned the idea. He reckoned that even his life wouldn't be enough for him to atone for his sin of implicating her in his troubles. He had to deal with his own problems. Ye Guan took a deep breath to compose himself before glaring at the Shenge clan members. Li Yun glared at the blurry figure and growled, "Who are you?" The blurry figure sneered, "Are you even worthy of knowing my name? How presumptuous." Li Yun roared and pointed at the blurry figure. Rumble? The space above the blurry figure cracked open, and a giant finger appeared in the rift in space. The air quivered incessantly, which proved the immense power behind Li Yun's finger. However, the blurry figure only sneered at the sight and waved his sleeve. Boom! The giant finger shattered, and a powerful shockwave sent the cultivators away by at least 100 meters. Li Yun's eyes widened in horror. The blurry figure wasn't as easy to deal with as he thought. The True Dragons were in distress. They couldn't identify the blurry figure, but they knew that he was powerful. The blurry figure above Ye Qing glared coldly at Li Yun. "If your ancestors' destiny weren't protecting you, I would have wiped your Shenge clan off the face of the world." The blurry figure then turned to look at the True Dragons. "The True Dragon clan shall cease to exist today." The blurry figure lifted his hand, and a strange phenomenon occurred. Rumble? A whirlpool above the True Dragon world. Boom! An immense amount of pressure descended along with intense bloodline pressure. The True Dragons were horrified. The bloodline pressure left them with no choice but to lay flat on their bellies and tremble. Bloodline suppression? Li Yun was stunned. Am I about to see an ancient heavenly dragon I've only ever heard from rumors? He grew ecstatic at the thought. Soon, the illusory figure of a mighty and enormous dragon appeared in the air above the True Dragon world. A formidable pressure pervaded the True Dragon world the moment the dragon's head appeared, and both space-time and the air itself quivered. An ancient heavenly dragon. Li Yun was overjoyed. He was staring at the head of an ancient heavenly dragon from the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan and Ye Qing's faces soured at the sight. The dragon exuded a fearsome dragon might. Ye Guan and Ye Qing felt dizzy upon being exposed to the dragon might. They reckoned that the dragon might of the ancient heavenly dragon could kill both of them if it hadn't been for the blurry figure. Ye Guan clenched his fists. He was starting to feel somewhat powerful after killing Ao Tian, but it seemed that it was all a joke. "I'm still nothing but an ant in front of those who are truly powerful." To make matters worse, they were staring at a mere illusory figure rather than at the fleshly body of an ancient heavenly dragon. However, the illusory figure still managed to instill fear in their hearts. The ancient heavenly dragon's power ignited the flame of yearning in Ye Guan's heart. The ancient heavenly dragon looked down at the blurry figure and sneered. "The True Dragon clan is just a tiny portion of my ancient heavenly dragon clan, but I still cannot allow a nobody like you to bully them." The ancient heavenly dragon turned to look at Ye Guan. The space around Ye Guan distorted as the terrifying undulations of the ancient heavenly dragon's might enveloped him. Ye Guan was as tiny as an ant in front of the ancient heavenly dragon, but he fearlessly stared at the latter's face. He wasn't even afraid of death, so why would he be afraid of a dragon? The ancient heavenly dragon stared indifferently at Ye Guan. "And," it said blandly before sending a wave of dragon might toward Ye Guan. A series of loud explosions echoed as the air shattered beneath the terrifying dragon might. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred. He gripped his path sword tightly and leaped into the air with the path sword in tow. Hum! A resonant hum echoed as the path sword left behind a trail of sword light. Ye Guan swung his sword, rendering everyone dumbstruck. Did he just swing his sword at an ancient heavenly dragon? Ye Guan was enveloped in a fearsome sword intent as he was about to execute his most powerful attack after throwing caution to the wind. In other words, Ye Guan was prepared to sacrifice his life. The blurry figure muttered at the sight, "Forget life and death, harbor no fear, rely on nothing but yourself. You are the sword and the sword is you." An extraordinary accomplishment in the Sword Dao. He has become a Sword Immortal. An extraordinary accomplishment in the Sword Dao? A Sword Immortal? Ye Guan became a Sword Immortal at a crucial moment, but it seemed that Ye Guan's breakthrough was doomed to be his final breakthrough. After all, he was up against an ancient heavenly dragon. Slice! Ye Guan's sword split the horrifying dragon might into two, and Ye Guan shot toward the illusory ancient heavenly dragon with his sword in hand. Ye Guan's eyes were clear and bright as he stared at the ancient heavenly dragon. Little Jia, I promise to marry you in my next life. He then started laughing. Death? Ye Guan suddenly felt that dying wasn't so bad. He had never really experienced any parental love, and the woman who loved him the most had become nothing more than just a severely injured soul. In other words, Ye Guan no longer had a life to live. He had nothing worth holding on to in this world. Ye Guan was not afraid of death. He was emancipated from all the worldly sufferings the moment he swung his sword. Death was coming, and he would embrace it without hesitation. It was the strongest sword move that Ye Guan had ever executed. It was one of the simplest sword moves a swordsman could execute, yet it allowed Ye Guan to reach the Sword Immortal realm. The ancient heavenly dragon's eyes filled with astonishment as it started at Ye Guan. It had seen many talents in the main Guanxian Academy, and Ye Guan would be considered a top talent even in the academy. Such a young Sword Immortal is rare even in the main Guanxian Academy. If the academy discovers him. A murderous glint flashed in the ancient heavenly dragon's eyes. The ancient heavenly dragon was sure that the main Guanxian Academy would make an exception to directly accept Ye Guan as a student of the academy. If that were to happen, it would be tantamount to carrying a ticking time bomb. The ancient heavenly dragon clan didn't dare to underestimate the 17-year-old Sword Immortal. The ancient heavenly dragon roared and spat fire. The air distorted as the crimson-red dragon flame of the ancient heavenly dragon flew toward Ye Guan. Boom! Ye Guan's sword intent was torn apart, and he plummeted helplessly to the ground. The sword intent that had been protecting him was like a piece of paper in front of the ancient heavenly dragon's scorching flame, and Ye Guan's skin started to melt upon being exposed to the heat. If it hadn't been for Ye Guan's sword intent, Ye Guan would have been reduced to ashes upon taking the brunt of the ancient heavenly dragon's dragon flame. Ye Guan's sword intent recovered and enveloped him once more, but Ye Guan was well aware that his sword intent was like a bucket of water against a prairie fire. Ye Guan soon closed his eyes, knowing that he was about to die. I guess I'll just die. Swoosh! A layer of golden light suddenly enveloped Ye Guan and vanquished the dragon flame that had been burning Ye Guan's sword intent away. A figure shining in a golden hue appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan was surprised. Master Pagoda. The figure was none other than Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda chuckled and asked, have you given up? Ye Guan smiled wryly. It wasn't like his survival was in his hands. Little Pagoda smiled slightly at Ye Guan. He was about to say something, but the ancient heavenly dragon growled. You. Little Pagoda punched out, and a beam of golden light streaked through the sky. Bam! The ancient heavenly dragon was struck by the golden light, and its figure blurred as it crumbled apart. Little Pagoda glared at the dragon and said, did I allow you to speak? The onlookers were as still as statues. How did he suppress an ancient heavenly dragon with just one punch? It was just an illusory figure, but it was the illusory figure of an ancient heavenly dragon? Li Yun stared at Little Pagoda in terror. He didn't expect that the two puny youngsters of the Ye clan actually had such fearsome backers. Why was the Ye clan still in the lower realm? Were they making fun of everyone else? The ancient heavenly dragon stared deeply at Little Pagoda as it faded away. What is your name? Asked the ancient heavenly dragon. Little Pagoda's expression was indifferent as he said, I don't have a name, but people call me Master Pagoda. If your clan wants to take revenge, come to me. I am not afraid of anyone because I am invincible. Little Pagoda's arrogance rendered everyone speechless. Invincible, the ancient heavenly dragon scoffed, you're clearly overestimating yourself. You're just a frog in a well. Shut up. Little Pagoda snapped and waved his sleeve, sending a beam of golden light toward the ancient heavenly dragon. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the illusory figure of the ancient heavenly dragon was snuffed out by the golden light. The true dragons were despaired once more. We're doomed. The Shenge clan was in despair as well. They had no idea that such powerhouses were behind the Ye clan. However, the Shenge clan didn't panic because they were still under the protection of the previous chosen one's destiny. In other words, it would be difficult to annihilate them. Little Pagoda glared at the Shenge clan members. Don't move. Those daring enough to move will die, he spat coldly. Little Pagoda then walked toward the severely injured Ye Guan. Little Pagoda asked, are you okay? Ye Guan forced out a smile and replied, I'm fine. Little Pagoda nodded meekly. After some hesitation, he asked, you're not mad at me, right? Ye Guan shook his head and said, how can I be mad at you? I would have died if you hadn't stepped up. Little Pagoda sighed and said, if I had only done so much earlier. Ye Guan shook his head once more. You don't owe me anything, Master Pagoda. You have been guiding me in my journey as a swordsman. I owe you a lot, and I'm not entitled to your help. I still have a conscience as well, so how can I possibly demand your help, said Ye Guan. Little Pagoda sighed, and complicated emotions filled his heart as he reminisced. He could still remember how his first master considered life and death trivial. He would always be on the brink of death or in the middle of a massacre. His second master was a hot-blooded, shameless, but sentimental young man. He was good to his friends and family. Little Pagoda's third master was a man whom he truly liked. I think raising Ye Guan outside of the family was the right choice. Just then, the blurry figure above Ye Qing asked, who are you? Little Pagoda turned toward the phantom. He shook his head and smiled. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. I hope you'll understand, he said. The blurry figure nodded and remarked, you have an outstanding disciple. He's talented enough to become a well-known figure even during the Sword Master's era. Little Pagoda glanced at Ye Qing and chuckled. You've chosen an excellent disciple as well with a great personality. You have good taste. The blurry figure boisterously laughed. Little Pagoda also started laughing. Soon, Little Pagoda turned toward the Shenge clan members. The Shenge clan members stared warily at Little Pagoda. Li Yun stepped forward and asked, may I know your esteemed name? Little Pagoda calmly asked, are you even worthy of knowing my esteemed name? Li Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. My Shenge clan is under the protection of the previous Chosen One's destiny, and the previous generation's Chosen One was the Sword Master, he exclaimed. Little Pagoda nodded. I know. Your ancestor is Li Ji. Back then, she was acquainted with the Sword Master. The Sword Master values his relationship with other people, so he decided to help the Shenge clan. Li Yun's pupils constricted. How do you know that? He asked in disbelief. You don't have to know, said Little Pagoda before declaring. All you have to know is that the Shenge clan's destiny shall be severed today. You. Li Yun roared. He pointed at Little Pagoda and shouted, do you really think that the destiny that the Sword Master has bestowed upon us will be severed just because you said so? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Don't believe me. Little Pagoda opened his palm, and the path sword flew into his hand. Then watch carefully as I sever your clan's destiny. Little Pagoda swung the path sword and drew a beautiful arc in the sky, but nothing happened. The onlookers were confused. Little Pagoda's expression turned pale. Little Path, don't fool around. However, the path sword did not reply. Little Path had respected and obeyed 3 people throughout her life. The first one was her master, the second one was her master's brother, and the third one was Ye Guan. Little Pagoda swung the sword once more to no avail. The onlookers were thoroughly bewildered at this point. What nonsense is this guy doing? Little Pagoda was flustered, and he begged. My sister, my dear sister, Master Pagoda, no, sorry. I mean, please help your Little Pagoda out. Just this once, please? I beg you, please. The path sword was strong, but the destiny that the Sword Master had bestowed upon the Shenge clan was extremely difficult to sever. There were only a handful of spiritual artifacts capable of such a feat, but the path sword was one of those spiritual artifacts. The path sword was capable of severing every law, dao, and destiny. It could break through any restriction, any great dao, and just about anything. However, the path sword remained unmoving. Little Pagoda stood frozen and hesitated. Eventually, he swung his arm. Swoosh! A wave of sword light swept past the Shenge clan members. Shriek! A shrill scream filled the air, and the illusory figure of a dragon above the Shenge clan members disappeared into nothingness. The Shenge clan members froze upon sensing something flowing out of them. Li Yun's pupils constricted, and he cried out, our destiny? You actually severed my Shenge clan's destiny. Unhappy. Little Pagoda said nonchalantly, fight me. Li Yun looked behind him and shouted, summon our ancestor. The clouds above them darkened as an ominous shadow loomed over those beneath the clouds. The figure of a woman appeared just beneath the clouds, and she was none other than Li Ji, the strongest ancestor of the Shenge clan. However, the figure wasn't her true body, it was just a projection. Nonetheless, it was at least 10 times stronger than the ancient heavenly dragon's projection. The woman's cultivation base caused cracks to form in the true dragon world. The true dragon world was struggling to endure Li Ji's might, creating an apocalyptic sight. You better stay there and wait for your death. Li Yun shouted while pointing at Little Pagoda. He then pointed at Ye Guan and shouted, you and your great Sword Immortal master will die as well. Ye Guan ignored Li Yun and stared at the illusory figure of the Shenge clan's ancestor, Li Ji. He felt a shiver down his spine just looking at Li Ji from afar, and his face turned pallid. Ye Guan's voice was trembling as he asked, Master Pagoda, can Plainskirt's sister compare to her? Little Pagoda glanced at Li Ji before saying, they cannot be compared. Ye Guan went beyond pallid at the remark. He then stepped up and declared with determination, I will bear the consequences of my actions. I don't have any other backers aside from Master Pagoda. If your clan has any grievances, direct them to me and Master Pagoda. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Little Pagoda frowned in confusion. Everyone stared blankly at Ye Guan. There was no way people would believe him even if he said that there wasn't a great Sword Immortal backing him. After all, it was impossible for someone to become a swordsman without a Sword Dao inheritance. Sword Dao inheritances were rare, even throughout the Zonto Divine continent. In other words, it would be even rarer in Nanzhou. Ye Guan's accomplishments in the Sword Dao meant that he had a powerful backer who gave him a Sword Dao inheritance. Li Yun smiled mockingly at Ye Guan. It was too late for the latter to say that he had no backer. Li Ji's projection vanished and reappeared in front of Little Pagoda and Ye Guan. Li Yun kneeled at the illusory figure and greeted politely, greetings, ancestor. The true Dragon Clan members were delighted at the sight. An ancestor of the Shenge clan has descended. An ancestor of a clan is a legendary figure of that clan, and they were renowned figures even in the vast Guanxian universe. Li Ji stared at Little Pagoda and frowned. Why do I find you familiar? Little Pagoda said calmly, oh, really? Li Ji stared at Little Pagoda. How may I address you, esteemed sir? Little Pagoda replied, Master Pagoda. Pagoda? Li Ji's expression changed drastically, and she stared at Little Pagoda in disbelief. Li Ji barely stopped herself in time. She then turned to look at Ye Guan in shock and muttered, he. Little Pagoda wordlessly stared at Li Ji. Li Ji instantly understood. Ye Guan was that man's son. He was the chosen one and the big boss of this generation's Guanxian Academy. Li Ji was taken aback. He's here? He's finally here? Meanwhile, Li Yun noticed the incongruity and spoke, Ancestor, he's the one who severed our Shenge clan's destiny. They also said that they're going to wipe the Shenge clan off the face of the earth. Shut up. Li Ji rebuked. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Li Yun flew at least 100 meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground before recovering and getting back on his feet. However, he was bleeding from all of his orifices and was riddled with injuries. The onlookers were terrified. Li Ji took a deep breath and walked toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan raised his guard and gripped the path sword tightly. Li Ji finally noticed the path sword, and her pupils constricted upon seeing it. That woman chose him as well? A hint of agony flashed in Li Ji's countenance. It was clear that her clan members had somehow offended the young man. Ye Guan stared warily at Li Ji. What are you trying to do? He asked. Li Ji came to a halt. She stood frozen for quite a while before muttering, sorry. She's apologizing? The Shenge clan members were stunned. Why is Ancestor apologizing to him? Ye Guan was stupefied. Why is she apologizing to me? Young man, this is my Shenge clan's fault. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? Li Ji pleaded. Ye Guan started. However, Master Pagoda beat him to the chase and said, shake your head if you don't want to forgive them and nod if you want to. Don't say anything else, and don't be too worried. Just nod or shake your head. Leave the rest to me. Anguish briefly appeared on Li Ji's face. It seemed that her Shenge clan had thoroughly offended Master Pagoda. Ye Guan eventually shook his head. Forgive them? This wasn't the first time that Shenge had attempted to kill him, so how could he forgive them? He wasn't dumb enough to release a tiger back into the mountains. Little Pagoda wordlessly turned to Li Ji upon seeing Ye Guan's decision. Li Ji was silent for quite a while before she turned to the Shenge clan members. Tell me everything, she said. She had to know the truth. If it turned out that the feud wasn't the Shenge clan's fault, she could use her relationship with Master Pagoda to plead for the Shenge clan's survival. The chosen one wouldn't be able to wipe the Shenge clan off the face of the earth without sufficient justification. A clan elder hesitantly stepped forward at Li Ji's command. Li Ji stared indifferently at the clan elder and said, start from the beginning and do not omit any detail. I'll kill you if you try to exaggerate or twist the facts. The clan elder nodded profusely and spoke in detail. He told Li Ji everything that happened, including how Ye Guan had expressed his intentions of joining them. Li Ji clenched her fists upon hearing that part, and she glared murderously at Li Yun. Upon hearing how they rejected Ye Guan, Li Ji shook her head in agony. However, Li Ji's eyes turned as cold as a blizzard upon hearing how the Shenge clan had not only rejected Ye Guan but they had also colluded with the True Dragon clan. The clan elder continued his exposition, and no one else spoke until he was done. Li Ji was silent for quite a while after the clan elder was done. In the end, she could only come up with one solution, kill. Li Yun's voice was trembling as he muttered, Ancestor. Li Ji waved her sleeve, and Li Yun collapsed into a pile of dust. He died both body and soul. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan were stunned. Li Ji waved her sleeve once more, and a cataclysmic energy swept across the True Dragon world. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan crumbled into ashes before they could even react. The True Dragon clan members were frozen in fear. Ye Guan was stupefied. What just happened? Li Ji's expression was complex as she turned to look at Ye Guan and said, our Shenge clan has erred. I apologize for their mistakes. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan are no more. Are their deaths enough to atone for my clan's sins? Ye Guan stared blankly at Li Ji before asking, will you avenge them in the future? Li Ji hurriedly shook her head and said, no, no, no. If you can't believe me, ask Master Pagoda. Ye Guan turned to look at Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda was silent. He didn't expect that Li Ji would act so decisively and personally slaughter the powerhouses of her clan. She was truly a ruthless woman. Little Pagoda took a moment to compose himself before saying, don't worry, she won't avenge them. Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, Li Ji turned to look at the True Dragons. She waved her sleeve, and a wave of cataclysmic might swept across the True Dragon world. Hundreds of dragon heads abruptly fell to the ground with dull thuds. Li Ji had killed them with a flick of her sleeve. The True Dragon clan was no more. Ye Guan's expression changed. Li Ji was so powerful that it was almost inconceivable. Li Ji turned to look at Ye Guan and smiled. If you're not satisfied yet, I will kill the remaining members of the Shenge clan. Little Pagoda looked at Li Ji and criticized her inwardly. She hasn't changed at all. She's still as shrewd as ever. She didn't mind killing the powerhouses of the Shenge clan earlier for the sake of damage control. She killed them to retreat one step and take 2 steps down the road. She even killed the remaining members of the True Dragon clan as a sign of goodwill. She even deliberately said that she was willing to kill the remaining members of the Shenge clan to satisfy Ye Guan. In other words, Ye Guan will feel like it's too much for him to allow the massacre of so many people just because he's still dissatisfied. Little Pagoda took one glance at Ye Guan and saw through Ye Guan's decision, which assuaged his fury. Of course, Little Pagoda was also willing to forgive the Shenge clan. After all, Li Ji had been helpful to his young master back then. She also handled the situation properly. They could still annihilate the Shenge clan, but it would be tantamount to stepping on Li Ji's goodwill, which was admittedly too much. Little Pagoda shook his head. What a capable and shrewd woman. Ye Guan stared deeply at Li Ji and said, I can let the Shenge clan go, but I have a condition. Li Ji blinked in astonishment. Soon, she smiled ever so slightly and said, say it. Ye Guan's voice sounded serious as he said, you will owe me a favor. Deal. Li Ji replied hastily, and she broke out into a grin. She was delighted by the pleasant surprise that had come knocking on her doors. Little Pagoda shook his head. You fool. You're losing out here. You're really losing out. However, it seemed that Li Ji was still not satisfied as she added, my Shenge clan has truly erred, so I think one favor isn't enough. How about 2 no 3 favors? I want to express my gratitude as well, so I owe you 3 favors. It's a deal. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Ye Guan was dumbstruck because the Shenge clan's ancestor seemed to be easygoing and a tad bit too nice, which made him feel awkward. It sounded ridiculous, but he truly felt awkward. Little Pagoda shook his head. He knew that Ye Guan was too kind to defeat such a shrewd woman. Now that he thought about it, his previous young master was also pretty kind, but his previous young master wouldn't fall for Li Ji's scheme. However, if Little Pagoda had to choose between Ye Guan and his previous young master, he would still choose to follow Ye Guan. I'm off, then, said Li Ji. Ye Guan nodded. There was a reason he decided to make Li Ji owe him a favor. Little Jia? He would inevitably visit the Undying clan to borrow the Sword Master's swords. It would be great if everything went smoothly, but if things went wrong, it wouldn't be bad to have something to fall back on. Ye Guan had learned a lesson from today's battle. It was better to have more allies than enemies. Li Ji smiled at Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, please forgive me for my transgressions. Little Pagoda waved his hand and said, forget it. The soft approach had always been effective on the members of the Yang family. Li Ji nodded and said, see you later, Master Pagoda. Moments later, she disappeared into a cloud of light green smoke. She left behind a scroll that flew toward the Shenge world. After Li Ji's departure, Ye Guan asked, why do you think she killed the powerhouses of the Shenge clan, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda replied calmly, it's for the sake of her dignity. Ye Guan was confused. Dignity. Little Pagoda nodded and explained, someone will step out to help uphold her dignity if she doesn't do it herself. Ye Guan's gaze was deep as he stared at Little Pagoda. What was he hiding from him? Ye Guan eventually shook his head and erased such thoughts before turning to look at Ye Qing. Brother Ye Qing, let's split the valuables here 3 ways. A portion will go to the Ye clan, while the other 2 portions will go to you and me. What do you think? Asked Ye Guan. It seemed that he found it important to divide the spoils first before anything else. Ye Qing smiled. Sounds good. Ye Guan nodded and said, all right, you should go ahead and rescue the others. Master Pagoda had told Ye Guan that Ye Xiao and the members of the Ye clan were still alive. Aotian had brought them here to lure Ye Guan, so Ye Xiao's life and the lives of the other members of the Ye clan were important. Ye Qing nodded before turning around and disappearing into a golden beam of light. Ye Guan watched as Ye Qing disappeared into the horizon. Ye Qing could no longer be seen, so Ye Guan finally relaxed and lay down on the ground. He could finally feel the intense pain coming from his exposed flesh after taking the brunt of an ancient heavenly dragon's dragon flame. Swoosh! 2 figures streaked across the skies of the true dragon world. The 2 figures were Monk Dao and Nanling Yi. They rushed to the true dragon world upon hearing about Ye Guan's decision, but the true dragon world was closed, so they had no choice but to stay outside and wait. The true dragon clan was no more, so the seal on the true dragon world had disappeared as well. A sinister light flashed in Monk Dao's eyes upon seeing Ye Guan's miserable condition, but he suddenly came to a halt and stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him. Ye Guan was surrounded by multiple dragon carcasses. The true dragon clan, they were annihilated? Monk Dao looked as if he had been struck by lightning from out of the blue. Little Pagoda had already entered Ye Guan's glabella. He was still injured, so he couldn't stay outside for an extended period of time. Nanling Yi rushed over to Ye Guan. She went beyond pallid upon seeing Ye Guan's condition. Junior disciple Ye, you, she said while quivering. Ye Guan grinned at her and said, I'm not going to die. However, Nanling Yi shook her head. You're no longer handsome. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Pfft. Nanling Yi burst out laughing and said, don't worry, I won't feel disgusted with your current look. Ye Guan could only shake his head and smile. Monk Dao had many burning questions, but he couldn't bring himself to speak upon seeing Ye Guan's condition. Swoosh! Ye Qing finally returned with Ye Xiao and the other members of the Ye clan. Ye Xiao and the others rushed to Ye Guan's side. Ye Xiao's voice trembled as he asked, Little Guan, are you okay? Ye Guan smiled and said, I'm fine. Ye Xiao sighed and muttered, this is our fault, for implicating you? Ye Guan shook his head and said, all of this started because of me, so this is all my fault. Ye Xiao shook his head and sighed once more. The True Dragon Clan is no more, and I'm sure the people outside already know about the True Dragon Clan's outcome. We should go, we can't stay here any longer, Ye Qing pointed out. He looked at Ye Xiao and said, Clan leader, I'll escort you to Nanzhou. Ye Xiao and the others weren't strong enough to stay on the Zongtu Divine Continent. The Ye clan also had zero foundation here, so they wouldn't prosper even if they were to stay here. Ye Xiao hesitated, but he eventually nodded. All right. Ye Qing walked over to Ye Guan and extended a storage ring to him. Brother Ye Guan, I have divided the spoils, and this is your portion. The storage rings of the Shenge clan members are in that storage ring as well. Ye Guan nodded and accepted the storage ring. Be careful on your way home, he said. Ye Qing nodded. However, he didn't turn around to leave. He looked like he was hesitating, but he eventually made up his mind and asked, Brother Ye Guan, are you going to aim for the Great Dao Destiny contest? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Ye Qing smiled at that and said, I'm aiming for it as well. Ye Guan smiled and exclaimed, Great. It seems that I'll have a partner when the time comes. Ye Qing's smile deepened. Brother Ye Guan, take care. I'll see you later. With that, Ye Qing brought Ye Xiao and the others away. Ye Guan's expression was complicated as he watched them leave. It was such a short reunion. He wanted to spend more time with them, but he knew that this wasn't the right occasion. Monk Dao next to him said, we should hurry up and leave as well. I'm sure the True Dragon clan's annihilation has alerted the major powers of the Zongtu Divine Continent. I think many powerhouses are on their way here. Ye Guan nodded and said, okay, let's go. He still couldn't walk, so Monk Dao had to carry him away with Nanling Yi. Just a few minutes after their departure, several powerful auras appeared in the skies of the True Dragon world. The powerhouses were stupefied to see that the True Dragon world had become nothing but a wasteland. The True Dragon clan was annihilated? It was too shocking of a reality that they doubted their eyes. The news about the True Dragon clan's annihilation quickly spread throughout the entire Zongtu Divine Continent. A clan annihilation? The Guanxian law prohibited the annihilation of an entire clan, so the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy started investigating the incident. However, they had to stop their investigation upon hearing that the main Guanxian Academy had decided to send someone. Academy Chief Lu Cheoan stood at the helm of the many tutors and members of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Their group stood at the entrance of the academy to wait for the main Guanxian Academy's representative. Soon, a woman walked out of a carriage. The woman was wearing a pristine white robe, and there was a purple string wrapped around her slender waist. Her long hair was tied up in a ponytail that reached her waist. Her features were delicate and vivid, but she carried with her a look of superiority as she walked toward Lu Cheoan with an ancient-looking scroll in her hand. The scroll was emblazoned with the words Guanxian Law. Lu Cheoan bowed respectfully. His voice was trembling as he said, Greetings, Representative Ye. The woman was none other than Representative Ye Guanzi. She was the representative of the main Guanxian Academy's Department of Arts, and she was a formidable cultivator in her own right. The most important fact here was that she had the authority to mobilize the Guanxian Guards. No one throughout the vast universe would dare to go against the Guanxian Guards. However, Ye Guanzi's authority wasn't the only reason Lu Cheoan found her scary. Lu Cheoan was fearful of her because she was the disciple of Academy Chief Shuxian, who had only accepted 2 disciples so far. Academy Chief Shuxian's first disciple was King Kaio, and King Kaio was a legendary woman considered to be the strongest individual throughout the vast Guanxian universe. Many people considered Ye Guanzi to be King Kaio's peer in the talent department, which was a terrifying idea because Ye Guanzi didn't even look like she was above 20 years old. Lu Cheoan and his group were extremely respectful. They felt slightly nervous as well because this was the first time the main Guanxian Academy sent such an important figure to the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Ye Guanzi looked at Lu Cheoan and said, Academy Chief Lu, we should talk inside. She walked through the academy gates, and Lu Cheoan hurriedly chased after her. Ye Guanzi sat near the lake. She was looking at the fish swimming freely in the water. Lu Cheoan stood next to her with his head slightly bowed. Academy Chief Lu, the True Dragon clan has been annihilated, said Ye Guanzi. What do you know about it? I've investigated and found that it has something to do with Ye Guan. Lu Cheoan replied. Ye Guanzi nodded and said, go on. Lu Cheoan hesitated before asking, should we arrest Ye Guan? Ye Guanzi turned to look at Lu Cheoan and calmly said, let's put aside the grievances between Ye Guan and the True Dragon clan for now. Let's talk about Ye Guan and the academy. I've heard that Ye Guan was a student of the Guanxian Academy. He won the martial contest of the upper realm, but the True Dragon clan unjustly intervened. Have you heard about it? Lu Cheoan's face turned pale. Ye Guanzi continued. The world of martial arts isn't just all about fighting, and I understand that relationships are important as well, Academy Chief Lu. I guess it makes more sense to stand on the side of the True Dragon clan and the Yin clan rather than on the side of a poor little bastard. Lu Cheoan knelt and lowered his head. How do you think the academy governs the universe? It is naturally using the Guanxian law. The Sword Master founded the academy in hopes of making the world a lawful and fair place to live. The martial contest is the only way out for people without solid backgrounds. If even the integrity of the martial contest is compromised, how can those without backers and strong backgrounds rise up to the ranks? Ye Guanzi said. Ye Guanzi shook her head and continued. Regardless of the era, those suffering the most are always those who belong at the bottom of society. People like them might never manage to make a name for themselves no matter how hard they try. The academy is aware of that, which is why the academy created the martial contest. The academy wants the people to know that their destiny can change as long as they are willing to put in the effort. But, Ye Guanzi trailed off. Her gaze turned cold as she continued. The True Dragon clan was really bold. They actually dared to intervene in the Guanxian Academy's martial contest, and what's even worse is that none of you stood up against them. Lu Cheoan went beyond pallid. Ye Guanzi's eyes were full of disdain as she said, Academy Chief Lu, you cannot be blamed for the incident, but why did you intercept Academy Chief Zhao's letter of complaint? Who gave you the guts to do that? Lu Chaoan trembled, and he didn't dare to speak even a word. The integrity of the martial contest was compromised, but rather than reprimanding the True Dragon Clan, you actually allowed them to bully a student of our academy? Academy Chief Lu, are you a dog of the True Dragon Clan? Asked Ye Guanzi. Lu Chaoan collapsed. His voice was trembling as he said, Representative Ye, the Yin Clan is impudent. Ye Guanzi roared, are you trying to use the Yin Clan against me? Lu Chaoan hurriedly said, no, come. Ye Guanzi exclaimed. An individual clad in white armor appeared next to her. Lu Chaoan despaired upon seeing the armored individual. A Guanxian guard? Ye Guanzi's expression remained unchanging as she said, and Fei chose to conspire with the True Dragon Clan against the academy. I want you to drag her out of the Yin Clan and beat her to death in front of the Yin Clan's gates. It seems that the clan leader of the Yin Clan does not know how to discipline their members as well, so I want you to tell the Yin Clan to replace their current clan leader. From now on, the Yin Clan's special perks are removed. The Guanxian guard wordlessly turned around to leave. Lu Chaoan was horrified. I'm doomed? She must be powerful enough to go against the Yin Clan. The Yin Clan is doomed. Ye Guanzi made a sidelong glance at Lu Chaoan. You took advantage of the power and authority that the academy has bestowed upon you and used it for your personal gains. I'm sure you are familiar with the Guanxian law. What do you think is the punishment for your crimes? Lu Chaoan chuckled bitterly, but he didn't say anything. Take him away. Ye Guanzi ordered. A Guanxian guard took Lu Chaoan away. Ye Guanzi closed her eyes and said, these great clans are becoming increasingly bolder over time, and they have been challenging the Guanxian Academy's bottom line. Many of them have already become tumors, and watch what you say. An old woman suddenly appeared next to Ye Guanzi, and she lowered her voice as she said, please watch your words, Representative Ye. The great clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent weren't that strong, but the families affiliated with the main Guanxian Academy were on a different level. They were extremely powerful and influential. Ye Guanzi was powerful and influential, but she would be like an egg trying to shatter a boulder if she were to go against those powerful clans. In other words, Ye Guanzi had to be wary of them. Ye Guanzi said blandly, they have infiltrated every corner of the Academy's committee. They have become strong enough to influence the Academy, and it seems that they have already distorted our values and beliefs. Ye Guanzi shook her head as helplessness flashed past her eyes. She didn't speak anymore because she knew that she had to protect herself first before she could protect the Academy. It would be tantamount to seeking her own death if she were to challenge those great clans without enough strength. In other words, she had to be strong enough if she wanted to change the status quo. The old woman sighed upon seeing Ye Guanzi's silence. The sword master must have known that the great clans would eventually become problematic, so why is it that he didn't nip them in the bud? What was he thinking? Ye Guanzi muttered. The old woman chuckled bitterly. Brat, you shouldn't criticize the sword master, she said. Ye Guanzi calmly retorted, compliments are meaningless if criticism is not allowed. The old woman went silent. Moments later, Ye Guanzi said, we should go and meet young Lord Ye. The ancient heavenly dragon clan will not let this slide, said the old woman. Ye Guanzi's eyes turned cold. The old woman hesitated for a little while before asking, Brat, Ye Guan had annihilated the true dragon clan. What are you going to do about him? Ye Guanzi shook her head and said, what can we do? Clan annihilation violates the Guanxian law, the old woman pointed out. Ye Guanzi shook her head once more and retorted, true, but the true dragon clan took the Ye clan hostage against Ye Guan. Ye Guan's retaliation can be considered reasonable self-defense under the Guanxian law. Is that so? Asked the old woman, seemingly doubtful. Isn't it too excessive? If someone strong enough to annihilate your clan threatens to wipe your clan off the face of the earth, whatever you do in response cannot be considered excessive. I would have done the same if I were in his shoes, said Ye Guanzi. There was a momentary pause before she continued. The Guanxian law advocates fairness and justice. If the true dragon clan can harm others without giving others a chance to retaliate, wouldn't the Guanxian law be unfair and evil? Ye Guan's retaliation is reasonable self-defense. There's no need to pursue the matter any further. The old woman nodded and asked, so, why are you going to meet him? The root cause is the Academy's inaction. We wronged him, so it is only natural for us to apologize to him. It would be great if he chooses to join the Academy again, but we should try to compensate him at the bare minimum, Ye Guanzi explained. Ye Guanzi started walking away, and the old woman followed her. The old woman asked once more, what are we going to do with Academy Chief Zhao? Ye Guanzi pondered silently for a while before saying, she will lose her job, but she can be forgiven. She was just the Academy Chief in the tiny upper realm, so it wasn't strange that she was afraid to offend the Yin clan and the True Dragon clan. She even repented after what happened and wrote a letter to us to speak up for Ye Guan. I think we should forgive her. The old woman made a sidelong glance at Ye Guanzi and said, the Guanxian law states that she must be crippled for her transgression. Ye Guanzi shook her head and explained, Zhao Su would have died where he stood if she had opposed the Yin clan and the True Dragon clan at the time. What do you think she could have done as the Academy Chief in the tiny upper realm? Her letter also proved that her heart is righteous. Punishments are to reform those who have transgressed so that they'll turn over a new leaf. We must not mete out punishment for the sake of punishing. The old woman nodded and went silent. Anyway, our academy made a mistake. The Zonto Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy and the Yin clan conspired and fueled the arrogance of the True Dragon clan until they were daring enough to break the integrity of the martial contest. We must severely punish Lu Cheoan and the Yin clan to warn the others, especially the great clans. Ye Guanzi's eyes turned cold as she continued. I can still remember those great clans being as restrained as mice in front of a cat while Senior King Kaio was still around as academy chief, but when she know, those great clans have become bolder in their pursuit of more power. The old woman sighed. She didn't dare to comment on matters related to the academy. Ye Guanzi went silent as well. Soon, she disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, a naked Ye Guan was on a bed. Nanling Yi loomed over his scorched body. 90% of Ye Guan's body had suffered burns after he took the brunt of the ancient heavenly dragon's dragon flame. He very much wanted to apply medicine on his wounds by himself, but he was too exhausted to move, not to mention apply medicine on his wounds. Nanling Yi stared at Ye Guan's naked body and blinked. Junior disciple Ye, don't be nervous. I'm not going to do anything else, I'm just going to apply medicine on your wounds. Ye Guan heard that and hesitated. His voice was trembling as he said, Senior disciple Yi, can you please stop touching me? Just apply the medicine, please. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Nanling Yi touched him for quite a while. I thought you were going to apply medicine to my wounds? Ye Guan was still a young woman, so how could he possibly resist a young woman touching his naked body? Ye Guan was also worried about the kind of thoughts Nanling Yi would have if she were allowed to continue. In other words, he had to stop her as soon as possible. Nanling Yi blushed slightly at Ye Guan's remark. She hurriedly took out a jade bottle and said, Junior disciple Ye, this is a sky-grade spiritual medicine called Rejuvenating Solution. It'll sting a bit once applied, but bear with it. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Nanling Yi slowly poured the rejuvenating solution on Ye Guan. Ah, Ye Guan exclaimed inwardly. His brows scrunched up. It felt as if 1,000 knives pierced his flesh at once, but the pain was still bearable. Nanling Yi asked carefully, are you okay? Ye Guan sucked in a breath of cold air and grinned. I'm fine, he exclaimed. Nanling Yi nodded slightly before rubbing the medicine on Ye Guan's scorched body. She was gentle and meticulous, and not a single spot on Ye Guan's figure was spared. None of them said a word, and the air in the room soon became tense until it was palpable. Ye Guan shook his head and abandoned the weird thoughts that had been popping up in his mind. He closed his eyes and started thinking about the huge battle in the True Dragon world. It was a battle that made him realize just how insignificant he truly was in the bigger picture. Ye Guan reckoned that he had become at least 10 times stronger after becoming a Sword Immortal, but it seemed that a Sword Immortal wasn't exactly strong enough to handle any issues. The ancient heavenly dragon was just a projection, but a mere projection was strong enough to deal such severe injuries to him with just its flames. Meanwhile, Li Ji was definitely at least 10 times stronger than that ancient heavenly dragon. A truly powerful cultivator was a weapon of mass destruction, and Ye Guan was just an insignificant Sword Immortal, so he couldn't afford to be complacent and arrogant. Complacency and satisfaction would lead to limitations, and one ought to avoid settling for less on the path of cultivation. One had to keep scaling higher summits until they became invincible. Master Pagoda, I want to become stronger. Ye Guan exclaimed inwardly. Take it slow, Little Pagoda replied. All right. Ye Guan nodded. After a momentary pause, he continued. Master Pagoda, are you hiding something from me? Nope, Little Pagoda said casually. Ye Guan went silent. A deafening silence enveloped the two. Little Pagoda shattered it by saying, just a few secrets. Can you tell me the reason behind the Shenge clan ancestors' actions? Ye Guan asked. The question had been bothering him since he woke up, so he couldn't help but ask. Little Pagoda's reply was a bit late. Are you sure you want to know? He asked. Ye Guan nodded. She's your father's confidant, Little Pagoda said. Ye Guan froze, and he asked in disbelief, confidant? Yes, that is the reason behind her actions. Does my father have many wives, Master Pagoda? Yes, he has multiple wives. Ye Guan frowned and asked, why is he such a womanizer? Your grandfather has many wives as well, said Little Pagoda. My grandfather? Ye Guan asked. Yup. My father is just a son-in-law, but to think he would marry other women despite his status. He's too much of a womanizer. How about you? Wouldn't you want a few wives as well? Little Pagoda asked. I already have Little Jia. I don't think there are going to be any issues even if you take multiple wives. I don't think that's a good thing. Why not? Asked Little Pagoda. How can a person love two people at once? Why not? Does it really matter if everyone is willing? If you have two girlfriends and you don't want to marry two women, then just don't marry them. What's wrong with having multiple girlfriends? It'll just be like multiple best friends. Little Pagoda said. Little Pagoda paused momentarily before he hurriedly said, your father said it, not me. My father? Ye Guan sighed and shook his head with contempt. Forget it. It's not really appropriate for a son to judge his father. Anyway, you should focus on recovering. Once you've recovered, you should focus on cultivating. I'm sure it'll take you a really long time to exhaust the True Dragon clan's treasury, said Little Pagoda. True Dragon clan's treasury. Ye Guan's lips curled up. The True Dragon clan's treasury contained 7 million gold spiritual crystals and 100,000 immortal spiritual crystals. Immortal spiritual crystals were a tier higher than gold spiritual crystals. Naturally, they contained purer spiritual energy, and it was all because only sky-grade spiritual veins could produce immortal spiritual crystals. An immortal spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 gold spiritual crystals. In other words, they were extremely precious. Ye Guan also obtained almost 100 true dragon carcasses. He was already thinking about what would happen if he sold one of them. Honestly, he had no idea how much they would go for, but one thing was for sure: a dragon carcass would fetch a pretty penny. Regardless, Ye Guan hit the jackpot. He sustained heavy injuries in the process, but it paled in comparison to his excitement. So it was a blessing in disguise, he muttered to himself before closing his eyes. He decided to focus on recovering before anything else. In addition, he couldn't really cultivate with such severe injuries. "Is young Lord Ye here?" someone shouted. Nanling Yi flinched. She turned and saw a woman standing at the door. The woman was wearing a long robe, and her hair was tied up into a long ponytail. She was holding a folding fan in one hand, which made her look incomparably graceful. The woman was none other than Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi froze upon seeing Ye Guan's scorched figure and Nanling Yi looming over him with her hands on his torso. Moments later, Ye Guanzi recovered. She chuckled before saying, "It seems that my visit is untimely." She took a step backward before turning around to leave. Nanling Yi stared doubtfully at Ye Guan. Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I don't know her." Nanling Yi shook her head as well and said, "I don't know her, too." Ye Guanzi stopped in her tracks and said, "It's nice to meet you, young Lord Ye. I'm here as the Guanxian Academy's representative." The Guanxian Academy? Ye Guan raised his guard up. Was she here because of the True Dragon clan's demise? "Young Lord Ye, could I have a word with you?" Ye Guanzi added. Ye Guan thought about it before saying, "Senior disciple Yi, can you cover me?" Nanling Yi nodded and covered Ye Guan with a blanket. With that, Ye Guan said to Ye Guanzi, "Come in." Ye Guanzi obliged. She glanced at Nanling Yi for a second time and smiled before walking toward Ye Guan. She took out a white jade bottle and extended it over to him. "I think you will find this useful, young Lord Ye." Ye Guan wanted to turn her offer down, but Nanling Yi saw the emblazoned characters on the white jade bottle and cried out, "Holy Yuan pill? Isn't that a legendary immortal grade spiritual medicine?" An immortal grade spiritual medicine. Ye Guan was moved. The grade above sky grade items were saint grade items, and above saint grade items were immortal grade items. A bottle of immortal grade spiritual medicine was priceless. An immortal grade spiritual pill alone was incredibly precious and expensive. The alchemist profession was a distinguished and lofty occupation, and there were only a few alchemists, even throughout the vast Zong to Divine continent. Nanling Yi was tempted, but she suppressed her greed and glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared deeply at Ye Guanzi and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Ye Guanzi explained, "Young Lord Ye, I have no ill intentions. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of the Guanxian Academy." "Apologize?" Ye Guan asked with a frown. Ye Guanzi nodded. "The Academy made a mistake that snowballed into the horrible ordeal you had to endure. We offer our sincere apology, and I hope you will forgive us for our mistake." Ye Guan was taken aback. "Young Lord Ye, if you're willing to return to the Academy, we will." "No, thank you," said Ye Guan, interrupting her. "The Academy is willing to make an exception for young Lord Ye. We will allow you to return to the Academy." Nanling Yi's expression stiffened. He's allowed to return to the Academy? That's a huge opportunity. However, Ye Guan shook his head and repeated, "No, thank you." After a few moments of silence, Ye Guanzi nodded and said, "I apologize once again on behalf of the Guanxian Academy, and the Academy's gates will always be open to you. I won't take up any more of your time. Get well soon." Ye Guanzi turned around and was about to leave, but Nanling Yi stopped her in her tracks by asking, "Will the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan take revenge on my junior disciple? They're affiliated with the main Guanxian Academy, right?" "They won't do anything on the surface," Ye Guanzi replied. Nanling Yi's expression darkened, and she asked, "What about beneath the surface?" "They'll definitely do something," said Ye Guanzi. Nanling Yi stared at her and asked, "Are you from the main Guanxian Academy?" "Yes," Ye Guanzi replied with a nod. "She's from the main Guanxian Academy?" Ye Guan was stunned. It seemed that he truly hadn't expected that someone from the main Guanxian Academy would come and visit him. Nanling Yi hesitated before asking, "What about the Yin clan?" "I can restrain them on the surface, but I'm sure they'll do something beneath the surface," Ye Guanzi answered. "What should we do?" asked Nanling Yi. She was obviously worried about her junior disciple. Ye Guanzi pondered for a long time before she sighed and said, "This matter all started because of their ego, but I'm sure they're still going to take revenge in secret. I don't think I can do anything to them if they hide their tracks and be smart about their revenge. After all, there is a difference between actually committing a crime and being suspected of committing a crime. If the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan and the Yin clan decided to take revenge on me, what are you going to do?" asked Ye Guan. "I will mobilize the Guanxian guards against them. I will kickstart the impeachment procedures to impeach the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan and let the Guanxian Academy Committee decide their punishment. Unfortunately, whatever happens afterward is out of my hands," Ye Guanzi replied. "What about the Yin clan?" "I will do everything I can to stop them. I will try to impeach them as well." Ye Guan chuckled and asked her, "What do you think will be the outcome?" "The outcome is your death, young Lord Ye." Ye Guan went silent. Eventually, he said, "Is that so? Where is the justice there?" Ye Guan sighed and explained, justice exists, young lord Ye, but it requires strength to wield. We live in a pragmatic world, after all. Ye Guan shook his head and laughed sardonically. Ye Guan added, young lord Ye, the academy has done its best to uphold justice throughout the universe, but I have to admit the committee is filled with many rotten apples. However, I'm still confident that we are on an upward trend. It's only going to get better. Miss, I can tell that you're a wonderful person. It would be great if the academy had more people like you, said Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment, young lord Ye. Anyway, you have to be extremely careful from now on because you're the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan's target. I suggest you work even harder to become stronger. The solution to injustice and violence is sometimes a bigger fist. I've been studying the Guanxian law my entire life, and I have to admit that violence is sometimes a better solution than anything else. Ye Guan chuckled at her remark and said, I appreciate your advice. Ye Guan nodded and said, I'm off, then. With that, she turned around and finally left. Ye Guan's gaze was indecipherable as he stared at Ye Guan's departing figure. Ye Guan left and found Monk Dao staring at her outside. She smiled politely at Monk Dao before walking away. Monk Dao asked, does he have a chance in the destiny contest? Ye Guan stopped in her tracks. She thought about it for a while before saying, I don't think so. Monk Dao's eyes narrowed. He's a sword immortal. Ye Guan nodded and said, it is quite rare for someone this young to already be a sword immortal, even in the main Guanxian Academy, but a sword immortal at his age is rare even in the main Guanxian Academy, but Ye Guan trailed off before continuing. I don't think he has any chances of winning, especially after I saw the demon race and Milky Way's representative. Monk Dao's expression turned heavy. Ye Guan smiled slightly and said, Senior Dao, please don't be discouraged. Nothing is certain, and anyone can become a dark horse. Please don't call me senior, miss. I'm not worthy of it, said Monk Dao. He was humble because he knew that even though the woman in front of him was young, she was already strong enough to crush him. She was definitely a terrifying existence, even among the powerhouses of the main Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan turned and looked at the Great Hall. The Guanxian Academy and the Daoist sect's relationship used to be great. It's a pity that the Daoist sect has fallen to such a state, she muttered before finally departing the Daoist sect. Monk Dao silently watched her leave. Nanling Yi peeked into the white jade bottle and gasped. Ah, there are 5 immortal-grade spiritual medicines here. 5? Ye Guan was shocked by Ye Guan's generosity. Nanling Yi hurriedly took out one pill and shoved it into Ye Guan's mouth. Ye Guan inadvertently swallowed it, and a green light immediately burst out of him. His wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, astonishing both him and Nanling Yi. His dead skin sloughed off him, and he recovered completely. What a wondrous pill. It seems that I still have a lot to learn about this world. Nanling Yi exclaimed, that was amazing. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled hollowly. It seemed that Ye Guan's status was indeed extraordinary. Ye Guan stretched, and he could already move freely after just a few minutes. He turned to look at Nanling Yi and said, Senior disciple Yi, I'm going to change clothes. All right, Nanling Yi said with a nod. However, Nanling Yi didn't really walk away or turn around, which baffled Ye Guan. Are you not going to look away? He asked after much hesitation. Nanling Yi blinked and casually said, I've already seen everything. I don't think it's a big deal. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Pfft. Nanling Yi covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. Just kidding. With that, Nanling Yi turned around and left. Ye Guan got up and changed. He soon walked out and looked up. It was sunset, so the sky was covered in a red hue, creating a picturesque sight. Ye Guan sat down on the stone steps and opened his palm. The path sword appeared in his hands, and he stroked it. Little Jia, the true dragon clan has been annihilated, and I really miss you. The Undying Clan? A resolute light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes upon thinking about borrowing the Qingxian sword. I need strength. Ye Guan was convinced that the Undying Clan would allow him to borrow the Qingxian sword as long as he was strong enough. With that thought in mind, Ye Guan got up and hopped onto his sword. Moments later, he disappeared into the horizon. He had just recovered, but he had already decided to go to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and cultivate. U City. Manager Chen Diao sat wordlessly on his chair, seemingly in deep thought. All of a sudden, a man walked into Chen Diao's office. The man looked like he was in his 20s, and he was a plump man resembling a ball of meat. Chen Diao asked calmly, how am I going to be punished? Oh, so you already know your fate, the plump man asked mockingly. Chen Diao nodded. He knew that his outcome was grim upon hearing of the true dragon clan's annihilation. The plump man exclaimed, your outcome is death. Chen Diao's pupils constricted. He immediately stood up and said, yes, I committed a crime, but it's not a crime punishable by death. The plump man interrupted with a scoff. I thought you weren't afraid of death. Chen Diao examined the plump man and asked, may I know who you are? The plump man lifted his robe, revealing a small golden sachet hanging from his waist. Chen Diao's pupils constricted upon seeing the golden sachet and his voice trembled as he muttered, a golden sachet. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had many branches, so it had a multitude of managers managing its branches. However, managers were divided into different ranks, and a manager's rank could be distinguished by their sachets. The sachets they carried had colors that ranged from copper for the lowest rank to silver, gold, and white for the highest rank. A pavilion master and his trusted subordinates were the only ones authorized to carry white sachets. A white sachet holder had the same authority as a pavilion master. However, white sachets could only be carried around by those from the headquarters deep in the Guanqian universe. Chen Diao didn't expect that the higher UPS would send a gold sachet manager to take care of him, and he was also surprised to see such a young gold sachet manager. The plump man sat down on an empty chair and said, I understand why you made such an investment in the True Dragon clan. The True Dragon clan's potential was greater than Ye Guan, after all. However, you shouldn't have used the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's power to help them. Using the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's resources for personal gain is frowned upon. I don't think this issue is big enough to attract the headquarters' attention. How come the headquarters learned of it? Asked Chen Diao as he quivered ever so slightly in his seat. The plump man chuckled and said, Guanqian Academy's representative Ye sent a letter to headquarters, and she told the higher UPS about your involvement in the matter. Chen Diao's expression stiffened. He didn't know what to say. The plump man shook his head slightly and added, Representative Ye's report was just part of the reason. The headquarters was alarmed by how the True Dragon clan was wiped out despite the advent of their ancestor. The powerhouses of the Shenge clan had reportedly died as well. In other words, young Lord Ye's backer is stronger than Li Ji. Chen Diao went beyond pallid. The plump man continued. I agree that your crime, even though frowned upon, isn't that heavy. However, your true crime here was barking up the wrong tree. Chen Diao asked, will I really get executed? The plump man replied, we have to kill you to make an example. Chen Diao chuckled hollowly and said, do you really think that Ye Guan's backer is stronger than the Yin clan? The plump man picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. I don't know about that, he said nonchalantly. However, young Lord Ye's backer is definitely stronger than you. Anyway, I really find you pitiful. You tried to get in the Yin clan's good books through the True Dragon clan, but the Yin clan doesn't even know that you exist. The plump man shook his head and added, humans should be careful when it comes to licking someone's boots. Licking the wrong boots would only send disaster your way. Chen Diao's expression froze. Goodbye, the plump man exclaimed. Swoosh! Chen Diao inexplicably burst into flames, and he was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The plump man put down the teacup and said, let her in. A woman slowly walked into the office. The woman was none other than Mo Ya from Yong City. The plump man grinned and said, you'll be the manager of Yu City's Immortal Treasures Pavilion from now on. Mo Ya was taken aback, and she stuttered, this. You don't want this role? Asked the plump man. No, I want it. It's just that. I can't quite believe it. Mo Ya said in a hurry. Moments later, she asked hesitantly, is it because of young Lord Ya? The plump man chuckled and replied, yes. The stone weighing on Mo Ya's heart abruptly vanished. She was overjoyed to discover that she had made the right gamble at the time. The plump man stared at her and said, why did you help young Lord Ya? Mo Ya pondered over it before saying, it was partly because he was a good person, but the main reason was that he was strong enough to defeat Mu and the True Dragon clan's young clan leader. I also had nothing to lose at the time but everything to gain if my gamble paid off. Haha. The plump man boisterously laughed, and his fat folds jiggled as he laughed. Mo Ya wordlessly stared at the plump man. I can see that you have an eye for people, said the plump man. Mo Ya hurriedly bowed. It is my honor, senior. The plump man nodded and got up. You will manage this branch from now on. I will see you again, senior. Mo Ya hurriedly called out. She hesitated for a few moments before saying, I just received news that young Lord Ya is here. Do you not wish to meet him, senior? The plump man smirked and asked, do you want me to meet him? Mo Ya bowed and answered, I have my own selfish desires, but I know how to look at the bigger picture. I am already satisfied to have done a favor for an important figure like young Lord Ya. If senior feels that young Lord Ye's future is bright, you could get acquainted with him yourself to win over an important partner for Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Mo Ya knew that her fate with Ye Guan had ended. The plump man in front of her could easily decide her future, and she could tell that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion valued Ye Guan greatly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone of the plump man's caliber here. Mo Ya was also aware that the plump man would still go and visit Ye Guan himself even if she hadn't said anything, so why not say something to get into the plump man's good books? The plump man would take Ye Guan away from her anyway, so why not squeeze as much value as possible until it was exhausted? The plump man stared deeply at Mo Ya. Eventually, he smiled in satisfaction and said, it seems that I have underestimated you. Do your best here, and you might become one of the headquarters members. The plump man turned around to leave afterward, leaving Mo Ya jumping for joy. Ye Guan was currently in the outer hall of Yu City's Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He was here to see Mo Ya and thank her. After all, Mo Ya had helped him greatly back when the True Dragon clan had surrounded him. A plump man from the inner hall of the building walked toward Ye Guan. The plump man was all smiles, prompting Ye Guan to look at the former. It's nice to meet you, young Lord Ya. My name is Qin Feng, and you may refer to me as Old Qin. Ye Guan was slightly confused, and he asked, do I know you? Qin Feng politely replied, I'm Lady Mo Ya's superior. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I see. Young Lord Ya, I apologize to you on behalf of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Qin Feng said with a bow. Ye Guan was puzzled. Why? Qin Feng chuckled bitterly and explained, the previous manager of this branch Chen Diao colluded with the True Dragon clan and exposed your whereabouts. He mobilized the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's intelligence network to help the True Dragon clan. Sigh. Ye Guan was silent. He had been wondering about the True Dragon clan's quick response, and he finally had the answer. We have already executed Chen Diao, but we still don't think that it's enough, said Qin Feng. He took out a storage ring and passed it over to Ye Guan. Young Lord Ye, please accept this small token of appreciation from our Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan accepted the storage ring and was shocked at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's generosity upon checking the storage ring's contents. The storage ring contained 1,000,000 gold spiritual crystals. This is too much. I've heard that Lady Mo Ye and young Lord Ye are friends, so we decided to promote her to this branch's manager. This branch has higher foot traffic, after all, so it is practically a promotion. If young Lord Ye needs something, you can go ahead and look for her. I'm sure she'll accommodate your requests, said Qin Feng. Ye Guan stared deeply at Qin Feng and asked, Brother Qin, pardon me for asking this, but do I have a powerful backer? Ye Guan knew that there was a reason behind Qin Feng's kindness and politeness. Is it because of my father, or is it because of Plainskirt's sister? Qin Feng was silent. How am I supposed to answer that question? Aren't you supposed to know better than me? They're your backer, after all. Ye Guan sounded serious as he added, I would really love to know. At that, Qin Feng knew that he couldn't delay anymore and said, Brother Ye, I can see that you're a humble individual, so I'll answer you honestly. I don't know just how strong your backer is, and, shouldn't you know that yourself? Ye Guan thought about it and sighed before saying, I guess I have an extremely powerful backer. Then, Qin Feng didn't know what to say. One Mo Ye is from Yong City, not Yu City, but it's written like this in the Ross. Ye Guan knew that Master Pagoda was hiding something from him, but he didn't really care about it anymore. He cared more about becoming stronger than prying into Master Pagoda's secrets. He was born in a world where strength was everything, and he had to become stronger if he wanted to achieve greatness. Qin Feng looked at Ye Guan and felt slightly bewildered. Could it be that Ye Guan was unaware of his own origins? He investigated Ye Guan's background and found that Ye Guan was the adopted son of the Ye clan of Nanzhou, but that was about it. Qin Feng didn't discover anything else aside from that. However, there was no way Ye Guan's identity would be so simple. He was an extraordinary young man, after all. He was a 17-year-old Sword Immortal. He would be considered an extreme talent whether he was on the Zongtu Divine Continent or in the main Guanxian Academy. A talent like him would become one of the strongest people in the world the moment he became a sword sovereign. Even the main Guanxian Academy only had 3 sword sovereigns. Qin Feng smiled politely and said, Brother Ye, family background is really important in this world, but I think that one's own hard work is more important than anything else. It's not our fault that we were born into a poor household, but it would be our fault if we did not work hard to become even stronger. Ye Guan smiled and nodded in agreement. I definitely agree, Brother Qin, he said. Qin Feng boisterously laughed. A resolute light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes. Brother Qin, I'd like to cultivate in one of your cultivation rooms, he said. I'll arrange it for you, Qin Feng replied. Ye Guan smiled and said, Thank you, don't mention it. What aspect of cultivation would you like to focus on? Spacetime gravity. Ye Guan replied. I've heard that you've already gotten used to 16 additional layers of spacetime gravity. Ye Guan nodded and replied, Do you have a room with more layers of gravity? Yes, Qin Feng said. Please follow me. Qin Feng turned around and walked away. Ye Guan followed closely behind him. Qin Feng soon brought Ye Guan to a great hall enveloped in darkness. Qin Feng stared at him and said, We're inside Yu City's highest-ranking cultivation ground. It's no longer just a room, and it costs 20,000 gold spiritual crystals to cultivate here for a day. Ye Guan asked hesitantly, Can I get a discount? His pockets were bulging, but Ye Guan still felt like he had to save as many gold spiritual crystals as he could if he could do so. Ye Guan knew that he had a turbulent future ahead of him, so he had to save up while he could still afford it. Qin Feng chuckled and said, I'll let you stay here for a month for free. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. I don't think that's appropriate, Brother Qin. Just take it as a token of our friendship, Qin Feng said. Of course, if you insist, then I can just retract my offer. Haha. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Come on, don't say that, Brother Qin. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng boisterously laughed and urged. All right, I understand. All right, go ahead, Brother Ye. All right. Ye Guan nodded. Do you want to start on the 17th level, or perhaps? Qin Feng trailed off. Yes, I would like to start on the 17th level, said Ye Guan. Sure. Qin Feng nodded and obliged. Ye Guan walked into the cultivation grounds, and the terrifying gravity of the cultivation ground bore down on him upon entering. However, the gravity only elicited a frown from Ye Guan. Brother Qin, please give me 18 additional layers of gravity. Qin Feng nodded and waved his sleeve to grant Ye Guan his wish. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the gravity in the cultivation grounds intensified. Ye Guan closed his eyes. Moments later, he cried out, Brother Qin, give me 19, please. 19? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, but he still waved his hand. 19 layers of additional gravity pressed down on Ye Guan. Soon, Ye Guan shouted, Brother Qin, increase it to 21. Disbelief flashed past Qin Feng's eyes. He wants 21 layers of additional gravity? Ye Guan was just a space-shattering realm cultivator. Qin Feng knew 0 cultivators capable of enduring 21 additional layers of gravity. There were some talents among the demon race capable of withstanding such gravitational force, but those talents possessed exceedingly powerful physiques. Nonetheless, Qin Feng waved his hand once again. Boom! Ye Guan felt his feet sinking into the ground. However, Ye Guan smiled slightly rather than frown. It turned out that he had been looking for this feeling. The pressure and weight are heavy enough. This is great. Ye Guan inwardly rejoiced. He soon raised his sword and started swinging. His movements were slow at first, but he was slowly getting faster. Ye Guan wasn't exclusively cultivating his sword here. His understanding of spacetime gravity's constant rules was also deepening. Ye Guan soon found out that heavier spacetime gravity meant carrying the weight of heavier spatial matter. It seemed that space itself was a substance. Ye Guan's method of acclimatizing to the heavier spacetime gravity was comprehending the ever-changing spatial matter that accompanied that certain spacetime gravity weight. It was an unskippable process. Ye Guan got faster and faster as he swung his sword. Qin Feng's expression was serious as he stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's terrifying talent as a swordsman made it seem like the 20 additional layers of gravity were nothing but air. Qin Feng reckoned that no one in the same realm as Ye Guan could contend against him when it came to speed. No, Qin Feng was sure that Ye Guan was faster than those 2 or 3 realms above him. He's a heaven-defying talent. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. If Ye Guan were a student of the main Guanxian Academy, he would definitely be on the divine martial list. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but think that his presumption was a bit absurd because the talents on the divine martial list were all major tribulation realm cultivators. The space annihilation realm was what was next after the space shattering realm. A space annihilation realm cultivator would become an earth law realm cultivator after a breakthrough, and the next realms afterward were the heaven law realm, minor tribulation realm, and finally, the major tribulation realm. Ye Guan was 5 realms away from the major tribulation realm. Qin Feng had to admit Ye Guan was the most remarkable space-shattering realm he had ever seen. Ye Guan suddenly called out, "Brother Qin." 22. Qin Feng waved his hand to grant Ye Guan's wish. Rumble? A loud rumbling echoed as the spacetime gravity of the cultivation ground increased once more. Ye Guan only spent 2 hours acclimatizing to the 22 layers of additional gravity before he called out to Qin Feng and had it increased to 23 additional layers of gravity. Qin Feng's eyes were unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan, and his shock deepened with each passing moment. Whenever he thought that Ye Guan had already reached his limits, the latter would immediately prove him wrong. 2 hours later, Ye Guan was now standing beneath 24 layers of additional gravity. 24? Qin Feng reeled in disbelief. It would be an understatement to say that he was astonished. By the following day at noon, Qin Feng's stupefaction had reached greater heights. Ye Guan was now standing beneath 26 layers of additional gravity. Qin Feng stared at Ye Guan with a complicated look in his eyes. He's a lunatic? Ye Guan's attitude toward cultivation was unbelievable. Qin Feng had seen Ye Guan looking all excited upon realizing that he was struggling to endure a certain amount of gravity. No, Ye Guan wasn't just excited. He was ecstatic as well. Qin Feng was aware that Ye Guan was continuously pushing himself beyond his limits, and he found the young man increasingly admirable as time went on. Soon, it was already 5 days since Ye Guan entered the cultivation ground of Yu City's Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan managed to acclimatize to 29 additional layers of gravity in just 5 days. Right now, Ye Guan was withstanding 30 additional layers of gravity. He stood as upright as a sword and brandished his sword slowly as if he were a struggling old man. As usual, Ye Guan's movements slowly got faster. 2 hours later, Ye Guan's speed beneath 30 additional layers was now comparable to his speed in the outside world. In other words, he had completely acclimatized to 30 layers of additional gravity. Brother Qin? 31. Ye Guan cried out. However, the extreme weight and pressure disappeared. Ye Guan was taken aback. Qin Feng walked into the cultivation ground while shaking his head. He chuckled and said, "Brother Ye, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch of Yu City can only provide a maximum of 30 layers of additional gravity." Really? This is it? Ye Guan frowned. Qin Feng directed a strange gaze at Ye Guan. Ye Guan had gained a tremendous amount of understanding about space-time. He also created a 3-step model over the past 5 days, familiarizing himself with the rules of space-time gravity, assimilating his comprehension, and going beyond his limits. Space-time gravity had constant rules, and one could achieve twice the results with half the effort as long as one had enough knowledge of its unchanging rules. Ye Guan was now capable of annihilating space-time and gathering the remnant energy for the sake of profound energy efficiency. A space annihilation realm cultivator was capable of doing such things, but Ye Guan was just a space-shattering realm cultivator. He wasn't supposed to annihilate space. However, Ye Guan didn't choose to make a breakthrough. He felt that he still hadn't reached the limits of the space-shattering realm. Ye Guan decided to focus on using his wisdom in combat. With that in mind, Ye Guan turned to look at Qin Feng and asked, "Brother Qin, would you be interested in a friendly spar?" What Ye Guan needed the most right now was practical experience through combat. Qin Feng's eyes twitched. "Surely, you jest, brother Ye? I'm just a fatty. Do I look like someone who knows how to fight? I'm good at soliciting prostitutes from brothels, but fighting? Forget it." Ye Guan chuckled bitterly at the response. Qin Feng noticed that and asked, "Is it because you want to test your actual strength in combat?" "That is indeed the case," said Ye Guan with a nod. "You should go to the Guanxian Academy and get on the list," Qin Feng advised. "What list?" Ye Guan asked. seemingly confused. Qin Feng was confused as well. Have you not heard of the Guanxian Academy's martial list? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, no, I haven't heard of it. As far as Ye Guan could remember, he became a disciple of the Daoist sect upon arriving on the Zongtu Divine Continent. However, the Daoist sect, forget it. Ye Guan felt that it was a waste of time to even think about the Daoist sect's facilities. Qin Feng explained, the Guanxian Academy has a martial list that comprises talents from many realms, including the Zongtu Divine Continent. You can become a part of the list as long as you're below 25 years of age. The talents on the martial list are the top geniuses throughout all realms, and they are role models of the younger generation. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I'm not a student of the Guanxian Academy. Qin Feng smiled and replied, you don't have to be. Ye Guan pondered over it in silence. You can win exciting prizes. Qin Feng added. Ye Guan abruptly looked up at Qin Feng and asked, prizes? What are the prizes? The 10th placer would receive a monthly stipend of 500,000 gold spiritual crystals, the 9th placer would get 700,000 gold spiritual crystals, the 8th placer would get 1 million, the 7th placer would get 1.3 million gold spiritual crystals. The 3rd placer would get 3 million, the 2nd placer would receive 4 million, while the 1st placer would get a whopping 5 million gold spiritual crystals and an additional 100,000 immortal spiritual crystals. 5 million gold spiritual crystals and an additional 100,000 immortal spiritual crystals? Ye Guan was moved. He had a decent amount of gold spiritual crystals, but he was spending them at an alarming rate. He had already spent around 400,000 gold spiritual crystals over the past 5 days. He would have spent more if he had to pay for the cultivation ground as well. The first placer would also receive the privilege of getting a glimpse of the will that the Sword Master had left behind, said Qin Feng. The Sword Master's will? Ye Guan asked. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. It would be like hitting the jackpot if the Sword Master decides to give you a small portion of his inheritance. Of course, it's highly likely that he won't appear, and he only appeared once throughout history, which was already a few thousand years ago. The Sword Master's appearance. Ye Guan couldn't help but yearn for the opportunity. Of course, he didn't really care about the Sword Master's inheritance. He just wanted to meet the man himself. Ye Guan thought that he might be able to receive the Sword Master's permission to borrow the Qingxian sword if he managed to meet the man himself. The chance was low, but it still existed. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan inwardly called out. You told me that you're acquainted with the Sword Master, was that true? Yes, Little Pagoda replied. Ye Guan thought about it for a few moments before asking, will I meet him if I use your relationship with him? Yes. He's strong, but he'll definitely come out and talk to you for my sake, Master Pagoda bragged. Time to get on the list. Ye Guan made up his mind and headed toward the Guanxian Academy. He would get on the list first before anything else. He reckoned that he wouldn't really achieve anything if he were to go to the Undying clan right now. The Qingxian sword was the Sword Master's personal sword, so why would they lend it to him? If he wanted to borrow the Qingxian sword, the best way was to ask the Sword Master for permission to borrow it. Of course, Ye Guan knew that the chances were low, but he still had to try for Nailan Jia's sake. Ye Guan looked at Qin Feng and asked, Brother Qin, what are the prerequisites to get on the list? There are 2 prerequisites. The candidate must be below 25 years old, and they mustn't have done any heinous deeds, Qin Feng replied with a smile. All right. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Qin Feng asked hesitantly, Brother Ye, are you not going to challenge the martial list anonymously? Anonymously? Ye Guan asked, seemingly astonished. Qin Feng nodded and explained, one can anonymously challenge the martial list. But why did you suggest that to me, Brother Qin? Ye Guan asked. Qin Feng shook his head and explained, the waters of the martial list are murky and deep, Brother Ye. You're going to participate in the upcoming Destiny contest, and I'm sure your competitors will play dirty. The Destiny contest involves the vested interests of many organizations and clans, after all. I suggest that you compete anonymously so that you can avoid being targeted by malicious actors. I'm sure they won't let you go the moment they set their eyes on you. Ye Guan nodded in understanding. All right, I will compete anonymously. You must also be careful of the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, Brother Ye. Qin Feng added. Ye Guan frowned. Qin Feng explained, the Yin clan is indignant about the punishment that Representative Ye had meted out to them. Ye Guan was puzzled, so he asked, Representative Ye? Are you referring to Lady Ye Guanzi? Indeed, Qin Feng answered, she's the representative of the main Guanxian Academy's Department of Arts, and she's an incredibly powerful cultivator in her own right. She stripped Lu Cheoan of his status as the Academy Chief of Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy in addition to meting out punishment to the Yin clan. Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned heavy. She punished them heavily. She executed Fei and dismissed their clan's current clan leader. You could say that she didn't give them any face at all. Ye Guan was silent. He didn't expect that Ye Guanzi was from the main Guanxian Academy, not to mention the representative of their Department of Arts. Qin Feng hesitated. Ye Guan smiled at him and said, Brother Qin, I was born in a tiny rural city, and I don't understand the power struggles of the great clans at all. I would be immensely grateful if you could give me some guidance and pointers along the way. Honestly, I don't really wish to comment on such topics, Brother Ye. However, let's just say that I'm a talkative man today because the matter concerns you as well, said Qin Feng. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally said. It seems that the Yin clan have already contacted their clan members in the main Guanxian Academy. I'm sure they're going to join hands and retaliate against Representative Ye. Ye Guan's face fell. However, Qin Feng wasn't done just yet. Unfortunately, everyone knows that Representative Ye was trying to take advantage of your situation to curb the great clan's influence and power. In other words, Representative Ye ended up provoking those great clans, and they will definitely join forces to attack her. Ye Guan asked, will she be in any danger? Qin Feng shook his head and replied, she won't be in any immediate danger. Aside from the Yin clan, the ancient clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent wouldn't dare to go against her. As for the great clans of the main Guanxian Academy, I don't think they're daring enough to actually murder her because of her relationship with Academy Chief King Kaio and the fact that she's department head Shuxian's disciple. But Qin Feng stared deeply at Ye Guan and added, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to do anything against her. She only has two outcomes. She could either prevail over the great clans and become the host of the Destiny contest, or she could either lose her status and get transferred elsewhere. Ye Guan was silent. He had never expected that the matter concerning him would become so complicated. To be honest, he had a rather good impression of Ye Guanzi. He didn't want to implicate her. I'm sure that the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan will come after you if Representative Ye ends up getting transferred elsewhere. If they care about their reputation, they will attack you discreetly, but you will have a hard time if they decide to abandon their reputation and attack you in the open. I suggest you keep your head low for the meantime, and you should be able to buy enough time for yourself to become even stronger. You should also hide your progress because they would definitely throw all caution to the wind and kill you the moment they notice your extreme growth rate, Qin Feng advised. Ye Guan nodded his head slightly. I understand. Brother Ye, I will be here for a while. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me, Qin Feng said. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. You've already done so much for me, Brother Qin. No, I don't think so. I simply told you what I know. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has the best intelligence network in the universe, so if you need anything, especially information, don't hesitate to come here and look for me. I can't fight, but I can definitely give you information. It won't be that difficult for me as well, Qin Feng insisted. Thank you, Brother Qin. Ye Guan grinned and cupped his fists. I actually want to buy a few items with your help. Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. What are they? He asked. Ye Guan leaned over and whispered into Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng chuckled and said, all right, no problem. Give me a moment. Qin Feng left, but it didn't take that long for him to return. He took out a storage ring and handed it over to Ye Guan. I'll give you a discount. This is yours for only 1,000,000 gold spiritual crystals. 1,000,000? Ye Guan almost keeled over from a heart attack, but he still paid Qin Feng 1,000,000 gold spiritual crystals. Qin Feng boisterously laughed before putting the storage ring away. Ye Guan proceeded to ask Qin Feng a few questions about physique reconstruction. They talked for roughly 30 minutes before Ye Guan cupped his fists and said, I'll see you soon, Brother Qin. With that, Ye Guan finally departed. Qin Feng wordlessly stared at Ye Guan's back. He initially wanted to become Ye Guan's acquaintance. He had no plans of forming a deeper friendship with him. After all, Ye Guan's opponents were the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. However, Ye Guan's display of talent made Qin Feng change his mind. Ye Guan is too talented? His potential is limitless. Qin Feng decided to stand on Ye Guan's side. It had to be known that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's current success was born from one decision, and it was their decision to invest in the Sword Master back then. A business had to make investments to succeed, and they also had to invest in people, not just in many different industries. If Ye Guan managed to become a sword sovereign, Qin Feng had everything to gain by having a sword sovereign as a friend. Qin Feng would also enjoy a meteoric rise in position within the ranks of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion as well. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had internal struggles as well, so a sword sovereign friend would definitely increase his Qin Feng's value by an amount that he didn't even dare to imagine for now. Ye Guan went to look for Mo Ye rather than leaving. He had come here to personally express his gratitude to her, after all. Mo Ye smiled at Ye Guan and said, I've heard that you've become a sword immortal, young Lord Ye. Congratulations. Ye Guan shook his head. He sounded serious as he said, Lady Mo Ye, I really appreciate your help back then. I currently have no power nor status to speak of, but I will do my best to help you if you need anything in the future. Mo Ye was overjoyed. A connection with a sword immortal was simply too valuable for someone like her. Young Lord Ye, you're too polite, she said. Ye Guan opened his palm, revealing a box that flew toward Mo Ye. What's this? Asked Mo Ye, slightly puzzled. It contains 5 dragon pills. Ye Guan answered. Mo Ye was about to reject the offer. However, Ye Guan beat her to the chase. It's my token of appreciation for your help back then, so please accept it. All right. Mo Ye could only oblige. She accepted the box, and her chest became filled with warmth. She had an ulterior motive for what she had done back then, but she had to admit that it was worth being Ye Guan's friend because of his character. I won't take up any more of your time, Lady Mo Ye, said Ye Guan. Mo Ye nodded and replied, stay safe, young Lord Ye. Ye Guan cupped his fists before turning around to leave. Mo Ye stared deeply at Ye Guan's departing figure. He's strong, handsome, and kind, she muttered to no one in particular as she stood there and blushed at her silly thoughts. Ye Guan didn't head over to the Guanxian Academy upon leaving the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He went back to the Daoist sect, and Nanling Yi ambushed him. Nanling Yi grinned and asked, "Were you cultivating these past few days?" "Yeah," said Ye Guan with a nod. Nanling Yi examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. "I can see that you've become even stronger," she pointed out. Ye Guan chuckled before taking out a storage ring and extending it over to her. "This is for you," he said. Nanling Yi was baffled. "What is this?" "Take a look," Ye Guan replied before walking away. Nanling Yi examined the storage ring to satisfy her curiosity, but she froze over where he stood upon seeing at least 10 ancient scrolls in the storage ring. The ancient scrolls depicted spells, and they were at least sky grade. There was even an ancient scroll that contained a divine mage exclusive cultivation method, and Nanling Yi was stupefied to find that it was a sky grade cultivation method as well, just like the spells. Nanling Yi had always loved to analyze spells, and she was a divine mage as well. Unfortunately, the Daoist sect was too poor, and Monk Dao wasn't that knowledgeable about spells. Cultivation had always been too difficult for her because she had no references that she could use against her cultivation bottlenecks. She never even had any high-grade spells until now, not to mention a divine mage exclusive cultivation method. Nanling Yi stood rooted for quite a while as she examined the ancient scrolls in disbelief. Soon, she grinned vibrantly and caressed the scrolls gently. She vowed to take care of these scrolls that her junior disciple had painstakingly obtained for her. She could still remember casually mentioning her wish to Ye Guan, but to think that he would treat her words seriously and fulfill her wish one day. Monk Dao looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you going to attempt the martial list?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Monk Dao was silent for quite a while before asking, "Are you confident?" Ye Guan replied cheerily, "Yes." Monk Dao smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, then." "All right." Ye Guan bowed before turning around to leave. Monk Dao's gaze was complicated as he stared at Ye Guan's departing figure. Ye Guan was too mysterious, and the moment he thought he had already discovered everything there was to discover about Ye Guan, another mystery would pop up. Monk Dao presumed that Ye Guan had a powerful backer. The figure who had annihilated the True Dragon clan and suppressed the Shenge clan was anything but ordinary. Monk Dao shook his head and turned toward a portrait. "Ancestor, please protect him. He's our sect's only hope," he muttered into the air. Ye Guan met Nanling Yi upon walking out of the Great Hall. Nanling Yi smiled at Ye Guan, revealing her dimples. "Senior, what's wrong?" Nanling Yi smiled. "Thank you." Ye Guan smiled as well. "You are welcome." Nanling Yi asked, "Are you heading out?" Ye Guan nodded. "I'm going to take on the martial list." Nanling Yi was surprised, but she still wished him luck. "All the best." "Thank you," said Ye Guan. He hopped onto his sword and vanished into the distant horizon. Nanling Yi stared at the glimmer of sword light far away for quite a while before she muttered to herself, "I have to work hard too." She composed herself and walked away. The Guanxian Academy of the Zongtu Divine Continent was situated in the Qilian mountain range. The mountain range was a few dozen kilometers long, and it housed more than a few hundred celestial veins. The Guanxian Academy was indeed a sacred cultivation ground on the Zongtu Divine Continent. Ye Guan could already feel the thick spiritual energy, even though he was still a few kilometers away from Qilian mountain range. The spiritual energy got thicker and purer the closer he got to the mountain range. Ye Guan revealed a complicated look. He could finally understand why so many people wanted to become a student of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. "I reckon that even a pig would attain enlightenment and become a demonic beast if it were allowed to live here. The environment here is simply too conducive to cultivating." Ye Guan soon arrived at the foot of the mountain range. Qilian mountain range was composed of mountains that looked like inverted swords. There were tens of thousands of tiny streams pouring down the mountains, creating a magnificent sight. Ye Guan could vaguely make out the outlines of spectacular palaces among the mountains. The imposing manner of the palaces as they floated among the clouds and mists made them look like castles in paradise. Ye Guan sighed to himself. It would be an insult to compare the Guanxian Academy in front of him to Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan continued on his journey. Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy was massive, and he wasn't familiar with the area, making Ye Guan feel like a headless fly. He wanted to ask questions. Fortunately, he saw a man in the distance. The man was dressed in a light red oversized long robe. He was holding a folded fan with a gentle smile on his lips. Ye Guan approached the man and smiled politely. "Good day, may I know how I can challenge the martial list?" The man was taken aback at the strange question. He examined Ye Guan and smiled. "You want to challenge the martial list?" Ye Guan nodded. "Indeed, I want to give it a try." The man pointed and said, "That mountain over there is Mount Shinmu. You can challenge the martial list there." Ye Guan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." With that, he turned and headed toward Mount Shinmu. The man stared at Ye Guan's departing back. He still hasn't fully grasped the essence of the sword, but he gives off the air of a sharp and untainted sword that is ready to be unsheathed. Such a young Sword Immortal has actually come here to challenge the martial list? This is interesting. "He's not just an ordinary young man," said a voice from out of the blue. The man chuckled and said, "I would have thought that way if he were a great Sword Immortal, but he's just a Sword Immortal. Your tendency to underestimate others will be your undoing." "I'm not underestimating anyone, but only those two from the demon race and from the Milky Way are worthy of my attention," the man said nonchalantly before continuing. "I am aware of my arrogance and pride, and that is why I am here. I'm hoping that Representative Ye will defeat and humble me." The man continued on his journey to the summit of the tallest mountain. Upon arriving at the summit, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man bowed toward the old man and said, I am Dongli Mo of the Undying Clan. I'm here to meet Representative Ye. A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's face. He's one of the strongest participants of the Great Deo Destiny contest? The old man smiled amicably. Please give me a moment, young Lord Mo, he said. Dongli Mo nodded, prompting the old man to leave. Left all alone, Dongli Mo surveyed the area and said, the Guanxian Academy is indeed a sacred cultivation ground. The old man soon returned and bowed. Young Lord Mo, Representative Ye has told me to invite you over. I'll lead the way. Dongli Mo cupped his fists together and said, I'll be in your care. Dongli Mo followed the old man, and the two weaved through numerous buildings and trails until they finally arrived at a yard with a pavilion. A woman was reading a book in the pavilion. Ye Guan was temporarily in charge of Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy while they were still looking for Lu Cheowen's replacement. Dongli Mo bowed and said, Greetings to Representative Ye. Ye Guan put down the book in her hand and asked, Why do you want to see me? Dongli Mo smiled and explained, I have heard of Representative Ye's power and talent. I've come here in hopes of sparring with you. Dongli Mo was smiling, but his gaze contained a fiery blaze. Ye Guan pondered over it and said, My cultivation is higher than yours, so it won't be a fair fight. Dongli Mo was still all smiles. I don't mind. Ye Guan stared deeply at Dongli Mo. My apologies, young Lord Mo, but I do not wish to fight, she said. Dongli Mo's smile deepened. Are you looking down on me, Representative Ye? Boom! A mysterious energy abruptly enveloped Dongli Mo. Dongli Mo's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to see a figure clad in golden armor standing not too far away from him. Dongli Mo's expression stiffened upon seeing the figure because the figure was a Guanxian guard. Ye Guan dismissed the Guanxian guard with a wave of her hand. Young Lord Mo, I simply do not wish to fight. Please go back home, she said. Dongli Mo hesitated before asking, What if I really want to fight you today? Ye Guan asked back, Does your clan leader know that you're here today, young Lord Mo? Dongli Mo stared straight into her eyes and said, No. Ye Guan nodded and said, Go back home and ask your clan leader what he thinks regarding your request. If he agrees, I will fight you. What about it? Dongli Mo frowned. He started. However, Ye Guan interrupted him. I have work to do here. With that, Dongli Mo could only gaze deeply at Ye Guan before leaving. An old woman appeared next to Ye Guan moments after Dongli Mo's departure. What an arrogant man, why did you not put him in his place? Ye Guan chuckled and explained. He's not arrogant. He's acting like one to make a breakthrough. The old woman asked, Make a breakthrough? Ye Guan nodded and explained, he has already reached the limits of his growth, and it is incredibly difficult for him to make a breakthrough. He came here to fight me because he knows that he'll become even stronger from the setback. Is that why you didn't humor his request? Do you not want him to make a breakthrough? Asked the old woman. I simply don't wish to fight, explained Ye Guan. Is that so? Asked the old man, sounding baffled. Ye Guan smiled and picked up her book once more. After a while, she muttered, I was actually afraid of killing him. The old woman didn't know what to say. Anyway, Ye Guan asked, What is young Lord Ye doing right now? The old woman replied, I've received news that he has just arrived here. I think he's going to challenge the martial list. Ye Guan went silent, seemingly pondering over something. Eventually, she sighed and said, What a pity. The old woman asked, Why? It's a pity that the academy lost such an extreme talent, said Ye Guan. The old woman's curiosity was piqued. You seem to think highly of him. Ye Guan smiled and asked, Do you know the difference between talents from the great clans and rogue talents? The old woman wordlessly shook her head. Ye Guan explained, Talents from the great clans prioritize the pros and cons. They don't bother thinking about the common people. They only care about themselves and their clans. Harshly put, those brats born with golden spoons in their mouths had long regarded themselves as nobler than the common people. I think those rogue talents will eventually get greedy and start acting like talents from the great clans. The old woman pointed out. You're right. Ye Guan chuckled and said, However, it is undeniable that they know of the common people's suffering. I wish I had more companions who were born as members of the lower rungs of society, Ye Guan lamented. The old woman went silent. Is there any news from the main Guanxian Academy? Asked Ye Guan. The old woman shook her head and said, Not yet, but it shouldn't be that long until we hear word from them. Ye Guan smiled. I'm sure they're still thinking that I'm blowing things out of proportion to suppress the great clans. However, they have all overlooked one thing. The Academy's core has always been justice and fairness. Ye Guan stared at the sky and muttered, Why has no one addressed young Lord Ye's grievances just yet? He fought in Mu fair and square in the martial contest of our academy, but rather than accolades, he received fierce retaliation from those affiliated within Mu. Our academy had also not only failed to uphold justice, but we even pushed him into a corner. However, I believe that young Lord Ye isn't the only victim. I'm sure our academy's corruption has more victims, especially in the lower realm. Ye Guan shook her head and continued. Who was the upholder of justice before our academy was founded? It was the Daoist sect. How did our academy replace the Daoist sect? It was all because the Daoist sect had become rotten from the inside. I'm afraid that history is repeating itself. Many different great clans and families are working together to influence our academy, and it's clear that the majority of the people in the academy have already forgotten about the reason why the sword master founded the academy. The old woman hesitated before asking, "Can you please not think about it, my lady?" Ye Guan shook her head once more before continuing. Why did Sword Master establish the Guanxian Academy? He set it up with the common people at its core, and he wanted to create a level playing field for the masses. The Sword Master's dream had always been the happiness of the masses, and we should fight to achieve his dream. The academy is rotting from the inside, and we should do our best to remove the source of the rot. Of course, we should also pay attention to issues related to the academy in the outside world, not just within the academy. The old woman was about to speak once more, but an old man suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He bowed toward Ye Guan and said, "The committee's orders have arrived. Representative Ye, you are ordered to return to the main academy as soon as possible." Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before sighing. "Great, the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan are truly great. I knew it. Touching the vested interests of these great clans is tantamount to threatening their lives." Ye Guan put her book down and said, "Let's go and see young Lord Ye. I'm afraid that this might be our last meeting." Ye Guan soon arrived at Mount Shinmu. There was a 300-meter tall tower at the summit of Mount Shinmu. It was a magnificent tower that pierced the clouds. Ye Guan was about to walk into the tower, but a voice echoed behind him. "Young Lord Ye." Ye Guan turned around and saw a woman in the distance. The woman was dressed in a light green robe, and a white sash across her waist wrapped and emphasized her elegant curves. Her long hair was tied neatly into a ponytail, and it was long enough to reach her bottom. She was carrying a few scrolls in her hands. Ye Guan smiled sweetly at Ye Guan. Her smile was refreshing, making her give off a feeling similar to a spring breeze. Ye Guan was on guard until he finally recognized the woman. "Lady Ye." Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Are you up for a stroll with me, young Lord Ye?" Ye Guan nodded. "Sure." The two soon walked together down a path with the beautiful scenery of Mount Shinmu behind them. The greenery of Mount Shinmu swayed gently along with the gentle breeze, and Ye Guan could smell a sweet fragrance in the air. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Young Lord Ye, I'm about to leave the Zongta Divine Continent." Ye Guan was silent as he suddenly recalled Qin Feng's words. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at him and said, "If you're willing, I can bring you over to the main Guanxian Academy. I'm sure you would grow even faster there." "We're strangers, Lady Ye." Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, "Why are you helping me?" Ye Guan smiled and explained, "There are two reasons. The first reason is that you're strong, and the second reason is that I cannot ignore injustice." Ye Guan's reply stunned Ye Guan, prompting him to stare at her deeply. "Is it because of the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan?" Ye Guan was surprised. "How did you know?" she asked. Ye Guan replied, "A friend told me." "Are you sure you don't want to go with me, young Lord Ye?" Ye Guan sighed and said, "If I said no, the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan would start targeting me, right?" Ye Guan nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm sure that they won't dare to bother you any longer if you become the winner of the Destiny contest." "I see," said Ye Guan with a nod. Ye Guan came to a halt and sighed. "It seems that you've already made your decision, young Lord Ye." Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. Ye Guan nodded as well and said, "I wish you all the best, then. I hope we'll see each other again." With that, she turned around and walked away. "Lady Ye," Ye Guan called out. Ye Guan turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "I've never really believed in the Guanxian law, but you changed my mind. I believe that there are bad and good people anywhere, not to mention in the academy. However, I wish that there were more people like you in the academy." Ye Guan smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Ye Guan went silent after that. Moments later, she said hesitantly, "I would like to spar with you before I leave, young Lord Ye. Can you humor me?" "A sparring?" Ye Guan hurriedly replied, "Of course." Ye Guan's smile deepened, and she said, "Make your move." Ye Guan was taken aback. "Right here?" he asked. "Yes." Ye Guan nodded. "I want you to use your strongest sword move." Ye Guan seemed nervous as he stared at her. "You might die," he muttered. Ye Guan's lips curled up slightly. "Don't worry, I have defensive spiritual artifacts up my sleeves. I won't die that easily," she said, reassuring him. Upon hearing that, Ye Guan knew that he wouldn't be able to convince her otherwise, so he could only warn her. "Please be careful," he exclaimed. A sword made out of sword energy manifested in front of him. The sword flew out and executed the instant death strike, and it arrived in front of Ye Guan's nose in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Ye Guan was proud of his instant death strike, and he was confident that it could ignore the chasm between cultivation realms to kill cultivators 3 realms higher than him. However, Ye Guan was stupefied by the scene that had unfolded in front of him. He was unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan's fingers because the latter managed to stop his instant death strike with just 2 fingers. Ye Guan released the sword moments later and said, "Young Lord Ye, your sword is faster than even cultivators 3 realms higher than you, but it has a critical flaw that you have overlooked." Ye Guan eagerly asked, "Can you please tell me what it is?" Ye Guan said, "A domain." "A domain?" asked Ye Guan with a frown. Ye Guan nodded and explained, "Yes, a domain. The space in front of me is under my control through my domain. My domain instantly suppressed your sword the moment it entered my domain." The spacetime gravity of my domain is 50 times heavier than the spacetime gravity of the world, and such tremendous weight instantaneously suppressed your sword. In other words, the critical flaw of your swordsmanship is that your swordsmanship is still too weak to shatter a domain. It's still bound by the rules of spacetime. If you want to shatter a domain through speed, you must be fast enough to shatter the rules of spacetime. The rules of spacetime? Ye Guan exclaimed. Spacetime has rules? I thought only spacetime gravity had rules. Ye Guanzi smiled. Of course. Your sword couldn't have gotten so fast if you had zero comprehension of spacetime. You have already comprehended the rules of spacetime and spacetime gravity, but you're still under its influence. If you want to become even faster, you have to break the rules. A cultivator capable of breaking the rules is a force to be reckoned with. Not even major tribulation realm cultivators can stop you by then. Break the rules? Ye Guan pondered over her words. Ye Guanzi blinked and added, actually, it's not that difficult. You can break the rules by shattering the boundaries of spacetime. Shattering the boundaries of spacetime. Ye Guan created a sword out of his sword energy. He thrust it forward, shattering the space in front of him. Wait, no, that was wrong. He tried it again, but the space in front of him only ripped like water. The sword ended up merging with the space in front of him. I don't think that was right. Ye Guan tried it again, and the sword vanished upon piercing the space in front of it. Ye Guanzi's jaw almost fell to the ground in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes and blinked again, but the sword was still missing. In other words, the sword had shattered the boundaries of spacetime. Did he just break the rules in front of me? Ye Guanzi stared at Ye Guan, and a torrential wave of emotions overwhelmed her thoughts. A few moments later, she composed herself and asked, Young Lord Ye, does your family know how talented you are? Ye Guan chuckled and asked, Lady Ye, did I manage to break the rules? Ye Guanzi nodded. Yes, you did. Ye Guan grinned. He was overjoyed. He had felt a wall when it came to becoming even faster while he was cultivating in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and he had no idea what to do to overcome the wall. However, Ye Guanzi had just helped him scale the wall. Ye Guan had already reached his limits, so it didn't take that long for him to comprehend Ye Guanzi's words. He simply needed an opportunity, and Ye Guanzi gave it to him. Ye Guan cupped his fists with gratitude and said, Thank you. Ye Guanzi smiled warmly and said, The glory belongs to you alone, young Lord Ye. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Your advice helped me overcome the conundrum. If it wasn't for your advice, who knows how long would I have to spend mulling over it? Ye Guanzi chortled and responded, You truly are an outstanding man, young Lord Ye. I'm already looking forward to our next meeting. All right, I'll see you again, young Lord Ye. Ye Guan cupped his fists together and said, I'll see you again. Ye Guanzi nodded before soaring to the skies and disappearing into the horizon. Ye Guan stared deeply at the horizon and muttered to himself, Lady Ye isn't just kind, but she's an impressive cultivator as well, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda agreed and replied, I agree, she is indeed talented. Master Pagoda, what kind of talent was the sword master? Was he a domineering talent who surpassed his predecessors and served as the role model of the later generations? Little Pagoda thought about it for quite a while before saying, Not really. Ye Guan frowned. Is that so? Yeah. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued, so he asked, He's the sword master. If he's not at least as talented as what I described, what kind of talent is he? Little Pagoda said, You misunderstood me. Bewildered, Ye Guan asked, What do you mean? Little Pagoda calmly explained, Talented individuals belong to many different categories since time immemorial, and no one had ever reached the highest category of talent before the sword master's advent. The categories were revised to suit the sword master's talent upon his advent, and do you know the name of his very own category? Ye Guan asked, What is it? Little Pagoda replied, Hugely excessive. Ye Guan was stunned. However, Little Pagoda didn't allow him to speak. Don't think about it anymore, just go ahead and challenge the martial list. Ye Guan obliged. He shook his head and dismissed the useless thoughts. All right, he muttered into the air before turning around and heading for the tower. Ye Guanzi was on his journey toward a massive starship in space. The old woman was flying next to her, and she asked, Are you interested in Ye Guan, my lady? Ye Guanzi smiled. I suppose. The old woman asked once more, Why did you spar with Ye Guan when you refused Dong Li Mo's request for a spar? Ye Guanzi chuckled and replied, Well, it's all because I like handsome young men with manners, and he was quite handsome and well-mannered. The old woman was at a loss for words. It seems that I'm truly living in a world where appearance matters as well, not just strength. Ye Guan walked over to the tall tower, which was known as the Martial Tower. The Martial Tower had 31 floors, and each floor represented a ranking. The highest floor was known as the Hall of Enlightenment, and only the first placer on the martial list could access the floor. Rumors had it that one could meet the will that the sword master had left behind in the Hall of Enlightenment. Ye Guan walked to the tower, and an old man appeared in front of him. He was holding an opium pipe, and his hair was completely white. His overall demeanor made him look sinister. He stared at Ye Guan and shouted, Which floor? After thinking about it for a while, Ye Guan replied, The 10th floor. The old man's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? Ye Guan nodded. The old man stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before saying, 10,000 gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan blinked in confusion and asked, Why is it so expensive? Ye Guan's pockets were plump, but he still wanted to save money. The old man calmly replied, we're afraid of people stirring trouble for no reason. Ye Guan handed 10,000 gold spiritual crystals to the old man. Your name? Asked the old man after receiving the crystals. Name? Ye Guan thought for a bit before saying, Ye Guan. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. The old man made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, you'll find 30 teleportation arrays inside the tower. You should go ahead and pick the 10th array. All right. Ye Guan replied and walked into the tower. The old man frowned slightly, seemingly in deep thought. Little Pagoda asked, what's up with Ye Guan? Didn't Brother Qin tell me to keep a low profile for the meantime until I'm strong enough? Ye Guan replied. Little Pagoda said, I understand. I'm asking why you picked Yang as your surname. Ye Guan smiled and explained, the sword master's surname is Yang, right? That's exactly why I chose it. Little Pagoda remained silent. Ye Guan asked, Master Pagoda, is there something wrong? No, you should go ahead and challenge the list. Little Pagoda replied. Okay. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda sounded shocked as he spoke in the tiny pagoda. It's just a coincidence, right? Wait, it's too much for it to be a simple coincidence. The mysterious voice replied, I don't think it's a bad thing. What's bad is if he becomes like his bloodthirsty father who keeps on muttering about committing patricide. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Ye Guan stepped into the teleportation array and arrived on the 10th floor. He sat cross-legged. I guess it's time to wait. Talents on the martial list were known as defenders. A challenger could challenge a defender by entering the floor that the defender had conquered. The defender would have to show up within an hour. Otherwise, their spot on the list would be forfeited. A man soon appeared in front of Ye Guan. The man was clad in a brocade robe, and there was a spear in his hands. He smiled slightly as he examined Ye Guan and said, it's been a while since someone challenged me. Can we start? Ye Guan asked. The man nodded and said, yes, you could have immediately attacked me the moment I appeared. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. He reappeared in front of the man and thrust his sword toward the latter's throat. The man's pupils constricted. He thought of evading Ye Guan's sword thrust, but the sword was already inches away from his throat. He staggered with a look of disbelief. Ye Guan calmly said, you've lost? He then turned around and started walking to the next floor. The man shouted, wait. Ye Guan frowned slightly and turned to look at the man. A few moments later, the man asked, can we talk? Nope. Ye Guan shook his head and continued on his journey to the 9th floor. 100,000, the man hurriedly shouted, I'll give you 100,000 gold spiritual crystals. Just give me a minute of your time. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the man and asked, why are you going so far just for a chat? The man revealed a self-deprecating smile. Can you not ask so many questions? 100,000 gold spiritual crystals for a minute of your time. It's great, right? Ye Guan shook his head once more. The man chuckled bitterly and said, my reputation will plummet if you leave early. The man was panicking because he was aware that his reputation as a powerful cultivation would be ruined the moment they discovered that he didn't last even half a minute against Ye Guan. Ye Guan thought about it before saying, 200,000. Deal, the man agreed almost immediately. He took out a storage ring and sent it flying toward Ye Guan. Did I ask for too few spiritual crystals? Ye Guan was silent. Ye Guan eventually put away the storage ring and sat cross-legged on the floor. All right, what do you want to talk about? You spent so much money just to talk to me, so I'm more than willing to indulge you. In fact, I can do this every day. The man chuckled and asked, what's your name, brother? Ye Guan. Nice to meet you, brother Yang. I'm Yun Chen. It's nice to meet you as well, brother Yun. You're a swordsman, right? Asked Yun Chen. Of course, Ye Guan replied with a nod. Your sword was too fast. Your sword is the fastest I've ever seen. You're the strongest person I've ever seen as well. Yun Chen didn't know what to say. Since you don't know how to compliment people, you should have just kept your mouth shut. An awkward silence filled the air. Ye Guan eventually shattered it by asking, brother Yun, I'm curious about something. What is it? Do you really get 500,000 gold spiritual crystals every month just by being the 10th placer on the list? Yeah, but you have to defend your rank for an entire month, Yun Chen explained. Ye Guan nodded. I see. Brother Yang, are you challenging the martial list for money? Yun Chen asked. Ye Guan asked back, aren't you supposed to challenge it for money? Yun Chen went silent. He was convinced the bastard in front of him was poor. Ye Guan suddenly stood up and said, time's up, brother Yun. Are you going to renew your subscription? If not, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Yun Chen's expression stiffened. Ye Guan stared at him, waiting for his reply. No, I'm fine, brother Yang. He had enough money to make Ye Guan stay here for a long time, but he wasn't that pretentious. Ye Guan cupped his fists and said, I'll be off then, brother Yun. I hope we'll get another chance to meet in the future. Ye Guan turned around and left for the 9th floor. Yun Chen stared at Ye Guan's departing figure with a frown. He couldn't help but wonder about where Ye Guan had come from. Ye Guan suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, brother Yun, does the match begin the moment the defender appears? Yes, there are no rules here. You can use any method to win. The match starts as soon as the defender shows up, Yun Chen explained. Ye Guan nodded and cupped his fists once more before going up the stairs and walking into a shining door. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the 9th floor and patiently waited for his opponent. Rumble? The space in front of him rippled like water and rumbled. Moments later, a green-robed woman emerged from a rift in space. Ye Guan took that as a signal and abruptly vanished. Swoosh! He thrust his sword toward the woman. The green-robed woman had just emerged from the rift in space, but a sword was already inches away from her forehead. The green-robed woman froze in place. Ye Guan stared at her and said, "Miss, you've lost?" The green-robed woman snarled at Ye Guan. "A sneak attack? Where have your morals gone?" Ye Guan pondered over it and explained, "Brother Yun Chen told me that the match starts as soon as my opponent shows up. So it's that bastard." The green-robed woman cursed and said, "Yun Chen, I should have crippled you back then." Ye Guan ignored the green-robed woman's cursing and turned around to leave. "See you later," he said before heading toward the 8th floor. However, he made sure to walk slowly so that the green-robed woman would have enough time to think. As expected, the green-robed woman shouted, "Wait." Ye Guan turned around almost immediately and asked, "Yes. Are you a swordsman?" asked the green-robed woman. "She's trying to stall for time without paying me?" Ye Guan immediately said, "Miss, I'm busy, so I'll see you later." He cupped his fists and turned around to leave. Swoosh! However, the green-robed woman abruptly appeared in front of him. She looked annoyed as she snarled and asked, "Can't you stay here and talk with me for a while?" Ye Guan pretended like he was thinking about it before saying, "Brother Yun Chen paid me 200,000 gold spiritual crystals just to talk to me." The green-robed woman froze. She stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. "Are you poor?" Ye Guan nodded. The green-robed woman examined Ye Guan and asked, "How can a talent like you be so poor?" "Well, it's not like I want to be poor, but what can I do?" Ye Guan said. The green-robed woman's lips twitched ever so slightly. She stared at him with contempt before showing him a storage ring. "Let's have a rematch. There are 500,000 gold spiritual crystals in here." 500,000. Ye Guan was visibly moved. His eyes were wide in shock as she asked, "Is the martial list full of rich people?" The green-robed woman retorted, "I think you're just too poor." Ye Guan's expression froze. The green-robed woman chuckled, seemingly amused by his reaction. "Are you going to accept my offer or not?" "Sure." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Let's do it." Boom! The space around Ye Guan abruptly shattered, and at least 10 light rays flew toward Ye Guan at breakneck speeds. However, Ye Guan wasn't alarmed at all. As soon as the final syllable of his sentence fell, his figure had abruptly vanished, and his sword was already inches away from the green-robed woman. It was a repeat of what had happened earlier. The light rays froze in their tracks. The green-robed woman's pupils were constricted as she stared at Ye Guan in a daze. Moments later, she chuckled bitterly and said, "You're too fast." Ye Guan wordlessly sheathed his sword. The green-robed woman opened her palm, and the same storage ring from earlier floated over to Ye Guan. The storage ring truly had 500,000 gold spiritual crystals in it. Ye Guan put it away and said, "Thank you, miss." He then turned around and started walking toward the 8th floor. "How should I address you?" asked the green-robed woman. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and replied, "Yang Guan. Is that your real name?" Ye Guan shook his head. "Can you tell me your real name?" Ye Guan shook his head once again. "It's better if I stay low profile." However, the green-robed woman didn't give up and asked, "What if I gave you some money?" "Miss, there's a reason why I'm hiding my name. I hope you'll understand," Ye Guan said with a smile. The green-robed woman nodded. "All right, I understand. Anyway, my name is Shui Yiren. Have you heard of me before?" Ye Guan thought about it before shaking his head. The corners of Shui Yiren's lips twitched. "Get out." "All right." Ye Guan nodded and said, "I'm leaving." With that, he finally turned around and climbed the stairs to the 8th floor. Shui Yiren stared at Ye Guan's departing figure and muttered to herself, "I had no idea that the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanshan Academy had such a young swordsman." Wait, Shui Yiren seemed to have realized something. "What the hell? He got lucky enough to talk to me, but he still dared to charge me? Am I not beautiful enough? What an insensitive man." Shui Yiren pouted and stumped away. Ye Guan soon arrived on the 8th floor. He sat cross-legged and waited for his opponent. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, "You know you have a lot of money, right? The amount you have in your storage rings will last you for a long time." Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm sure I'll have enough money for a long time." Ye Guan's response baffled Little Pagoda. "So why?" Little Pagoda trailed off. Ye Guan answered, "It's because of what Brother Qin told me. He said that I would need millions of gold spiritual crystals to reconstruct my physique." Little Pagoda went silent. Ye Guan sat quietly on the floor. He already had almost 1,000,000 gold spiritual crystals. If he managed to get first place in the martial list and defend his title for a few months, he would earn a few million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan also believed that it was better to have more money than not. The space in front of him trembled once again. Ye Guan stood up, and his figure blurred. Whoosh! A sword light flew toward the rift in space. The man had just emerged from the rift in space, but his expression immediately changed as he cried out, "What the fuck?" Crack! A crisp noise echoed, and a golden light burst from the man's forehead. The man was sent flying a few meters away. Ye Guan didn't continue. He looked at the sword made out of sword energy in his right hand and saw that its tip was missing. Ye Guan looked up and saw golden fragments on the floor. The fragments belonged to a piece of armor, an immortal grade armor. Ye Guan instantly discovered a critical flaw. His path sword's durability was infinite, but swords made out of sword energy could shatter. "You're a swordsman?" asked the man in shock. Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, I am." Did you just ambush me? Asked the man with narrowed eyes. I'm new here, so I don't really know the rules. However, Brother Yun Chen told me that I can attack the moment my opponent appears. Ye Guan said in a serious tone. The man froze and asked, Yun Chen? Are you talking about that 10th placer? Yes. Ye Guan nodded in response. The man's face fell, and he cursed, that bastard. Can we fight again? Asked Ye Guan. The man examined Ye Guan for quite a while before saying, forget it. I admit defeat. Ye Guan's attack just now shattered his immortal grade armor. If Ye Guan's attack could destroy such high-grade armor, there was no way he could take on the brunt of Ye Guan's attack. In addition, Ye Guan was a bona fide swordsman. Ye Guan frowned and asked, you don't want to fight? The man nodded and replied, yes, I don't want to fight. I admit defeat. Ye Guan instinctively asked, what about the money? What money? The man asked with narrowed eyes. After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan replied, Yun Chen told me that the loser has to give the victor some money. There was a slight pause before he added, the minimum is 200,000 gold spiritual crystals. Yun Chen? Did he really say that? Asked the man. Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. The man's face turned ugly. Damn it! If he latches onto me and decides to give me a beating, what will happen to my reputation? Especially if I come out of here with black eyes. It had to be known that swordsmen were mostly erratic and withdrawn people. In other words, they could be quite dense. Brother, what's your name? Asked the man. Yang Guan. Brother Yang, I can tell that you're in a rather tight financial situation. What about this? I have 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. You can take them and use them as you like as a token of our newfound friendship. Do I have to pay you back? Ye Guan asked. The man thought about it for a while before saying, if you can no, it's up to you. Ye Guan cupped his fists and politely asked, what's your name, brother? My name is Xiao Che, the man replied. Ye Guan nodded and said, Brother Xiao, it's true that I need money, but you admitted defeat, so how can I accept your money? You can keep it, brother. With that, he turned around and headed for the 7th floor. Xiao Che stood rooted for a while, but he soon came to his senses and asked, are you sure about it, Brother Yang? Ye Guan chuckled, but he didn't say anything and quietly walked toward the 7th floor. He loved money, but he didn't feel comfortable about taking away the money of someone who clearly didn't care about their reputation and had admitted defeat. Ye Guan had to become a powerful cultivator on his own, so it would be great if he had more friends than enemies. Xiao Che shook his head and smiled while staring at Ye Guan's departing figure. There's actually such an honest swordsman? Interesting, he muttered. However, Xiao Che's expression changed upon recalling something. He then sighed and muttered once more, it's a pity that he didn't take my money. We could have been friends. Sigh. Meanwhile, Ye Guan finally arrived on the 7th floor. As usual, he sat cross-legged on the floor. However, he didn't close his eyes and patiently waited for his opponent. Instead, he opened his palm and created a sword made out of sword energy. He fell into deep contemplation while staring at the sword floating above his palm. Ye Guan had to admit that his sword energy was flawed, but it was still a sword made out of sword energy, which was made out of profound energy. In other words, it couldn't be compared to powerful spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, Ye Guan didn't have any other swords aside from the path sword. He had to find a way to make a sword that would be his daily driver. Ye Guan's goal was to use the path sword only when it was necessary. He was afraid of becoming too reliant on the path sword because he was aware that he would end up destroying his path to the summit of cultivation if he were to rely too much on tools. The space in front of Ye Guan distorted, and a man wearing a long robe emerged from the rift in space. The man was holding a folding fan, and Ye Guan abruptly vanished upon seeing him. Shriek! The air shrieked as Ye Guan's sword sliced through it. The long-robed man's eyes narrowed. He hurriedly unfolded his folding fan and shouted, protect! Boom! A golden light burst out of the man's folding fan, but it was too late. Ye Guan's sword was already inches away from the man's forehead. The man abruptly stopped moving. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at the man, but he inwardly lampooned how the talents of the martial tower weren't really that strong at all. The long-robed man stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, you've won. Ye Guan put away his sword and replied, indeed. With that, he turned around and headed for the 6th floor. The man called out, wait. Ye Guan stopped and turned to look at him. What's your name? Asked the long-robed man. Ye Guan smiled politely and replied, Yang Guan. Can we have a rematch? The man clearly couldn't accept his defeat and felt a bit indignant about Ye Guan's ambush, which caught him off guard. Ye Guan thought about it before saying, Brother Yun Chen told me that if someone wants a rematch, they need to pay 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. He said it's a service fee for the opponent's hard work. Yun Chen. The man remained calm. He opened his palm and sent a storage ring flying toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan snatched the storage ring out of midair and examined it. Indeed, it contained 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. He put it away and asked, shall we start? Let's start, said the long-robed man. He abruptly unfolded his folding fan and swung it at Ye Guan. Swoosh! 100 rays of light manifested, and they flew toward Ye Guan at the same time. Rumble! Each ray of light contained so much power behind it that its presence itself was distorting space, creating a terrifying deep rumble. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's figure blurred the moment the rays of light manifested. The long-robed man's eyes narrowed. Swoosh! He blinked once, and Ye Guan's sword was already inches away from his throat. He lost? Ye Guan quietly stared at the man. Ye Guan's sword moves were fast, but he was also quite fast himself. He was even faster while channeling his royal sword art. How much power did you use just now? Asked the man. Ye Guan seemed hesitant to reply. Just tell me, it's okay. The man smiled and reassured him. 30%. 30%? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. 30%? Really? The long-robed man felt numb. Ye Guan put his sword away and turned around to walk away. Brother Yang, exclaimed the man. You just go ahead and challenge the first placer. Why? Ye Guan asked, seemingly confused. I think only the first placer is strong enough to defeat you, the long-robed man explained. Ye Guan pondered over it and replied, it's fine. I don't think it will take me that long to reach the first floor, even if I take my time. With that, Ye Guan continued on his journey to the next floor, leaving the speechless man behind him. Ye Guan had just entered the floor, but a fatty was already standing in front of him. The fatty's hands were hidden in his sleeves, and he smiled menacingly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at the fatty. It seemed that the latter had been waiting for him. All of a sudden, the fatty's pupils constricted, and he shouted, behind you. However, Ye Guan didn't turn around. He vanished like a ghost and charged at the fatty. The fatty's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying flame erupted from him. Boom! The burst of flames didn't scare Ye Guan, but he wasn't dumb enough to jump into the flames. He stopped just a few meters away from the flame and jumped backward to retreat. It seemed that the fatty also had the same idea because tiny whirlwinds enveloped his feet and sent him flying away from Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan had already recovered by the time he started floating away. Shriek! The air shrieked as it was sliced apart, and Ye Guan's sword stopped a few inches away from the fatty. The fatty's face was stiff as he stared at the sword looming over him. Thank you for the fight, Ye Guan said. He put his sword away and turned around to leave. Wait, the fatty called out. I can't accept this. I want a rematch. Ye Guan immediately turned around and said, Brother Yun Chen said that a rematch costs 500,000 gold spiritual crystals. The fatty frowned and asked, are you referring to that 10th placer? Ye Guan nodded. He's lying, shouted the fatty. Ye Guan remained calm and wordlessly stared at the fatty. The fatty stared deeply at Ye Guan before opening his palm. A storage ring floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan put away the storage ring and was about to say something, but the fatty flicked his sleeve, sending a pile of ashes flying toward him. Ashes? Ye Guan was taken aback, but he still managed to jump away in time. He then lunged forward and thrust his sword. Royal sword art? Squelp? Ah, the fatty's miserable wail echoed from behind the ash smokescreen. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and a gust of air vanquished the ashes. Ye Guan's sword was stuck in the fatty's right arm. He waved his sleeve once more, and the sword dissipated before materializing in his hands once more. With that, he turned around to leave. I can't accept this. I didn't get to use my ultimate move. I want another rematch, shouted the fatty. Ye Guan stared with brows raised, but his expression eased after seeing another storage ring flying toward him. He examined it and saw that it contained 500,000 gold spiritual crystals. You're rich, Ye Guan remarked. The fatty replied, well, I'm a divine mage, after all. Ye Guan was slightly baffled. Are divine mages rich? The fatty sounded haughty as he explained, you don't say? Divine mages can just create talismans, and they would be able to sell them at exorbitant prices. Ye Guan suddenly recalled something. Why is senior disciple Yi so poor, then? Can you at least let me unleash my ultimate move? Asked the fatty. The fatty was aware that he couldn't possibly do anything against Ye Guan unless the latter allowed him to do something. Ye Guan was simply too fast for him to channel any spells. Ye Guan shook his head. No, I can't. How am I supposed to fight with you? Asked the fatty, seemingly furious. Ye Guan thought about it for a while before saying, well, I can let you if you really want to, but... What is it? Urged the fatty. Ye Guan sounded serious as he replied, but you have to bribe me. The fatty stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. This fucker, the fatty stared at Ye Guan. Are you poor? Ye Guan nodded. The fatty was confused. You're such a talented swordsman. Why are you poor? Are you not a student of the Guanxian Academy? Are you going to bribe me or not? Said Ye Guan. If not, then I'm leaving. The fatty stared at him without saying anything. Ye Guan added, I actually think that you're strong. I'm just too fast. I think I won't be able to withstand your ultimate move. The fatty nodded. You're ruthless, he said before sending a storage ring toward Ye Guan. 500,000 gold spiritual crystals? Ye Guan quickly put it away. It seemed that some people in this world truly had too much money. Ye Guan's poverty had turned him similar to a frog in a well. The fatty stared at Ye Guan. Remember, you have to let me finish casting. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. The fatty nodded as well and soared into the air. He stretched his hands out and spoke words that Ye Guan couldn't quite understand. Crackle! A bolt of lightning struck the ground. Ye Guan was shocked, but another bolt of lightning struck the battlefield before he could even recover. Ye Guan's expression turned serious as more lightning bolts struck the ground. He actually felt threatened. This fatty has the real deal. The fatty suddenly quivered, and the fat on his face trembled violently. The fatty eventually put his palms together. Lightning god, smite this bastard, he shouted, rendering Ye Guan speechless. Moments later, Ye Guan's expression changed as dozens of lightning bolts flew toward Ye Guan. They were extremely fast, and they were much faster than Ye Guan's previous sword moves. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly vanished. He didn't attempt to confront the lightning bolts head-on. Instead, Ye Guan turned around and ran. A strange scene unfolded. Dozens of lightning bolts chased after the fleeing Ye Guan, creating a strange scene reminiscent of fireworks in the starry skies. The fatty was in disbelief, and his jaw fell to the ground. How is he faster than lightning bolts? Ye Guan abruptly appeared in front of him, and the former's sword was inches away from the fatty's glabella. "Stop!" shouted the fatty. The lightning bolts chasing after Ye Guan dissipated at once. The fatty looked at Ye Guan and said, "I admit defeat." Ye Guan put his sword away and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He then turned around to leave. "Swordsman," the fatty shouted and asked, "What's your name?" Ye Guan came to a halt and replied, "Ye Guan." The fatty stared at Ye Guan. "I've never heard of that name. Is it a fake name?" Ye Guan nodded without any hesitation. The fatty asked, "What's your real name, then?" Ye Guan shook his head. "I can't tell you." The fatty thought about it before asking, "My name is Su Qin, have you heard of me?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No." Su Qin chuckled and asked, "How about we become friends?" Ye Guan nodded. "Sure." Su Qin chortled and praised, "I really admire swordsmen. They're so cool and stylish." "Not really?" Ye Guan smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm a bit busy, so I'll see you next time, Brother Su." With that, Ye Guan turned around and finally left. Left all alone, Su Qin muttered, "I heard that the young talent who killed the True Dragon Clan's clan leader is called Ye Guan, and he's a swordsman as well." Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the 4th floor. The fatty he had fought just now was actually really strong. If it hadn't been for his speed, the fatty's lightning bolts would have incapacitated him. A rift in space appeared, and a man emerged from it. The man was wearing a black robe, and he had an aloof and arrogant demeanor. Ye Guan stood up. The man assessed Ye Guan and frowned. "Who are you?" Ye Guan responded, "Ye Guan." The man shook his head and said, "I've never heard of that name." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly disappeared instead of replying. The man's pupils constricted. He clenched his fist, but a sword appeared a few inches away from his forehead before he could even do anything. The man glared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan calmly said, "You've lost?" With that, he put his sword away and turned around to leave. A sinister light flashed in the man's eyes. "You ambushed me," he shouted and sent a fist flying toward Ye Guan's nape. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The power behind the man's fist was strong enough to kill, so he obviously wanted to kill Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned sharply and dodged the terrifying fist. He avoided the attack and vanished before reappearing behind the man with his sword against the man's throat. The man went beyond pallid. Slash! Ye Guan swung his sword and interrupted the man. The man's head flew away, and blood wantonly spurted into the air as if the headless stump were a geyser. Ye Guan picked up the man's storage ring and left. The man's eyes were unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan. "Why did you kill him?" asked Little Pagoda. Ye Guan remained calm as he replied, "I've always let my opponents here live, but he tried to kill me with a sneak attack earlier. If people are nice to me, I'll be nice to them. If people are hostile to me, why should I be nice to them?" Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Ye Guan soon arrived on the 3rd floor. Ye Guan sat cross-legged and took out a storage ring. The storage ring belonged to the man on the 4th floor, and it contained 2 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan calculated and realized that he had around 12 million gold spiritual crystals on hand. It was a massive fortune in his eyes, but it was still not enough. Rumble! A man emerged in a rift in space in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan was about to attack, but the man cried out, "Wait." Ye Guan stared at the man with a frown. The man was wearing a white robe, and he seemed quite wary of Ye Guan. The man sounded solemn as he asked, "Are you the swordsman who cleared 7 floors in one go?" Ye Guan was slightly surprised as he asked, "Do you know me?" The man smiled and explained, "I received information that you're extremely fast and that I have to be careful of your speed." Ye Guan was silent. The man smiled. "There are very few swordsmen in the Zongtu Divine Continent, and it's going to be my first time fighting a powerful swordsman like you. I'm probably not your match, but I would still like to see how fast you really are." "Let's fight, then," said Ye Guan with a nod. The man nodded as well. "Please." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. A throwing dagger appeared in the man's hands, and he hurled it at where he thought Ye Guan would appear. Clang! Sparks flew as Ye Guan deflected the throwing dagger and thrust his sword forward. Of course, he stopped a few inches away from the man's forehead. It all happened in a flash. The throwing dagger was still in midair, but Ye Guan had already ended the fight. Clang! A clear and crisp sound echoed as the throwing dagger finally landed on the ground. The man's expression was complex as he stared at Ye Guan. "I admit defeat," he said with a sigh. It took a literal blink of an eye for Ye Guan to deflect the sword into the air and thrust his sword a few inches away from the man's forehead. In other words, the former was too fast for the latter to beat. Ye Guan put his sword away and said, "Thanks for letting me win." With that, he turned around to leave. "Pardon me for asking, but," the man trailed off before asking, "How did you become so fast?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "I cultivated under spacetime gravity." The man was surprised. "How many layers did you manage to endure?" "The maximum," replied Ye Guan before disappearing from the man's eyes. The man solemnly pondered over something. Rumble! A rift in space was torn open, and someone emerged from the rift. The visitor was none other than the fatty Su Qin. Su Qin smiled and said, "Li Qian, didn't I tell you that you're not strong enough to keep up with him? I told you I wasn't looking down on you." Li Qian shook his head and said, he's a monster. I finally understand how he killed those dragons. Su Qin sounded solemn as he said, his personality is decent, so how about we pull him into our boundless mercenary? Li Qian thought about it before responding, sounds great, but we have to tell our boss first before anything else. All right, said Su Qin with a nod. Li Qian suddenly asked, what do you think? Can he defeat him? Su Qin was silent for quite a while before he responded, it depends on his trump cards. If he has no trump cards and he has already shown us his true power, I don't think he can beat that guy. However, I'm sure that he's still hiding his true strength. I think his goal is the Great Dao Destiny Contest, said Li Qian. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. The Great Dao Destiny Contest? Those daring enough to fight in that contest are the true monsters. Ye Guan soon arrived on the second floor. A man soon emerged from a rift in space in front of Ye Guan, and he was stupefied to find that the man was none other than Nanling Yi's brother, Nanling Ren. Nanling Ren was also surprised to see Ye Guan. It's you? Ye Guan nodded. Nanling Ren's gaze turned complicated. I should have known that it could only be you, a swordsman strong enough to wipe the floor with 8 rankers at once. I think you're the only one capable of such an abnormal feat. Ye Guan didn't reply. He gazed deeply at Nanling Ren and said, I'll let you make the first move. Nanling Ren chuckled. I can't beat you. Most people had no idea that Aotian died at the hands of Ye Guan, and he died while he was under the effects of the gift of the dragon god. It was a well-guarded secret that only a handful of people knew, and Nanling Ren was one of those few people. All right. Ye Guan nodded and turned around to leave. Nanling Ren suddenly asked, how's Yi? Ye Guan came to a halt and said, she's doing great. Nanling Ren asked, can you convince her to go home? Ye Guan shook his head and said, young Lord Nanling, you're a nice person, so allow me to tell you this. You should convince your father rather than Yi. Does she even have anything to gain even if she were to return other than the clan members' disdain? Nanling Ren nodded. You're right. I didn't think it through. Ye Guan nodded and added, she's happy with the status quo. He then turned around and walked toward the first floor. Nanling Ren stood rooted in silence for quite a while before he shook his head and let out a sigh. Ye Guan soon found himself on the first floor. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, waiting patiently for his opponent. Ye Guan waited for quite a while, but the first floor's defender still hadn't appeared. Ye Guan frowned. Does this floor not have a defender? He decided to wait, and he waited for a long time for his opponent. However, his opponent never appeared. He waited and waited some more, patiently, but rather than his opponent, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man was familiar, and it was all because he was the Marshal Tower's attendant carrying an opium pipe with him. The old man stared deeply at Ye Guan before throwing a command token toward him. The defender of this floor has failed to appear within the required time period. You've won because he has forfeited his opportunity to defend his floor. You're now at the top of the martial list, explained the old man. Ye Guan was silent. He didn't expect that the first floor defender would forfeit. The old man continued. You should go up to the final floor and test your luck. Remember, you can only stay there for 2 hours. The final floor? Ye Guan picked up the command token and headed up the stairs. The old man stared at Ye Guan's departing figure with a thought gaze. Ye Guan soon arrived on the final floor and found that it was a vast hall that contained nothing but a portrait. It was the portrait of the sword master. Ye Guan sat cross-legged in front of the portrait and spoke, Master Pagoda, will the sword master come out to meet me? Little Pagoda didn't respond. Ye Guan was surprised. Master Pagoda, he called out but was met with silence. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he spoke once more, Master Pagoda, say something. However, he still didn't receive any response. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Ye Guan sat for 2 hours, but nothing really happened. In the end, he sighed and got up to leave. However, he suddenly stopped just before he reached out for the door. He turned around and examined the portrait. The sword master and I look a bit similar, he muttered. Moments later, he let out a chuckle and shook his head. He was disappointed that the sword master didn't come out to meet him, but he didn't cling to the chance of meeting the latter and left. A light breeze blew past the Hall of Enlightenment upon Ye Guan's departure, and a man's figure slowly manifested. The man was wearing a long robe, and his hands were behind his back. He had a head full of white hair, and his face looked weathered. A woman manifested next to him. The woman held the man's hand as tears spilled out of her eyes. He's really talented, she muttered. The man smiled and nodded. The light in his eyes revealed that he was pleased. The woman leaned on the man's shoulder and gripped his hand tightly. My heart, it hurts. The man hugged the woman and whispered, I thought that I could handle everything back then. The man then shook his head and continued. I never thought that he would have to go through the same hardships as me. Is this the destiny of our young family? I hope he won't hate me. The couple shared a tight embrace, and they soon disappeared into the wind. The sword master's portrait also vanished with them, and it seemed that the sword master would never come back here. After leaving the martial tower, Ye Guan sat on the steps and sighed. He was disappointed. He had hoped to see the sword master, but things didn't go as he wished. Little Pagoda shattered the lengthy silence and said, It's fine. Master Pagoda, why were you silent? Asked Ye Guan. Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before he responded, an extremely powerful cultivator was around, so I couldn't speak. Ye Guan was stunned. An extremely powerful cultivator. Little Pagoda replied, yes. Ye Guan wanted to ask something, but the fatty Su Qin and Li Qian suddenly appeared at the bottom of the steps. They walked up the steps and arrived in front of Ye Guan. Su Qin chuckled and put his hands together. Brother Yang, congratulations on becoming the first placer of the martial list. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. I got lucky because the defender didn't appear. Su Qin was confused. The defender didn't appear. That's right. Ye Guan nodded. I waited for 2 hours, but no one came. I just got lucky. Su Qin and Li Qian exchanged confused looks. Li Qian composed himself and smiled. Brother Yang, we're here to invite you to join our boundless mercenary. Ye Guan was puzzled. Boundless mercenary. Li Qian nodded and explained, yes. The Zongtu Divine Continent has over 10,000 mercenaries alone, and our boundless mercenary is the second best among the many mercenary groups. In other words, we're strong. Ye Guan thought about it before asking, what are the benefits? Su Qin and Li Qian froze before grinning. Li Qian laughed and said, Brother Yang, you're very straightforward. I like that. Anyway, there are definitely benefits. For example, we can go on money missions. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Money missions. Li Qian nodded and explained, the Mercenary Union has money missions available for mercenary groups, and each mission pays a lot of money. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, how much? Li Qian stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, the highest reward I've seen so far is 30 million gold spiritual crystals. 30 million. Ye Guan was thrilled. He slapped his leg and said, all right, let's take that. Li Qian rolled his eyes at him and retorted, what do you mean, let's take that? You haven't even heard of the mission details yet. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, I just got a bit excited. Li Qian smiled and explained, this mission is to go to Sinabis to catch the greatest talent of the Zongtu Divine Continent's previous generation. Her name is Ji Xian. Ji Xian? Ye Guan froze. He would never forget that name. Ji Xian was the fastest cultivator to have cleared the trial tower of the lower realms Guanxian Academy. In addition to being the greatest talent of the Zongtu Divine Continent's previous generation, she was also the student representative of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy as well as one of the top beauties of the continent. However, she suddenly murdered her tutor as well as the powerhouses and elders of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. No one is aware of her motives, and the Guanxian Academy has placed a bounty on her head, said Li Qian. Ye Guan frowned. She betrayed the academy. Li Qian nodded. Yes. Ye Guan was confused. How come the academy didn't manage to suppress her? He asked. Li Qian replied, she killed over 10 elders, including her tutor. In other words, she was extremely powerful. Did the main academy not send any representative to deal with her? Ye Guan asked. Li Qian sounded solemn as he said, the main academy made a move, but she was already in the Sin Abyss. The waters of Sin Abyss are murky. The main academy looked for her there, but they couldn't find any traces of her. They eventually had to return empty-handed. However, the strangest part here was that the main academy decided to drop the matter for some unknown reason. The Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy couldn't do anything other than put a bounty on her head for the mercenaries to claim. Ji Xian? Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. There's something strange about this. Li Qian smiled at him and said, anyway, you're interested in joining our boundless mercenary, right? We actually have a mission. The mission is to kill an imperial-rank demonic beast. The compensation is 10 million gold spiritual crystals and 20 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills. 10 million gold spiritual crystals and 20 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills were enough to attract Ye Guan's attention. He quickly made up his mind and said, all right, I'll join your group. Li Qian was delighted, and he hurriedly handed over a badge to Ye Guan. Brother Yang, you're now a member of our boundless mercenary. You're the 4th member, so we'll call you 4th brother. 4th brother. Ye Guan smiled. Fatty Su Qin was thrilled. His fats jiggled as he boisterously laughed in joy at the outcome. All right, let's go. Li Qian took out a scroll and activated it. A flash of light whisked them away from the martial tower's steps. Not long after they disappeared, a middle-aged man wearing a clean robe appeared. The attendant of the martial tower stood next to him. The middle-aged man muttered, no wonder Representative Ye looks so highly upon him. He actually reached first place in just a single attempt. He's incredible. The attendant of the martial tower, the old man holding an opium pipe, nodded and said, his sword is extremely fast. He easily overwhelmed the defenders of the 10th and 9th floors. The most shocking part is that he has never used his full power. The previous 2 academy chiefs of the Zongtu Divine Continent were fools. They lost Ji Xian, and they almost lost Ye Guan, jeered the middle-aged man. The old man made a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man and asked, Academy Chief Gu, are you going to rope him in? Academy Chief Gu Chaoyuan was the newly appointed Academy Chief of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Gu Chaoyuan shook his head and smiled. Do you know why the main academy sent me here to replace Academy Chief Lu? The old man shook his head. Gu Chaoyuan responded, it's all because I represent the grand clans of the main academy. The old man was stunned. Gu Chaoyuan's smile deepened as he asked, did Representative Ye visit Ye Guan before she left? The old man nodded. Yes. Gu Chaoyuan shook his head. She warned me about conspiring with the Yin clan or with the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. I'm sure she won't forgive me if I dare to conspire with those 2 clans against Ye Guan. The old man sighed. It seemed that even the main academy was rife with internal strife. Representative Ye is currently under a lot of pressure, but I still can't afford to offend her. In other words, I'm going to remain neutral and hope that nothing will happen. I'll avoid offending either the great clans or Representative Ye. I'm just going to do my job. The old man sounded solemn as he said, for the upcoming Destiny contest, will our academy, tisk. Gu Chaoyuan clicked his tongue and stretched out. The previous academy chiefs had thoroughly offended the capable and qualified great talents. They left me an academy in a state of disrepair. How are we supposed to fight? The old man was silent. Gu Chaoyuan sighed and remarked, Ye Guan was an ideal candidate, but, honestly, I represent the grand clans, but I think the Yin clan went overboard. It was a fair competition, so I think they should just admit defeat. I didn't expect them to create such a mess and destroy their reputation. Gu Chaoyuan shook his head and added, the true dragon clan was filled with nothing but a bunch of fools. They didn't have to risk their lives just to lick the Yin clan's boots, but they got greedy and ended up with nothing. Gu Chaoyuan fell silent and left after a while. Ye Guan soon found himself on the plains with Li Qian and Su Qin. A woman had been waiting for them on the plains. The woman was tall and was wearing a tight-fitting dress. 2 short daggers hung by her waist, and there was a scar on her neck. Her eyes were sharp as knives and as cold as ice. Su Qin ran over to the woman with a grin. Fourth brother, let me introduce you to our boss big sister. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, greetings, my lady. Su Qin froze, and he hurriedly said, fourth brother, call her big sister. The woman stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before saying, she looks too young. It sounds weird for me to call her big sister. Su Qin's expression changed, but the woman smiled at Ye Guan, young. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, you look really young. The woman smiled and pointed out. You sure know how to sweet talk. Su Qin was dumbfounded as he looked at Ye Guan. Damn it, whose boots are you trying to lick? Meanwhile, the woman asked, you're a swordsman. Ye Guan nodded. The woman nodded as well and said, you've already become a member of the Boundless Mercenary, so we're considered family. She then handed a storage ring over to Ye Guan. The storage ring contained 2 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills. Ye Guan was confused. What is this? The woman smiled and replied, take it as a welcome gift. Huh. Su Qin jumped up and grumbled, big sister, why did we not get any welcome gifts? This is unfair. Big sister said blandly, he's handsome and a sweet talker. What about you? Su Qin's expression darkened, you should not judge a book by its cover. Big sister smiled and said, you can be salvaged if you lose some weight. Su Qin didn't know what to say. Li Qian smiled and chimed in, I think we should go. Big sister nodded and said, follow me? Ye Guan watched as she walked away. In the end, she put the storage ring away and followed closely behind her. Soon, the group stumbled upon a teleportation array. Ye Guan was curious. Where are we going? Big sister smiled and replied, Sin Abyss. Sin Abyss. Ye Guan was startled. I was just told that Sin Abyss is a dangerous place with murky waters, he muttered. Big sister nodded and said, it's a very dangerous and chaotic place, but we're not pushovers. Su Qin smiled. Yap, we're not pushovers. Ye Guan nodded, but he still had a burning question he had to ask. Our mission is to kill an imperial-ranked demonic beast, but aren't demons and humans living in harmony for the longest time now? Big sister replied, a few demon clans in the demon realm also placed a bounty on the demonic beast's head aside from the Guanxian Academy. The imperial-ranked demonic beast in question devoured an entire city with a population of 100,000 people to cultivate. The Guanxian Academy was furious, and they demanded an explanation from the demon clans. The demon clans of the demon realm wanted to appease the Guanxian Academy, so they also put a bounty on the imperial-ranked demonic beast's head. However, Big Sister shook her head and added, no one from either side really chased after the imperial-ranked demonic beast. Ye Guan was confused. Why? Big Sister smiled and replied, it's all because it's an arduous and thankless task. The Academy has powerhouses, but an imperial-ranked demonic beast cannot be underestimated at all. The powerhouses of the Academy are drunk in the current peace, so why would they go out of their way to hunt an imperial-ranked demonic beast with all the risks without the rewards? The massacre happened in the demon realm, but the imperial-ranked demonic beast killed a city of humans rather than a city of demons. There's no bad blood between the two parties, so why would they chase after their own kind? But the Guanxian Academy is the peacekeeper of the universe, muttered Ye Guan. Big Sister chuckled and said, I'm sure the powerhouses of the Guanxian Academy couldn't care less even if 1,000,000 people were to die as long as their positions and profits were guaranteed. But believe me, the imperial-ranked demonic beast will die within an hour and without a shadow of a doubt if it touches the vested interests of the Guanxian Academy's elders and powerhouses. Ye Guan nodded. I see. Big Sister turned around and walked into the teleportation array. Ye Guan and the others walked into the teleportation array. Moments later, the teleportation array whisked them away. 15 minutes later, Ye Guan opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness. He looked up and saw the silhouette of an ancient city in the distance. That's Sin City, said Big Sister. It is the only safe zone in Sin City, but you have to pay 100,000 gold spiritual crystals just to stay there for a day. Ye Guan's heart cramped up from the exorbitant amount. The operators of Sin City truly had a horrifying way to earn money. Big Sister looked around and muttered, where is he? Swoosh. Moments later, a man appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. The man looked at Big Sister and said, follow me. He then turned around and started walking away, prompting the four to follow him. Big Sister explained, he's our guide, and he knows where the Imperial rank demonic beast is recuperating. Ye Guan nodded and wordlessly followed. Soon, the man brought the four of them to a mountain. The group walked through a dense forest before the man stopped and pointed at a valley. It's in there, and it's heavily injured. Big Sister said to the man, I'll pay you once I've confirmed that it's there. The man frowned and demanded, you have to pay me now. Big Sister remained calm as she retorted, what if it's not there? Doesn't that mean that we paid for nothing? The man started. However, Ye Guan abruptly pulled Big Sister behind him and pointed his sword at the man's forehead. How dare you lie to us? How did you? The man unconsciously retorted. He stopped himself, but it was too late. Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin instantly understood what was going on. I was just testing you, said Ye Guan. However, the man wasn't angry upon realizing that he had been duped. He laughed and said, you're smart, but your fate was sealed the moment we met up. Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm Shwick. Ye Guan thrust his sword into the man's forehead. Drip. Blood dripped down Ye Guan's sword. My apologies, but I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Ye Guan deftly snatched the man's storage ring from the man's waist before turning to look at the others. Let's run, he said. They immediately turned around and started running away. Ye Guan was astonished. Damn, did he actually think that I was interested to know him? The man collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Can you let me finish? The four of them instantly realized that they were in a trap and fled as quickly as they could. However, a powerful aura suddenly bore down on them, causing even the ground to tremble. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He turned around to look and saw a figure clad in black. Big Sister was also staring at the figure. An Earth Law Realm cultivator, she shouted. An Earth Law Realm cultivator? Su Qin and Li Qian frowned. Why would someone like that be here? The figure clad in black stared at Ye Guan and said, you would have had a peaceful death if you had let him finish. Shwick. The figure clad in black couldn't finish their sentence because a sword suddenly pierced their forehead. Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin were shocked. They didn't even notice that Ye Guan had made a move. Ye Guan suddenly appeared in front of the figure clad in black. Ye Guan frowned. You're an Earth Law Realm cultivator? Why are you so weak? Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin were speechless. The figure clad in black stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. What a fast sword. Ye Guan was somber. I only used 30% of my strength. I had no idea that Earth Law Realm cultivators were so weak. The figure clad in black's expression froze. They wanted to say something, but slice, their head flew into the air. Ye Guan snatched a storage ring out of midair and said, let's go. Wait. Big Sister rushed up to Ye Guan. She took a command token off the figure's corpse, and her expression instantly soured upon seeing the words written on it. Ye Guan also froze upon seeing a certain word emblazoned on the command token Guanxian. The man was from the Guanxian Academy. Su Qin and Li Qian's expressions turned ugly. Li Qian made a sidelong glance at the corpse and said, I recognize him now. He's the grandson of the Academy's 6th elder. Ye Guan looked at Li Qian. 6th elder. Li Qian nodded. The 6th elder of the Academy's elder circle. He's influential. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he said, we have to bury him. Big Sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian stared at Ye Guan in shock. What do you suggest we do, then? Ye Guan questioned. Big Sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian exchanged glances before nodding. However, a peal of boisterous laughter interrupted them before they could even make a mood. Great. You people are great. How dare you murder someone and bury them to hide the evidence? The four turned around and saw a scholarly-looking young man wearing a robe, but the young man's sinister smile betrayed his scholarly looks. Big Sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian glared murderously at the young man. Su Qin even growled and spat coldly. Zhang Jin. Ye Guan looked at Su Qin. Does he have a strong background as well? Su Qin nodded and said, he's the grandson of Grand Elder Zhang Lu. Grand Elder Zhang Lu is the most powerful elder of the Elder Circle. He's as influential as the Academy Chief of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan silently pondered over something. Big Sister smiled at Zhang Jin and said, I couldn't have expected that the grandson of Grand Elder Zhang would do something like this. Even a child could deduce that Zhang Jin had orchestrated all this. After all, the easiest way to earn money was to kill someone and rob them clean. Zhang Jin smiled at Big Sister as well and said, watch your words. I only saw you people kill the 6th elder's grandson. I even overheard all of you agreeing to bury him. He pointed at the corpse and added, look, the evidence is there. Big Sister's expression turned incomparably cold. Zhang Jin smiled at that. Who do you think the Academy will believe? Will it be you or me? I think. Swoosh. Zhang Jin's expression abruptly changed. Shwick. However, it was too late for Zhang Jin to run away because his fate was sealed the moment he saw the dazzling flash of Ye Guan's sword. Ye Guan pierced Zhang Jin's forehead with his sword. Afterward, he took Zhang Jin's storage ring and snatched the voice transmission talisman in Zhang Jin's hand before turning to look at Big Sister. Let's bury them, he said. Big Sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian were dumbstruck. Zhang Jin was still alive, and he glared resentfully at Ye Guan. Do you have any idea what you have done? How dare you stab me? My grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Guanxian Academy. Yes, I know. Ye Guan nodded and said, Brother Li told me. Then, why did you stab me? Zhang Jin bellowed. Ye Guan remained calm as he explained, I was afraid that you'd ask your grandfather to come after me. Zhang Jin couldn't speak anymore, and his eyes glazed over as he took his last breath. Big sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian walked over to Ye Guan. Li Qian looked at Zhang Jin's corpse and said, You're in trouble, brother Yang. Big sister glared at Li Qian. What do you mean he's in trouble? Aren't we all in trouble? She said. Ah, yes. We're in trouble, Li Qian hurriedly said. It was a slip of the tongue. An honest mistake. Ye Guan smiled and said, What do you think could have happened if I hadn't killed him? The three fell silent. Ye Guan continued. He would have reported us to his grandfather, and we will be royally screwed by then. I'm sure his grandfather is the type of person who doesn't care about who was right or who was wrong. You guys could have been in immediate trouble if I hadn't killed him, and I'm sure your families would have been implicated as well. I didn't kill them because I like to kill people. It was for the sake of damage control. Damage control. Big sister, Su Qin, and Li Qian smiled and shook their heads. Ye Guan was right. If they had allowed Zhang Jin to leave unscathed, they would have been in immediate trouble. Brother Yang, Su Qin said, I think we should use Ji Xian as our scapegoat. Li Qian nodded. I agree. Ji Xian and the academy are already on bad terms. I think the academy won't suspect anything if we use her as our scapegoat. However, Ye Guan shook his head and said, I don't think we should do that. Su Qin and Li Qian made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Ye Guan explained, There's no enmity between us and Ji Xian. What you've suggested isn't right. Su Qin and Li Qian fell silent. Eventually, they composed themselves and turned to look at Ye Guan once more. They looked like they wanted to say something, but something strange happened. Swoosh! Two dazzling rays of light made a beeline for them. Ye Guan was shocked. How fast? He swung his sword without any hesitation. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed, and the outcome of the collision was Ye Guan's defeat. He was sent flying a few meters away. Upon recovering, he looked down at his hand and saw that his sword had vanished. It had shattered upon impact, and his right arm had also gone numb. Arg! A miserable cry echoed next to him. Ye Guan looked over and saw that Li Qian had failed to defend himself, and he ended up losing an arm. Li Qian looked beyond pallid and was crouched while holding his bleeding stump. He was beyond terrified. Ye Guan turned and saw a woman sitting on a tree branch. The woman was wearing a sleeveless, snow-white padded jacket. Under the moonlight, her skin was as dazzling as pearls, and she was mesmerizing overall. Her long legs were covered by snow velvet pants as she sat on the tree branch. However, the woman's most eye-catching trait was her long hair. Her hair was silver-colored, and it gave off a beautiful sheen beneath the moonlight. A dagger was between her fingers, and she was playing with it as if it were a pen. Big sister was dumbstruck as she called out, Silver hair, a pair of daggers. Ji Xian. Ye Guan froze. Ji Xian? Student representative Ji Xian? Ye Guan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a legendary figure here. She was extremely strong, and she was one of the most powerful cultivators Ye Guan had seen so far. Su Qin turned ashen. He could have died if Ye Guan hadn't helped him deflect the incoming attack earlier. Meanwhile, Ji Xian examined Ye Guan with a smile. I didn't expect that the academy would give birth to such a powerful swordsman. Indeed, you're quite strong. You're quite strong as well, said Ye Guan. Ji Xian stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, Your looks are decent. I don't want to kill you, but you'll have to die here today because you're from the academy. Really, it's a shame. Once her words fell, Ye Guan sensed a mysterious aura locking him down. The aura didn't belong to Ji Xian, but Ye Guan couldn't quite track it down. It felt like it was coming from all cardinal directions. Lady Ji Xian. Big sister hurriedly shouted, He's not from the academy. Ji Xian hesitated before turning to look at Ye Guan. He's not from the academy, she asked. Big sister nodded and explained, Yes. He's like you. He used to be a student of the academy, and he even won the martial contest of the upper realm below us, but the Yin clan and the True Dragon clan intervened and hunted him down. The academy turning a blind eye to the incident made him lose all trust in the academy. Ye Guan stared at Big sister in surprise. You knew who I was all this while. Big sister rolled her eyes at Ye Guan and said, Please, do you really think that we're idiots? You're an extremely powerful swordsman, and there have only been a handful of swordsmen in recent years, you know? The recent rising star among the swordsmen is named Ye Guan, and you introduced yourself to us as Ye Guan. You were basically not even trying to hide your identity by using such a name. Ye Guan grimaced. He felt awkward. Ji Xian smiled at Ye Guan and said, Interesting. I didn't expect the academy to overlook such a talent. Ye Guan sounded somber as he said, Lady Ji Xian, there's no enmity between us. If my friends offended you. Ji Xian jumped down and chuckled. I know what you're trying to say. Fight me, and I'll let your friends go. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Su Qin's voice trembled as he shouted, Brother Ye. Li Qian also shouted, Brother Ye, don't do it. No. Ye Guan stared deeply at Li Qian and said, I have to go. Li Qian's expression froze. Ye Guan smiled at him and reassured him. Don't worry. Li Qian's face turned ugly. Brother Ye. Ye Guan turned to look at Ji Xian. Miss, please make your move. The corners of Ji Xian's mouth twitched. You better be careful, she warned. Moments later, a dagger appeared in front of Ye Guan. Indeed, she was extremely fast. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed as Ji Xian's dagger was sent flying before burying itself into a tree trunk. The dagger still contained enough power to split the tree in half. Boom! The tree collapsed with a loud noise. Big Sister was dumbstruck. She turned to look at Ye Guan and saw that he was still alive. Ye Guan was still standing, but a bloody line had appeared on his forehead. Big Sister breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Guan wordlessly pondered over what had happened just now. He had no intention of facing her dagger head-on. Ji Xian's dagger was powerful enough to shatter Ye Guan's sword energy, so he decisively decided to avoid Ji Xian's attack. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ji Xian's speed. Ye Guan had caught a whiff of the smell of death just now. Of course, he was more than delighted to be in danger. After all, he had to fight stronger cultivators if he wanted to improve. Ji Xian wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. After a while, she gave him a thumbs up. If we were in the same realm, I would have lost. You're really strong. Ye Guan nodded at Ji Xian and said, your dagger was super impressive as well. Ji Xian smiled. I'm overjoyed to hear that the academy has suffered a great loss of talent. Anyway, I'm off. She turned around to leave. Miss, wait. Ye Guan called out. Ji Xian turned to look at him. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, can I ask you a question? Ji Xian smiled. Of course, you can. But I cannot promise you an answer. Ye Guan nodded and said, you don't feel like an evil person. Ji Xian smiled. What do you mean? Ye Guan gazed deeply at her and explained, I was just curious. Just what did the academy do to you? Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin looked at Ji Xian. They were curious as well. Ji Xian smiled and asked, why do you want to know? Is it just out of curiosity? Ye Guan sounded solemn as he said, you held back earlier, and I couldn't feel any murderous intent from you as well. Anyway, I'm acquainted with Representative Ye. She's a kind person, and she's from the main academy. Tell me that injustice that you suffered at the academy's hands, and I'll tell Representative Ye about it once I meet her again. Ji Xian stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before asking, do you know why I'm here? Ye Guan shook his head. Ji Xian opened her palm, revealing a command token. 2 were emblazoned on the command token. Ye Guan? A kill order. Big Sister was shocked and appalled. She turned to look at Ye Guan and said, someone placed a kill order on you. Ye Guan wordlessly clenched his fists and asked inwardly, Master Pagoda, is it my father's clan? After a few moments, Little Pagoda answered, I don't think so. Ye Guan hesitated. Why? Little Pagoda went silent. Damn it, how do I keep fooling you? It's getting harder as time goes on. Meanwhile, Ji Xian asked, young Master Ye, do you have any idea about who wants to kill you? Ye Guan shook his head. Ji Xian added, the reward is 30 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan went silent in shock. It seemed that his head was a bit expensive. Ji Xian smiled before continuing. I was tempted, but I changed my mind after seeing you. You're ruthless, but you're not a monster. You still have a moral compass. I appreciate what you said earlier, so I won't kill you. Ye Guan looked at Ji Xian and asked, do you happen to know who placed the kill order on me? Ji Xian shook her head and said, I don't know. The employer made sure to hide their identity, but that's not important to you right now. Right now, your priority is leaving Sin Abyss. It's only a matter of time until the murderers and powerhouses of Sin City chase after you. Know they should be on their way here as we speak. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, how powerful are they compared to you? They're not as strong as me. Don't be ridiculous. I was once the strongest member of the Zongtu Divine Continent's younger generation, said Ji Xian. Ye Guan nodded. I should be fine as long as they're not as strong as you. I think this is my chance to fish, Master Pagoda, he said inwardly. Little Pagoda was speechless. Ye Guan asked, Lady Ji, are you short of money? Ji Xian nodded and admitted, I'm a bit short. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, I'm sure the people who are coming after me have some money in their storage rings. They're chasing after me for money, so they're all evil bastards who only care about money. Anyway, what do you think of a collaboration? I'll be the bait, and we'll kill them. We'll split everything 50-50. Ji Xian stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before saying, that sounds great. Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin had no idea what to say. Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin grimaced. They teamed up just like that? Ye Guan smiled. Great. Ji Xian smiled and asked, do you know what could happen to you if you start working with me? Are you saying that the Guanxian Academy will target me? Are you not afraid of the Guanxian Academy? Ji Xian asked. Ye Guan retorted, are you not afraid of the Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan? Ji Xian blinked a few times before she guffawed. I'm not afraid. I've already offended them, anyway, so why would I be afraid of offending them again? Ye Guan nodded and agreed. We're on the same boat, then. Ji Xian grinned. You're a pretty interesting swordsman. Ye Guan smirked and looked at Big Sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin. I'm afraid I will have to withdraw from the mercenary, otherwise, all of you will be implicated, he said. He was aware that the ancient heavenly dragon clan was the one targeting him this time rather than the Yin clan. If he were to stay with them, he would only end up bringing harm to them. Big Sister was silent for quite a while before she said, be careful. Ye Guan nodded and replied, I will. Anyway, you guys should hurry up and leave. Big Sister's expression was complex as she looked at him. Take care. With that, she turned around and walked away with Li Qian. Su Qin walked over to Ye Guan. He took out a storage ring and placed it in Ye Guan's hands. There are 3 talismans in there containing immortal grade spells. I'm hoping that you'll find them useful. Brother Ye, you have to be safe. Thank you, Ye Guan said with a smile. It should be me who should thank you. Su Qin shook his head and said, all right, farewell, then, take care. With that, big sister, Li Qian, and Su Qin disappeared into the darkness of the night. Ji Xian suddenly asked, what are your plans? I have no plans, Ye Guan replied, I'll just wait for them to come here, and then, I'll bury them. You're that confident. I expect things to progress in 3 stages. The first stage is that they'll underestimate me because of my cultivation realm. We should be able to relax during the first stage, said Ye Guan. What about the second stage? They'll realize that I'm stronger than expected, so they'll start taking me seriously. I'm sure that those who are only trying their luck would have already retreated at that point. In other words, we would start seeing powerhouses during the second stage. And the third stage? The ordinary among the experts would have already abandoned the idea of taking my head at that point, and even the cream of the crop experts will start analyzing my prowess. If the mastermind behind the kill order wants progress during the third stage, they'll have to do either of these two, increase the bounty or give up. Wait, a third choice exists. Ji Xian laughed and pointed out. They can come down here and chop your head off personally. That's right. Ye Guan agreed with a nod. You're too strong. I think there are only 10 people who are strong enough to kill you throughout Sinabis, said Ji Xian. 10? Ye Guan frowned and asked, are the cultivators here that weak? Ji Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, can't it be because you're too strong? Ye Guan was taken aback, but he soon chuckled sheepishly. Ji Xian shook her head and said, you bastard, you're fishing for praise by pretending to be humble, are you? Ye Guan quickly shook his head and said, it hasn't been that long since I arrived on the Zongtu Divine Continent. I'm still not familiar with the powerhouses here, and I actually haven't killed that many people yet. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This was Master Pagoda's fault? Master Pagoda had been reminding him every day about just how he was just a frog in the well, and he kept on comparing Ye Guan to the truly great clans of the Guanxian universe. In the end, Ye Guan had gotten so wary of every cultivator who had a higher cultivation base than him that he started thinking that each and every one of them was as strong as Ye Guanzi. Ji Xian chuckled and said, the people I mentioned are ancient fogies. It's difficult to move their hearts with money alone, but it depends on the amount. What if we're working together? Ye Guan asked. Ji Xian blinked. She waved her hand in dismissal and casually said, it'll be a piece of cake. I guess we won't be in any danger as long as the mastermind doesn't come down here to intervene, but if they do, Ye Guan trailed off before saying, our collaboration will end by then. Ye Guan wasn't shameless enough to ask a stranger to take on the burden of facing the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan with him. The two of them didn't owe each other anything, after all. A human being had to abide by some basic principles in life. They had to be less scheming and live a good life. In addition, it wasn't like Ji Xian was dumb enough to take on Ye Guan's burdens. Ji Xian was bewildered to hear Ye Guan's words, but she eventually revealed a smile. However, she didn't say a word in response. Ye Guan's character was great, but she wasn't dumb enough to put herself in a life-or-death situation for his sake. She wasn't a love-struck fool. They were adults, so it was only right for them to be pragmatic. Ji Xian seemed to have recalled something. You'll be in trouble because you killed those 2 Guanxian students. Ye Guan was slightly confused and asked, why would I be in trouble? You shouldn't underestimate the Guanxian Academy's intelligence network. It's pretty impressive. You guys didn't cover up your tracks when that young man lured you guys over here. I'm sure the Academy will easily pinpoint you guys down as the young man's killer the moment they decide to launch an investigation, Ji Xian explained. After a few moments of silence, she continued. I'm afraid your friends will end up betraying you. They're probably going to use you as their scapegoat. Ye Guan was silent. Are you going to get mad if they betray you? She asked. Ye Guan nodded. Of course, I would get mad. I'm not a monk, after all. Does that mean that you'll regret saving them if they betray you? No, said Ye Guan. Why not? Ji Xian asked, seemingly confused. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Ji Xian and said, I saved them because I can as well as because of my principles. I'll get mad if they betray me, but I'll never regret saving them. Self-preservation is humanity's nature, so I won't blame them for using me as a scapegoat. After all, we're in a hostile and pragmatic world. However, Ye Guan trailed off. Just like how I saved them, I can also take their lives. I will bury those who dare to bring harm to me. Ji Xian boisterously laughed. Ye Guan was baffled. Did I say something funny? You're indeed an interesting swordsman. You know how to express gratitude and hold grudges, you have a bottom line, and you have the sincere heart of a child. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how long you can keep that up. Ye Guan was about to say something, but the two of them looked up and stared at the horizon. A black shadow was making a beeline for them. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly said, they're coming? Lady Ji, hide. Ji Xian nodded. Her figure blurred, and she vanished from sight. The black shadow suddenly melted into the darkness. Swoosh! The black shadow crept up silently behind Ye Guan. It was an ambush. As a seasoned veteran, the assassin was aware that ambushes had the highest chance of success. The assassin was also the type of assassin who would kill their targets first before spouting a bunch of nonsense. After all, he was aware that assassins whose mouths would move first before their daggers wouldn't last a long time in the industry. The assassin was fast, but he was still too slow in Ye Guan's eyes. Ye Guan turned around and thrust his sword forward. Clang! Ye Guan managed to block the assassin's dagger, which was just a few inches away from his forehead. The black shadow was no more and was replaced by a black-robed figure. A ray of sword energy was sticking out of the black-robed figure's glabella. What a fast sword, muttered the black-robed figure. I only used 30% of my power. Ye Guan replied. The black-robed figure was at a loss for words. Ye Guan didn't drag it out any further and slashed out with his sword. Slice! The black-robed figure's skull exploded, causing brain matter to fly everywhere. Ye Guan took the black-robed figure's storage ring. He waved his hand, causing a pile of soil to swallow and bury the black-robed figure's corpse. He was serious when he said that he would bury his enemies. Ji Xian reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan examined the storage ring and discovered 1.2 million gold spiritual crystals inside of it. He took out 600,000 gold spiritual crystals and handed them over to Ji Xian. However, Ji Xian shook her head and said, "You killed him without me, so you should keep everything." Ye Guan shook his head and insisted. "We had an agreement. You'll be just fine without me," Ji Xian said. Ye Guan smiled and said, "It's only a matter of time before we reach the third stage. The true powerhouses will turn up, and I will need your help by then. I also have something big." "You have something big?" Ji Xian asked. Ye Guan nodded. "Yes. What's big?" Ji Xian stammered and froze. Her cheeks turned red as well, but she made sure to look calm on the outside. "He seems to be a gentleman. I don't think he meant something weird." Ye Guan was truly not thinking of anything weird. He smiled at her and said, "Just sit tight and watch my performance." Ji Xian was about to say something, but she abruptly turned to her right with narrowed eyes. "Someone's coming. Hide!" Ye Guan exclaimed. Ji Xian's figure blurred, and she vanished once more. Ye Guan saw a young man strolling toward him. A broadsword was on the young man's back, and he was holding a cucumber in his left hand. The young man casually walked toward Ye Guan while munching on his cucumber. The young man's chest was exposed, and the figure of a dragon and a tiger was tattooed on his chest, which made him appear intimidating. Tattoos? Ye Guan frowned. It seemed that he was about to face an adventurous young man. The young man looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you Ye Guan?" Ye Guan nodded. The young man smirked and said, "Someone wants your head, and they're offering 30 million gold spiritual crystals. I happen to be short of money recently, so I would like to borrow your head." Ye Guan peeked over the young man's shoulder and asked, "You're alone?" "Why? Am I not enough?" jeered the young man. Ye Guan glanced at the young man's storage ring. "Are you sure you don't want any backup?" The young man guffawed. "I'm more than enough for the likes of you." Swoosh! The young man's figure blurred, and he reappeared in front of Ye Guan with his sword raised up high. Rumble! The young man's broadsword shattered space itself as it drew an arc toward Ye Guan's head. The young man was a space-shattering realm cultivator, and his attack was particularly vicious and speedy. One could easily deduce that the young man had participated in many life-or-death battles before. Ye Guan sidestepped to avoid the broadsword, astonishing the young man. The young man was about to launch another attack, but Ye Guan's sword had already pierced his forehead just as he had made the decision to move. The young man's expression stiffened. He stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. "You're this strong?" he asked. "You look so fierce, but to think that you'd be so weak." Ye Guan trailed off. His gaze landed on the young man's chest. "What's up with that tattoo?" The young man's voice trembled. "Tattoos, they make me look strong." "Tattoos make you look strong?" Ye Guan frowned. The young man nodded and explained, "Yes, I'm sure of it. I've tested it with commoners, and they would always get scared at the sight of me alone, so." Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Ye Guan was at a complete loss for words. Getting tattoos to intimidate people? He's a genius. The young man's voice trembled. "So you're this strong, young lord? Yeah. I'm just all right," replied Ye Guan. After a few moments of hesitation, the young man asked, "Can you let me live? You want me to spare your life?" Ye Guan asked. The young man nodded vigorously. "I'll let you live if you promise to help me with something," Ye Guan said. "Pray tell," said the young man. Ye Guan stared intently at the young man and said, "I want you to return to Sin City and let people know that I'm heavily injured after repelling Ji Xian." The young man froze, and then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, are you perhaps trying to trick?" He abruptly stopped talking. "You have a problem with that?" Ye Guan threatened. The young man quickly shook his head and replied, "No, go ahead, then," Ye Guan said. Fortunately, the wound wasn't that deep. The young man hesitated. "Aren't you worried that I'd run away rather than fulfilling my promise?" "You wouldn't do that." "Why? Do you really think that I wouldn't take revenge on you if you ran away?" The young man's expression stiffened. He smiled sheepishly and said, "I will do as you say." Then, he turned around to leave. "Wait," Ye Guan called out. The young man instantly got worried. "Young Lord Ye, I swear that I'll do what you say. I won't betray you." Ye Guan shook his head and said calmly, "I'll give you 10% of the gold spiritual crystals that I'll harvest from those daring enough to try and assassinate me." The young man froze and asked, "Are you serious?" Ye Guan nodded and replied, "I'm a swordsman. I would never lie to anyone." Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. The young man hurriedly said, "Young Lord Ye, don't worry. Once I get back, I'll quickly spread the rumor that you want me to spread." Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "Go on, then." The young man cupped his fists and said seriously, "Young Lord Ye, I was rash and impudent. Please forgive my transgressions. Let me bow to you. The young man gave Ye Guan a deep bow. Ye Guan asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Raoxiu. The people of Sin Abyss know me as the tattooed sword god." "Sword god?" Ye Guan asked with a frown. The young man chuckled sheepishly and said, "I made it up for myself." Ye Guan was speechless. This guy's so full of himself. Raoxiu cupped his fists and said, "Young Lord Ye, I'm leaving, then." With that, he turned around and ran away. His figure soon disappeared into the night. Ji Xian appeared in front of Ye Guan. She laughed and said, "You did great. You made sure to beat him up with the stick first before tempting him with the carrot. I saw it. That bastard had no choice. I had to give him a carrot. Otherwise, he'd most likely renege on his promise, but it's a different story if he stood to gain something," said Ye Guan. "Is it really because you want to lure more people here? Is that really why you gave him such a task?" asked Ji Xian. "No, my target is the mastermind behind the kill order," Ye Guan replied. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed. "You're trying to lure the mastermind out?" Ye Guan nodded. "The mastermind is my primary target. There's no enmity between me and the other assassins, but if they do come for me, I would have no choice but to reluctantly make a fortune off of their corpses." Ji Xian was stunned at the unique remark. She soon laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, young Lord Ye, I really think that the Guanxian Academy has suffered a massive loss this time by failing to recruit you as a student. It was also their loss that you left them," Ye Guan pointed out. The two paused and smiled at each other. "Let's not lick each other's boots anymore. Let's talk business. Who do you think is the mastermind?" "They're definitely either from the Yin clan or the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. Indeed, those two clans are extraordinary, and they're definitely capable of placing such a kill order on me," said Ye Guan with a nod. "You're still alive after offending those titans, so I'm sure you're extraordinary as well," Ji Xian said. "I have a powerful Master Pagoda," Ye Guan told her. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. "Master Pagoda?" Ji Xian asked. Ye Guan nodded and explained, "Master Pagoda is very low profile, and he's definitely hiding something from me. I'm sure he was an extremely strong powerhouse while he was still active." "Ha ha ha." Little Pagoda chuckled. "Bastard, flattering me won't work. I won't buy it, ha ha ha." Ye Guan sounded serious as he inwardly replied, "Master Pagoda, I wasn't flattering you. You're not even afraid of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, so you must have been an unrivaled expert while you were still active." "Yeah, I guess," Little Pagoda muttered with a smile. After a few moments of silence, he said, "Anyway, you still need to work even harder. Your enemies are too strong. Do you understand?" "I do," Ye Guan replied. After a few moments of hesitation, Little Pagoda added, "I'll help you improve your sword intent later, and I'll give you a new cultivation method as well. The world inside of me has recovered considerably." Ye Guan hurriedly nodded. "All right, I'll listen to everything you say, Master Pagoda." Meanwhile, Little Pagoda suddenly got a bit emotional. "I've been with the Yang family for 3 generations now. While I was with my first master, I was scared and worried every day. Whenever we weren't killing people, we were on our way to kill people. Old master's tendencies are violent, so I was always on edge. As for my second master, he was always just playing around. It was hilarious but borderline absurd to see him mess with people." Little Pagoda took a moment to compose himself before saying, "It seems that my third master from the Yang family is a normal person. I guess hard work and patience will eventually pay off." The mysterious voice chimed in, "He was just kissing your ass." Little Pagoda laughed heartily and said, "I know, so what? I'd like him to kiss my ass more." The mysterious voice went silent. It was not going to retort this time. Meanwhile, Ji Xian was about to say something, but they were interrupted by roughly 100 auras flying toward them. Ye Guan froze at the sight. Why are there so many of them? Ji Xian was stunned as well. Ye Guan saw a familiar young man at the helm. The young man was none other than Raoxiu. He charged forward and roared, "Ye Guan is just up ahead. Everyone, don't be scared. His legs are broken, and he's severely injured. Kill." Raoxiu was shouting at the top of his lungs, but he was discreetly slowing down. Ye Guan's face darkened upon hearing what Raoxiu said. "You really are a genius?" Ji Xian made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Ye Guan said, "Hide. Keep an eye out for me. I'm afraid that we'll get ambushed while we're busy with these guys." Ji Xian nodded slightly and said, "Be careful." Her figure trembled slightly before disappearing into the darkness. Ye Guan calmly stared at the people rushing toward him, and they were shocked to find Ye Guan waiting for them. "I thought his legs were broken? Why does he look unscathed? Oh no, we've been tricked." Unfortunately, the arrows had already left their bowstrings. They could no longer turn back. The man at the helm shouted, "Kill Ye Guan, and the 30 million gold spiritual crystals will be ours." "Kill." The cultivators charged at Ye Guan. "Damn it, we're already here? It seems that your legs aren't broken yet, so we're going to break them for you." Meanwhile, Raoxiu had already retreated. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the charging cultivators before closing his eyes. These cultivators were at least in the same realm as him, and they were as ruthless, no, perhaps even more ruthless than him. Did that mean he was afraid? Of course, not. He wasn't afraid at all. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and a sword made out of energy flew toward the man at the helm of the group and pierced his forehead. Thud. A dull thud echoed as he crumpled to the ground. Ye Guan took the dull thud as his signal to make a move. He reappeared like a ghost in front of another cultivator, and his figure flashed once more. Thud. There was another dull thud as someone else collapsed to the ground. Ye Guan reappeared in front of another man, and the latter immediately collapsed after his brain was obliterated by Ye Guan's sword thrust. Thud. Ye Guan vanished and reappeared 30 meters away. Thud. The cultivators collapsed one after another as Ye Guan's quick but destructive sword thrusts obliterated their brains. Ye Guan killed at least 10 people in just a few seconds, and most of the cultivators in the group couldn't even see his shadow. He was too fast for them to track. Ji Xian stood on a tree branch and watched the unfolding massacre. This bastard is too quick. Ji Xian suddenly recalled something, and she blushed profusely as she said, I've read from some books that men who are too quick are bad people. Ye Guan shifted and moved about like a ghost amidst the crowd of cultivators. Wails echoed one after another as Ye Guan reaped the lives of every cultivator in the crowd. Ye Guan only chased after one thing: speed. His movements were simple, and each cultivator he killed died in just a single sword move. 100 corpses were strewn across the floor in no time. The morale of the remaining cultivators shattered, and they scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's sword was faster than them. He stretched his hand out and sent a sword light flying toward the escaping cultivators. The sword light flickered and jumped about, decapitating 10 cultivators in the blink of an eye. A few cultivators were still alive, and they ran frantically towards Sin City. Ye Guan had no plans to let them go, and he chased after them with his sword. Raoxiu went beyond pallid at the scene that had unfolded in front of him. He was aware that Ye Guan was strong, but he didn't expect the latter to be strong enough to one-sidedly massacre a crowd of cultivators. In other words, Ye Guan was ridiculously strong. Ji Xian was slightly taken aback as well. He looks gentle and refined, so I didn't expect that he would be such a ruthless bastard when he fights. Ji Xian turned her head. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at somewhere. Swoosh! Ji Xian hurled her dagger. Shwick! A faint but grotesque noise echoed from afar. Ji Xian squinted and saw that her dagger was sticking out of a man's forehead. The man was holding a bow, and his eyes soon glazed over before he fell off the tree he was standing on. Swoosh! Ji Xian's figure blurred, and she disappeared far into the distance. 10 cultivators were frantically running toward the city gates of Sin City. The cultivators were ashen with fear, and their eyes quivered violently. A trail of corpses followed behind them. Swoosh! A sword light flew and caught up to them. Slice! The heads of 2 cultivators flew into the air. The remaining 8 cultivators squeezed as much strength as they could from their legs to run even faster. Swoosh! A sword light swept past them. Slice! A cultivator was decapitated, and his corpse crashed to the floor. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 cultivators were relieved upon realizing that they had already entered the city. Swoosh! A sword light chased after them, but a cold light burst out of the city gates, repelling the sword light. Boom! Ye Guan opened his palm, and the sword made out of sword energy returned to his hand. An old man was standing on top of the city walls. The old man stared at Ye Guan and said, "Violence is not allowed in Sin City." Ye Guan nodded. "All right." He turned around and collected his spoils of war from the corpses on the ground. The old man was astonished by Ye Guan's response. Why is he so obedient? The old man expected the young man to rush into Sin City and murder those whom he had been chasing earlier. Ye Guan had suddenly become a law-abiding individual, catching him off guard. Ye Guan collected his spoils of war, the storage rings of the corpses, before turning around to leave. The old man called out, "Wait." Ye Guan turned to look at him. "Are you Ye Guan?" asked the old man. Ye Guan nodded in response. "Yes. Someone has offered 30 million gold spiritual crystals for your head." "Yes, I know." Ye Guan nodded. The old man was about to speak, but a voice echoed throughout the city. "The reward has changed. 100 million. Ye Guan's head is now worth 100 million gold spiritual crystals." 100 million gold spiritual crystals? The eyes of a few powerhouses on the city walls went ablaze with desire. The old man frowned. 100 million. Ye Guan chuckled and remarked, "I had no idea that I'm that valuable." He swept his gaze across the powerhouses cultivators on the city walls. "Is there anyone here who wants my head? If no one is daring enough to step up, I'm leaving," he shouted. "I'll do it," a young man exclaimed and charged at Ye Guan. Swoosh! A ray of sword light flew toward him. Royal sword art? Shwick! The young man's head burst open in midair. It happened so fast that the young man's headless corpse was still running toward Ye Guan, seemingly unaware that it had died. The corpse eventually fell to the ground with a dull thud. Ye Guan bent over to pick up the young man's storage ring. "Thank you for your patronage," he said. The faces of the powerhouses on the city walls turned ugly. An instant kill? Ye Guan had just instantly killed a Space Annihilation Realm cultivator? How did he do it? The scene that had unfolded was so intimidating that some powerhouses gave up on chasing after Ye Guan. The reward was tempting, but their lives were far more important than money. Ye Guan looked up at the powerhouses on the city walls and asked, "Anyone else?" A deafening silence blanketed Sin City. Ye Guan turned around to leave. Cough. Ye Guan suddenly coughed violently. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, but he failed to stop his blood from seeping out of his fingers. "He's injured?" The powerhouses on the city walls were dumbfounded. "Fuck this," a large-framed man shouted before jumping off the city walls. He gripped his broadsword tightly and glared at Ye Guan. "We should work together to kill him and share the reward once he's dead." The cultivators were moved by his suggestion, but none of them made a move. The large-framed man was stunned to see everyone's inaction. He growled and shouted, "Fortune favors the brave and punishes the timid. Why are you afraid of an injured man? Come down here and kill him with me." The cultivators still didn't make a move. A man holding a folding fan chuckled and suggested, "Gangdahan, why don't you exchange a few moves with him to see if he can still fight? If he can still fight, we'll come down and help you kill him." The cultivators nodded in agreement. Gangdahan's face turned extremely ugly. He glared at the man holding a folding fan and bellowed, "Zhang Huahua, do I look like an idiot to you?" Zhang Huahua chuckled and replied, "Yes, you are. You're an idiot." Gangdahan was so angry that his veins bulged all over him, making him look like he was about to explode. Zhang Huahua chuckled once more and added, "Big idiot gang, you shouldn't get mad at me. I'm trying to save you here. Young Lord Ye has already killed 100 cultivators by himself, and each and every one of them had a higher cultivation base than him or at least in the same realm as him. What do you think that means? It means that not only is he a powerful cultivator in his own right, but his backer is definitely powerful as well." Zhang Huahua glanced at Ye Guan before saying, "Do you really think that we can afford to offend his backer when they were capable of raising such a monstrous talent?" Gangdahan went silent. He carefully pondered over Zhang Huahua's words. "I suggest you practice using your brain as well, not just your lousy sword techniques," Zhang Huahua added. Gangdahan wordlessly glared at Zhang Huahua before turning to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan calmly asked, "So what is it? Do you want to fight me?" "No, I don't want to fight you." Gangdahan shook his head. "All right, but you have to leave your storage ring behind," said Ye Guan. Gangdahan was furious, but his fury was immediately assuaged upon seeing the sword in Ye Guan's hand. Fuck. Was he just pretending that he was injured to lure us out of the city? Gangdahan couldn't help but glance at the city gates. Ye Guan saw that and said, "You can go ahead and try if you want to know if you're faster than my sword." Gangdahan didn't know what to say. "Just hurry up and hand over your storage ring to him." Zhang Huahua shouted, "It's better to lose a fortune than to lose your life." Gangdahan glared at Ye Guan for a few seconds before opening his palm. His storage ring flew over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan examined the storage ring and saw that it contained only about 500,000 gold spiritual crystals. He frowned, looking a bit unhappy as he asked, "Why are you so poor?" Gangdahan's face twitched, but he didn't say anything in response. He turned around and walked into the city. He was furious. He initially thought that he could get everyone on the city walls to attack Ye Guan with him, so he was truly caught off guard upon realizing that he was alone. "I'm such a dumbass." Meanwhile, Zhang Huahua turned to look at Ye Guan and chuckled before saying, "Young Lord Ye, I heard that 2 Guanxian Academy students had recently died outside. Did you kill them?" Zhang Huahua's malicious words echoed loudly throughout the city. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Zhang Huahua before sending over Gangdahan's storage ring to the latter. Zhang Huahua was taken aback, and so was everyone on the city walls. "Take it, brother Zhang. You deserve it," said Ye Guan before leaving. The cultivators thought that Ye Guan was injured, but it seemed that he wasn't actually injured because he disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. However, the cultivators didn't find such detail important anymore. Their hostile gazes turned to Zhang Huahua. Zhang Huahua was flustered, and he yelled, "Damn it, you bastard! Come back here and clear up this misunderstanding." Zhang Huahua didn't sound convincing at all, and the cultivators' eyes shone murderously as they stared at the former. "Damn it, so you have conspired with him to put on such a show." Zhang Huahua's expression turned ugly. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he immediately jumped off the city walls and disappeared into the distance. Ye Guan entered a dense forest, and Raoxiu appeared right in front of him. Raoxiu was holding a pile of storage rings. While Ye Guan was busy killing those cultivators earlier, Raoxiu was busy picking up their storage rings. He initially wanted to hide a few storage rings from Ye Guan, but he ended up changing his mind. He believed that one could be excessively ambitious but not excessively greedy. The storage rings also didn't even belong to him. Ye Guan accepted the storage rings and examined them. He discovered a total of around 30 million gold spiritual crystals in them. He divided the spoils and handed over a storage ring to Raoxiu. The storage ring had 3 million gold spiritual crystals. Raoxiu hesitated. "It's yours," said Ye Guan. Raoxiu stared at Ye Guan for quite a while until he was sure that Ye Guan wasn't planning on killing him to take everything for himself. Reassured, Raoxiu let out a sigh and accepted the storage ring before saying, "Many thanks, young Lord Ye. You may leave," Ye Guan said. Raoxiu nodded and said, "Young Lord Ye, I'm staying in a broken temple somewhere on the southern outskirts of Sin City. I have a band of brothers with me. They're not particularly strong, but they know the ins and outs of the city. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let us know." Ye Guan pondered over it and said, "Go to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and look for manager Qin Feng. Tell him to investigate the mastermind behind the kill order on my head." Ye Guan had decided to make such a decision because he was aware that he would eventually have to ask for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's help if he wanted to know the mastermind behind the kill order. Staying still and doing nothing had never been his style as well. Raoxiu nodded and said, "Understood." Then, he cupped his fists and left. Ye Guan closed his eyes, and his brows knitted. Ji Xian was still missing. Is she not here? Wait, is there someone else? Swoosh! A figure abruptly appeared in front of Ye Guan, and they slashed out with their dagger. A cold beam of light rushed toward Ye Guan's throat. Swoosh! A ray of light flew toward the figure from somewhere. Shwick! The cold beam of light stopped just an inch away from Ye Guan's throat. Ye Guan saw a throwing dagger sticking out of the figure's nape. Swoosh! Ji Xian finally appeared in front of Ye Guan. She chuckled and said, "This guy's name is Ghost, and he's a renowned assassin in Sin City. I noticed him lurking around here, waiting for your return." Ye Guan opened his palm, and a storage ring flew into Ji Xian's hands. The storage ring contained about 14 million gold spiritual crystals. "Is this for me?" Ji Xian asked. Ye Guan nodded. Ji Xian chortled and said, "I feel a bit guilty accepting this. I didn't really help you, so I don't think I deserve so much money, but I guess let's just say that this is an unexpected boon." Ji Xian hurriedly put the storage ring away. "Lady Ji," said Ye Guan, "I would like to ask you a favor." "What is it?" Ji Xian asked. Ye Guan explained, "I'm confident that the mastermind behind the kill order is the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan rather than the Yin clan. Once I've confirmed my suspicions with the help of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, I'll charge into Sin City. I'll definitely suffer if I were to go in there by myself, so I want you to come with me. Is it okay?" Ji Xian's smile abruptly vanished, and the storage ring in her hand suddenly turned scorching hot. "Damn it, so this is what he wanted all along? He actually dared to trick me?" Ye Guan noticed Ji Xian's silence, and he smiled bitterly. "Lady Ji, I don't have any ulterior motives, and I'm not trying to trick you as well. You're really strong, so if you're willing to help me, I'm confident of killing the mastermind behind the kill order and escaping unscathed." Ji Xian went silent. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan and the Yin clans were great, powerful clans, so one had to be prepared to face a disaster if one were to offend the two clans. In fact, even the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy couldn't afford to offend the two clans. The mastermind offered 100 million gold spiritual crystals, so it means that they have that much money on hand. "Once I kill him, we'll split the money evenly. What do you think?" asked Ye Guan. Ji Xian remained silent. Right as Ye Guan was about to say something, the space beside him quivered violently. A rift appeared in space, and Rao Xiu emerged from it, surprising both Ye Guan and Ji Xian. Rao Xiu hurriedly approached Ye Guan. "Young Lord Qin used a special teleportation array to send me here," he said before handing over a scroll to Ye Guan. "He told me to give this to you." Ye Guan opened the scroll, and his pupils constricted. The scroll only had one sentence written in the middle of it: "Major Tribulation Realm, leave immediately." Ye Guan looked at Rao Xiu and said, "Leave." Rao Xiu flinched, but he nodded and said, "All right." Rao Xiu was aware that he had no right to interfere in the upcoming battle between Ye Guan and the mastermind behind the kill order on Ye Guan's head. Ye Guan fell silent. It seemed that he still underestimated the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. He initially thought that the two clans would only send someone to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect that they would send a major tribulation realm cultivator to hunt him down. Ye Guan's shock was understandable, as he was only a space-shattering realm cultivator. How could he expect them to go the extra mile and send a major tribulation realm cultivator to hunt him down? The realms above the space-shattering realm were as such: the space annihilation realm, the earth law realm, the heaven law realm, the minor tribulation realm, and finally, the major tribulation realm. A major tribulation realm cultivator was 5 cultivation realms higher than Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression fell. "They're really treating me seriously?" Ji Xian peeked over his shoulder and was appalled upon seeing the words written on the scroll. "You," she muttered in disbelief. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Ji Xian and said, "Lady Ji, there's no way we can kill the mastermind. You should hurry up and leave." After saying that, Ye Guan took flight. "Go to Sin City," Ji Xian shouted at him. Ye Guan turned to look at her, prompting Ji Xian to explain, "Violence is prohibited in Sin City, and no one has ever broken that rule for almost 1,000 years since Sin City was born." Ye Guan nodded. "All right." Ye Guan turned into a ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he made his way to Sin City. He had truly never expected that his enemies would send such a powerful cultivator to snuff him out. They clearly had no plans of giving Ye Guan a chance to retaliate. The city gates of Sin City were soon just a few hundred meters away from Ye Guan, but a horrifying aura suddenly locked onto him. Rumble! The space around Ye Guan quivered violently. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he decisively slashed out with his sword. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Ye Guan split space itself, carving a path to the city gates. Crackle! A lightning bolt struck Ye Guan's head. The electric shock was so powerful that Ye Guan trembled violently upon being hit. He was just about to retreat and dodge another lightning bolt, but another powerful aura locked onto him. The powerful aura was like a cage, and it cut him off from any escape routes. Ye Guan swung his sword once again, tearing the cage apart, but the lightning bolt was already a few inches away from his head. Left with no choice, Ye Guan thrust his sword toward the lightning bolt. Boom! Ye Guan's sword shattered upon impact, and he was sent flying a few meters away. He stood up with great difficulty and noticed that his clothes were on fire. Ye Guan's eyes shone coldly. He opened his palm, wantonly unleashing his sword intent. The fire on his clothes was extinguished by the surging sword intent. Ye Guan looked up and saw a grey-robed old man holding a staff. A middle-aged man holding a long spear was standing next to the grey-robed old man. The middle-aged man wasn't a major tribulation realm cultivator, and Ye Guan also didn't expect to see two people chasing after him. The cultivators of Sin City had gathered on the city walls and just behind the city gates to watch the upcoming battle. The gray-robed old man stared at Ye Guan and said, I didn't expect to see such a young sword immortal. It seems that we were right. Ye Guan glared at the gray-robed old man. Were you trying to test my strength? Was that why you put a bounty on my head? The gray-robed old man calmly replied, well, there's no harm in making sure. Ye Guan's figure blurred, and he turned into a ray of light that flew towards Sin City. He was incredibly fast, and he reached the city in the blink of an eye. However, the gray-robed old man only chuckled sinisterly. He didn't even attempt to stop Ye Guan. Ye Guan frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Rumble? A horrifying aura locked onto him. The space around Ye Guan shattered as if they were brittle glass, revealing numerous rifts. A black-robed old man appeared in the distance, and the horrifying aura clearly belonged to him. The black-robed old man stared at Ye Guan and said, please leave. Sin City does not welcome you. He's not welcome here? The cultivators in Sin City directed a strange look at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was the city governor of Sin City, Zhang Yuan. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Zhang Yuan for quite a while before he turned around and left the city. The gray-robed old man walked up to Ye Guan and jeered, Ye Guan, do you have any idea why you're still alive? Representative Ye is the only reason you're still alive. We have been waiting for her to return to the main Guanxian Academy, and now that she's gone, you no longer have a backer. Without her protection, even the great sword immortal standing behind you will meet a miserable end at our hands. Ye Guan's cold eyes narrowed. He was about to make a move, but the path sword within him flew out and beat him to the chase. Shwick! The gray-robed old man couldn't even react as the path sword pierced through him. The cultivators of Sin City were dumbstruck. Ye Guan was also in disbelief. He hadn't told it to move, so why did it move? Little Pagoda was calm in the tiny pagoda. Say whatever you want to say, but you should have never mocked Sister Destiny. He can only blame his big mouth for his death, said the mysterious voice. You can bully him, but bullying his backer is a no-go? Meanwhile, the cultivators of Sin City were still stewing in their shock. He mortally wounded a major tribulation realm cultivator? And what was that attack? How was it so fast? All eyes landed on Ye Guan. Has he been hiding his strength all this while? The gray-robed old man was still alive, and he stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. His pupils quivered in fear as he cried out, you are not just a sword immortal? You're a great sword immortal. The gray-robed old man's words were like lightning bolts out of the blue, stupefying everyone. It had to be known that there was a distinct difference between a sword immortal and a great sword immortal. Sword immortals were brave existences, unafraid of death. They were powerful beings in their own right, and their heart belonged solely to their swords. Meanwhile, great sword immortals were beings that could exist without fleshly bodies, and the sword was not their only obsession anymore. In other words, great sword immortals were truly immortals in every sense of the word. There had been sword immortals on the Zongtu Divine Continent over the past few hundred years, but it had been almost 1,000 years since the Zongtu Divine Continent saw a great sword immortal. Great sword immortals only existed in the vast Guanxian universe, and great sword immortals were considered elites there. Was Ye Guan really a great sword immortal? The cultivators were convinced that Ye Guan was a great sword immortal because they saw with their own two eyes how he had mortally wounded a major tribulation realm cultivator in the blink of an eye. There was no way a sword immortal could do what Ye Guan had just done. The cultivators started seeing Ye Guan in a new light. However, Ye Guan himself was silent. He was dumbfounded because he hadn't made a move. Master Pagoda, was it you? Little Pagoda replied, no. Ye Guan frowned. Does the path sword have a spirit of its own? Little Pagoda replied, no. Pinky swear. Both Little Pagoda and Ye Guan fell silent. It was clear that Little Pagoda hadn't made a move. The path sword had moved on its own, but a sword that could move by itself? It was such an absurd idea that Ye Guan couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Brrr. The path sword vibrated and split the gray-robed old man. The middle-aged man next to the gray-robed old man went beyond pallid. A great sword immortal. You're actually the middle-aged man cut himself off to turn around and run using the full extent of his cultivation base. It didn't take him that long to disappear into the horizon. The path sword returned to Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked down at it in silence. The cultivators stared fearfully at Ye Guan, but one could also see a glint of respect in their eyes. He's actually a great sword immortal? And he's such a young great sword immortal at that? They watched as Ye Guan turned toward Zhang Yuan, who was staring at him in horror. However, Ye Guan didn't do anything against Zhang Yuan. He simply turned around and left. A middle-aged man was kneeling in front of a woman seated on a chair. The middle-aged man was none other than the middle-aged man who had fled Sin City in a hurry, while the woman was the newly appointed clan leader of the Yin clan. He's a great sword immortal? Asked clan leader Anya. The middle-aged man's voice was trembling as he said, why yes. Anya chuckled and remarked, it seems that I underestimated him once again. He's full of surprises. The middle-aged man lowered his head. He didn't dare to speak. Anya closed her eyes and said, send An Wujun. An Wujun? The middle-aged man's expression fell. An Wujun was an infamous elite of the Yin clan stationed in the Guanxian universe. A woman's voice echoed from somewhere. We don't have to do that, clan leader. The middle-aged man turned and saw a woman dressed in a white robe. Her long hair reached her waist, and her gaze was icy. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his head upon recognizing her. And Daoxin? She was the young miss of the Yin clan. Many people thought that Anmu was the most talented individual in the Yin clan, but they had no idea that the Yin clan's greatest talent among the younger generation was Andeoxin. Anmu had grown up in the Yin clan, but Andeoxin had grown up in the main Guanxian Academy. She was the true genius of the Yin clan's younger generation. The Yin clan had high expectations of her. They expected her to become a martial goddess along with the two martial goddesses of the Yin clan. Anya stared deeply at Andeoxin. Andeoxin calmly added, I don't think we have to bother uncle for a mere Ye Guan. I should be able to handle him by myself, clan leader. Anya sounded hesitant as she asked, are you confident? Andeoxin chuckled and said, I think he's also interested in the Great Dao contest, and I think that's the reason he has been flaunting his prowess. I will snuff him out and put an end to his arrogance. I'll let the world know that the Yin clan isn't so easy to bully. Anya went silent. Andeoxin was right. There were indeed some rumors about how the Yin clan had fallen because Amir Ye Guan was bullying them. Andeoxin suddenly added, I've already met that man from Milky Way, and we're already friends. Anya jumped up from her seat, and she asked incredulously, are you serious? Andeoxin nodded. Anya boisterously laughed. Andeoxin was talking about the man that great Daoist brush master had chosen, and he was also the so-called chosen one of the current generation, similar to how the sword master was the chosen one of his generation. How did Yin clan reach its current status? There were two reasons behind it. The Yin clan's martial goddesses, and the fact that the two martial goddesses of the Yin clan were once the followers of a certain chosen one. And that was how the Yin clan reached its current heights. Now, what were the implications of Andeoxin befriending the chosen one of the current generation? It meant that the Yin clan would surely give birth to another martial goddess, which would extend the prosperity of the Yin clan for a few thousand years at the very least. As for Ye Guan, Anya scoffed. He was simply a worthless wretched bastard with some talent. In other words, he was worth nothing. Ye Guan was sitting down cross-legged in a dense forest. He stared silently at the path sword in his hand. What's wrong? Asked Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, it killed a major tribulation realm cultivator by itself. Little Pagoda acknowledged. Oh, that. Ye Guan jumped in surprise. He was in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master Pagoda, are you not shaken by what it did? A few moments of silence later, Little Pagoda replied, I'm quite shaken. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Really? It took quite a while before Ye Guan composed himself. Master Pagoda, I have one question. Go ahead, said Little Pagoda. Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, is Plainskirt's sister a sword sovereign? Yes. So she's a sword sovereign? Ye Guan muttered, I knew it. You were hiding something from me, Master Pagoda? And you were hiding Plainskirt's sister's true strength from me. Little Pagoda didn't reply. It's a good thing that this guy still hasn't seen much of the world. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Master Pagoda, why did you hide her true strength from me? Was it because you're afraid that I would get arrogant and start slacking off once I learn of her true strength? Asked Ye Guan. Little Pagoda replied, that's right. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. How could I slack off? She's strong, but her strength does not belong to me. I also know that people can only rely on themselves in the bigger picture. Little Pagoda chuckled and said, I'm glad that you think that way. Ye Guan said, Master Pagoda, the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan are strong. Especially the Yin clan, as they are related to the Sword Master. Will I bring trouble to Plainskirt's sister, if I fight them? No, said Little Pagoda. I know this is the worst case scenario, but, Ye Guan trailed off. He hesitated for quite a while before asking, what can we do if the Yin clan asks the Sword Master to come down and fight both Plainskirt's sister and me? Little Pagoda went silent. Master Pagoda. No, Little Pagoda said, that won't happen. Confused, Ye Guan asked, why? Little Pagoda was silent as he thought. You foolish child, why would your father help others beat you up? And Sister Destiny. The entire Yin clan will be massacred the moment they dare to even think about doing such a thing. Little Pagoda was aware of his young master's temper. He was always playing around, but he had a distinct bottom line: he had never tolerated any disrespect to Sister Destiny. Young master likes that girl from the Yin clan, but it doesn't mean that he likes everyone from the Yin clan. However, Little Pagoda didn't tell Ye Guan his thoughts. He wanted to ensure that Ye Guan wouldn't go down the wrong path. Little Pagoda chuckled and finally replied, think about it. The Sword Master founded the Guanxian Academy, and he's a once-in-a-million-years talent. Why did he establish the Guanxian Academy? It was to establish a new order? The Yin clan has gone blind due to fury, so why would the Sword Master help them? Ye Guan pondered over it and nodded. I see. Little Pagoda's voice sounded mirthful as he added, your job is to cultivate properly and become a great Sword Immortal. Great Sword Immortal? Little Pagoda's voice echoed throughout Ye Guan's mind. He closed his eyes to cultivate. Looking back, he found it a pity that he couldn't fight that major tribulation realm cultivator. However, Ye Guan had realized through that brief encounter that major tribulation realm cultivators weren't that terrifying. Ye Guan only chose to retreat because he was afraid of a lurker ambushing him once he had let his guard down. He was also not afraid even if the middle-aged man decided to jump into the fray. After all, he still hadn't used the ultimate move he had mastered after breaking the rules of space-time under Ye Guan's advice. However, Ye Guan didn't think that he could handle 3 cultivators at once with higher cultivation bases than him. It was great to be courageous and brave, but one had to be smart if one wanted to keep on living. Nonetheless, Ye Guan was dying to have a good fight with someone capable of lasting more than just a few exchanges against him. Ye Guan soon decided to visit a branch of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had cultivation grounds suitable for most cultivators, after all. Ye Guan got up and left. Moments later, Ji Xian appeared in front of him. Her gaze was strange, and she seemed hesitant as she asked, "Are you really a great sword immortal?" Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. "No." Ji Xian's gaze deepened. "Your sword?" she asked, but she trailed off. Ye Guan shook his head once again, but he didn't answer her. Ji Xian stared deeply at him before smiling. "All the best." Ye Guan smiled as well and nodded. "I wish you all the best as well, Lady Ji." With that, he turned around and left. "Are we friends?" asked Ji Xian out of the blue. Ye Guan was taken aback, but he didn't answer her. Ji Xian chuckled hollowly. "Are we not? If Major Tribulation Realm cultivators were to come here and surround me, would you help me without any hesitation?" he asked. Ji Xian asked back, "Would you help me if I were in that situation? I do want to be your friend, Lady Ji. However, it seems that we're not really friends because we're working together while calculating the gains and losses. Real friends would help each other unconditionally. I think we're only collaborators. Am I wrong?" asked Ye Guan. "No, you're right," said Ji Xian. Ye Guan nodded. "I hope to see you again, Lady Ji," said Ye Guan before turning around and flying into the distant horizon. Ji Xian stared into the horizon and chuckled to herself. What an interesting man. Moments later, she turned around and vanished without leaving any traces. It turned out that Ji Xian was a major Tribulation Realm cultivator all this while. Ji Xian had been secretly following Ye Guan, and as for her answer to Ye Guan's question, Ji Xian's answer was a resounding yes. She would help him because she didn't hate him. Ye Guan soon arrived at Yu City's Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Qin Feng came out to greet him. "Ha ha ha." Qin Feng boisterously laughed. "It's great to see you here, brother Ye." Ye Guan smiled. "It's great to see you as well, brother Qin." Qin Feng stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you really a great sword immortal?" Ye Guan shook his head with a smile, but he didn't explain because he knew that Qin Feng wouldn't believe him. Who would believe that there existed a sword capable of killing a major Tribulation Realm cultivator by itself? Even Ye Guan could barely believe it, even though the sword belonged to him. Qin Feng didn't probe any further. "How may I help you today, brother Ye?" asked Qin Feng. "I've heard of arenas before, and I want to fight in an arena." Qin Feng pondered over it before answering, "I will make the arrangements for you." Ye Guan cupped his fists together and said, "Many thanks, brother Qin." Qin Feng chuckled. "You don't have to be so polite, let's go." He took out a teleportation scroll and tore it into two. A dazzling light enveloped the two and whisked them away. Qin Feng and Ye Guan soon found themselves staring at an ancient city. "What are those, brother Qin?" asked Ye Guan upon discovering something odd. Qin Feng explained, "Those are the teleportation arrays of this teleportation hub. We're in the biggest teleportation hub of the Zongtu Divine Continent, and this teleportation hub is connected to the nodes of other universes." Qin Feng led Ye Guan into the ancient city. The ancient city had about 100,000 teleportation arrays. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Where are we going?" "We're going to the Profound Tower." Ye Guan frowned. "The Profound Tower?" Qin Feng nodded and explained, "The Profound Tower is in the Profound World. The Profound World is a massive cultivation ground. It is frequented by talents across the great clans and sects of many worlds. It won't be an exaggeration to say that the Profound World is the best cultivation ground of the Xiaoguan continent." Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and asked, "Xiaoguan continent?" Qin Feng chuckled and explained, "The main Guanxian Academy is in Xiaoguan continent, and the Xiaoguan continent is in the Guanxian universe. The Guanxian universe itself is vast, containing a myriad of worlds. Xiaoguan continent is at its core, and the main Guanxian Academy is located there." Ye Guan nodded. "I see. Brother Ye?" Qin Feng sounded serious as he asked, "Are you going to join the Destiny contest?" Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. Qin Feng continued, "The participants of the Great Dao Destiny contest are terrifying talents. I've heard that quite a few of them are students of the main Guanxian Academy. In addition to a vast amount of resources, they have been enjoying the guidance of great tutors, so their knowledge and strength must be greater than their peers." Ye Guan nodded. "I understand, but my Master Pagoda is extremely powerful. I've been under his tutelage all this while, so I don't think I'll lose to anyone when it comes to that department." Little Pagoda was overjoyed. "This brat has a way with words." Qin Feng smiled. Ye Guan's words didn't surprise him at all. "Brother Ye, you should immediately go to the Profound Tower upon arriving at the Profound World. The Profound Tower has 72 floors, and each floor is an entire world in itself. You can cultivate whatever aspect you want to cultivate there, but access is expensive, very, very expensive." Ye Guan's face fell. He had 26 million gold spiritual crystals, but he was aware that his 26 million gold spiritual crystals weren't enough for him to cultivate to the apex. After all, cultivation was like burning money to become even stronger. Qin Feng continued, "There's another thing, everyone will have to sign a death liability waiver to access the Profound World. In other words, every cultivator in the Profound World is there to sharpen their claws. It's a really dangerous place. Every cultivator there is prepared to die and kill at any time, and those who end up dying there can only blame themselves for being too weak. Everyone is prepared to die and kill at any time. How exciting is that? Exclaimed Ye Guan. Qin Feng froze upon hearing Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan beat him to the chase before he could even speak. Let's go, brother Qin. Qin Feng could only shake his head and laugh. Give me a moment, brother Ye. I still have something to say. I don't want you to get in trouble, said Qin Feng. Ye Guan chuckled and said, sure, I don't want to get in trouble as well, brother Qin. Qin Feng nodded. You have to avoid the talents of the Xiaoguan continent, he asked. Ye Guan was confused. Why are they in the profound world? Does the Xiaoguan continent not have a better cultivation ground? Qin Feng chuckled bitterly and said, they frequent the profound world to show off. Ye Guan's expression fell. He shook his head and said, to show off? How boring. I really want to know what is going on inside the heads of those who like to show off. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Qin Feng smiled and continued. Not every talent from the Xiaoguan continent likes to show off, but there are bound to be some vain people out there. Regardless, you should try to avoid them, brother Ye. Those talents have great family backgrounds, and they're extremely rich as well, which incentivizes them to show off. Qin Feng paused for a bit before adding, brother Ye, you're an extreme talent even throughout the vast Guanxian universe, but no man is an island. What will you do if they fight you using their family backgrounds, superpowers, and allies? Ye Guan went silent. Family backgrounds, superpowers, and allies? Ye Guan shook his head bitterly and said, I don't have any of that stuff. Master Pagoda told me that my dad mooches off of women. Little Pagoda panicked. God damn it, can you not bring that up? Ye Guan blinked his eyes and wondered, why? Little Pagoda remained silent. Please stop talking about it. I'm afraid I'll be reduced to ashes in the future. He couldn't allow Ye Guan to continue speaking ill of his father. I'm done. Little Pagoda sighed to himself. He felt like he had dug his own grave. Ye Guan could sense Little Pagoda's dejection. Master Pagoda must still be hiding something from me? Meanwhile, Qin Feng smiled and said, that's the teleportation array, brother Ye. He pointed at a teleportation array not too far away from them. Ye Guan erased his thoughts and cupped his fists together. Many thanks, brother Qin. Qin Feng smiled. It's nothing. Ye Guan nodded, but he didn't say anything. He headed to the teleportation array, and he was soon whisked away. Left all alone, Qin Feng muttered, it seems that I had made the right decision licking his boots. Qin Feng chuckled. He's already treating me as his brother, and when that fellow becomes a sword sovereign, I really want to see the looks on the faces of those bastards in the headquarters by then. There were about 100,000 teleportation arrays in a valley somewhere in the profound world. One of the teleportation arrays gave off a dazzling light before dimming down to reveal a figure clad in black. The figure was none other than Ye Guan. He tidied his clothes and walked out of the teleportation array. He looked up and saw a tall tower. It was none other than the profound tower. Rumble? Ye Guan was about to make a move, but a teleportation array not too far away from him trembled. It gave off a burst of dazzling light before dimming down to reveal a man. The man was dressed in a luxurious robe, and a jade pendant that was as large as a hand was hanging from his waist. The man had a ring on every finger, and it seemed like he was trying hard to flaunt his wealth. Noble and grand? The man gave off that impression in Ye Guan's eyes. The man found Ye Guan and smiled. What's your name? Ye Guan calmly said, Ye Guan. The man nodded and continued. I just arrived here, so I'm not familiar with the surroundings. I need a few bodyguards. Are you interested in becoming one of my bodyguards? Ye Guan was stunned. Bodyguards. The man smiled and said, the remuneration will be 10,000 gold spiritual crystals per day. Ye Guan stared deeply at the man. Aren't you here to cultivate? The man burst out laughing. Yes, I'm here to cultivate. Puzzled, Ye Guan asked, why would you need bodyguards, then? The man chuckled and admitted, I don't want to get hurt. Ye Guan fell silent. I think he's from the Guanxian universe. Is he here to show off? Are you interested? The man asked. No thanks. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I'm off to cultivate. I'll see you later. With that, he hopped onto his sword and flew toward the profound tower. The man was astonished by Ye Guan's sword travel. Damn, so he was a sword immortal? What a loss. Ye Guan marveled at the sheer size of the profound tower. It seemed to be around 3,000 meters tall, and its highest floor pierced the clouds. It was wide as well, seemingly a few dozen meters wide. Ye Guan arrived at the entrance and saw an old man by the door. The old man wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. I would like to enter the combat trial, said Ye Guan. The old man calmly explained, the combat trial is split into 6 ranks, human rank trial, earth rank trial, sky rank trial, royal rank trial, immortal rank trial, and emperor rank trial. Ye Guan thought for a while before asking, which trial do you think is suitable for me? The old man snapped. Why are you asking me? Ye Guan scoffed and said, I'll just start on the sky rank trial, then. The sky rank trial costs 50,000 gold spiritual crystals per day. Ye Guan's expression fell. 50,000 gold spiritual crystals per day. The old man wordlessly nodded. Ye Guan was dumbstruck. Goodness, Master Pagoda, the profound tower must be rich? I feel like robbing them. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. The old man calmly asked, is it expensive? Ye Guan nodded. The old man remarked, you must be a rogue cultivator. Ye Guan was slightly confused. A rogue cultivator. The old man nonchalantly explained, rogue cultivators have no family backgrounds, and they can only rely on themselves. Ye Guan stared at the old man for a moment before giving him a storage ring. The storage ring contained exactly 50,000 gold spiritual crystals. The old man asked, "Are you only going to stay there for a day?" Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The old man shook his head and sighed. "Young man, this sounds harsh, but I want you to listen to me. You shouldn't spend your money here. This tower was created for the rich. It's a waste of money to those who can't really afford it. I'm afraid your parents will treat you as a good-for-nothing son and disown you. This tower isn't worthy of such a huge headache." Ye Guan smiled amicably and said, "I appreciate your advice, senior, but I came here with my savings." The old man stared deeply at Ye Guan before giving him a piece of paper. It was the death liability waiver. The old man explained, "You are responsible for anything that happens in the trial once you've signed this document. Do you understand?" Ye Guan nodded. "Understood. Give it a drop of your blood." Ye Guan nodded slightly and stretched his finger toward the piece of paper. His skin split and a drop of his blood landed on the death liability waiver. However, the death liability waiver abruptly vanished upon consuming his blood. The two were stunned. What just happened? They exchanged looks. Ye Guan asked, "Is there something wrong with your paper?" The old man explained, "The paper contains a trace of the heavenly Dao. Signing it is equivalent to being bound by the heavenly Dao. How could there be something wrong with the paper?" Ye Guan asked, "Why don't we try it again?" The old man's gaze deepened as he stared at Ye Guan. He took out another piece of paper, but the same phenomenon occurred. The old man's frown deepened. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was staring innocently at the old man. The old man took out another death liability waiver and snapped, "Here, another one." Ye Guan nodded and gave the piece of paper a drop of his blood. The old man stared intently at the blood as it landed on the piece of paper. The piece of paper disappeared right in front of his eyes upon making contact with Ye Guan's blood. The old man's face turned solemn, and his lips were pressed into a firm line. Why is the heavenly Dao in the death liability waiver rejecting his blood? The old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Who are you?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "I'm just an ordinary person." The old man snapped, "How can an ordinary person's blood reject the heavenly Dao?" Ye Guan insisted and said, "I really am just an ordinary person." The old man glared at Ye Guan for a long time. "What about your father? What was your father's name?" he asked. Ye Guan shook his head. "I don't know." The old man's frown deepened, and he questioned, "You don't know your father's name?" Ye Guan nodded. "What does your father do, then?" asked the old man. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, "Master Pagoda told me that he's a womanizer." Shit. Little Pagoda's voice echoed in his head. "Brat, your father is a good man, I'm not kidding." Ye Guan blinked his eyes innocently and asked, "Really?" Little Pagoda was about to speak, but the mysterious voice interrupted him. "You fool, he's trying to trick you into answering." Little Pagoda came to his senses. "Damn it, I almost fell for this kid's scheme." Ye Guan urgently asked, "Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda fell silent, leaving Ye Guan at a loss. He wanted to pry some information out of Master Pagoda, but Master Pagoda saw through his scheme. Nonetheless, Ye Guan managed to confirm one thing: Master Pagoda was hiding a lot of things about his father from him. Meanwhile, the old man asked, "So what does your father do?" Ye Guan snapped back to reality and calmly answered, "Since my blood is being rejected by the heavenly Dao, how do I sign the death liability waiver?" He had answered the old man's questions just now because he wanted to trick Master Pagoda into defending his father. Unfortunately, Master Pagoda had already seen through his scheme, so Ye Guan no longer had to waste time. The old man frowned. He obviously still wanted to ask more questions. Ye Guan noticed that and said, "Senior, I really don't know what my father does, but I know one thing for sure. He left me with some words while I was still young." The old man grew curious and asked, "What did he say?" Ye Guan's expression turned grim, and he sounded serious as he said, "He told me to cultivate properly because the Guanxian universe will rely on me in the future." The old man was stunned, while Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Ye Guan sighed to himself and said, "I finally understood what he meant now that I have grown up. My father isn't just my father, he's the father of the Guanxian universe." Ye Guan signed the death liability waiver with a pen before walking into the profound tower, leaving the old man speechless and rooted where he stood. The old man recovered moments later, and he stared at the profound tower before shouting, "You imbecile! How shameless you are for lying to an old man! To think that you would claim the sword master as your father. Young people these days really like to brag, god damn it." Why you, what did you just say?" Little Pagoda stuttered. Ye Guan chuckled and said, "I was just bragging, Master Pagoda. I had to brag, or he would have continued interrogating me." Little Pagoda fell silent at that. "You're even better than your father. Your father always lies whenever he brags, but you only brag about the truth." "Yes, the truth." Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. He finally realized that Ye Guan was capable of springing up traps in his seemingly thoughtless words. It was troublesome, and Little Pagoda felt troubled. Why were the members of the Yang family so smart? Little Pagoda sighed helplessly. It was becoming harder and harder to fool Ye Guan, but Little Pagoda couldn't allow Ye Guan to learn of his true identity just yet. If he were to learn of his true identity so early, Ye Guan could become complacent and start going down the wrong path. Complacency was the very reason the young master encountered difficulties making that certain breakthrough, and why was the old master invincible back then? It was all because he had tasted despair and had resolved to face his destiny. That was the difference between the old master and the young master. The old master had witnessed the freedom swordsman's helplessness against destiny, and it was a bottomless abyss of despair. Despair could stimulate enough power to allow a cultivator to make certain breakthroughs, and the old master had done it. The old master had fought until the end of his life. His Dao was stable as a boulder, and even destiny couldn't shake his Dao. The young master didn't have the same experiences as the old master, but it was a good thing that he was enlightened about how complacency could bring a cultivator to ruin. Little Pagoda wasn't trying to bully Ye Guan by hiding so much information. He wanted Ye Guan to roam the world first and visit every corner of it, and it was his father the sword master's wish. He had to start at the bottom of the ladder and climb his way up to the top. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to see the issues plaguing the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. If he were to directly become the Academy Chief of the Guanxian Academy, the elders and everyone else in the Guanxian Academy would hide their corruption from him. The Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion needed to change. This time, Ye Guan would stand at the helm of that change. Just then, the mysterious voice suddenly asked, "Little Pagoda, are you not worried that someone has already taken that seat? Who would dare take that seat?" Little Pagoda coldly snorted. "I know that it has already been 30 million years, but who would be daring enough to take that seat?" The mysterious voice fell silent. Little Pagoda continued. "I don't think even those geniuses would dare to even think about taking that seat for themselves." The mysterious voice muttered, What if the Academy itself gives that seat to someone else? Then the Academy no longer has any reason to exist, said Little Pagoda. The mysterious voice went silent. Ye Guan walked over to the teleportation array that would bring him to the sky rank combat trial. Ye Guan walked into the teleportation array, and he was whisked to a desolate wilderness. He looked around and frowned. The wilderness was too quiet. Why is it so quiet here? Ye Guan's guard was up. He had to sign a death liability waiver before he could access the profound tower, so he wouldn't be dumb enough to think that he was in a safe place. Ye Guan noticed something, and his expression changed. He noticed that the spiritual energy here was extremely thick and pure. It was at least 5 times better than the spiritual energy in the outside world. He finally understood why he had to pay such a high price just to enter the tower. Are you not going to attempt a breakthrough? Asked Little Pagoda. You've been a space-shattering realm cultivator for so long. It's fine. Ye Guan replied with a smile. Little Pagoda asked, What do you mean? Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before answering, Master Pagoda, I can kill cultivators whose cultivation bases are higher than me. Do you know what that means? What does that mean? Ye Guan answered, It means that one's cultivation base isn't enough to define one's power. What? Elaborate. Little Pagoda exclaimed. Ye Guan chuckled and said, I think there's a difference between people in the same cultivation realm. Let's use swords as an example. There are 2 swords, one was crafted normally, while the other was hammered 1,000 times in the forging process. They're swords on the same level, but the latter is definitely of much higher quality than the former. Ye Guan paused before continuing. Cultivation is like a building. An unstable foundation will cause it to collapse, unable to withstand even a gust of wind. In other words, a cultivator's foundation is like the true strength of a cultivator. My plan is to reach the limits of my cultivation realm first, and I think I'll make a breakthrough from there. Little Pagoda went silent. The mysterious voice shouted, Impressive. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, Master Pagoda, what do you think? Is there something wrong with what I said? Little Pagoda was silent for a while before he replied, You're somewhat right. Ye Guan blinked. Somewhat right? I'm neither right nor wrong. However, he didn't retort. Master Pagoda owned the tiny pagoda, so Ye Guan couldn't afford to offend him. So you're waiting for a natural breakthrough? Little Pagoda asked. Ye Guan chuckled and said, I just feel that I still haven't reached my limits. I feel I'll naturally make a breakthrough once I've reached the limits of my cultivation base. Okay, said Little Pagoda. Ye Guan nodded. He was about to say something, but a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the distance. A dazzling light briefly illuminated the wilderness as a man walked out of the teleportation array. The man's frame was huge, and he was tall. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were big. He was clad in clothes made out of animal hide, and his hair was parted in the middle, which made him look funny. The man was holding what seemed like a metal whip with a large metal ball at the end of it. The man frowned upon seeing Ye Guan. A space-shattering cultivator, he muttered, seemingly astonished. Ye Guan nodded and raised his guard up. That man stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, You decided to come here even though you're only a space-shattering realm cultivator. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, Which rank should I have gone in? The man frowned and asked, Do you know what realm I am in? Ye Guan shook his head. The man calmly replied, I'm an imperial rank demonic beast. He's a demonic beast? Ye Guan froze. He didn't expect to meet a demonic beast here and an imperial rank demonic beast to boot. The man shook his head and said, I think you ended up here because you're new here. Anyway, just give me 50,000 gold spiritual crystals, and I'll let you off. Before that, why don't we exchange 2 moves? Ye Guan said. He wasn't willing to leave just like this, as he had already paid the old man to access the sky rank combat trial. If he were to leave just like this, it would be a waste of money. You want to exchange 2 moves with me? Asked the man. Ye Guan nodded. He wasn't afraid of an imperial rank demonic beast. Actually, the Imperial rank demonic beast in front of him seemed much weaker than the Imperial rank demonic beast he had stumbled upon in Nanzhou. The man boisterously laughed and said, "Let's do it then." Ye Guan nodded slightly. "I have an unconventional fighting style, so I hope you'll forgive me if I end up offending you." The man was pretty kind to him, which prompted Ye Guan to return the gesture in kind. The man guffawed and said, "It's fine, just come at me." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. The man's eyes narrowed. He wanted to make a move, but Ye Guan's attack was making a beeline for his crotch. Fuck! The man cursed. Ye Guan's extreme speed caught him off guard, but it was too late. He could only desperately push his legs together. Boom! The man managed to suppress Ye Guan's sword, but Ye Guan let go of his sword and lashed out with his leg toward the man's neck. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and a figure was sent flying away. However, the flying figure was Ye Guan rather than the man. Ye Guan was sent flying a few meters away. He dampened his fall by rolling on the ground. He recovered and stood up, but he noticed a dull pain coming from his leg, which astonished him. An Imperial rank demonic beast's defenses were indeed amazing. The man stared at Ye Guan. He opened his mouth to say something, but Ye Guan abruptly vanished once more. The man's eyes narrowed, and he punched out. Boom! The man's space caused the collapse of the spacetime in front of him, but his punch didn't land on Ye Guan. Swoosh! He abruptly turned around and saw a ray of cold light flying toward his crotch. He wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Boom! The ray of sword light shattered upon hitting his crotch. The man's eyes widened in sheer horror and pain, but before he could even do anything, another ray of cold light flew toward him. This time, it was flying toward his head at breakneck speeds. The man glared at the cold light. Shuai! Ye Guan's sword energy was abruptly engulfed in flames. A sharp pain erupted from his nether region. The man was furious. He roared, and a terrifying aura burst out of him. Boom! The burst of aura shattered spacetime and split the ground open. Ye Guan was already 30 meters away from the man, and he used his profound energy to send a sword light flying toward the man's crotch while keeping a safe distance from the latter. The man's expression turned ugly from fury. The man's defenses were sturdy, but Ye Guan possessed remarkable strength as well. In addition, Ye Guan seemed obsessed with attacking his crotch, which was a delicate place. The man's family jewels were still sending him waves of dull pain, prompting him to roar in fury. Boom! A terrifying sound wave made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's figure blurred, and he reappeared 30 meters away. The man was astonished to see Ye Guan dodge a sound wave attack. Swoosh! Ye Guan took advantage of the lull to appear in front of the man. The man hurriedly pushed his legs together, but Ye Guan's sword was aimed at his eyes rather than his crotch. The man closed his eyes tightly. Shwick! 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 Ye Guan sent sword thrusts after sword thrusts. The man attempted to retaliate to no avail. Ye Guan's attacks were simply too fast for him to make a move. In addition, Ye Guan was taking full advantage of his sword's length and was keeping him at bay. The man was indeed much stronger than Ye Guan, but Ye Guan was much faster than the former. Moreover, strength was meaningless if one couldn't hit their opponent. The only way to stop Ye Guan was to slow him down by shattering the space around Ye Guan. Arg! The man cried out, and the illusory figure of a demonic beast erupted from him. Space distorted and ultimately shattered as multiple waves of demonic beast aura swept across the wilderness. Ye Guan retreated a few dozen meters away. He looked up at the man and saw that the illusory figure of a demonic beast hovering above the man resembled a giant shark with a gaping mouth full of blood. Its teeth were razor sharp, and it was terrifying to behold. Ye Guan frowned. What demonic beast is that? The man's legs were still clamped together. He glared at Ye Guan and asked, "Unconventional? I think it's fucking unethical." Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and said, "Brother beast, I agree that it's a bit unethical, but I have no choice. The defenses of demonic beasts are just too incredible. I can only attack your weak spots to win. I'm sorry for the offense." Ye Guan's courteousness rendered the man speechless. Now that he thought about it, Ye Guan had a point. If he were in Ye Guan's shoes, he would have done the same. After all, those who were here had signed the death liability waiver. In other words, they were willing to do anything to win and survive. The man asked, "Can you change your fighting style?" Ye Guan shook his head. "I admit that my fighting style is a bit unethical, but it does not go against my conscience." The man said in a low voice, "If you're not willing to compromise, I can only use my true body to fight you." "All right," Ye Guan said with a nod. "Are you sure about that?" Ye Guan hesitated for a bit before saying, "Won't that part become bigger if you fight me with your true body?" The man's face twitched. "Human, you're crossing the line here. You are a swordsman and a sword immortal at that? Can't you fight me in an upright manner? You've made me view swordsmen in a brand new light." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Have you met other swordsmen before?" "Of course." Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "What are they like?" The man stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, "They're decent people, and most of them were cool and reserved. They're not like you. You look decent, and you're courteous as well, but your fighting style is too unethical for a swordsman." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. "Are you from the Guanxian universe?" Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "No, I'm from Nanzhou." The man frowned and asked, "Nanzhou?" Ye Guan nodded. "I've never heard of that place before. It's a small state that exists in a realm just below the Zongtu Divine Continent." "I see," said the man. "I'm not going to fight you anymore. I'm going somewhere else. I suggest you go to the Royal Rank Combat Trial." With that, the man turned around to leave. However, he stopped after a few steps and turned to look at Ye Guan. A heaven-defying talent arrived here not too long ago, and he has the same surname as you. He's also from the Zongtu Divine Continent, and his name is Yaqing. Do you know him? Asked the man. Ye Guan was taken aback. Yes, he's my brother. He offended a talent of the Hantian clan. The Hantian clan is from the Guanxian universe. The talent of the Hantian clan is working together with someone else, and they're chasing after Yaqing to kill him. Ye Guan's face darkened. He didn't expect to hear that Yaqing was here as well. It seemed that he was doing great and was making good connections with people, albeit someone was currently chasing after him. Is he really your brother? Yes. The man frowned and asked. Both of you are from Nanzhou? Yes. The man shook his head and said, it's impressive how a small and insignificant place like Nanzhou managed to produce two capable talents, not to mention that both of you even came from the same clan. The man turned around to leave. Brother Beast, do you know where he is? The man stopped in his tracks and said, my name is Qin Yao. Your brother must be in the royal rank battle trial. He's in danger because Lu Qi is chasing after him. Lu Qi is the younger brother of the Hantian clan's young clan leader, Lu Bing. The man paused and asked, do you know who Lu Bing is? Ye Guan shook his head. He turned around and started walking away. Do you know the Hantian clan? Qin Yao asked once more. Ye Guan shook his head, but he didn't turn around to face Qin Yao. Qin Yao wanted to say something else, but Ye Guan interrupted him. Don't tell me who they are. Qin Yao was surprised, but he was soon filled with awe and respect for Ye Guan. Ye Guan was saying that Lu Qi's family background didn't matter. He would still go out there and help his brother. Qin Yao had just witnessed the definition of loyalty. I might chicken out if you tell me who they are. Ye Guan added. Qin Yao didn't know what to say. Ye Guan walked out of the profound tower and approached the old man. I would like to enter the royal rank combat trial. The old man was stunned. Royal. Ye Guan nodded. Are you sure? Yes. The royal rank combat trial costs 100,000 gold crystals per day. Ye Guan gave the old man a storage ring. The old man took out a wooden slip and handed it over to Ye Guan. Crush that wooden slip, and you will be teleported to the royal rank combat trial. Ye Guan nodded and did what he was told. Moments later, a dazzling light engulfed and whisked him away. A black-robed man was leaning against a cliff while staring warily at a few men in the distance. The man was none other than Yaqing. Yaqing's eyes were unwittingly fixed on the white-robed man leading the group. The white-robed man stared at Yaqing and chuckled. I didn't expect to encounter a law holder here, and the surprise was made even more pleasant when I discovered that you're holding onto a great earth law. He made a sidelong glance at Yaqing's right leg and said, oh? You're charging up your great law force. Swoosh! Yaqing lashed out with his leg. Boom! A massive wave of great earth force emerged from the ground and loomed over the white-robed man. The white-robed man's pupils constricted. He slammed his palm to the ground and yelled, Earth shatter! Boom! A loud noise echoed as both the white-robed man and Yaqing retreated at the same time. The dust settled, and a massive chasm appeared between the two of them. The chasm was still expanding in all directions at an astonishing speed. Yaqing's eyes narrowed as he glared at the white-robed man. The white-robed man had truly come from the Guanxian universe. He was strong, and the ordinary talents of the Zongtu Divine Continent couldn't compare to him. The white-robed man was thrilled, and he cried out in excitement. Your great earth law is amazing? I'm 2 cultivation realms above you, but you can actually stand toe-to-toe against me? It really is amazing. Yaqing looked indifferent as he asked, there is no enmity between us, so why are you trying to kill me? The white-robed man chuckled and said, indeed, there is no enmity between us, but I have taken a fancy to your great earth law? Such a divine power should only belong to those capable enough of wielding it to its limits. Yaqing glared at the white-robed man. The white-robed man laughed and said, I know that you have a Dao protector, but it's a pity that we're in the profound tower of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. If anyone beyond the cultivation base threshold makes a move, a powerhouse of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will mobilize to suppress them. You will also be blacklisted from the profound world. In other words, your Dao protector won't dare to help you. Yaqing was silent. The white-robed man was right. Yaqing didn't dare to ask his master to make a move in the profound tower. After all, the profound tower belonged to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. His master making a move was equivalent to breaking the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's rules. Yaqing reckoned that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion wouldn't just stand idly by and allow him to break the rules. Was he willing to make an enemy out of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? Yaqing shook his head. No. A man was standing next to the white-robed man. He laughed and said, Brother Lu, why are you wasting your breath on him? His family background is basically non-existent. You don't have to think twice about killing him. The man raised his longsword to attack. Lu Qi stretched his hand out to stop the longsword-wielding man. The longsword-wielding man turned to look at Lu Qi. Lu Qi smiled and said, he managed to cultivate a great earth law, so he's not an ordinary talent. I'm sure he has an ultimate move, so we must gang up on him to minimize casualties and injuries on our side. Gang up on him? The longsword-wielding man froze. He chuckled awkwardly and asked, is that really okay? Lu Qi chuckled and replied, why would we fight him alone if we can beat him together? The longsword-wielding man boisterously laughed. Lu Qi glared at Yaqing and yelled, kill him. The 6 of them rushed toward Yaqing. Yaqing's eyes narrowed, and he immediately crouched down. He grabbed the ground with his right hand and hurled it upward. Boom! The ground flew up and loomed over Lu Qi and his group. Lu Qi abruptly vanished and reappeared in front of the massive wave of earth. He clenched his fist tightly and sent a punch toward the wave. Shuai! A terrifying conflagration struck the wave of earth. Boom! The ground melted, revealing Ye Qing's figure rushing toward Lu Qi. Ye Qing's fist emitted a dazzling yellow glow. It was full of great earth force. Boom! Ye Qing and Lu Qi's fists collided, and the resulting collision sent the two flying. The longsword-wielding man took advantage of the opening to rush toward Ye Qing and slash out. A ferocious light flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. He put his hands together and stumped his right foot on the ground upon landing. Boom! The ground split open, and a golden light flew toward the longsword-wielding man. The longsword wielding was blasted away, but a black-robed man appeared behind Ye Qing and sent a punch flying toward Ye Qing's head. Ye Qing hurriedly turned around and punched the black-robed man's fist. Boom! The black-robed man was sent flying upon impact. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was already in front of Ye Qing. Boom! A loud noise echoed as Ye Qing forcefully withstood Lu Qi's fist. Unfortunately, the impact still sent him flying more than 3 meters away. He twisted in midair and landed gracefully, but blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Lu Qi jeered, "You're pretty remarkable. If I were alone, I wouldn't be sure that I could beat you even though my cultivation base is 2 realms above you. It's a pity that we're in an era where connections are everything. We outnumber you, so victory will still belong to me. Ha 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 ha." Lu Qi smiled sinisterly and roared, "Kill him." Lu Qi made a beeline for Ye Qing, and the rest followed closely behind him. Ye Qing swept his gaze across Lu Qi and the rest before putting his hands together. A faint azure light appeared on his glabella. "No, you have just gotten the heavenly thunder law. You still haven't grasped it. If you activate it right now, the battle will end in mutual destruction. You'll suffer severe injuries even if you end up winning." Ye Qing's face darkened. "I have no choice but to do this, master." The faint azure light intensified, but a change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Swoosh! A ray of cold light flew toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi's face changed. A golden light burst out of him, and it quickly took on the shape of a golden armor. Unfortunately, Lu Qi reacted a bit too late. Slice! The golden armor didn't manage to protect Lu Qi's neck in time. The ray of cold light lacerated Lu Qi's throat, and the latter crumpled to the ground. The sudden change made everyone come to a halt. A blurry figure appeared in front of the longsword-wielding man. The longsword-wielding man's expression changed, but a ray of cold light pierced his forehead before he could even react. Shwick! The longsword-wielding man's eyes widened before he collapsed to the ground. Ye Qing finally identified the blurry figure. He quickly recovered from the shock and shouted, "Brother Ye Guan." "Kill them," replied Ye Guan. With that, he charged toward the other cultivators. Ye Qing followed closely behind him. The faces of the remaining cultivators turned hideous. They wanted to escape, but Ye Guan's sword was too fast for them to outrun. Slice! A glimmer of sword light was captured in a man's eyes before his world spun. Ye Guan had chopped his head off in the proverbial blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators grimaced. One of them shouted, "Fuck! I'm a member of the Shangxiao clan. My father is the Grand Elder of the Shangxiao clan. My father will definitely not let you off if you kill me because I'm his only son. Killing me means cutting off his legacy." The man's sentence wasn't that long, but by the time he was done speaking, the remaining cultivators had already died, aside from Lu Qi, who was still breathing. Ye Guan rushed toward the man and pointed his sword at the latter. The man's face went beyond pallid. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Please, there's a misunderstanding here." Ye Guan asked, "Is the Shangxiao clan a very powerful clan?" "Yes," the man replied almost immediately. Ye Guan nodded. He pointed at Lu Qi and said, "Finish him off." The man was astonished. He recovered moments later and stammered, I don't think that's a great idea." The man wasn't dumb. Ye Guan was obviously trying to use him as a scapegoat by making him end Lu Qi's life. Ye Guan remained calm. "You either finish him off, or I'll do it myself and kill you as well." The man's expression stiffened. "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide." 1. The man abruptly rushed toward Lu Qi and punched the latter's throat. Lu Qi's eyes shot wide open. He couldn't believe that he died such a vain death. The man silently sat on the ground. The profound tower belonged to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so there was no way he could hide how he had personally ended Lu Qi's life. Ye Guan walked up to him and asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Qian." "Now, we're in the same boat." Lin Qian didn't know what to say. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "Don't be afraid. So what if they take revenge on you? You have a powerful backer to back you up, anyway, right?" Lin Qian was at a loss for words. Lin Qian felt bitter. Ye Guan had basically forced him to hop onto the same boat as them. There was no way the Hantian clan would let him go, even if he told them the truth. Lu Qi and Lu Bing were close friends for the longest time, so Lu Bing would definitely not let go of Lu Qi's murderer. "It's over," Lin Qian sighed. "I'm doomed." Lin Qian glanced wordlessly at Ye Guan and Ye Qing, who were both busy picking up their spoils of war. He knew that he could only cling to them if he wanted to live. Ye Guan tallied up the gold spiritual crystals in the storage ring of the deceased cultivators and saw that he had earned a total of 8 million gold spiritual crystals aside from the gold spiritual crystals in Lu Qi's storage ring. Ye Guan split it evenly and gave the other half to Ye Qing. Ye Qing accepted the storage ring with a smile and asked, "Why are you here, brother Ye Guan?" Ye Guan chuckled. I came here to cultivate, and I heard that you were in danger, so I rushed over. Thank you, Ye Qing replied. Ye Guan shook his head and said, we're brothers, you don't have to thank me. Ye Qing smiled and felt warm inside. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly bore down on them. Ye Guan and Ye Qing's faces abruptly changed. A middle-aged man appeared, and he heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Qian. Lin Qian hurriedly got up and said, Father. The middle-aged man pulled Lin Qian behind him. He turned to face Ye Guan and Ye Qing. Were you the ones who killed Lu Qi? He asked. No, your son killed him, Ye Guan replied. The middle-aged man yelled, stop the nonsense. My son and Lu Qi are close friends. Why would he kill Lu Qi? I killed him. Lin Qian shouted. The middle-aged man was stunned. He spun around to look at Lin Qian. Lin Qian hesitated for a while before saying, I really killed him. The middle-aged man was enraged. Do you know what you're saying right now, you unfilial son? Lin Qian repeated. I killed him. Lin Qian was aware that he wouldn't be able to push the blame onto someone else because there were quite a few people hiding in the shadows earlier during the battle. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the Hantian clan found out that Lu Qi died at his hands. The Hantian clan wouldn't let him go along with Ye Guan and Ye Qing. Lu Bing had always been protective of Lu Qi, so the former would definitely not let the three of them go. Therefore, Lin Qian decided to embark on another path. The middle-aged man glared at Lin Qian and asked, do you know what you're saying? People were starting to gather from all directions, and even the tower keeper of the profound tower had arrived. He had decided to come here to see what the commotion was all about. Lin Qian glanced sideways at Ye Guan and Ye Qing before saying, Father, this is Ye Guan and Ye Qing. They are my sworn brothers. Ye Guan and Ye Qing froze. Ye Guan looked at Lin Qian, slightly confused. What is he trying to do here? Lin Qian pointed at Lu Qi's corpse and shouted, Father, he coveted brother Ye Qing's treasure and tried to kill him to obtain it. I tried to stop him, but he refused to listen to me. I had no choice but to kill him to protect my sworn brothers. Outrageous, yelled the middle-aged man. He was so angry that he slapped Lin Qian across the face. Lin Qian flew at least 30 meters away and left a trail of fresh blood. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Qian stood up and wiped the blood on the corner of his lips. He stared resolutely at the middle-aged man and said, Father, I'm the one who killed him, so the responsibility belongs to me alone. It has nothing to do with my two sworn brothers. I am willing to die to assuage the Hantian clan's fury. He threw his head back and headbutted a boulder. Boom! The impact shattered the boulder, but Lin Qian was still alive. Lin Qian was covered in blood, looking absolutely miserable. Ye Guan and Ye Qing looked at each other. I see, so that is what he wants to do. Lin Qian stood up with much difficulty. He raised his right fist and aimed it at his temple. There was no way the middle-aged man would let his only son die in front of him, so he immediately intervened. Lin Qian inwardly sighed in relief. The middle-aged man's heart broke upon seeing Lin Qian's miserable appearance. He hugged him tightly and said softly, if you insist on taking responsibility, I will bear it with you, even if you're not the only one responsible for Lu Qi's death. At most, I'm just going to offer my life to appease the Hantian clan. The middle-aged man's words made everyone present turn to Ye Guan and Ye Qing. This is too much. The three of them were responsible for Lu Qi's death, but only Lin Qian and his father were willing to take responsibility. Lin Qian had said that they were sworn brothers, so the fact that both Ye Guan and Ye Qing were still silent made the onlookers feel that they were ruthless to the core. Ye Guan and Ye Qing remained silent. They knew what Lin Qian was trying to do here. What a ruthless move. He made us look evil while putting himself up on a pedestal? Ye Guan and Ye Qing had to do something. Otherwise, their reputation would plummet to the abyss. Ye Qing pulled on Ye Guan's sleeve. Brother Ye Guan, I think you should deal with him, he said. Ye Guan nodded. He approached Lin Qian and said, Brother Lin, the law imprint belongs to you. Law imprint? The onlookers' gaze turned fiery as they stared at Lin Qian. The tower keeper directed a strange gaze at Lin Qian. Law imprint? It had to be known that Great Daoist Brushmaster was apparently the one who had created the law imprints and the Dao imprints, while the imprints themselves were under the control of the god of Daoism. Those imprints were priceless, and one could wield a cataclysmic power by cultivating them. And this bastard would have one of those imprints? Lin Qian's expression stiffened. Brother Ye? Ye Guan grabbed Lin Qian's hand and said, My brother and I were the ones who beat Lu Qi to a pulp, but you ended his life personally. Everyone saw what you did, so the imprint naturally belongs to you. Don't be shy, take it. Lin Qian's heart started to beat madly against his chest. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Lin Qian's father and bowed slightly. Uncle, please take good care of brother Lin. I will not forgive the Shangxiao clan if anything happens to him. He then took out another storage ring and placed it in Lin Qian's hands. Brother Lin, this is Lu Qi's storage ring. It contains 300 million gold crystals, so please accept it. Lin Qian was at a loss for words. Ye Guan walked over to Ye Qing and said, Let's go. They turned around and ran away. Everyone present no longer looked at Lin Qian with sympathy. They were envious of him. A law imprint and 3 million gold spiritual crystals. He struck the jackpot. The tower keeper made a sidelong glance at Lin Qian. After a moment of silence, he turned around to leave. The onlookers slowly dispersed as well. Soon, Lin Qian and his father were left alone. Do you really possess a law imprint? Lin Qian shook his head. The middle-aged man suddenly grabbed Lin Qian by the collar and glared at him. You have a law imprint, and it belongs to you. Do you understand? Lin Qian stuttered. Father, are you saying that? Yes. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and explained, the clan leader and the elders of the clan will only protect you if you say that the law imprint belongs to you and has already acknowledged you as its owner. Otherwise, they'll sacrifice you to appease the Hantian clan. Lin Qian's expression turned heavy. I understand. The middle-aged man sighed and said, the clan will only protect you if you're worthy of its protection. You'll die if you only rely on me. From now on, I want you to announce to the world that you have a law imprint. You also have to protect those two bastards earlier no matter what happens, do you understand? Lin Qian asked. Father, you want me to stick close to them? The middle-aged man nodded and explained, yes, stay as close to them as you can. If anyone brings this matter up, take responsibility for everything. I want you to paint yourself as a loyal and courageous man so that the people will sympathize with you. At that point, the clan will have to think twice about the resulting backlash if the elders and the clan leader decide to hand you over to the Hantian clan. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Lin Qian nodded. The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the horizon. Those two bastards aren't simple. Provoking them will only bring about disaster, but if they really have powerful backgrounds, you'll end up with an unexpected boon. Lin Qian was slightly confused. Father, what do you mean? By tomorrow, I'm sure the world will know you as their sworn brothers. In other words, you have no choice but to act like you're their sworn brother, whether you like it or not. But they're not my sworn brothers, Lin Qian grumbled. The middle-aged man replied, the public's opinion is what matters the most. Okay, Lin Qian reluctantly nodded. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He wiped the blood off of Lin Qian's face and muttered, my son, be more confident. The act starts upon your return to the clan. Just tell them that you discovered a massive opportunity and that you'll inevitably become invincible among your peers in just 20 years. Lin Qian nodded and replied, I understand. The middle-aged man smiled and patted Lin Qian's back. Don't be too worried. Your father here is still the grand elder of the Shangxiao clan. Even if the sky falls down, I will hold it up for you, all right. Lin Qian smiled at his father and said, okay. Let's go, said the middle-aged man, and the two of them walked away. Father, that Ye Guan is a menace. Lin Qian said while they were on their journey home. I think he's more cunning than you. He's brave, cunning, and extraordinary. Be sure not to provoke him the next time you meet him. It'll be great if you truly become his friend, but don't force it, okay. Lin Qian hesitated for a few seconds before saying, I'm a bit scared of him. He's strong, but his motives are dubious. He's an expert at setting others up, and his schemes are dangerous. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, take a look at it from another angle. He rushed to his brother's assistance, which means that he values his relationships as well as loyalty. In other words, he's the type of person who is ruthless to his enemies but kind to his friends and family. I'm sure he'll put his life on the line for you if you truly become his friend. That makes sense. Lin Qian nodded slightly and said, Father, what should I do if the clan leader decides to kick me out of the clan due to pressure? The middle-aged man said indifferently, we'll rebel. Lin Qian was shocked. He made a sidelong glance at his father. His father calmly explained, I've been the grand elder for so many years, do you really think that I would have no men on my side? If he dares to do anything to you, why would I not dare to do anything to him? What are the chances? Asked Lin Qian. 80%. It's that high. Lin Qian asked in shock. The middle-aged man shook his head and clarified. He has an 80% chance of success, while we only have 20%. Lin Qian's expression fell. I'm sure the clan will investigate the background of those young men. Let's hope that they belong to a powerful clan. Anyway, wasn't one of them a swordsman? Tell the clan that he's a direct disciple of great sword sovereign Ye. Raise him up as high as you can so that they won't dare to investigate them thoroughly. I'm confident that even if they find something, we will not be implicated at all, said the middle-aged man. Lin Qian didn't know what to say. Ye Qing looked at Ye Guan and smiled. Brother Ye Guan, I have to head elsewhere. I'm afraid I will have to say goodbye to you here. Ye Guan nodded and asked, are you short of money? Ye Qing shook his head, nope. I have enough. Ye Guan smiled. Great. Ye Qing asked, Brother Ye Guan, there are only 8 months before the Destiny contest. You're still going to join, right? Ye Guan nodded. Yup. I will be there, too. Ye Guan smiled. All right, I'll see you there. Ye Qing responded, I'm looking forward to seeing you there as well. The tower keeper appeared in front of them. Do you really think that the Hantian clan will let you two go? The two went silent. Are you familiar with the Hantian clan? Asked the tower keeper. Ye Qing was about to speak, but Ye Guan smiled and said, it's just the Hantian clan, right? The tower keeper was stunned. Ye Guan smiled. Senior, a mere Hantian clan is not something to worry about. He then pulled Ye Qing and left. The tower keeper stared at Ye Guan's departing figure. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist, and he seemed to be worried about something. Eventually, he relaxed and left. Ye Qing left the profound world. Ye Qing stared at the teleportation array behind him. A voice echoed in his head. Your brother is a lot smarter than the average cultivator. Is that so, master? Said Ye Qing. The voice asked, do you know why he said those words to the tower keeper? Ye Qing was confused. Why? The Tower Keeper was having malicious thoughts toward the both of you, so he told the Tower Keeper that a mere Hantian clan isn't something to worry about. I think brother Ye Guan was right. It's just the Hantian clan, said Ye Qing before walking away with a smile. What are you going to do if you have to fight him in the contest? Asked the voice. Ye Qing smiled and replied, we'll fight. If I lose, it's fine. If I win, I'm still going to give him the Great Dao Destiny Aura. With that, Ye Qing took off and disappeared into the distant horizon. Ye Guan decided to enter the Immortal Rank Combat Trial of the Profound Tower upon realizing that the Royal Rank Combat Trial didn't pose that much of a challenge to him. He had 30 million gold spiritual crystals as well, so he wasn't worried about running out of money in the near future. Of course, he still needed a lot of money. He had to buy whatever was necessary to restore Nailin Jian's fleshly body. She would also need cultivation resources by then, so Ye Guan was essentially saving up money for two people rather than just for himself. Ye Guan's expression turned grim upon arriving at the world of the Immortal Rank Combat Trial. He heard footsteps behind him and saw a large-framed man. Ye Guan froze, and the large-framed man froze as well. The man was none other than Qin Yao. Qin Yao asked, shouldn't you be at the Royal Rank Combat Trial? It was too easy, replied Ye Guan. Qin Yao fell silent. He thought that Ye Guan was being pretentious, but he didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan smiled. Are you going to fight me with your true body? Qin Yao shook his head. No, I'm not going to fight you. Ye Guan was speechless. Qin Yao stared at him and changed the topic. Are you not aware of his brother? Ye Guan replied calmly, I'm aware, but he's already dead. It's meaningless to discuss it. Qin Yao said solemnly, his brother will definitely not let you go. I'll bury him if he dares to come to me, said Ye Guan. Qin Yao grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Qin, how are you compared to Lu Bing? Qin Yao shook his head and replied, I can't be compared to him. He's a cream of the crop talent. He's not the best, but I still can't compare to him. Ye Guan frowned. Really? Qin Yao nodded. Yes. You know the Profound Tower is like a dumping ground for those who are too weak to make a name for themselves on the Xiaoguan continent. We're here because we couldn't make a name for ourselves there, do you understand? Ye Guan looked at Qin Yao and changed the topic. Can we beat him if we work together? He asked. Hey, 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 Qin Yao shouted and raised his guard up. What's up with the nonsense? We're not even close. Ye Guan grinned. I was just asking. Qin Yao looked at Ye Guan. I'm sure you're hiding your true strength, but I don't think you're strong enough to defeat Lu Bing. He's a major tribulation realm cultivator, and I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what that means. Even worse, he's a major tribulation realm cultivator of the Xiaoguan continent, and cultivators of the Xiaoguan continent are on average 10 times stronger than the cultivators of the Zongta Divine continent. 10 times stronger on average? Ye Guan nodded and said, I guess I have to immediately use my ultimate move the moment I stumble upon him. Qin Yao glared at Ye Guan. Did you even hear what I said? Anyway, he's stronger than the only person from the Zongta Divine continent who made it on the Divine Martial list of the main Guanxian Academy, who was a young man from the Undying clan. In other words, Lu Bing is unrivaled among his peers. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Qin Yao hesitated. Are you really not afraid, or are you just optimistic? Ye Guan grinned. I'm optimistic. Qin Yao shook his head. I guess I have to admire you, then. I'm curious about how you can maintain your optimism despite your conundrum. Ye Guan smiled. Don't argue with fools. Qin Yao's expression stiffened. Did this guy just insult me? Ye Guan changed the topic and asked, if you're not going to transform and use your true body to fight me, then I suggest you leave, brother Qin. I paid money to come here, and my heart aches with every second I waste. Qin Yao shook his head and sighed. If I were in your shoes, I would have already run away, he said. There's a cultivation base limit here, right? Qin Yao's expression turned grim. Are you waiting for Lu Bing to come here? Ye Guan nodded. Run? Where? If he were to go back to the Daoist sect, his master and senior would have no choice but to get involved in such a dangerous matter. Therefore, Ye Guan decided to wait. He also knew that the members of the Hantian clan would come here of their own volition. He would deal with this issue by himself. Qin Yao looked at Ye Guan and said, it seems that I still underestimated you. Ye Guan smirked. He did not say anything as he sat down and closed his eyes. Qin Yao did not leave. He walked to the side and sat down. He knew that the Hantian clan would soon arrive here, and he was curious whether Ye Guan was a fool or if he was the real deal. What are you going to do? Asked Little Pagoda. I can't help you this time, so don't even think about using me. Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. The mysterious voice asked, Little Pagoda, what do you think? Will he ask you for help? Little Pagoda took a moment to respond. The powerhouses of the Hantian clan will step out to attack him once he's done dealing with that Lu Bing. He won't be able to handle them, so I will have to help him. I don't think so, said the mysterious voice. I think he has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Let's see. Qin Yao turned around and saw a man in the distance. The man was clad in a long white robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. The white-robed man's murderous eyes were fixed on Ye Guan. Qin Yao's expression turned solemn. Lu Bing? He's a talent on the gifted list, but he still can't be compared to the top rankers on the gifted list from the Guanxian universe. Unfortunately, Ye Guan and Lu Bing were at least 5 realms apart. Can Ye Guan really handle him? Qin Yao seemed to have realized something. He peeked over Lu Bing's shoulder, and his face fell. Lu Bing was not alone. The powerhouses of the Hantian clan were with him. Lu Bing headed straight for Ye Guan. Were you waiting for me? He asked. Ye Guan nodded. Lu Bing nodded. I heard that you're a swordsman. I want to see just how sharp your sword is. Ye Guan looked up at Lu Bing and warned. Watch out. Swoosh. Ye Guan's words had just fallen, but a sword was already right in front of Lu Bing. Slash. Ye Guan's sword struck nothing but air because Lu Bing had already retreated. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He slashed out once more, and he moved even faster than the previous attack. Slash. Ye Guan's sword still struck nothing but air. He was neither too fast nor too slow. He moved at just the right speed. Lu Bing's right foot had just landed on the ground, but Ye Guan was already in front of him. Slash. Ye Guan moved even faster than his previous attacks combined, but he still failed to hit Lu Bing. Ye Guan finally stopped attacking. He looked up at Lu Bing without saying anything. Your speed isn't bad, said Lu Bing. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. Ye Guan nodded. Again. His figure blurred, and he vanished. Lu Bing didn't dodge. He charged at Ye Guan as well and punched Ye Guan's sword. Boom! Ye Guan's sword, which was made out of sword energy, shattered upon impact. Lu Bing took advantage of that opportunity to bury his fist in Ye Guan's stomach. Ye Guan was sent flying away. Lu Bing didn't chase after Ye Guan because the match was over. However, Lu Bing couldn't have expected that there would be a twist to the match. Swoosh! A ray of cold light flew toward Lu Bing, but it shattered the rules of space-time to instantly appear in front of Lu Bing. The ray of cold light was at least 10 times faster than Ye Guan's previous attacks. It turned out that Ye Guan's previous attacks were made to mislead everyone into thinking that Ye Guan's speed was simply not bad. No one could have expected that he had such a trump card up his sleeves. Lu Bing's pupils constricted. He wanted to dodge, but Ye Guan's sword had already emerged from a rift in space in front of him and had stopped a few centimeters into his glabella. Lu Bing stood rooted. Ye Guan appeared in front of him like a ghost and gripped the sword made out of sword energy. However, he didn't push it deeper into Lu Bing's glabella. A white-haired old man appeared on his right, and the white-haired old man was staring at Ye Guan. The tower keeper had also appeared and was staring at the white-haired old man. It seemed that even the Hantian clan couldn't break the rules of the profound tower. Blood trickled down the corner of Ye Guan's mouth. He stared at Lu Bing and said, "You've lost." Lu Bing glared at Ye Guan. "You pretended to be weak before catching me off guard with your true power. However, your scheme only worked because I underestimated you." Ye Guan grinned. "Just admit defeat. What's the point of saying so much?" Lu Bing went silent. Ye Guan put his sword away. Lu Bing directed a perplexed gaze at Ye Guan. 3 years. In 3 years, I will personally go to the Hantian clan and fight you. I hope you will not underestimate me by then, said Ye Guan before turning around to leave. Lu Bing clenched his fists without saying anything. Should he attack while Ye Guan wasn't looking at him? Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to do such a thing here. Ye Guan was right as well, he had to admit defeat. Ye Guan had spared his life as well. The white-haired old man glared murderously at Ye Guan. "I'm looking forward to your visit in 3 years, said Lu Bing. The white-haired old man could only shake his head and sigh. Ye Guan was simply too powerful for his age. He felt like he had to nip Ye Guan in the bud before he could grow. However, he knew that killing Ye Guan at this point would transform the Hantian clan into everyone's laughingstock. In addition, the fact that Lu Bing would never get the chance to defeat Ye Guan once the latter was dead meant that Ye Guan could become Lu Bing's inner demon. If they were to attack Ye Guan after he had just spared Lu Bing, their reputation would plummet to the abyss. In addition, Lu Bing was the Hantian clan's most talented clan member of the younger generation. It would be a tragedy if he ended up developing an inner demon. 3 years? The white-haired old man stared at Ye Guan's departing figure with a complicated expression. What a great ploy, a brilliant ploy. This was a ploy that the Hantian clan had no choice but to acknowledge. Ye Guan only managed to take a few steps outside the profound tower before he collapsed to the floor. He spat a mouthful of blood and grabbed his stomach. Lu Bing's punch was powerful enough to injure his internal organs. Ye Guan murmured, "Master Pagoda, don't worry. I won't rely on you. I won't ask you for help. It's just that, before I die, I hope you'll tell me who my parents are and cough what kind of people they are cough." Ye Guan coughed a mouthful of blood. Ye Guan felt warm all over. He opened his eyes slowly and saw a beautiful visage. He was staring at a silver-haired woman. It was none other than Ji Xian. Ye Guan was shocked. "Lady Ji." Ji Xian smiled. "You're awake." Ye Guan was confused. "Where am I?" Ji Xian smiled. "You are still in the profound world. You fainted, so I brought you over here. Don't worry, it's safe here." Ye Guan smiled. "Many thanks for helping me, Lady Ji." Ji Xian smiled. "It was nothing." Ye Guan was curious. "Lady Ji Xian, why are you here?" Ji Xian took out a pill and placed it in front of Ye Guan's mouth. "Take this pill first." Ye Guan opened his mouth, and Ji Xian fed him the pill. Her fingers touched Ye Guan's lips, perhaps by accident. Ye Guan's expression didn't change, but Ji Xian blushed. A cooling sensation swept past Ye Guan the moment he swallowed the pill. He felt comfortable all over, and he felt his wounds itch as they healed. Ye Guan breathed in deeply as the fear from earlier inundated him. He vowed to be more careful in the future. Of course, he acknowledged that sometimes cultivators would have no choice but to risk their lives. He had pretended like he was already displaying the limits of his power to deliver his ultimate move once the opponent had let their guard down. He only had one chance, but it was worth it. Unfortunately, Ye Guan realized through that exchange that he was still too weak and too slow. If Lu Bing hadn't underestimated him, he would have been defeated. Lu Bing definitely had his own ultimate moves. I wasn't strong enough. Ye Guan breathed in deeply. I have to work even harder. Ji Xian smiled at him and said, I came here to cultivate, and I didn't expect to stumble upon you here. I guess we truly are living in a small world. Ye Guan pushed away his thoughts and smiled. Thank you so much, Lady Ji. Ji Xian shook her head. No worries, it was nothing. Ye Guan smiled, but he didn't say anything anymore. He simply carved the favor on his heart. Ji Xian suddenly asked, did you just defeat a talent from the Guanxian universe? Ye Guan nodded. I got lucky. Ji Xian smiled. You're going to be famous. Ye Guan shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't really want to be famous. He very much wanted to remain unknown. The best case scenario was remaining unknown until he had become invincible. The strongest powerhouses were those who had grown secretly. Ji Xian smiled. Your reputation throughout the Zongtu Divine Continent can now be compared to Dong Li Mo's reputation. Do you know Dong Li Mo? He's from the Undying clan. Ye Guan replied, I've heard of him. Ji Xian nodded. He has always been training in the main Guanxian Academy, and he's apparently the best talent the Undying clan had ever produced. He's also the crowd favorite for the upcoming Destiny Contest 1. Ye Guan looked at Ji Xian. Lady Ji, are you going to join the contest? Ji Xian smiled. Yes. Ye Guan smiled back. I'm going to join as well. Ji Xian blinked. You have to show mercy to me if we end up facing each other. She blushed upon thinking of something. Ye Guan smiled. You sure know how to jest, Lady Ji. You're so strong to the point that I think you're the one who should show mercy to me. Ji Xian chuckled before changing the topic. Anyway, you should focus on recovering before anything else. Ye Guan nodded. I will. Ji Xian turned around and vanished before reappearing on a tree branch. She sat down and started reading what looked like a yellowed book. Ye Guan looked up at Ji Xian and caught sight of the book's title 36 Yin Yang Techniques. 36 Yin Yang Techniques? Ye Guan frowned. What kind of book is that? What a weird name. Ye Guan didn't think too much about it and slowly closed his eyes. He started absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to convert them into profound energy that would speed up his recovery and replenish his reservoir. Meanwhile, Ji Xian was still reading the yellowed book on a tree branch, and she would occasionally blush while smiling to herself. An hour later, Ye Guan sat up. He had more or less recovered. Ye Guan stood up and looked up at Ji Xian. Ji Xian hurriedly hid the book that she was reading and smiled at him. Have you recovered, young master? Yeah. Ye Guan nodded and smiled. Yes. He hesitated for a few moments before taking out a storage ring and extended it over to Ji Xian. Lady Ji, please take this, he said. Ji Xian's curiosity was piqued. She accepted the storage ring and found 2 intact dragon carcasses inside of it. Ji Xian froze and said, Young master, yeah, what is this for? Ye Guan smiled. Dragon meat. It strengthens your physique and improves your cultivation, so you should eat it whenever you have time. Ji Xian thought about it for a moment before smiling. Thank you. She put away the storage ring and asked, Young master, yeah, are you interested in visiting a ruin? Ye Guan was curious. A ruin? Ji Xian nodded. The ruin is a stone stele in front of a lake somewhere south of the profound world. The stone stele is emblazoned with words that a swordsman had left behind. Ye Guan asked, words that a swordsman had left behind. Ji Xian nodded slightly. It's a popular place for swordsmen, and since you're a swordsman, I thought that you might be interested in visiting it. The words on the stele could prove useful to you? Ye Guan was indeed interested. What does the stone stele say? It'll be no fun if I just tell you, said Ji Xian. We should go there so you can take a look at it for yourself. Ye Guan nodded. All right. With that, the 2 soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. It didn't take them that long to arrive in front of a lake. There were quite a few people near the lake, and Ye Guan saw a few swordsmen among them. Swordsmen? This was Ye Guan's first time seeing another swordsman. He truly wanted to exchange blows with another swordsman, but he wasn't so rude as to just approach them and ask for a fight. In addition, Ye Guan didn't really want to make an enemy of a swordsman. Ji Xian smiled. Let's go take a look. Ye Guan nodded, and the 2 of them walked to the lake. A stone stele stood in the distance, and the following phrase was emblazoned on it. The world is vast, and those who wield the sword are free. A meter-long sword in hand, who cannot be killed. Ye Guan froze. How arrogant? However, Ye Guan clenched his fists. Swordsmen had to cultivate both their heart and prowess. A meter-long sword in hand, who cannot be killed. Can I do that as well? He obviously couldn't do the same. Ye Guan closed his eyes, and the words emblazoned on the stone stele echoed in his mind. Moments later, Ye Guan walked up to the stone stele and touched it lightly. With a sword in hand, who cannot be killed. How arrogant. He paused and inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, why can I also sense loneliness from these words? Little Pagoda asked, loneliness. Yes, Ye Guan said, I think the swordsman who wrote these words had already become invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Those at the summit are often lonely, so this swordsman must have been lonely as well, right? Little Pagoda was about to speak, but the stone stele in front of Ye Guan trembled and let out a resonant hum. Hum? The onlookers were shocked. Ye Guan's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled his hand away. The words emblazoned on the stone steel transformed into a sword that slashed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. The world slowed down. Ye Guan could feel his heart beating loudly against his chest, and the sword had slowed down as well. However, Ye Guan could still feel the immense power that the sword contained, and it seemed entirely capable of splitting the world into two. It was an unrivaled sword move. Ye Guan had already seen an unrivaled sword move, and it was Plainskirt's sister's sword move. He could still vividly remember the terror he felt while he was staring at that sword move. Back then, he was still weak. He couldn't feel anything else but fear. However, he had already become a swordsman, and he could finally see how laughable his sword moves were compared to the sword moves of those who were at the summit of the Sword Dao. So a sword can actually be so powerful? Is it because of the wielder's sheer physical prowess? No, there's also a strange energy. What? Energy? A sword spirit? A swordsman must have their own sword spirit. And a swordsman also needed conviction. How is conviction born? Through faith? What is my conviction? Where does my faith lie? Wait, do I even have one? No, Ye Guan had always treated his sword as a murder weapon. It turned out that he had been a frog in the well all this while. He suddenly recalled his fight against An Mu. It was an unfair fight. Little Jia lost her fleshly body and became a sleeping soul. Ye Guan recalled how the true dragon clan had almost annihilated the Ye clan. If it hadn't been for Master Pagoda, the Ye clan would have been annihilated, and he would have perished back then. He recalled how he had to go ask the clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent for help and a safe place to stay. He recalled how he had almost died fighting Yun Chen for the very first time. Ye Guan reviewed all the hardships he had experienced so far, and he came to one conclusion. He had to become invincible and reach the summit of the Sword Dao, or he and his loved ones would perish from the bloody path he had been walking on. What if he relied on Master Pagoda? No, Master Pagoda is unreliable. I have to rely on myself. I've decided to become a swordsman, so I have to become invincible. If I do not pursue the summit of the Sword Dao, why did I even become a swordsman? Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He stared at the sword that was still flying toward him and declared with conviction and determination. I want to be invincible? My goal is to become invincible, and I have faith that I'll become invincible. The sword finally pierced Ye Guan's forehead. It went in smoothly and noiselessly, but, boom, a terrifying burst of power exploded from him, sending everyone staggering backward and forcing them to retreat. The path sword in him trembled, and it let out a resonant hum. The onlookers were stupefied. Complete Sword Dao? Half-step Sword Sovereign. I knew he was talented, but I couldn't have expected that he would discover his own Sword Dao so easily. Even Master and Young Master took quite a while to decide on their goals and establish their faith. I also didn't think that he would be so ambitious. Invincibility, the invincible Sword Dao. Goodness. Little Pagoda's voice was trembling. The invincible Sword Dao. This world had only given birth to two people who had successfully established the invincible Sword Dao. The first one was Plain Skirt Destiny, while the second one was Freedom Swordsman. They had embarked on the invincible Sword Dao, so they were invincible, but they led lonely lives. Yang Ye's Sword Dao was the Sword Dao of emotion. He ended up becoming invincible at the end of his journey, but he experienced many hardships on his journey to the summit. The Sword Master's journey was similar to Yang Ye's journey because his Sword Dao was the world's Sword Dao. Plain Skirt Destiny and Freedom Swordsman were the only ones who had been invincible throughout their journey to the summit. Ye Guan had seen the words that Freedom Swordsman had carved on a stone steel, and he didn't hesitate to choose the same path as the latter. Ye Guan had no idea that he was about to embark on an arduous journey with terrifying consequences. The invincible Sword Dao demanded invincibility, as it was a great Dao that loomed over more than 3,000 Sword Daos. Even a single failure was enough to shatter the invincible Sword Dao. In other words, a swordsman who had established the invincible Sword Dao had to be invincible among their peers and go even further beyond while remaining invincible throughout. Ye Guan's performance stunned Little Pagoda. He was aware that his little master was an extreme talent, but he didn't expect Ye Guan to be this talented. Was it because he was the chosen one who had established the same Sword Dao as Plain Skirt Destiny and Freedom Swordsman? Anyway, Ye Guan was no longer allowed to lose. Ye Guan's invincible Sword Dao would shatter if he were to lose unless he was defeated by an opponent whose cultivation base allowed the latter to take Ye Guan's life with a flick of his sleeve, like Academy Chief King Kaya. Ye Guan had to make sure that he would reign invincible among his peers and perhaps even further beyond that, but not beyond the confines of common sense. Little Pagoda was stunned, helpless, but also delighted. He was glad that Ye Guan had chosen such an extremely powerful Sword Dao to carve a path to the summit, but he was still a little worried about him. The mysterious voice suddenly asked, "Why is he only a half-step sword sovereign?" Little Pagoda replied, "His sword faith and goal have been established, but he still needs a proper battle. He needs a battle that will reinforce his goal and faith. That is the only way he'll become a true sword sovereign." Little Pagoda sighed and said, "Sister Destiny gave him a Sword Dao inheritance, but he jumped from the second chapter all the way to the fourth chapter, which is Sword Dao faith." The mysterious voice's curiosity was piqued. "What's the third chapter?" "Sword Dao goal," said Little Pagoda. "It sounds absurd, but this lad just completed both chapters at the same time. Actually, I think that battle is the reason why he's so ambitious." Little Pagoda asked, "What do you mean?" The mysterious voice replied, "You kept on telling him to only rely on himself, so how come you're still unaware? This lad is prideful. Have you forgotten how he had risked his life against Lu Bing rather than asking you for help or using the path sword? The mysterious voice paused for a moment before continuing. Little Pagoda, I know you mean well, but you have to understand that he grew up in the Ye clan. The Ye clan treated him well, but his parents had never been by his side. His sister was the only reason he had been clinging to life and hadn't done anything drastic. Little Pagoda fell silent. I'm sure he had dark, intrusive thoughts when little Gio lost her fleshly body. I really think that you have to pay more attention to his mental health. He has never complained about his parents, but it doesn't mean that he has goodwill toward them. Think about it, did your old master even know what the word father means? Let's not even mention your young master. He was obsessed with killing his own father, said the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda sighed. The mysterious voice spoke once again. I'm saying that we shouldn't just focus on his cultivation. We have to make sure that he's doing well mentally as well. Don't put too much pressure on him. You should let him relax as well. I mean, come on. He's just 17 years old. I understand, said Little Pagoda. Meanwhile, Ye Guan exclaimed, Master Pagoda, did I make a breakthrough? Little Pagoda smiled and said, yes, congratulations. You've become a half-step sword sovereign. A half-step sword sovereign. Ye Guan took a moment to take it in before asking, Master Pagoda, I'm already a half-step sword sovereign, so am I still an ant compared to the Ye clan of the Guanxian universe? Little Pagoda smiled, not anymore. Of course, you're still not strong enough to defeat them, but you won't have any issues escaping with your life. Ye Guan was overjoyed, and he felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Ye Guan would always feel this heavy pressure on his shoulders whenever Master Pagoda mentioned the Ye clan. In his eyes, they were an incredibly powerful clan that treated imperial rank demonic beasts as nothing but donkeys. They were terrifying, but now, he was no longer just an ant compared to them. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He sounded serious as he asked, Master Pagoda, I'm going to keep working hard until I become strong enough to rescue my mother from them. Ye clan. Little Pagoda smiled. Good luck. I believe in you. Ye Guan blinked. There was a tinge of suspicion in his voice as he asked, Master Pagoda, you're acting strange today. Little Pagoda asked, strange. Ye Guan thought about it before shaking his head. I can't put my finger around it. Little Pagoda grinned. Then stop thinking about it. Just focus on cultivating. Ye Guan nodded and smiled. All right. With that, he finally looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. Ji Xian dragged him away and ran. Let's go. The onlookers watched as they ran away until someone exclaimed, wasn't that Ye Guan? Sword Immortal Ye Guan. Ye Guan? The onlookers were stunned. Ye Guan was a famous figure on the Zongtu Divine Continent. He was as famous as the Undying Clan's Dongli Mo. Wait, what was that burst of energy earlier? Could it be that he was enlightened to something while examining the stone steel? It also felt like he broke through. Goodness, does that mean he's already a great sword immortal? A great sword immortal. The onlookers were shocked. Such a young great sword immortal was a terrifying idea that the onlookers couldn't quite grasp. Ji Xian finally slowed down. She made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, you broke through? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Are you a great sword immortal now? She asked. Ye Guan went silent. Ji Xian calmly added, if you're not comfortable about saying it, don't say it. Ye Guan smiled at her and said, Lady Ji, I consider you my friend, so I'm not going to hide it from you. The breakthrough just now actually propelled me to half-step sword sovereign. Half-step sword sovereign? Ji Xian's eyes widened, and then she exclaimed in excitement, really? Ye Guan nodded. Ji Xian gave him a thumbs up. Impressive? You're truly impressive. Ye Guan smiled. He also never expected that he would make a breakthrough just by examining a stone steel. You have to conceal your true strength, said Ji Xian. Ye Guan stared at her. Ji Xian's expression turned grim as she continued. You're going to join the Great Dao Destiny contest. The contest alone will be a dangerous endeavor, but if you reveal your true power too early, unscrupulous people will definitely start targeting you. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Modest and low profile. Simply put, he had to act indifferent toward everything. Ji Xian smiled. I didn't expect that you would directly become a half-step sword sovereign after just a single breakthrough. Ye Guan smiled and replied, it was all thanks to you. If you hadn't brought me to that stone steel, I wouldn't have broken through. Silly, you made a breakthrough because you're strong. Do you remember how many swordsmen examine that stone steel every day? You're the only one who comprehended the essence of those words. Comprehension? Ye Guan went silent. He realized that comprehension was extremely important in cultivation. However, comprehension wasn't enough to reach the apex. One had to participate in numerous battles as well rather than just read ancient books. Otherwise, they would become a bookworm. One had to go out and experience the world. The nuances of the world and the harsh reality couldn't be conveyed through books a lot. It was similar to breaking through realms. If one wanted to break through realms, one had to put what they had comprehended into practice. Are you going to represent Daoist sect for the upcoming Destiny contest? Ye Guan nodded at Ji Xian's question. Ji Xian thought about it before asking, are you interested in jumping ships? I know this sounds harsh, but the Daoist sect is too weak. The Daoist sect will not be able to help you assuage the injustice you'll inevitably encounter during the Destiny contest. However, it's a different story if you join a powerful clan or organization like the Shen clan or the Guanxian Academy. Talent is important, but I admit that a backer is important as well. Ye Guan shook his head. He could still remember how every major clan in the Zonto Divine Continent refused to help him, aside from the Daoist sect. The Daoist sect was poor, but he would never forget the Daoist clan's generosity. Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something. Why did you recommend the Guanxian Academy to me? I mean, both you and the Guanxian Academy aren't exactly. Ye Guan trailed off. Ji Xian smiled and explained, there is enmity between the Guanxian Academy and me, but I don't hate them anymore. Ye Guan was confused. Why? I already killed those I hated, she replied. Ye Guan was stunned. He soon shook his head with a smile. What a fierce lady. Of course, they're still not going to let me go, but I don't care. The contestants for the Great Dao Destiny are protected, so the Academy won't be able to do anything to me. I'll join out of spite and to piss them off, said Ji Xian. Ye Guan boisterously laughed. Rumble? A horrifying aura suddenly descended upon them. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take that chance. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed, and she exclaimed, a powerhouse of the Academy. Ye Guan frowned. I thought powerhouses can't come here and attack people. Ji Xian rolled her eyes at Ye Guan. The Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion basically wear the same pants. Little Pagoda was speechless. Ji Xian said, you should run. Ye Guan stood rooted and stared at Ji Xian. Ji Xian smiled at him and said, this is between me and them. You shouldn't interfere. Ye Guan shook his head and said, let me help you escape. I'm very fast. He's very fast? Ji Xian blinked, and she blushed slightly. However, Ye Guan didn't wait for her reply. He created a sword made out of sword energy and hopped onto it. Hop on, he said. Ji Xian obliged and stood in front of Ye Guan. Moments later, the sword soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. However, the horrifying aura followed closely behind them. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed, and she hurled a throwing dagger. Shriek! The air shrieked as it was torn apart by Ji Xian's throwing dagger. Boom! Ji Xian's throwing dagger exploded, upon impact, forcing an old man to retreat. However, a grey-robed old man abruptly appeared in front of them. Ji Xian examined the grey-robed old man calmly and said, Discipline Committee Head. Discipline Committee Head? Ye Guan's face fell. An elder of the Guanxian Academy was in front of them. Ji Xian smiled at Ye Guan. You should go. Ye Guan shook his head. Ji Xian looked at Ye Guan. You don't have to face the fury of the Guanxian Academy with me, do you understand what I'm saying? Ye Guan smiled at her and asked, if I leave, will you be disappointed? Ji Xian nodded. I will, but I'll understand. Ye Guan's smile deepened as he said, you had no reason to save me while I was injured, but you did. I think we're friends now. Now, Ji Xian smiled and retorted, I thought we were already friends in Sin Abyss. Can the two of you give me some respect? The Discipline Committee head said, do I look shabby? Is that why you're ignoring me? Ye Guan examined the Discipline Committee head before opening his palm. A sword made out of sword energy manifested in his hand. A Sword Immortal. The Discipline Committee head's eyes narrowed. Ye Guan stared at him. Are you sure you can beat the two of us? The Discipline Committee head was silent. If you insist on attacking us, we can only gang up on you. We'll surely be on the Guanxian Academy's wanted list, but you're going to die here. The Guanxian Academy will throw you a lavish burial and give your family a bit of money to compensate them if you die. What do you think? Is it worth it? Asked Ye Guan. The Discipline Committee head wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan sounded serious as he advised, if I were you, I wouldn't risk my life here. We don't have any blood feud, and the Academy isn't worth risking our lives for. How about you come another day with a few more people? Sounds great, right? Ji Xian looked at Ye Guan and blinked rapidly in confusion. The Discipline Committee head stared at Ye Guan for a moment before saying, you're talented and smart. Are you interested in joining the Guanxian Academy? If you join us, we'll provide you with anything you want. You can even have a harem of ladies if you want. Ji Xian frowned. Why is this old geezer trying to use ladies to seduce Ye Guan? Ye Guan replied, you've put a bounty on the head of this lady next to me. The Discipline Committee head's expression turned grim as he said, honestly, I know that she suffered injustice while she was still a part of the Academy. If you join the Guanxian Academy, we'll work together to reopen her case. Don't worry, we should be able to get rid of anyone involved in the cover-up. We'll clear her name in no time. He paused before adding, she can return to the Academy as well. Ye Guan went silent. Was this old man seriously here to recruit them? Ji Xian tugged on Ye Guan's sleeve and shook her head. Ye Guan stared at the Discipline Committee head and asked, will you help me if the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan were to attack me? The Discipline Committee head hesitated before shaking his head, I cannot. Ye Guan wordlessly smiled. The Discipline Committee head revealed a complicated look. I'm sorry, young master Ye. It seems that our academy is not fated to have you. It's fine, Ye Guan said, just don't attack me. The Discipline Committee head shook his head and said, we do not wish to become young master Ye's enemies. I didn't come here to attack you. He made a sidelong glance at Ji Xian and said, Ji Xian, Academy Chief Gu has investigated what happened back then. He asked me to invite you back to the academy. Your case will be reopened. Ji Xian smiled and asked, what if I don't return? The Discipline Committee head spoke softly, we will still reopen the case. Is that so? Then, my apologies, but I have already gotten used to being alone. The Discipline Committee head sighed. Ye Guan asked, Lady Ji, why don't you join our Daoist sect? Ji Xian nodded. Sure, I'll join. The discipline committee head was too stunned to speak. The discipline committee head left. He was left with no choice but to leave. Ye Guan stared at Ji Xian and asked, "Are you really willing to join the Daoist sect?" "No, I was just provoking him." Ji Xian chuckled. Ye Guan sighed bitterly at that. Ji Xian explained, "I'm used to being alone, and I don't like to be tied up." Ye Guan thought about it for a few moments before nodding. "All right, I understand." The Daoist sect was indeed quite pitiful. If Ji Xian were to join their sect, Ji Xian would have to build her own residence there. Ye Guan himself didn't think that it was appropriate to make a sect's disciple build their own residence in the sect. Ji Xian suddenly added, "The destiny contest is nigh, so you have to work even harder to become even stronger in the meantime. Be extra careful of the Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan." Ye Guan nodded. His enemies still hadn't made a move since Ye Guan killed a major tribulation realm cultivator and shocked the world. He actually found it a bit strange, considering the Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan's track record. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Lady Ji, I have to make a move first. Take care, and I'll see you again." Ye Guan hopped onto his sword and flew into the distance. Ji Xian watched as Ye Guan flew into the horizon. She smiled and remarked, "He really looks charming whenever he's flying." Moments later, her figure blurred and vanished. The discipline committee head noticed the departure of both Ye Guan and Ji Xian. A middle-aged man stood next to him, and the two of them were staring at the horizon. The middle-aged man was the new academy chief of Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy, Gu Chaoyuan. The discipline committee head sighed. "What a pity." Gu Chaoyuan shook his head as well and said, "It truly is a pity. They should have belonged to the academy. We would have had participants that would have allowed us to hold our heads high in the upcoming destiny contest. The Yin clan has really made a fool of themselves this time," said the discipline committee head. Gu Chaoyuan laughed and pointed out, "They could have killed Ye Guan in the upper realm. Unfortunately, they kept on underestimating him, which led to their current conundrum." Gu Chaoyuan sighed and said, "The Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan need to salvage the remains of their reputation, and they can only do that by killing Ye Guan. Ye Guan has to die, or the people would think that such great clans can't even deal with a swordsman from the lower realm. They'll be a laughingstock." The discipline committee head frowned. They reaped what they sowed. Gu Chaoyuan asked, "Are you saying that the Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan should apologize to Ye Guan?" The discipline committee head went silent. There's no way the Yin clan and the ancient heavenly dragon clan would apologize to Ye Guan. They were living in a world where strength mattered the most, so who would be willing to admit their mistakes and make themselves look weak? Those two clans would never apologize to anyone unless they had offended a true powerhouse. Of course, they could be coerced into apologizing, but they would never bow down. It was the pride of a powerful clan. Things have gotten more complicated. Ye Guanzi's intervention made the great clans wary of Ye Guan. Now, those great clans want to kill Ye Guan to intimidate Ye Guanzi, said Gu Chaoyuan. The discipline committee head's voice deepened as he asked, "Academy chief, aren't you on the side of the great clans?" Gu Chaoyuan laughed, "Yes. Why did you ask me to try and convince Ye Guan to join the academy?" Gu Chaoyuan explained, "I am on the side of the great clans, but I am also from the academy. The internal strife within the Zongtu Divine Continent made us lose two extreme talents, which is a massive loss for the academy, and..." Gu Chaoyuan's eyes narrowed as he continued, "Do you really think that the great clans can suppress Representative Ye for an extended period of time? Have you already forgotten that Academy Chief King Kaya and the Sword Master are still alive?" The discipline committee head chuckled bitterly and said, "It's been 30 million years since they appeared." Gu Chaoyuan said, "That's exactly why those great clans have become arrogant and why they have been acting like they own the academy." Gu Chaoyuan stood rooted for quite a while before he sighed and left. The discipline committee head followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Ye Guan soon arrived at the profound tower. However, he decided not to enter the combat trials. He wanted to cultivate the aspect that he had been cultivating all this while. Ye Guan also had no opponents that could withstand his attacks. Ye Guan paid the necessary fees and went directly to the 40th floor of the profound tower's spacetime trials. The gravity on the 40th floor was immense, but Ye Guan didn't activate his sword intent. He could easily defend himself using his sword intent, but he decided not to activate it. He was planning on acclimatizing to the extreme gravity with his fleshly body alone. He didn't want to rely on his sword intent in the meantime. Ye Guan started practicing his sword moves. As usual, his movements were very slow at the start, but he gradually got quicker. He continued his training, and he would climb up at least one floor a day. The trials soon got hard enough that Ye Guan could only climb the next floor after a few days of acclimatizing to his present floor. Whenever Ye Guan grew tired, he would eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood. The effectiveness of the dragon meat and blood greatly increased under his extreme training regimen. Time passed quickly, and it was already 2 months since Ye Guan entered the spacetime trials. Ye Guan was currently on the 50th floor of the spacetime trials. He had never used his sword intent nor the path sword while he was making his way over to the 50th floor. He focused on acclimatizing to the extreme gravity with his fleshly body alone. Meanwhile, clan leader Anya was seated in the yard of the Yin clan's residence in Qingzhou. An old man bowed toward her and started talking. "Is that so?" Anya asked. "Ye Guan might be a great sword immortal." The old man nodded. He received enlightenment from the mysterious stone steel of the profound world and achieved a breakthrough. In other words, it's highly likely that he's already a great Sword Immortal. A great Sword Immortal. Anya fell silent. If Ye Guan were just a Sword Immortal, the Yin clan would have had no reason to get worried about him. However, Ye Guan was truly an extreme talent, and he displayed that by becoming a great Sword Immortal despite his young age. Anya's eyes narrowed. It seems that I have truly underestimated him. She looked at the old man and asked, did you manage to investigate his background? The old man replied, the Ye clan of the lower realms Nanzhou adopted him, and they raised him by themselves. However, his true identity remains a mystery. Anya's eyes narrowed into a fine line. Is that it? The old man nodded. Anya glared at the old man and asked, have you not sought out the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? The old man replied, I reached out to them, but they're also not sure of his true identity. Anya frowned. Even the Immortal Treasures Pavilion is unaware of his identity. The old man nodded with a grim expression. Yes, it's really strange. There was a moment of silence before Anya declared, we can't allow him to live any longer because he'll definitely become a massive threat to our clan down the road. If he ends up joining the main Guanxian Academy, it'll become exceptionally hard for us to hunt him down by then. Anya slowly closed her eyes and continued. In other words, he has to die here, he has to die on the Zongtu Divine Continent. The old man hesitated for quite a while before saying, clan leader, I think we have to be careful. We're not sure of his backer, so if we get careless, we might end up attracting a disaster to our clan. I suggest we. How dare you? Anya glared at the old man and said, so what if he has a strong backer? Can his Deo protector alone overpower our clan? Our clan has produced 2 martial goddesses who ended up being the followers of 2 chosen ones in their own generations, so how can he compare to our clan? Anya's eyes flashed coldly as she added, if the Yin clan claims second in terms of backing, who will dare to say that they are first? Who will dare? The old man in front of Anya lowered his head and did not dare to speak. He was just an ordinary worker. He had simply raised a suggestion because he felt that there was something strange with Ye Guan. Anya didn't want to listen, so there was nothing else he could do. Whatever you say is right. The Yin clan is the best? Anya sat down. She gently sipped on a cup of tea and calmly said, you are dismissed. The old man bowed and backed away. Just then, a woman arrived. It was Ndaoxin. Anya's expression softened. She smiled warmly upon seeing Ndaoxin. Ndaoxin sat at the corner and calmly remarked, we underestimated him. I didn't expect that he would become a great Sword Immortal. Anya nodded. He is an exceptional talent. It'll be difficult for us to kill him once the main Guanxian Academy discovers him and decides to take him in. Once he gets to the main Guanxian Academy and takes advantage of the abundant resources there, it will not be hard for him to reach half-step Sword Sovereign. A Sword Sovereign? There was no way Ndaoxin would still underestimate him. The Yin clan couldn't afford to look down on a half-step Sword Sovereign, not to mention a Sword Sovereign. The main Guanxian Academy would definitely take care of someone like Ye Guan, and the Yin clan would struggle to meddle by then. After all, the main Guanxian Academy was on a whole different level than the Guanxian Academy on the Zongtu Divine Continent. Ndaoxin suddenly exclaimed, how about we get the Academy to commence the Great Deo Destiny contest earlier? Anya stared at Ndaoxin, seemingly urging her for an explanation. Ndaoxin obliged and explained, it won't be difficult for people to connect the dots to us if we were to send assassins after him. I think it would be best for us to kill him during the contest. Anya asked, are you confident? Ndaoxin chuckled, I'm 100% confident. I don't care even if he's a great Sword Immortal. Anya was startled. 100%. Ndaoxin nodded. Yes. Anya asked, where is your confidence coming from? Ndaoxin chuckled and backed away. She gestured with her right arm, and the ground shook violently. Moments later, the ground cracked, and a brown-colored lightning bolt emerged from the crack. It orbited Ndaoxin calmly, but it contained a terrifying aura behind its docile veneer. Great Earth Lightning. Anya exclaimed with narrowed eyes. Ndaoxin, you've reached the Law Tribulation realm. When did you make a breakthrough? Ndaoxin smiled. Not too long ago. Anya grinned from ear to ear. Your cultivation is stable as well, but... Anya trailed off before saying, you still have to be wary of him. Ye Guan was just a mere space-shattering realm cultivator, but the Law Tribulation realm was above the Major Tribulation realm, which meant that Law Tribulation realm experts were 6 realms above Ye Guan. In other words, there was no way Ye Guan stood a chance against Ndaoxin. Don't worry about it, clan leader, said Ndaoxin. He'll definitely die if he participates in the contest. In addition, I won't be alone. Most of the talents in the contest are my friends. I already told them the issue, and they're all on my side. Ndaoxin chuckled and added, one's backer is what matters the most in this generation. The Yin clan's history is deep, and we have 2 martial goddesses who were acquaintances with 2 chosen ones in their generations. Aside from the grand clans in the main Guanxian Academy, no clan out there can compare to us. Even those great clans do not dare to underestimate the Yin clan. Ndaoxin scoffed and continued. The Yin clan has 2 martial goddesses and sufficient connections to deter even the great clans of the main Guanxian Academy, so how can a mere Ye Guan compare to us? Was Ndaoxin being arrogant? No, she didn't think that she was being arrogant at all. Ndaoxin believed that she had the right to speak this way because of the Yin clan's prestige and its 2 martial goddesses. In fact, every Yin clan member was proud that they were members of the Yin clan. I agree that we should get the academy to commence the Great Deo Destiny contest early just to be safe, Anya said. It's a good thing that such a thing had already happened before, so I don't think the people will think deeper into it. And Daoxin nodded and said, Academy Chief Gu is on our side as well, so we can ask him to speak on our behalf. Of course, we should urge the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan to make a move as well. What does the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan think of all this? And Daoxin snickered and said, they would have come down to the Zonto Divine Continent if it hadn't been for Representative Ye's deterrence. Representative Ye? Anya's expression darkened at the mention of the former. She could still remember how Representative Ye had disregarded the Yin clan's prestige. Representative Ye had killed an elder of the clan and dismissed the clan leader of the Yin clan. The most infuriating thing was that she voided the main Guanxian Academy enrollment slots of the Yin clan. And Daoxin added, Representative Ye has made her stance clear, so you shouldn't worry too much about her, clan leader. She's under immense pressure as we speak. Anya's expression was cold as she said, her heart is as venomous as a snake, so how come she's still alive? And Daoxin hurriedly warned, you should be careful with your words, clan leader. Anya had never been to the main Guanxian Academy, so she had no idea that Representative Ye possessed immense influence in the main Guanxian Academy. The great clans were wary of her, and they didn't even dare to consider harming her. Representative Ye's master was the department chief of the main Guanxian Academy's Department of Arts, and she also had a large number of scholars behind her. Those scholars rarely get involved in matters concerning the academy, but the scholars would definitely make a move the moment a great clan schemed to harm Representative Ye. Department Chief Shuxia was also there to serve as a deterrent. Academy Chief King Kaio was also Ye Guanzi's senior. In other words, they could only suppress her. Silence enveloped the air between the two before Anya shattered it by asking, is she allowed to do as she pleases against the great clans? Of course not. And Daoxin shook her head and explained, the great clans want to suppress Representative Ye, and that is why they're helping us. This isn't about Ye Guan and our clan but the great clans against Ye Guanzi. We're already in the midst of the academy's power struggle. Anya nodded. I see. Anya was the clan leader of the Yin clan, but she wasn't qualified to become a student of the main Guanxian Academy. In other words, Daoxin was more knowledgeable than her about the academy's issues. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan sent someone over to the Zonto Divine Continent, said Daoxin. Anya was surprised. Really? Daoxin nodded. He's an outstanding talent, even among the younger generation of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. He's here to help us kill Ye Guan. Anya grinned. Great. Clan leader, you should head over to the Zonto Divine Continent and ask Academy Chief Gu to pressure the higher UPS of the Academy into commencing the Destiny contest early. The earlier, the better. We shouldn't drag this out anymore. Anya nodded at Daoxin's words and stood up. I'm off, then, she said before vanishing into thin air. Left all alone, Daoxin sneered and muttered, Representative Ye can't protect you anymore. Ye Guan was on the 50th floor of the Profound Tower, and he could barely withstand the space-time gravity on the 50th floor. It felt like several mountains were on his shoulders, and he could barely breathe. Ye Guan took an hour to compose himself before forcing himself to move. As usual, he was as slow as a snail at the start, but his pace picked up as he acclimatized to the immense space-time gravity. It took Ye Guan half a day to perform his sword moves properly, but he looked beyond pallid. He felt as if he were a bowstring that was pulled taut. The space-time gravity on the 50th floor was too terrifying. I have to hang in there? I can do it. Ye Guan gnashed his teeth. He only had one thought in his mind: persevere. Giving up was easier than persevering. He just had to let go of his sword. However, he would fail the floor the moment he let go of his sword, and he was certain that he would find it difficult to reach this floor in the future. Hang in there. I have to hang in there? Ye Guan performed his sword moves as usual, but the immense pressure distorted his sword made out of sword energy, creating a terrifying sight. 4 hours later, Ye Guan finally acclimatized to the floor, clearing it. Ye Guan let go of the sword, and it shattered into innumerable light crystals. However, the sword would have shattered long ago if it hadn't been for Ye Guan's steadfast will. Ye Guan was unaware, but his willpower had improved greatly after clearing the 50th floor. Ye Guan lay on the ground and panted with his eyes closed. The space-time gravity acting on the 50th floor had already vanished, so he could finally relax. Ye Guan felt like he was reborn. It was an unprecedented feeling, but he knew what it meant. He had gone beyond the limits of his speed and will. It seemed that Ye Guan was right. Perseverance was important to achieve greatness. Just then, Little Pagoda asked, how do you feel? Ye Guan grinned. I feel awesome. Little Pagoda asked, do you want to make a breakthrough? Your overall prowess will improve massively if you make a breakthrough into the next realm. Ye Guan shook his head. Not now. Little Pagoda was bewildered. Why not? Ye Guan closed his eyes and answered, I want to do it during a fight. Little Pagoda fell silent. He hadn't told Ye Guan about it, but he could see that Ye Guan would immediately become a sword sovereign if he engaged in a proper fight. He simply needed a push to become a sword sovereign. I'm confident that I can kill Lu Bing before he can blink, said Ye Guan. Little Pagoda laughed. What about Lady Ye Guanzi? Ye Guan went silent. Moments later, he closed his eyes and exclaimed, Master Pagoda, on second thought, I think I'm still too weak. I'm going to cultivate even harder from now on. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Damn it, this brat actually doesn't know how to accept a setback. The moment he faces even the slightest setback, he'll always work even harder to overcome that setback as soon as possible. Little Pagoda wanted to tell Ye Guan that he was strong enough, but he remained silent. A sense of urgency would never become complacency, which Little Pagoda wanted to avoid at all costs. Rumble? The space in front of Ye Guan vibrated. Qin Feng's voice was delivered to his ears through the rift in space. Moments later, Ye Guan stood up. His eyes were closed, but his fists were clenched. The Great Dao Destiny contest would commence earlier. More specifically, it would be held 1 month later. Ye Guan exclaimed, "I'm glad that they decided to commence the contest earlier than planned. I can hardly wait to fight, Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Ye Guan sat on the ground with an ashen look. There's something strange here. Why is it starting earlier than planned? He got up and left. He decided to ask Qin Feng about the situation. Ye Guan headed for the teleportation hub of the Profound World. The teleportation hub of the Profound World housed many teleportation arrays connected to the nodes of many worlds. Of course, they were expensive. Ye Guan felt a stinging pain in his chest upon thinking about how much money he had spent climbing the tower. Overall, he had spent a whopping 3 million gold spiritual crystals. He still had 27 million gold spiritual crystals. It seemed a lot, but it wasn't that many spiritual crystals in the grand scheme. Ye Guan's gold spiritual crystal consumption rate was absurd. He had to consume a few million gold spiritual crystals just to cultivate. Fortunately, he had been eating dragon meat whenever he got hungry while cultivating. Otherwise, his rate of progress would have been slower. Dragon meat was much more effective than elixirs. Dragon meat and dragon blood were great supplements that strengthened his physique as well, and he was sure that other cultivators would have done the same if they were in his shoes. An hour later, Ye Guan arrived at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Qin Feng came out to greet him. "Come with me." Qin Feng led Ye Guan into a room. Ye Guan looked at him and asked, "Am I the reason why the Destiny contest is commencing earlier than scheduled?" Qin Feng nodded, confirming Ye Guan's suspicion. Ye Guan stayed silent, and Qin Feng explained, "I received news that the clan leader of the Yin clan, Anya, personally went to the Guanxian Academy of the Zongtu Divine Continent to talk with Academy Chief Gu. Their objective is obvious. They don't want to give you time to become even stronger. They want to kill you as soon as possible." Ye Guan nodded. "I see." Qin Feng stared at Ye Guan and continued, "I received another piece of news. A monstrous talent of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan has arrived in the Zongtu Divine Continent. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan sent him here to kill you." Ye Guan pondered over Qin Feng's words for quite a while before asking, "How about the Yin clan?" Qin Feng answered, "The Yin clan's representative is Daoxin. She's one of the most monstrous talents in the history of the Yin clan. She's an even better talent than Mu. She has been cultivating in the main Guanxian Academy since she was young, and she's insanely powerful as well." Qin Feng paused for a while before continuing. "She has many friends as well because of the Yin clan's deep history and influence. Her friends are all from the great clans, and they're also the representatives of their own clans. In other words, her friends will probably become your enemies." Ye Guan fell silent. Qin Feng's voice deepened as he said, "Brother Ye, I suggest that you don't participate in the upcoming Great Dao Destiny contest. You should head to the main Guanxian Academy. You will definitely be accepted there with your talent and prowess. You will be under Representative Ye's protection, and the Yin clan will not dare to touch you there." Ye Guan asked, "What do you think the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan will do if I follow your suggestion?" Qin Feng's expression fell. The Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan would then be able to send their powerhouses to hunt Ye Guan down. They could easily force him out of the main Guanxian Academy under the excuse of a mission to ambush him outside the academy. Ye Guan chuckled and explained, "I think the best decision I can take here is to join the Destiny contest and win. By then, I'm sure they won't dare to make a move against me." The main Guanxian Academy also wouldn't allow the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan to take revenge on me for fear of ruining their long-established reputation. Qin Feng pondered over Ye Guan's words for a while before saying, "Brother Ye, you're right. I failed to consider that possibility. Anyway, are you confident?" Ye Guan stared deeply at Qin Feng and replied, "I am confident." Qin Feng was taken aback by Ye Guan's straightforward answer. "Brother Ye, do you have any idea just how monstrous the talents you will have to face in the upcoming Destiny contest?" Ye Guan nodded. "I have my own presumptions. Brother Ye, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but they're extreme talents," said Qin Feng, and his gaze deepened as he continued. "Every contestant is from a great clan. Daoxin has access to unparalleled resources and a great knowledge base as a student of the main Guanxian Academy, but she's not the only monstrous talent. Dongli Mo of the Undying clan is even more of a monster than her. His undying bloodline means that it is nigh impossible to defeat him. His Dao protector is also a cream of the crop elite from 30 million years ago." Qin Feng stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "The contestants have their own powerful Dao protectors. Do you have any idea what Dao protectors do?" Ye Guan nodded. "I've heard of Dao protectors before, but I really don't know what they do," he said. Ye Guan knew that his Dao protector was Plainskirt's sister, but it had been a long time since he last saw her. A Dao protector does exactly what their title says. They protect someone else's Dao. The road of cultivation is filled with dangers, and even the most extreme talent out there can die if they have no Dao protectors. Accidents are bound to happen, after all. Dao protectors exist to help you overcome those accidents, said Qin Feng. Ye Guan fell silent, and he asked inwardly, is he telling the truth, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda answered, yes. Ye Guan calmly asked, Master Pagoda, didn't you say that Plainskirt's sister is a great sword immortal? I'm already a half-step sword sovereign. Does that mean I've become stronger than Plainskirt's sister? Little Pagoda fell silent. Ye Guan boisterously laughed. Why aren't you saying anything, Master Pagoda? I've become stronger than her, right? Little Pagoda sighed lightly and replied, actually, I was lying to you. Ye Guan nodded. I guessed as much. Can you tell me the truth now? Little Pagoda answered, actually, your Plainskirt's sister isn't a great sword immortal. She's a great sword sovereign. Ye Guan frowned and doubted him. Are you still lying to me, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda retorted, why would I lie to you at this point? Ye Guan went silent. Little Pagoda continued. Actually, you shouldn't think about it for now. Focus on yourself and cultivate even harder, do you understand? Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Ye Guan decided not to probe any further. After all, his Plainskirt's sister's cultivation base was less important than his own strength. He had to become stronger in his own right, and he had always believed that one's own strength was more important than anything else. Meanwhile, Qin Feng said, Brother Ye, the Yin clan is scheming against you. They know that you're going to compete in the upcoming Destiny contest. I reckon that they're planning on killing you during the contest. If you were to die during the contest, they would be able to avoid the criticism of the people. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, but I don't have any other choice. I have to compete. Ye Guan had another important reason to join the Destiny contest. If he got first place, the Undying clan would definitely allow him to borrow the Qingxian sword. The influence and prestige that the champion of the Destiny contest carried were enough to attract the Undying clan's attention. In addition, it wasn't like he would run away with the sword. He would only borrow it. Still, Ye Guan had to show that he was worthy of the Undying clan's attention. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that Ye Guan was finally going to die. Of course, Ye Guan could also become the champion of the Destiny contest, but could he really do such a thing? His competitors are monstrous talents in their own right with better and more robust family backgrounds. Qin Feng honestly believed that it was possible, but it would be extremely difficult. Brother Qin, do you have any detailed information about my competitors? Qin Feng went silent. Ye Guan chuckled awkwardly. If you're going to be in trouble by telling me, you don't have to tell me. Qin Feng shook his head and explained, it's not an issue. You'll know them once the contest starts anyway. It should be fine for me to tell you earlier. Ye Guan cupped his fists together. Thank you. Qin Feng explained, there are 5 monstrous talents that you have to keep an eye on among the many participants of the Destiny contest. The first monstrous talent is Fan Qing of the 5 Dimensions universe. His Dao protector is Mu Tiandao, who was arguably the 4th strongest cultivator 30 million years ago. He's the department chief of the main Guanxian Academy's Heavenly Dao department. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan asked inwardly, how strong is Mu Tiandao? Little Pagoda replied, he's extremely powerful. Ye Guan nodded slightly and urged Qin Feng to continue speaking with his gaze. Qin Feng continued. The second monstrous talent is Yao Mang from the demon race. He's famous for his born ancient desolate physique and his pair of holy eyes. I'm not too sure, but his Dao protector is probably Department Chief Area. Department Chief Area is the department head of the demon department. Anyway, he's an exceptional talent in his own right. I've also heard rumors that Department Chief Area personally went to the demon realm to become his Dao protector. Master Pagoda asked Ye Guan, how strong is Department Chief Area? Little Pagoda replied, she's very strong. Ye Guan nodded, but he didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued. The third monstrous talent is definitely your enemy. She's in Daoxin, and everyone has high expectations of her. They think that she's going to become the third martial goddess of the Yin clan. She's also on the gifted list of the main Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan frowned slightly. Gifted list? Is she on the same gifted list as Lu Bing? Qin Feng replied, yes, Lu Bing is on the divine martial list as well along with Daoxin. However, she's ranked 9th, while Lu Bing is currently ranked 30. Master Pagoda, how strong are the martial goddesses of the Yin clan? They're very strong, said Little Pagoda. Ye Guan fell silent. Qin Feng continued, the 4th monstrous talent is Dongli Mo of the Undying clan. He's widely acclaimed to be the strongest talent of the Undying clan after the Sword Master's era. His Undying bloodline is extremely pure, so it's impossible to kill him unless his death is instantaneous. He's nigh immortal, and... Qin Feng paused before continuing. I heard that he awakened the Mad Demon bloodline of the Undying bloodline. The Mad Demon bloodline is the Sword Master's bloodline. Needless to say, it's a supreme bloodline. His Dao protector is also an elite cultivator from 30 million years ago. Master Pagoda asked Ye Guan, how strong is the Mad Demon bloodline? Little Pagoda belatedly answered, it's an extremely strong bloodline. Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. The last monstrous talent that you have to keep an eye on is even more monstrous than the talents I've mentioned so far, said Qin Feng. He's from Milky Way, and he's the chosen one of this generation. The chosen one? Asked Ye Guan. Qin Feng nodded. I'm sure you know the Sword Master. The Sword Master was the chosen one of his generation. How do people know that someone is the chosen one of a generation? Qin Feng stared deeply at Ye Guan and explained, Great Daoist Brushmaster announces the chosen one's identity for the world to hear. A chosen one is an individual born with the great Dao destiny, and they are invincible among their peers. The martial goddesses of the Yin clan are strong, right? However, they're still weaker than the chosen ones of their generation. Qin Feng paused for a while before continuing. His true name is unknown, but everyone knows that he's the chosen one of this generation. His Dao protector is Great Daoist Brush Master, who is widely acclaimed to be the master of this universe's destiny. The chosen one is like the main character of a story unrivaled among his peers. Master Pagoda, asked Ye Guan, how strong is Great Daoist Brush Master? Little Pagoda's voice sounded grim as he replied, he's extremely powerful. Ye Guan nodded slightly before asking, Master Pagoda, my Dao protector is Plainskirt's sister, right? Little Pagoda confirmed. Indeed. Ye Guan was about to ask Little Pagoda a question, but Qin Feng spoke, do you have a Dao protector, brother Ye? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Are they strong? Ye Guan asked inwardly, Master Pagoda, how is Plainskirt's sister compared to the elites I mentioned earlier? There's no practical way to compare her to them, replied Little Pagoda. Ye Guan's head drooped. He was silent for quite a while before he hopelessly muttered, if I die in the upcoming destiny contest, please bury me together with Little Jia, Master Pagoda. Thank you in advance. Little Pagoda was shocked speechless. Did I say something wrong? Little Pagoda was a little confused. He thought about it, and it seemed like there was something wrong with what he said. This brat has gotten the wrong idea? Ye Guan looked at Qin Feng and smiled. Brother Qin, thank you for your kindness. If I manage to survive the destiny contest, I will make sure to repay your kindness. He cupped his fists and turned around to leave. Qin Feng sighed softly and muttered, Brother Ye, take care. Ye Guan waved at Qin Feng before turning into a ray of sword light that flew into the horizon. Qin Feng stared at the ray of sword light and said, he's already a great sword immortal despite his young age. A talent like him is extremely rare. It's just a pity that he doesn't have a strong Dao protector. Sigh. Qin Feng stood rooted for quite a while before he turned around and left. He had already formed a good relationship with Ye Guan. What would happen next was up to heaven's will. Gu Chaoyuan was in a courtyard of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Discipline Department Head Li Qiu was sitting across from him. Why did you agree to the Yin clan's request? Asked Li Qiu. Gu Chaoyuan calmly replied, if I hadn't accepted their request, they would have forced me out of here by tomorrow. Li Qiu went silent. Gu Chaoyuan smiled and said, I'm not representative yet, but they've shown me a lot of face by coming down here to talk to me. If I had decided to disrespect them by refusing their request, they would make sure to kick me out of here. Gu Chaoyuan shook his head and continued. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan is also affiliated with the main Guanxian Academy. The Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan are perfectly capable of kicking me out of here. No, they can even wipe me off the face of the earth. Li Qiu sighed and said, Academy Chief, they're obviously targeting young Lord Ye. It's clear that they want him to nip him in the bud before he becomes a bigger headache. Gu Chaoyuan nodded. Yes, I can see that, said Gu Chaoyuan with a nod. It's obvious, and everyone can see it as well. However, no one dares to say something about it, and I do not dare as well. Li Qiu asked, can we contact Representative Ye? Gu Chaoyuan chuckled and said, if you want to disappear tomorrow, then sure. This is unfair. Li Qiu muttered. Unfair? Does fairness even exist in this world? The people of the Zongtu Divine Continent and the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy know that the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan are at fault here, but no one dares to say anything out of fear. And who would want to offend those two great clans for a stranger? Li Qiu stared deeply at Gu Chaoyuan and said, so you're just going to watch. Gu Chaoyuan smiled and said, Department Chief Li, it seems that you don't want Ye Guan to die. Li Qiu sighed and replied, Chief Gu, it's not that I'm siding with Ye Guan. I just feel like we're betraying the principles of our academy. Gu Chaoyuan replied, Department Chief Li, this matter is already beyond our control. They're going to kill Ye Guan to flaunt their prowess to a certain someone. Who do you think is that certain someone? It's none other than Representative Ye. It's all about sending a message. They want to tell Representative Ye that the great clans aren't pushovers. Gu Chaoyuan shook his head and continued. Unfortunately, Ye Guan also made an enemy out of the other great clans by disrespecting the Yin clan and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. Li Qiu sighed deeply. He was aware that the great clans wanted to send a message to Representative Ye by killing Ye Guan. Otherwise, the main Guanxian Academy wouldn't have forced Representative Ye to return to the academy in the Guanxian universe. Li Qiu asked, what if Ye Guan emerged victorious against the Yin clan? Do you really think that's possible? Asked Gu Chaoyuan with a chuckle. He didn't even bother to answer Li Qiu's question. He stood up and left. Left all alone, Li Qiu was silent for quite a while before he shook his head and sighed. He was also convinced that Ye Guan had zero chance of winning. After all, there were many variables that hard work and talent couldn't possibly offset. Family background, resources, connections, and Dao protectors. A cultivator would either have these things upon birth or they would never have them for the rest of their lives. Nanling Yi was the first person that Ye Guan saw upon returning to the Daoist sect. Nanling Yi was sitting in front of the old and dilapidated gates of the Daoist sect with her chin propped in the palm of her hands. She looked like she was in a daze, seemingly thinking of something. Nanling Yi unwittingly looked up and saw Ye Guan in the distance. She shot right up and excitedly ran over to him. Welcome back, junior disciple. Yeah, I'm back, Ye Guan said. Nanling Yi rolled her eyes at him and asked, where were you? We couldn't find you anywhere, and you didn't give us any updates as well. Ye Guan smiled and explained, I went to the profound world to cultivate. I ended up staying there for a bit longer than I expected. Nanling Yi nodded and muttered, next time, you should tell us if you're going to be away for an extended period of time. I know, Master was extremely worried about you. Actually, he hasn't been eating properly since you disappeared. Monk Dao. Ye Guan nodded and said, okay, I will tell you and Master next time. Then, he looked into the Great Hall and asked, is Master around? Yes, Nanling Yi answered. I'm going to talk to him, Ye Guan said before walking toward the Great Hall. Nanling Yi grinned and said, I'll go make dinner. She turned around and made a beeline for the kitchen. Monk Dao was leaning back in his chair. His face was flushed red, and there were many bone fragments next to him. Ye Guan walked up to him and bowed slightly. I'm back, Master. Monk Dao abruptly sat up. He pointed at the chair in front of Ye Guan and said, have a seat. Ye Guan sat down. Monk Dao stared at him and said, the Destiny contest has been brought forward to next month. Yes, I've heard of it, Ye Guan said with a nod. We're not going to participate, said Monk Dao. Ye Guan had to do a double take at Monk Dao. Monk Dao nodded and repeated, yes, it has been decided. We're not going to participate. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. So you've heard it, Master. Do I look like an old fool to you? Monk Dao retorted. Master, Ye Guan sounded solemn as he muttered, I have to participate. Do you know that the Yin clan is plotting against you? I know. And you still want to participate. If I don't participate, they'll send their powerhouses after me. I have to participate because I will be fighting my peers in the contest. In other words, I have a chance of winning. Ye Guan chuckled and continued. I have to become the champion of the Destiny contest because the Academy will face grave consequences if they let me die after I win the contest. In other words, the Guanxian Academy will ensure my safety by then. After a few moments of silence, Monk Dao responded, that makes sense, and does that mean you're confident? Yes. Ye Guan replied with a grim look. Monk Dao's expression turned complicated. Moments later, he stared at Ye Guan and apologized. I'm sorry. I haven't been able to do anything for you, even though you consider me as your master. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Master, you offered to help me back then, and that is enough. I have to deal with the Yin clan on my own, and I would never let the Daoist sect be implicated in my matters. Monk Dao shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Our Daoist sect is already at rock bottom. Once at the bottom, there's no other way but up, right? Ye Guan wordlessly smiled. All right. Go ahead and cultivate. Monk Dao said. Ye Guan nodded. He then stood up and left. Monk Dao walked over to the incense table and looked up at the dilapidated portrait before muttering, old ancestor, if your will is still around, I plead with you to please protect him. He's our final hope. Ye Guan was sitting across from Nanling Yi. A table full of dishes stood between them. Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony. He swept through the dishes as if he were a ravenous wolf. Nanling Yi blinked and asked, is the food to your liking? Yes, they taste great. Ye Guan answered with a nod. Nanling Yi chuckled and said, then, I'll cook your meals while you cultivate. Many thanks, senior disciple Yi. Ye Guan said as he put down his empty bowl. Nanling Yi cleaned the table and said, you should go ahead and cultivate, I won't disturb you anymore. All right. Nanling Yi soon departed. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes and said, Master Pagoda. Yes. Ye Guan didn't reply. What is it? Master Pagoda asked. Ye Guan shook his head and said, forget it. He then got up and walked outside. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. It was late at night, and the starry skies looked more beautiful than ever as they surrounded the moon. Ye Guan walked toward the edge of a cliff. He looked down into the abyss and asked, Master Pagoda, why aren't there many swordsmen in this generation? He initially thought that Nanzhou was just an exception because it was located in the lower realm, but he didn't expect that even the Zongta Divine Continent had a shortage of swordsmen. After a few moments of silence, Little Pagoda said, something happened back then, and it caused the disappearances of many inheritances. The swordsmen suffered the most back then. Ye Guan nodded and asked once more, Master Pagoda, are you going to leave once you've healed up? Yes, Little Pagoda replied. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled hollowly. I see. Regardless, it was my honor to have met you and received your guidance. What do you want from me? Ye Guan abruptly froze. Just tell me. I'll consider it if I can do it. Ye Guan nodded and replied, Master Pagoda, I'm a swordsman, but I haven't really seen a battle between swordsmen. I would like to witness a battle between powerful swordsmen. I think I might learn a thing or two from them. Little Pagoda went silent and stayed silent for quite a while before he said, I can't let you do that for now. Why not? Ye Guan asked. You need to fight a proper battle rather than watch a proper battle. You'll definitely learn a thing or two from watching two swordsmen duke it out, but you should take it one step at a time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Little Pagoda was afraid of Ye Guan's progress. His rate of improvement was too fast, especially his improvement at the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao had to be cultivated slowly and step by step. At every step, the swordsman had to assimilate their comprehension before taking the next step. A step couldn't be too big of a step as well, or the swordsman could suffer a backlash. Ye Guan pondered over it before saying, I understand. Rumble? A rift opened in the space in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan closed his eyes upon seeing the rift. A message emerged from the rift, and it was from Qin Fang. The talents from the Yin clan, the Milky Way, and the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan had already arrived on the Zongtu Divine Continent. These monstrous talents had decided to come down here all for Ye Guan. The Yin clan's monstrous talent of the current generation and Daoxin had just arrived on the Zongtu Divine Continent, but the great clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent were already heading to the Yin clan's residence to pay them a visit. The Yin clan residence was filled with people, and every corner was filled with noises as the people made friends and conversed with each other. Even the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy had sent a representative to visit them. The Yin clan was one of the wealthiest clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent, and they were considered a top-tier clan, so the great clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent sent their representatives to visit the Yin clan, aside from the Shen clan. Jian Zizai was still absent, so the acting clan leader was Jianan. Jian Zizai had listened to Ye Guan's suggestion back then, so Jianan gained a ton of influence as a result. Jianan had been keeping tabs on Ye Guan. The great clans visited the Yin clan for Daoxin, but Jianan decided to visit the Daoist sect rather than the Yin clan. Jianan stared in shock at the dilapidated gates in front of her. She was aware of the Daoist sect's condition, but she was still astonished to find that the Daoist sect had regressed to such a degree. Jianan saw a young woman carrying a bamboo basket. The young woman was none other than Nanling Yi. Nanling Yi was surprised to see Jianan. Sorry, who are you? I'm Jianan, and I'm from the Shen clan. Nanling Yi was astonished. She exclaimed, you're from the Shen clan. There was no way she wouldn't know the Shen clan. After all, the Shen clan was one of the 6 great clans of the Zongtu Divine Continent. Jianan smiled and said, you must be Lady Nanling Yi. Nanling Yi nodded and replied, yes, so you must be here for junior disciple. Yes. Follow me, I'll bring you to him. Thank you. Nanling Yi brought Jianan to a hill behind the Daoist sect. Ye Guan was cultivating with his eyes closed. Nanling Yi was about to approach him, but Jianan reached out to stop her. She smiled at Nanling Yi and said, we shouldn't disturb young lord yet. I will sit here and wait. Nanling Yi's eyes shone in astonishment. I didn't expect her to be so polite. Jianan's gaze was complicated as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan? He's the son of the Sword Master and the young leader of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? If his true identity is leaked, Jianan didn't even dare to think of the consequences if that were to happen. However, Jianan knew that the entire Guanxian universe would definitely be thrown into an uproar the moment Ye Guan's true identity was leaked. The great clans and the aristocratic families in the main Guanxian Academy would also rush to come here. Why? Of course, it would be to greet their young leader. Jian Zizai hadn't told Jianan to come and visit Ye Guan. She had always been a pacifist, and she abhorred participating in messy political matters. In addition, Jianan reckoned that Ye Guan was just her nephew in her eyes. However, Jianan's thoughts were different. If the Shen clan wanted to grow even further, they had to build a strong connection with Ye Guan. And that was why Jianan decided to visit the Daoist sect after hearing about the Yin clan's scheme. I have to stand on his side, I have to stand on his side, I have to stand on his side. It was such an important matter that Jianan didn't dare to be negligent. She repeated it 3 times in her mind to ensure that she wouldn't make a mistake. Jian Zizai didn't give her a serious punishment, but she still ended up getting punished. She was currently serving her punishment, but she decided to come here and ensure that Ye Guan would owe her a favor. She had to do it no matter what. While everyone was busy currying favor with the Yin clan, she had decided to build a rapport with Ye Guan. Jianan was convinced that she would surely be rewarded for her efforts today. The whole world would eventually know that the Shen clan and young leader Ye Guan were close friends. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open. He turned and was slightly taken aback to see Nanling Yi and Jianan. Lady Jian. Jianan smiled and said, young lord Ye, I didn't disturb you, did I? Ye Guan shook his head. He smiled and walked toward the 2 ladies. He directed a strange gaze at Jianan. Lady Jian, why did you come here? I came here to visit you. To visit me? Why? Ye Guan asked. Young lord Ye, I've heard that the Yin clan is going to attack you during the upcoming destiny contest, Jianan explained. I know. Jianan fell into deep contemplation, but she soon emerged from her thoughts. She took out a storage ring and passed it over to Ye Guan. Young lord Ye, it's my Shen clan's token of appreciation. Ye Guan examined it and found that it contained 30 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan was stunned. Lady Jian, what is this for? I've heard that young lord Ye is short of money at the moment. My Shen clan can afford it, so please accept it. Lady Jian, I can't possibly accept this, said Ye Guan. He handed the storage ring back to Jianan. Why not? Jianan asked, seemingly confused. Ye Guan fell silent. Something's fishy. I haven't really done anything for her, so she must be scheming something by giving me this storage ring. Young lord Ye, I don't want to take up any more of your time, said Jianan with a smile. She placed the storage ring on the ground and took off before disappearing into the horizon. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at the storage ring before asking, Master Pagoda, was that Shen clan ancestor acquainted with my parents? Yes, Master Pagoda replied. Ye Guan silently nodded. He didn't ask any more questions because he knew that Master Pagoda wouldn't give him any answers. Fortunately, Master Pagoda wasn't a good liar. Ye Guan picked up the storage ring and put it away. BRRR? A wooden command token hanging from his waist suddenly trembled. Ye Guan was stunned. Ye Guan was currently first place on the martial list of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. The wooden command token would notify him of a challenger. He just had to accept the challenge, and he would be whisked away by the command token to the martial tower. Ye Guan turned to Nanling Yi and said, I have to leave. With that, he was whisked away by the command token. Left all alone, Nanling Yi shook her head and muttered, he really only cares about cultivating, and he's always busy cultivating. Seriously, is he not interested in dating? Ye Guan saw a man standing in front of him in the martial tower. The man was wearing a long robe. His eyebrows were sharp, and his posture was steady and as upright as a sword. The man glared coldly at Ye Guan with his hands behind him. Ye Guan wordlessly glared back at the man. So you're Ye Guan? The one who stole my rank while I wasn't around, said the man. Ye Guan was slightly stunned. So you were the absentee. Does it feel good to be at the top of the list while I wasn't around? Asked the man. Ye Guan frowned and asked, why do you sound like you're blaming me for taking first place when you were the one who was absent? The man scoffed, it's fine. We're about to fight, anyway. I hope that you're worthy of being in the first place, you. Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. The man tried to make a move, but Ye Guan's sword was already a few inches away from his forehead. The man's expression stiffened. What do you think? Am I qualified? Ye Guan retorted. The man's face turned ugly. Ye Guan put his sword away and asked, what's your name? The man replied, Ye Huofeng. Ye Guan nodded and said, young lord Ye, are you familiar with Indeoxin? Nope. Ye Huofeng shook his head. Is that so? Ye Guan stared deeply at Ye Huofeng before saying, all right. Let's just say that you've won this battle. Ye Huofeng stared in shock at Ye Guan. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, tell everyone that we exchanged hundreds of moves, but you ended up winning by a stroke of luck. What do you think? You're trying to hide your strength. Ye Huofeng was astonished. Ye Guan nodded while Ye Huofeng fell silent. Ye Guan added, I'm sure you don't want the people out there to know that you lost in just one move, do you? Ye Huofeng shook his head. He could accept defeat, but if the people out there found out that he had lost in just one move, his reputation would plummet beyond recovery. It had to be known that he was a well-respected figure outside. He could be defeated, but he couldn't allow his reputation to plummet into the abyss. Therefore, Ye Huofeng nodded in agreement. Okay. Ye Guan nodded and handed over the first placer's wooden command token to Ye Huofeng. Ye Huofeng hesitated, but he eventually composed himself and said, I'm not afraid of losing. I'm just trying to help you, all right? You asked me for help, and I simply wanted to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to do something as shameless as this, even if you were to beat me to death. Do you understand? Yes, you're helping me out here. Got it, Ye Guan replied. Ye Huofeng nodded slightly and asked, does this mean that we're friends now? Ye Huofeng felt like he wouldn't lose anything if he befriended such a powerful cultivator. Ye Guan chuckled and said, yes, and that is why I'd like you to put on a great act once you're outside. Leave it to me. Ye Huofeng nodded. Ye Guan didn't have to tell him to put on a great act. His reputation was at stake here, so he would definitely do his best. I hope we'll see each other again, Ye Guan said. He walked away and disappeared into the teleportation array. Ye Huofeng looked down at the wooden command tablet in his hands and muttered, I should be more humble. It seems that there will always be someone better than someone else in this world. With that, Ye Huofeng took a deep breath and punched his abdomen. Black. He spat a mouthful of blood and made sure to stain his face and his clothes with his own blood. Soon, he looked miserable, pallid, and bloodied. He did a double take at his own appearance before leaving the martial tower. The martial list changed upon his departure from the tower. The people were stunned to see a bloodied Ye Huofeng limping his way out of the martial tower. Ye Huofeng won. Ye Guan's reputation as a powerful swordsman had been established long ago, so it was impossible for Ye Guan to pretend like he was weak. After all, everyone already knew his strength, and they had acknowledged his strength long ago. Everyone was convinced that Ye Huofeng would lose against Ye Guan, so they were stunned to find that Ye Huofeng had defeated Ye Guan. Ye Huofeng swept his gaze across the crowd. He coughed a few times before cupping his fists and saying, I won, but it was because of a stroke of luck. Everyone fell silent. He really won? Ye Guan was defeated? It didn't take long for such a piece of unprecedented news to spread throughout the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. I see, Academy Chief Gu muttered in his quiet study. Are you trying to hide your strength? It's a shame, but it's too late. Your actions will not change your horrible fate. What a shame, really. Indeoxin frowned upon hearing the news of Ye Guan's defeat. He lost to Ye Huofeng, she muttered. An old man nodded and replied, yes, he lost. Ye Huofeng suffered severe injuries, and he said that he barely won the fight. Indeoxin closed her eyes and muttered, did I overestimate him? The old man hesitated before saying, I'm sure he's strong, but I believe there's a massive difference in strength between Ye Huofeng and Ye Guan. We're on the Zongtu Divine Continent as well, and great Sword Immortals here are way weaker than the great Sword Immortals born in the main Guanxian Academy. Indeoxin fell into deep contemplation. Soon, she emerged from her thoughts and vowed, I'm going to kill him by myself during the destiny contest. Indeoxin initially wanted to ask her friends for help to deal with Ye Guan, but it seemed that there was no need to go that far for a mere Ye Guan. Indeoxin made up her mind she would kill him by herself.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.